Sets go!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, it's Friday, as Baron Davis would say. Oh, man, it's Friday. That's right. I forgot. It's Friday. It's Friday. Yeah, Baron, it's Friday. Let's enjoy the day. And I want to shout out, before we say good morning to Marcus, we got a text yesterday from a guy. We were talking about people who listen to the show all day. Like, oh, I heard this replay. I heard that replay. We say, well, you're our dream listener. And I think I made reference to something like, if you were listening at 6:03, you heard me. And a guy wrote in and said, or it might have been a gal, I don't know, said, I was listening at 6:03. This is in the 9 o'clock hour. I said, I get on the treadmill every morning at 6 a.m., timed to the start of your show. So happy treadmill running, you person who texted in. So have a good run, everybody. It's time to run the damn ball on a Friday, Marcus. Good morning, brother. How are you?
Murph, we are all running towards the weekend. Love a Friday vibe here on the Murph and Marcus Show. It's a football Friday. It's an 80s Friday. We're back in the mix this week.
Friday. It is an 80s Friday. It's also a young Tony's last day Friday.
Oh, that's right. Tony is leaving the country.
How about that? And the guy decided pretty much not to tell anybody.
Yeah, I kept that a secret.
He's so those young tone heads out there, you're not going to see that smiling mug in that rectangle right there behind that Alex Smith jersey. He's pointing at you right there.
So this means that next week, next Wednesday, will be the first time that it's not young Tony asking us questions when young Tony asks us questions.
Is it Danny Dunn or Jacob Veal? Will Jacob ask the question?
Yeah,
what did Lice Boy ask today?
I'm sure Jacob's going to have some good questions. He's going to be like, yeah, Murph, why'd you nickname me Lice Boy all those years ago?
Well, that was back when we had a much more vibrant fantasy football trash talking thread.
Yes.
We that thing for a couple years there, I think, was humming. We had to do apology videos. You had to do production value. There was all kind of smack talk. Why has it died out?
Maybe because Derek Papa's the commissioner. I don't know. I'm just throwing shots.
Is he a sensitive flower?
I don't know. It's the afternoon show that runs the show. Copes was the commissioner and then handed over the powers to
I
Derek.
also think things might have changed a little bit when things happened, with the thank you very much.
Lot of handing over of power, Murph. Love you, boys.
Speaking of handing over of power, the Amazon Prime handed over the power of a terrible game last night.
Man.
Unless you like defense, I don't know.
Defense.
I mean, it's so funny. This has been brought up from time to time. You get a baseball game 1-0, and the purists just freaking go nuts. It's orgasmic. It's an incredible thing. Oh, I love a pitcher's duel. And I do.
Yes.
I love a pitcher's duel. Why do we never say the same thing about a 10-7 football game? Why do we think a 10-7 football game sucks, but a 1-0 baseball game is awesome? 808 KNBR.
Yeah,
Discuss.
Because it feels like in a 1-0 baseball game, at least you could point to the outstanding performance of the pitcher. And I already assuming you're going to say, what about the outstanding performance of the defense? Well, I'd say last night was also helped by the fact that there were 22 total penalties.
Well, there you go.
So it just felt sloppy. Like on top of the defense is playing well, you get the referees involved, and it was just a sloppy game of football, which just makes it boring and not entertaining.
More penalties than points.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's why we don't praise
And
it,
there's
Murph.
something about a 1-0 game or a 0-0 game that's going on. The drama hangs on every pitch, right? Now you could argue, well, the drama hung on every snap last night. There's something really aesthetically unpleasing or displeasing about a sputtering offense.
Yes.
Offenses that fail to move the ball, it's not like pleasurable to watch. The only people who enjoy it are like the team that's rooting for that defense. But even then, if you're watching like guys skip screen passes into the dirt or overthrow receivers down the field or just run into a poorly blocked line, it's just there's something in the soul that's not satisfied. Whereas a runner gets to second base, and now you got a situation, and every pitch matters, and all that. There's more tension in that. I don't know.
Well,
I'm just trying to explain. I'm trying to answer my own damn question.
I would say, like,
808
especially
KNBR.
like with the Broncos offense last night, for example, it just felt like it was 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. And we talked about this when the San Francisco 49ers offense did it against the Houston Texans. It just felt like the game never started.
Yeah.
Like it really never got into a flow because there was so much starting and stopping with the punts and the 3 and outs.
Yeah, where are you now with your emotional state with the Raiders?
I mean, I was happy that I had the Raiders plus the points last night, but I was not surprised to see them lose.
You're looking at a guy who took Denver.
I'm not surprised,
Denver, and I sat there and I was like, well, it's a divisional game. That's too many points. You should probably take the Raiders. But I was just casually making my picks, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I'll just take Denver. Literally, my thought process was, yeah, I'll just take Denver.
Yeah. See, I went with the Raiders
Brian
on
and
the
Bobby's
points.
best bet's coming up, by the way.
Yeah, I did go with Denver in my pick'em pool because I kind of walked into this game expecting the Raiders to lose, especially without Colton Miller out there at left tackle. I thought Geno Smith was going to get beat up all night. Spoiler alert, he did get beat up all night, and the Raiders just really didn't take advantage of opportunities, and you're looking at a 3-point game, and you can point straight to special teams. Raiders had a punt that was blocked, and then Daniel Carlson with an opportunity to tie the game in the fourth quarter missed a field goal. They lose by 3 points, and that's the ball game.
And the worst part is you're not even like going to get the number 1 pick out of this whole thing.
No, no. The Jets are so bad. The Raiders are in the mix still. There's still plenty of time left for them to screw this over, Murph.
It's true. They have 2 wins along with Cleveland and Miami. 1-win teams are the Jets, Tennessee, and the Saints.
Yeah, so I would say that about my mindset where I'm kind of in that mode where I think it's good to see the Raiders put on like competitive performances in back-to-back weeks, lost in overtime last week against Jacksonville. But at this point, yeah, you're almost hoping for losses so that you improve your draft position because there's no way in hell the Raiders are going to make the playoffs.
Have you started scouting the quarterbacks?
Fernando Mendoza, come on down.
Is he going to be around?
I don't know. See, that's the thing. I don't know where the Raiders are going to pick. I would assume they're still going to have a top 5 pick this year.
Okay, well, right now, I think you guys are like somewhere in the 5 to 10 range because, like I said, there's some bad teams. But you never, like you said, there's plenty of time.
Yeah. Trust me, Murph. I've seen them get worse over my life.
I heard Joe Banner. He was outstanding, by the way, on the Rich Eisen show yesterday, and he talked about teams. He spoke. He's a former executive, and he talked about teams tanking. He's like, that's what you do. He explained how you artfully tank. There's like an art to it, and how why Cleveland traded away Joe Flacco and all this stuff, and he was explaining it. He also made a pretty damn good argument against John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, saying how Howie Roseman is running circles around the league. And he explained the Jalen Phillips trade thusly. It was really good. It was kind of simple, but I hadn't thought of it this way. Because we were like, man, 3rd rounder for a rental? And Joe Banner said, yeah, Howie Roseman's smarter than you. Because when you get to the 1st round next year, you know what the Eagles are going to do? They're going to trade down. Because it shows that he said the math shows and the odds show that once you get to a certain point in the 1st round, the odds of hitting on that pick are not dramatically great. So Joe Banner knows Howie Roseman knows the 1st rounder he has is not going to be awesome. And now when draft day comes, somebody will want to move into his spot. He will trade down from his spot and acquire a 3rd rounder in that trade. Therefore, he got Jalen Phillips for free. That was the thinking.
Interesting.
And he said, I have no idea why nobody else does what the Eagles are doing. He said, everybody should be studying what Howie Roseman is doing. He's doing it better than everybody in the league. And he goes, I don't understand why teams aren't following his playbook.
I don't disagree. Look at the roster that they've built. Look at the draft picks that they've hit on. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and Jalen Carter. Howie Roseman is the model of how you build a roster right now.
And he said, he said San Francisco needed an edge rusher, and they were afraid to do it with Jalen Phillips. So anyway, just the food for thought there for a little Joe Banner. All right, so the rest of the Thursday night was fine. I had a high school water polo game. Got another broadcast in the books. It was fun. Met Coach Jake from Acalanes, who's a listener.
Nice. What's
Always
up,
nice
Jake?
to meet listeners. The boys grinded one out despite many injuries, and we'll have another one Saturday. So that was
they
fun.
got the dub last night.
They got the win.
Hey,
Yeah.
congrats, boys.
Despite some health and injury issues, they got it. So shout out Acalanes, and TAM advances. And then we got the Warriors tonight at Denver without Steph Curry.
No Steph.
Man.
Ooh.
And the Warriors are 10.5-point dogs in this game.
Yeah, that's what happens when Steph Curry's not on the court.
At Denver. In an NBA Cup game, bro. In an NBA Cup game.
I know, dude. How is Steph Curry not ready for an NBA Cup game tonight, Murph? And Murph, just real quick, you know why there's a 10.5-point spread? Because without Steph Curry on the court for the Warriors,
you stink. Oh, man. Jeez. I don't know how that's hitting my ear.
You stink.
One more time. You stink.
No Steph.
Oh, boy. JD.
You stink.
JD giving us sound. I like it. All right, we'll go for it. Giants made a little bit of news. Did we talk about Jace Tingler yesterday, the bench coach?
Yeah, we mentioned it when we were talking about Bochy making his return.
But how funny is this? Do you guys remember Game 6 of the World Series? Of course you do. It was a week ago. Game 6, 9th inning. Who was the Blue Jay who hit that ball that wedged at the bottom of the wall? Was it Varsho?
Oh,
was
that
it
got stuck
Clement?
in the gap?
Was it Guerrero?
I think it was Barger, right?
Addison Barger?
I think it was Barger.
Okay,
I think
anyway.
it was.
Do you remember the Dodger center fielder who put his hands up smartly?
Yeah.
Well, that Dodger center fielder who put his hands up smartly is now a forever Giant. How about Buster Posey and Tony Vitello swooping in? I just read that he was doing a autograph thing. It was like Justin Dean and Will Klein were doing like an autograph thing in some mall in Southern California, and the Giants just picked him up off waivers because the Dodgers failed to protect him on the 40-man. So that guy, I want to say, dude, the guy's still riding the high. He's going to Jimmy Kimmel. He's going to Hollywood parties. He's meeting Hollywood starlets, and now he's got to be a Giant.
Dude, this guy got signed by the Giants before the victory parade even ended.
I know, dude.
They plucked him straight off the bus.
Confetti's still floating down, too. And we've kind of buried the lead for our opening segment here, but more bad news for the Niners.
Oh, what a surprise.
Unbelievable. After the media availability yesterday before practice, and then media got to see practice, after that was all done, the Niners sent out a missive saying, Keon White, your shiny new toy. The guy you're thinking, hey, that's your trade deadline acquisition, injured his groin and was listed on the practice report as limited.
Of course.
By the way, that's not all. We haven't even talked about it, but D. Winters has now not practiced both days. Wednesday, Thursday. He could miss the game, meaning Curtis Robinson would likely be the next guy. Oh, by the way, Alfred Collins, that rookie D tackle, didn't practice.
Oh, great.
He's been downgraded too. So I'm not talking one. I'm not talking two. I'm talking three more key injuries to the defense. You're
going LeBron James with the injuries. Not one, not two, not three,
not
four.
The only good news is that Bryce Huff is back practicing. That's it. Other than that, more bad news. Just like a 10-7 Raiders-Broncos game. Yeah. You know, it's funny, the final score was 10-7, Tony, when most people thought it was more 6-7. You know what I mean?
Look at you.
All right.
Look at you, Murph.
All right, guys. Let's do this. We'll say good morning to Young Tone, Costa Rica Tony.
Costa Rica Tone.
He goes, I didn't tell you because it's not about me. So, bro, that is some twisted logic. He goes, I'm a team guy. I said, you know what works on a team? Communication.
Yeah.
Communication works on a team.
I'd like to know if Brock Purdy's going to miss 4 to 5 weeks of the season. Give us a heads up, Brock.
Brian and Bobby will be coming. By the way, 707 texts in and says, I want some winners from Brian and Bobby this week. Been very 6-7 lately. I believe 707, I think you saw a spotless slate last week, buddy.
Pump that back a little bit.
Yeah, you want to pump that back a little bit, buddy. Yeah. 4's up, 4-0, Brian and Bobby. We will do it again. All right, we'll get the guest list from Young Tongue, Costa Rica Tony, and we'll get ready for a great Friday on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. We got another massive giveaway this week. We want you to listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to AC/DC at Levi Stadium on August 5th of next year. I don't even know if we're all going to be alive in August of next year, but hey, win some tickets. That's furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. And then we're also giving away 2 tickets to the Niners game on Sunday. That is furnished by the 49ers, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, 80s Friday. Let's go, baby. Let's start it with a banger. Tainted Love by Soft Cell. I think even the kids know this one. Don't you guys know this one?
Oh, Tainted Love.
Come on now. Come on. I believe the reason why we're playing this is I believe we just lost one of the key guys. So R.I.P. Tainted Love. One of the dudes slipped away. So we salute you for your banger and wish you well in the after party, the afterlife house party. There you go. Thank you, Tone. Young Tone, good morning to you, buddy. Happy 80s Friday.
Happy 80s Friday. I definitely know this one, yeah.
Okay, good man, good man. Good start, good start. Strong start to an 80s Friday, yeah.
Now, I've had a question that I've been wondering for a while when it comes to 80s Fridays, because obviously we picked the 80s, the 90s, the 00s, and the 10s as our 4 decades. And we've had a few people say, what about the 60s? What about the 70s? And we've jokes about how that's not in the demo.
Correct.
But I've got a question. What if for 80s Fridays, we did open it up to where it's 80s and pre-80s music?
Oh.
Like there's a couple of tracks from like the late 70s that I really wanted to mix in.
Well,
but they're from like 77, 79. So I don't know if that counts.
I mean, listen, it's a pandering to the demographic. Like if we keep feeding the 70s and 60s crowd, we're just going to continually have like the average age of the KNBR listener be like 75 years old.
I get
it. Shout out formerly KGO, which I still am like absolutely irate that they're trying to say 810 with any other call letters than KGO. Lee Hammer used to walk around, and Bob Agnew used to walk around and go, have you seen the demos on KGO? Have you seen the demos on K? Like, they went every day of their life. They were talking about, hey, KGO's too old. KGO's too old. KGO's too old. So we've been beaten into our heads that we cannot cater to the boomers.
I know.
That said, blank everyone. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah,
if we want to do a 70s Friday, we'll do a 70s Friday.
Because, Murph, I was
so
just
let's
wondering.
Do one,
I just want a little Bobby Caldwell, maybe a little Roy Ayers,
You'll
you know?
do it. Bobby Caldwell, What You Won't Do, I think was in the early 80s, wasn't it?
Okay, I thought I looked that up before, and it was late 70s.
Maybe 79.
So I think it might have been right against the buzzer. But yeah, I will allow it. I said we open up the umbrella. If it sounds good, let's play it as a rejoin.
78, yeah, but it carried on.
Right in that ballpark.
All right, so anyway, well, we could do it, like I said, we could do a 70. We could do the freaking 60s. You open up the whole door to Motown, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, dude, that's
a
good call.
Motown. So anyway, bro. So anyway, 80s Friday with a possible 70s and 60s on the horizon.
Maybe.
Who knows? So anyway, back to the lecture at hand here. 49ers Rams Sunday. Niners 4.5-point underdogs. Now here's the stat we heard. That 13. I heard this from former Bay Area radio personality Joe Kurtenbach, who's now on ESPN.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
He said this morning that in the Rams 49ers rivalry, McVay Shanahan, in the last 14 meetings, the underdog has covered in 13 of the last 14. Mm-hmm. Now, you talk about a trend, bro.
Yeah.
That's a major trend.
Mm-hmm. And that's Kyle Shanahan being 8-0 in those matchups.
Woo!
As the underdog.
Kyle's getting 4.5.
8-0 against the spread,
yeah,
say.
Spread.
Against the spread.
ATS, as we like to say.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 4.5. So there's like two parts of my brain going right now. The one part of my brain says, no, man. Keon White is now on the injury report. D. Winters has not practiced this week. Al Collins has not practiced yesterday. This defense was already a problem. We were already living in mortal fear of Matt Stafford, who threw for a bundle against the Niners in week 3 when Fred Warner was still playing.
Yes.
Okay? So the part of my brain just says, man, I'm sorry. It just ain't going to happen. Niners didn't make a trade at the trade deadline, all that stuff. The Niners got the first one. They're probably going to split 2, et cetera, et cetera. All that stuff points to a Ram win. And then the other part of me hears this stat. Now, I don't know. What about you? Which part of the brain do you believe?
Well, it's
Or are you
interesting.
going to pick it today?
Well, no, it's not going to be one of my best bets. I'm going to stay away from this game. But I'll tell you that we both picked the 49ers plus the 8.5 last time they squared off. And we talked about how it was too many points for a Thursday night game, divisional matchup. These teams know each other so well. And that's even before we had this stat from Action Network and Joe over from ESPN about the underdog success. But it's also a little, puzzling to me that the spread is now chopped in half from that first matchup. Obviously, the big difference is this game will be at Levi Stadium versus being down at SoFi South.
If you take the 3,
so if you go
7.5.
7.5, but
Yeah.
it's up. It was 8.5 the last matchup. I just think there's so many hurdles to overcome. I would not be surprised to see the Rams win and also cover the spread.
Now, just because a stat trend has existed does not mean that stat trend cannot
here's
be
the
broken
thing.
on Saturday.
In those last 13 games or whatever the hell the stat is, I'm guessing Fred Warner was playing in those games. That probably helped out the trend a little bit.
Yeah, so I'm just, listen, I'm being honest with the listeners. Everybody said, oh, you're a homer. I said, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I'm not super optimistic on this game. Am I going to watch with the hopes that the 49ers win?
course.
Sure, of course. Am I ruling out a 49er win? No. Let's go. Beat the blanking Rams. Let's go. The Christian McCaffrey, freaking Jawan Jennings. Who knows what he does this weekend, right? Can the Niners score 30? Win a shootout. 31-30. Eddie Pinheiro from 49 yards to win it. Actually, 49 seems so tame these days. 59 to win it. But the part of my brain that says that the Niner defense is so banged up and Matt Stafford is so nasty. And we talk to Steve Young earlier this week about Stafford. In fact, we get those Steve Young quotes. Do we have a Steve Young cut sheet where he talked about Matt Stafford and how good he's been for? Let me know, Tone, when you find that one.
Yes, Steve was absolutely right. He goes, so much about his back, right?
That's right. He's supposed to have that back. Didn't he miss all of August?
No,
he sat out the entire.
People were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo starting the season.
Oh man. Well, here was Steve Young, the youngster, on this dastardly Matt Stafford.
It's a huge concern because this is a guy that learned the game in a more sophisticated era before the rule changes. So he learned when no one was open, when the middle of the field was patrolled and it was a death zone. And so now he's taking advantage of it in L.A., especially with an innovative mind like Sean McVay. You've seen when he's healthy, it's amazing to watch him play. I love watching Matthew play. He's one of my favorites. And so to me, we're in for it. But we're also can you see us quieting that down? And everyone has this huge expectation for the Rams to go for 450 yards and they end up with 220 and a struggle and 2 interceptions. These are not impossible things. And that's the kind of stuff, if we're going to be able to threaten and do something cool, this season, it's going to be that kind of a performance, that kind of a game where we can put up, 4 touchdowns like last week or more and beat the Rams and sweep the series in a season that we really shouldn't. Let's just face it. We shouldn't say that we're going to sweep the Rams or anyone in the NFC West in 2025. And yet here we are, possibly at 4-0.
So, yeah, good stuff. As he said, you fully expect him to go for 450. You fully expect him to do everything. And yet, can't you just see this thing turning weird? It's Niners-Rams. It was like your game last night, Broncos-Raiders.
Yeah, divisional matchups,
Yeah.
throw the script out the window. And look, as we were just talking about earlier, Mac Jones and the 49ers were 8.5-point underdogs their first matchup. And they went out there and they won the damn game. Now, they also had a couple big praise with the Alfred Collins strip down at the goal line. But that's the thing. If it's a one-possession game, we've seen the 49ers win 4 different one-possession games this year. They have been that gritty, grindy bunch that Steve was talking about when the season first started. So, yeah, any given Sunday. Hell, we just saw the Panthers take down the Packers last weekend. But if you're asking me to line up everything that the 49ers are lining up against with the Rams, this, to me, is a matchup that easily favors L.A. on Sunday.
All right, we will say that for the next 3.5 hours. Let's go. Guest list for young Tony, or as we're calling him now, Costa Rica Tony. He kept it under wraps. It's not about me, bro. It's not about me. That's what he says.
Boom,
I says,
boom.
it is when you're
What
my
about
freaking
me?
board op. It's about you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tony. How are you?
What's
Good
up,
morning.
Tone?
Buenos
Buenos
tardes.
dias,
Buenos
amigos.
dias. Buenos dias. Buenos
Yeah.
dias. Costa Rica, congratulations on your trip, buddy.
I appreciate it. I've known about this.
Are you out today?
No, Saturday morning.
By the
Leaving
way,
town Saturday morning.
Make flight
Yeah.
delays great again.
Let's
By the
hope
way,
I'm out
yeah.
Saturday
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, good luck getting out of the country. Actually, good luck getting back in, Tony.
Dude, what if that happens? What if you get out but you can't get back in?
I mean, you're going to have to find a new board op. I don't know what else to tell you.
Lice Boy's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
He's looking pretty good.
He's got a better head of hair.
So I
I feel like I'm Brock Purdy and like I'm going to be replaced by Mac Jones right now.
Well, it could happen.
we
buddy.
got board op controversy.
That kid Jack Smith. Some people were suggesting he was Wally Pippen, every Niner
Yeah.
play-by-play guy. Hey, so I was doing my pre-show research. I found out this is not Tony's first trip to Rica.
Oh, you've been to Costa Rica?
I have
that.
once before, yeah, in high school. It was like a science camp, bro. I was like,
Science camp in
Dude,
Costa Rica,
dude,
bro?
right? How
I went
about
to
that?
Walden West, bro. Hey, what do you mean Costa Rica for science
We went
camp?
to like
I was
West
like,
Marin.
I know. I was
Yeah,
cutting
yeah,
up
yeah.
frogs. I was like, investigating ant colonies.
You can cut up a frog in a biology classroom in Louisville.
Yeah, dude.
yeah,
All
but
right, bro?
why do that when you can do it in Costa Rica?
Hey, that's a good point.
I asked if he had a crush on the little redheaded girl at science camp, but he said no comment.
Oh,
No comment.
No comment.
There's some people there. Yeah, I still keep in touch.
Well, also,
Yeah.
shout
Yeah.
out. Now, this is not the same camp that you went on to become a camp counselor.
Different
at.
camp. Yeah,
Different
they're
camp.
totally
I want to
different.
clarify.
We
Yeah.
are the CIT, so pity us. The kids are brats, the food is hideous.
Camp
We like
counselors, yeah.
to we like to smoke and drink and fool around. You get meatballs, everybody. Meatballs?
Nice.
Anybody? Bill
Way
Murray?
over my head
Bill
now.
Murray?
Yeah,
meatballs?
I know the movie.
All
I don't
right,
know the
all right.
line.
That was you, buddy. That was you.
Yeah.
Anyway, Costa Rica, man. So just sunshine and suds, huh? Coming your way?
Sunshine and suds. Yeah, I got to bring a rain jacket. It's a little tropical weather. We're going to be hanging out in Tamarindo's, the town.
Will there be some fishing or what? Fishing expeditions,
I think
surfing expeditions?
ATVing. We're going to get on a catamaran. We're going to go zip lining.
Tony comes back with a dislocated collarbone.
We're doing-
or
yeah.
a shoulder from the
We're
ATV
doing like a
incident.
beer Olympics for the veterans on Veterans Day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
I
going to be
like
nice.
I like
Way to
that.
honor,
Yeah.
way to honor our great nation.
We got a week
All right.
planned.
Yeah, way to honor our vets in Costa Rica by drinking.
For the veterans.
Well, they
Yeah.
fought,
for the
they-
veterans.
They fought for the right to Tony to go to Costa Rica and drink.
For all of us. Yeah.
All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, if you got anything for the weekend slate of games, last night was fun, by the way. Shout out AJ Cole. I want to get that off, dude. 3 punts inside the 20.
See, that's a problem. You can't say a game was fun and then shout out the punter.
I was locked in.
If you're a Pat, we got a punter right now dictating the nation's sports narratives, Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I was telling Marcus he's going to have a field day with those
I was
highlights.
going to say, I think those are the only highlights he's going to show from that game last night.
The other games coming up this weekend, Brian and Bobby are going to step in and give you a little preview of the best bets of the weekend.
Fresh off a spotless week.
Ooh, all right. 6:30, stay tuned. We're going to replay John Lynch for you at 6:50. We're going to have the great Ronnie Lott, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I get some applause?
It's
Oh,
Rams week.
Of course, it's Rams week, baby.
Ronnie's going to be at 7:30. Carmen Policy is going to join us at 8:15.
Come on, what do you got? Icons only today, huh?
Dude, incredible.
Wow. All right.
This
Rams
is all-
week.
This is all free content, by the way, just so everybody knows. Cooler content is going to be at 8:30, and then Greg Beacham, he's a reporter for the Associated Press, covering the Rams, covering the Lakers, covering USC football, Murph.
Yeah, stop.
Yeah.
Stop with the Rams.
Yeah.
We're talking about the Rams.
Beacham
By the way,
and-
SC's really boring and irrelevant right now. By the way, they're kind of mid, dude. They are 6'7".
6'7".
Yeah, they are.
Beacham's going to be at 9:30.
Old Beacham. He used to be in the Bay Area. I used to work next to him in the cubicle. He was in the cubicle with the great Denny Georgiades, who we lost earlier this year. So, all right, Brian and Bobby sliding on in, strutting on in after a 4-0 week on an 80s Friday. Off to a good one. Soft Cell, Tainted Love. What's next on the Sports Leader?
6767.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets.
You guys are Hall of Famers in my book.
On the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
Everything about this rejoin is plus. The fact that we have Randy Wynn still saying Brian and Bobby gave me a chance to learn to lead into Brian and Bobby's best bets is kind of amazing, dude. And it is an 80s Friday. And you know what? This one is dedicated. This is the dedication line. This goes out to one person and one person only. One of the MVP of our building. You can't spell Maria. You can't spell MVP without M, and you can't spell Maria without M. Emlo. Turn it up. Give her a little extra 30 seconds here. She says that we have criminally underplayed Janet Jackson in our 80s Fridays. And you know what? She's freaking right. So, Emlo with love and a hug. And by the way, banger, too. Janet Jackson, 1986. Yes.
Well, I'm going to say stay tuned, stay logged in, Maria Lopez, because this might not be the only time you hear Janet this morning, because at 7:30, we got Ronnie Lott coming on the show, and we know he loves to jam out to some Janet, especially during Rams week.
I'm doing great. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Nice. Oh,
it's
man,
the Rams week, baby.
That is a deep pull. Man. That's a man who ran the board capably.
That's a man who cut that sound drop. That's who it is.
Well, that's a great vibe to go into Brian and Bobby on there. Okay, Brian and Bobby's best bets. You guys know the deal. We pick them. You just enjoy the wins. I picked 2 Saturday college football games because they call me Saturday Murph. Marcus, and he'll give you his record. It's robust.
I got numbers.
We'll get it for you in just a second. But now we fade out Janet from the 80s Friday and into our hype music here for the NFL, or pardon me, for the Brian and Bobby's best bets. So we start on Saturday. Finally, I found myself a groove, and it was Kurt Signetti who took me to that groove with Indiana smoking, absolutely smoking. It was, pardon me, I got the receipts right here. Maryland last week covering that 21.5-point spread. By the way, they won by 45 in that game. So
love those wins.
And I hate to do this to my guy Ron Rivera, but I took Virginia to cover, and they did. So, but it was 2 wins.
Thing ever.
It was 2 wins. So we're climbing back to 8-10. Nothing to brag about. But if we take away that weird week where I was gone, then I'm 8-8. So we're gonna still nothing to brag about.
The lost files.
So where do we go? Well, guess what? I'm that guy. Listen, it's like the dog. You know, the dog that expects a treat. You guys have dogs, and the dogs, when you're carving a turkey or carving a tri-tip or something, and the dog just stands there waiting for the treat to fall down, and then you give them a little treat just to make them happy, and they're like, I'm never leaving. I'm going to stay right here until the end of time.
Yeah, give me some more treats.
Until you throw me another little dollop from that tri-tip there. So that's me with the Indiana Hoosiers. I got it yesterday. I once picked against them. They smacked me around. UCLA lost by 50. I then learned the Kurt Signetti. I Googled him. He said, Google me. I win. And Kurt Signetti and the Indiana Hoosiers are just right before our eyes, one of the greatest stories in recent American college football history. I mean, this thing is just absolutely stunning. Kurt Signetti, say it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Boom! Drop the mic. So here we go. They're going to Penn State. Penn State's lost 5 in a row since the disaster, since UCLA rewrote Penn State football history by dumping James Franklin at the Rose Bowl. Honestly, one of the great programs in America, Penn State, has had its entire history rewritten by one trip to Pasadena. Sorry, they've lost 5 in a row. They have an interim coach. They lost their quarterback, Drew Aller. But what is up with this spread? It's only 14.5. And that leads me to think plus there's a guy I follow. I get the Athletics Daily newsletter in the morning to see what are the top stories of the day. And that guy who writes it, Chris Branch, is even worse than me at picking games. He's like awful. He's like terrible. So whenever I look at his picks, I'm like, yeah, I'm going the other way, right? Well, he took Indiana to cover, and I was like, uh-oh. That makes me scared.
That's bad news.
But I'm not going to worry about what other people do or think. One of the great gifts in life is not caring what other people do or think. So I'm taking Indiana again because I Googled Kurt Signetti. They will cover 14.5. But just for fun, here's some of Indiana's win margins this year. Plus 45, plus 50, plus 25, plus 35. Dude, the only team to stay within single digits of them was Iowa. So Indiana minus 14.5. The other one, I can't believe I'm doing this. Shh, don't tell Steve Young. But Texas Tech BYU is one of the biggest games of the weekend. Texas Tech, dude, what's going on? We have Indiana and Texas Tech. These are teams that are not traditionally in the top 5 at this point in the season. But Texas Tech has a ferocious defense. As Steve said, yeah, that payroll is pretty big. BYU is going down to Lubbock. Pat Mahomes' alma mater, don't you know? And BYU is a 10.5-point dog. Wait, you're going to do that to Bear Bachmeier? By the way, the reason why he wears 47, when he was 5 years old, his dad in the Pop Warner League gave him 47 because he said, I want you to have a linebacker's mentality. I want you to play tough.
Ooh.
That's why he gave him 47. And he says, I'm never going to change my number because I always want to play with a fullback mentality, linebacker mentality.
Okay, but which linebacker was wearing number 47?
That doesn't say.
That's the
in
question.
The story I read.
It's more of a safety number. Shout out John Lynch.
47, yeah, 47 fullback, linebacker, whatever.
Yeah.
So anyway, point is that he's a tough character, Bear Bachmeier. And you want to give him love and everything, but this Texas Tech payroll, their D-line, BYU's been a little fortunate to get where they got. And even though it's 10.5, I hate to do this to Steve, I'm going to say that the joyride ends for BYU, Texas Tech minus 10.5. So 2 big favorites. I'm going with 2 big honking double-digit favorites. Google me. We'll see what happens Monday.
Google him.
What you got, Marcus?
And Google our records, Murph. You're going with the big favorites. Last week, I went 2-0 with a pair of underdogs. Took the Buffalo Bills at home, which the fact that you got the Bills plus points at home, let's take that every day of the week. Josh Allen once again took care of Patrick Mahomes in the regular season. We'll see if he's able to ever do it in the postseason, and also cashed in on the Denver Broncos, not last night, but last weekend, as they not only cover the spread of 1.5, but they outright beat the Houston Texans to get the win. So, Murph, we're back to a 500 record, 99 on the season, but you know I got the receipts for everybody who wants to know what has happened on these airwaves over the last 4 years. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Waterboy has gone 89, 60, and 5 against the spread. So we are still in the green, my friend.
There's nobody that can verify those numbers.
Just
go with them, baby.
That is incorrect. Overnight Dave can verify these numbers. Right. He used to cut up every pick I made during Bobby Boucher's best bets. And after a 2-0 weekend, guess what? We're going right back to the well, and we're once again picking against the Houston Texans. Now, they're hosting the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend. It's a 1.5-point spread where the Jags are favored. Now, this is a matchup where the Houston Texans will be missing C.J. Stroud. He got a concussion last game against the Denver Broncos, has already been ruled out, so it will be Davis Mills this weekend starting for Houston. So I love betting against backup quarterbacks, especially when the Jacksonville Jaguars have already beat this Houston Texans team earlier this season, 17-10, when C.J. Stroud was playing, and they've actually covered the spread 4 straight games against Houston. So give me Jacksonville this weekend, minus 1.5 on the road. Trevor Lawrence carrying some of that momentum of the win over the Raiders in overtime last week. I like this pick as my first best bet, Murph. Jacksonville minus 1.5 in a divisional game.
Okay, buddy. Way to pick the AFC South, which the entire nation is hanging on that matchup.
Exactly. I'm trying to give them a reason to watch the game with one of Bobby Boucher's best bets.
You're a Houston Texans hater.
Well, Murph, just in case you thought that game was bad, I got one that's even worse. They're calling it the Toilet Bowl, and yes, we're going to drop off the Cleveland Browns taking on the New York Jets this weekend.
Unbelievable.
And this game is going to be abysmal. I would highly recommend that nobody watch it. Instead, what you should do is bet the under in this game, Murph. Yes, I'm going away from the spreads, and I'm going with the total here. 38.5 this weekend. We just saw the Jets be sellers at the trade deadline. The Cleveland Browns have a really good defense with Myles Garrett, but they're not moving the ball with Dylan Gabriel. So I don't expect either of these teams to score more than 20 points this weekend. I'll take the under 38.5, especially when there's rain in the forecast. I'm seeing a more than 40% chance of rain out in New Jersey this weekend. That to me is a recipe for disaster, or maybe a recipe for success. If you bet the under, give me the under 38.5 this weekend, and which is going to be possibly the worst game of the entire season.
You know what's incredible? I told you about that guy who's really bad at his picks. That guy I read in the Athletic Daily, and he took Indiana. His other pick this week was Browns Jets under.
Oh, he took the under. He took the under.
That's hilarious.
Maybe he's learning from us.
So
Murph.
you and I are. It's funny. I mean, I know some people listen to this. They're like, "Yeah, Murph's pick sucks. I'm going the other way." Or so you do find somebody that you can rely on one way or another. And I've relied on this guy to be bad. And then he took the Browns Jets.
I don't even know who this guy is, Murph. Get the hell out of here.
So we're both riding with some sketchy history there. All right, couch potato guide. What are the best 5 TV games of the weekend? That's how we end Brian and Bobby's best bets. It's funny. I had as a joke, as honorable mention, Browns Jets, and you went there. You actually went there. Believe it or not. Maybe it'll turn out to be this incredible game. 41-40.
No, I'm taking the under, Murph. We don't want that.
I know. Also making honorable mention, Indiana Penn State 9 a.m. On ABC. That should be just a good, kind of a fun Big Ten game. Here's a game I almost picked. That's also a game that probably should be in my top 5, but I'm making it an honorable mention. It's Oregon at Iowa. It's kind of an intriguing game because Iowa could mess with Oregon, 12:30 on CBS. My pick would have been Iowa plus 6.5, but I didn't make that pick. And then I'm going to go ahead and just put as honorable mention, even though nobody's talking Stanford football, other than our great friend John Platzy, and our we're going to have in the 9 a.m. hour, Troy Clarity, who's doing the 49er play-by-play this week. Yeah. We just don't know the time yet. We're going to nail it down just later in the show in the last hour. We will have Troy on. They're in North Carolina. Did you guys see Belichick won last week? They won last week, and he gave the speech you fellas know the deal. We're going to start winning from here. It's so who knows? Keep your eye. That game's, by the way, on the CW. The CW at 1:30. What did make it? Well, in honor of our buddy Ron Rivera, I'm going to give the 1-star pick to Cal going to Louisville, just so I could say Louisville.
You said it wrong. Louisville.
What did
you got to swallow it.
Didn't I?
I thought you swallowed it.
I thought I swallowed it.
Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville. Hey, Tony.
Louisville. The last 2 L's you don't have to emphasize.
Still saying it wrong?
Louisville.
Louisville.
All right. I mean, we're just going to have to just,
This reminds me of my first day taking French. I took French in college. And she's like, and she walked around speaking French, and she's like, comment allez-vous? And he had to say, I forget what she was asking.
Je ne sais quoi.
He had to say, je m'appelle Monsieur Murphy. And I couldn't say Monsieur. Yeah. And she kept standing at my desk. She goes, Monsieur. And I was like, Monsieur. She was like, no, Monsieur. And then I was like, Monsieur. And she's like, no, Monsieur. And then I was like, Monsieur. And she's like, no, Monsieur. And I was like, blah. And I realized that French is really just making noises.
Yeah.
It really is.
And you have to be extremely skilled to speak French. It's not for everybody, Murph.
Anyway, those are all my honorable mention picks. A Cal Louisville 1-star, 4 o'clock on ESPN2. Why? I mean, they're 18-point dogs. Jeff Brom and Louisville should win this game easily, but, just for my Cal friends.
That is the most Cal thing ever.
I don't even know if Cal fans are going to be watching that game. That's the thing. So anyway,
tune in, everybody.
2-star pick is the Sunday night game. It's Aaron Rodgers again. Anytime you get Aaron Rodgers and Jim Harbaugh on the same field, that's a 2-star game.
Yeah, I thought about picking that game.
What'd you think?
I was leaning towards the Chargers, 2.5. Justin Herbert has covered 5 straight primetime games, but they're missing both their tackles and going against TJ Watt. Anything can happen, so I stayed away.
Yeah, so to 5:20 NBC game Sunday night. I don't know. Seeing Aaron Rodgers on a Sunday night? Discuss. The 3-star game is on actually the same time as the Niners and the Rams, but you got to keep an eye on it. It's the Seahawks and the Cardinals, guys. The Seahawks are hosting the Cardinals. Cardinals with this new Jacoby Brissett era. It's a 105 game on CBS. Seattle's a 6.5-point dog. Is Seattle that good? Are they just going to continue steamrolling everybody?
They're pretty damn good.
Can Arizona pull that thing off?
I
don't know.
Jacoby's been keeping it close in every matchup.
Keep an eye on that. That's your 3-star game. My 4-star game, however, is the really good NFL game that you stayed away from. Patriots at Bucks. Intriguing game.
Yeah, I thought about it.
2 teams that feature potential. People are talking MVP for my football mensch starter, Drake May. That was one of the best things I did was draft Drake May.
And former mid-segment read, Baker Mayfield.
That who I loved. I got a nose for quarterbacks, buddy. I'll sniff out a quarterback. When I won the championship, it was because of Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp, actually. So yeah, that's a 10 a.m. game on CBS. You can, and that's a Nance Romo game.
Good game.
And you can get that game with no 49 interference. So Pats Bucks 10 a.m. is my 4-star pick. And then finally 5 stars. Come on. What would Ronnie Lott say? It's Rams week, man. 49ers Rams 125 on CBS. You will hear the call. Pardon me. It's not on CBS. It's on Fox. My bad. It's Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt. Brady, who will make an appearance in the Cooler of Content today, by the way.
Yeah, well, his clone dog show up.
Taking shots at Gio Carmazzi. But you'll hear the game on 104.5 and 680 with Troy Clarity and Tim Ryan. And that is Brian and Bobby doing their thing. Thank you very much. John Lynch going to do his thing next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Our friends at Merit America, our new friends, they want to get you on the path to a super new, higher paying career. And they want to do it with free coaching and training. It's Merit America. They also want to get you a super job working at the big game. Air quotes, you know that. It's going to be here in the Bay Area. Go to meritamerica.org/super and sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and more for free. You can also make super money working as a wayfinder or ambassador at the big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and sign up now. This super opportunity is brought to you by Merit America.
It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy 80s Friday, everybody. This one's for you, Tony. I don't know if you know Yaz Don't Go, but it has that EDM vibe that I thought young Tony might enjoy. Do you know it?
I vaguely heard the beat, yeah.
Listen. That's for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Little EDM. This could be at Portola.
All right.
Couldn't it be? Yeah.
And you said this was Yaz?
Yeah. Yaz.
Mike Yastrzemski?
Yaz.
I didn't know he got down on this beat.
The British band was called Yazoo, Y-A-Z-O-O, but then they shortened it to Yaz when they came to the U.S.
Yeah, this is still called Yazoo.
Yeah. And then they called Yaz when they came to the U.S. for some reason. Maybe to capitalize on the Carl Yastrzemski crowd.
Hey.
I don't know. Maybe they thought, ready? Turn it up. That's Alison Moyer on vocals. She later had a successful singles career. But that's for you, buddy. A little EDM, little 80s EDM for you, bud.
I've definitely heard it, yeah.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, John Lynch, let's go. Here's the deal. Michael Williams goes down in New York. Ouch. And then the 49ers don't fortify their D-line. They do not make a trade. So I hate to start, John Lynch, with the negative question, but man, Michael goes down, you don't make a trade. Can you explain to us what was going on behind the scenes? Good morning.
Well, first of all, I'd say, it's a real shame. Michael, just an awesome kid, and has been playing good football. The stat sheet hasn't been probably as prolific as people would like, but been playing really good football. He graded really high each and every week and was, I think, really close to start delivering the type of football that everybody, probably fans, expected. But our eyes were seeing a really good football player who was developing. He's a great kid. That was really just sad. It kind of made a great weekend that I was explaining a little bit somber, and the whole team felt that. And he's such a great kid, wise beyond his years, and people really have an affinity for him around here. So to do it like at the end of a game, 3 minutes left, that was tough, and the locker room felt that. So, our thoughts and, just really go out to Michael, and he's going to be fine. Clean ACL tear, and that's no minor thing, but he's going to be all right. He's going to attack his rehab. I think it's awesome. It's not awesome that Nick Bosa did it, but Nick Bosa is going to be there to help guide him through. I've already seen the two of them down there, and so if you're going to go through something like that, to have some people, and Fred will be down there as well, and to have some people to help you kind of through that for a young man is going to be awesome. He'll be back, and he'll be fine. And as for the trade thing, look, the one thing I'll say is, we've been working on that for a long time. The deadline's just an endpoint. We've been making trades. We're top 4 in the league in terms of trades made this year. With Bryce Huff, Brian Robinson, Sky Moore, Keon White. We've done a lot to try to improve our team, and we did right down to the very end. We've always said we're going to stay true to our process of putting a value on players. And when the player's a complete difference maker like a Christian McCaffrey, you might keep going. But at some point, you have to have a discipline, and that's what we did. We weren't going to make an overpayment, and I think we like our group. We're fortunate. Looks like we're going to get Bryce Huff back if he continues to get through this week of practice. We add Keon, and he'll contribute to continue to add in his contributions to our group. They're a well-coached group, and that's what we have. We've got a lot of belief in that group, and we move forward.
John, to your point, you guys haven't made 4 trades throughout the season, so you've given up some draft capital to invest on the roster this year. So what can you tell us about that balance of trying to compete this year but also not trying to mortgage the future?
That's exactly it. That's the needle you have to thread. And, we've done it a lot in the past where we've given up a lot. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, just about every year we've made one. We made a bunch this year, but you have to stay true. And that's not to say we weren't going to do anything, but we weren't going to get fleeced. We weren't going to overpay. It's just not good business. And, as they say, sometimes the best deals you do are the ones you don't do. And, I felt like in this case, we felt like as an organization that was the best course. And we got, as I mentioned before, we have a lot of belief. We're a 6-3 football team. We've been in every game. and have another awesome opportunity to try to get another division game. We're doing really well in our division. We need the fans fired up and ready to go this Sunday, 1:25 at Levi's.
John, you used the phrase we weren't going to make an overpayment. And then Kyle yesterday to the media said the asking price was too much. Is it fair to say that the market this year, the prices were too high?
Yeah, it was a little off. And like I said, now when you have just a true difference maker, but the players were there. It was a combination of things. We were in on a lot of players. Sometimes it was just a one-year rental, and we really didn't want to get involved in that. Not to say that we wouldn't, and then, is the player a true needle mover, a difference maker? And if you can't say that, well, then really good draft picks, that doesn't make much sense either, just to throw somebody else in the mix, because we like the guys we have. So at the end of the day, we made a judgment, and like I said, we have been active. I'd kind of throw Kendrick Bourne in that same mix. We've acquired a lot of players to help this team, and now you throw them all out there, and we say, look, this is our team. We're a really good team, and let's keep forging ahead.
Yeah, and one of those players that you traded for earlier this offseason was Bryce Huff, and it sounds like he has a chance to play this weekend. So I don't know if you guys are viewing this as reinforcements at the trade deadline, getting Bryce Huff back out there healthy, but how big of a difference can he make on that front seven, John?
I think everybody's seen what Bryce can do when he's out there, and I'd say he has been a difference maker. He's been a breath of fresh air. It's always nice when you know a player extremely well, and Salah came, and had Bryce in our system. So sometimes he goes to Philly and it didn't quite work because they're asking him to do different things. But Salah, Greg Scruggs, who's a assistant D-line coach here, was with him in New York. So to have that kind of inside the building knowledge, and then our eyes to see the same thing. But I'll tell you that Bryce has been better than advertised. His ability to get to the quarterback in a hurry and be very disruptive has been awesome for us. And so if we can get him back, that's huge for us. And we hope that's the case this Sunday.
John, we're just kind of continuing. I don't want to beat the entire interview is not going to be about the trade deadline thing, but I did want to ask a big picture question going back to even March. I think you used the word reset in one of the interviews. I think I did see that. So is it fair to say
retool? But
okay, retool. All right. Is it fair to say that like you guys being disciplined and sticking to your process on November 5th, now the 6th, goes back to like March? Like you guys, this is a long-term plan you guys have been on?
Well, I think that's always the case, Murph. If you're doing good business, you're thinking about the now and the future. And so, I think that's always the case. Now, we did know we had an opportunity this last year with a really healthy draft class in terms of the picks. And if we could make those work for us, it could really help this team infuse youth and help with the finances in terms of throwing some young guys in there, get a little younger in the process, which we felt like we needed as a team. So we did that one year. You have to continue to do that. Having said that, you're never afraid to make a move if you think that's worth it, but you got to try to satisfy both, and that's what we try to navigate. And I think we've done a good job of it, and understand the fans. I love the passion of the Niner fans. I think also, our past history has created some expectations where every year we're going to make a splash, and I believe we have made a splash, but we'll leave that to the fans. And I love that fans want us to do things. We feel like we've done a lot, and we love our team, and we're going to continue to go out there and fight, try to improve. That's the huge thing. If you can keep getting better during the course of the season, you got an opportunity to be there at the end, and that's what we want to do.
And, John, we heard both you and Kyle talk about the importance of if you guys do make a trade about how it can affect the team next year. Keon White is a player that is still under contract for next year. So what was your review of seeing him on the field for the first time this past weekend?
I thought it was really good considering, I think, gosh, when did that happen? It was like he got here right before practice Wednesday. So he took the flight from Boston out to SFO, had to go get all his physicals, got on the field in time for practice, got some movement, got a crash course in how we do things on Wednesday, went to meetings, stayed here late into the night Wednesday, went out Thursday for a padded practice. And we're also asking the guy to play outside and then move inside in some pass rush situations. He worked all the way, got back on a plane, went all the way back east So it's interesting to think some of these guys that get traded, all that's going through. You know, I remember I met him down in the parking lot, and he had 4 big bags. It's like everything he owned, he had with him, and so there's a lot going on in these guys' lives when they're traded. And I thought he was impactful in the game, and I think that's just scratching the surface. So really proud of Keon and his effort. I think he's going to be a great fit for us, and we're very excited about where it can go and where he is already and where it can go, because he's got a lot of skills that do really well in our system.
Yeah, he'll got to get settled now to stay on the West Coast, drop his bags down instead of getting on these planes. So look forward to watching him play on Sunday in the big game against the Rams. I did want to circle back on the rookies that you mentioned that you invested in the draft class. Sort of a tougher question, but there was some red flags this past weekend when Marquise Siegel was inactive and CJ West, and also Nick Martin still hasn't seen the field. So there'll be the critic would say that draft class is not producing the way you wanted, or what would you say about those guys and how you guys maybe make sure they don't lose their confidence?
Well, I think you just mentioned 2 or 3 guys. Nick has not, made the contributions on the field, and it's because we've been really good at linebacker. Nick's going to be a really good player for us, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. He is contributing on special teams. The other 2 guys, Siegel and CJ West, have made great contributions already. So I think this draft class is fantastic. I think they have been. I think they'll continue to be. There's 11 picks, and all of them have, other than I think Junior Bergen, have been out there and played at some point this season. And we think it's a fantastic class. The contributions have been great. So we choose to look at it in a very positive manner, and those guys are playing great ball. Really bummed with what happened with Maiocco, because I think, like I said, he was just scratching the surface on what he can be as a player, and we'll pick that up when he gets back, and he'll be better afterwards. But we love this draft class and what they're contributing. And is it when you do kind of have to make moves like that on Siegel and West, did you have to coach them up mentally, like, hey, man, this is part of the process? Oh, yeah. There's communication all the time. Such a big part of our success is the development of these guys, and that means going through situations like that. With Siegel, it was a situation where we had some needs at other positions, so it was a game day roster type thing, and it was hard to take him off because while he hasn't been playing on defense the last few weeks, he's been a huge contributor in special teams. And then it was a situation last week. They had a mobile quarterback, Jackson Dart. We chose to have 5 defensive ends up because we knew we were going to be chasing them all day. And so then you go 4 defensive tackles. So, there's a matchup type mindset every time you're putting together your game day roster, and those things are going to happen. But that doesn't mean we're not thrilled with these guys. They're all going to be really good players and have made great contributions their rookie year. John Lynch is the voice here this morning on Umagesan. And John, circling back to that win over the New York Giants, it was the first time this season that your offense scored more than 30 points, and it seemed like you guys did an extremely good job running the rock with both Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson. Now, I have to ask you about the total touches of Christian McCaffrey, number 1 in the NFL right now, and it sounds like Brian Robinson is eager to get more touches. So what would you say about their carries and their usage moving forward? Well, yeah, Christian's so good in so many facets of the game, and he's an extraordinarily conditioned athlete. He prepares for that. Now, is it going to be like that every week? Probably not. And I think what I can tell you, Brian keeps playing like that, makes it a little easier. It's still always hard to take Christian off the field, but Brian is doing what players should do when they want more carries, and that's producing. And you watch him the last few weeks, you can really see a rhythm start to develop. Really excited for the young man. He's a great kid. He's had a tremendous attitude. He's been a great addition to our team. The other part he's really picking us up is on special teams on the kickoff return, which is a huge part with this dynamic kickoff. The field position you can gain. Talk about scoring 30 points. It helps when you're at the 40-yard line or 45, whatever we were on Brian's return. He's doing a great job as an off blocker. So Brian's been a really good addition who I think is just hitting stride and is only going to get better. John, I can't believe we've gone 16 minutes and nearing the end of our interview, and we haven't even talked about the quarterback. My gosh, that's like an NFL fine to not talk quarterback. What can you tell us about Brock Purdy? How's he doing? The progression is continuing. We continue, and as the last couple weeks, last week and this week, he's out there on the practice field, and we try to keep giving him a little more, and he's making good progress. turf toe is a tough injury. It's painful, kind of persistent, doesn't go away. So you try to give him a little bit more without irritating it too much, and I think that's going well. He's doing more this week. We'll evaluate at the end of the week and see where we go. So that's where Brock's at. Mac continues to play at a really high level, and we're grateful for that and happy that Mac's playing at a really good level that's allowed us to win a lot of games this year.
John, is there any scenario where you guys would suit up Brock Purdy to be the backup quarterback?
If he's healthy, I think that's everything's predicated on the health. And if we felt like that was a next step in allowing him to get healthy, Kyle's been very clear, as we all, this is Brock's team when he's healthy. But maybe, at some point that could be the next step towards getting back to that number one spot. So I think everything's available to us, and we'll do what's in the best interest of Brock and in the best interest of our team.
And are you officially getting disappointed or frustrated with the Brandon Ayuk timeline?
No, I think that's easy for people, but I would just tell folks, go back and look at that was catastrophic. All three ligaments. He did a lot to his knee, and I think both things can be true. He can be having a miraculous kind of recovery because he's worked hard and because he's different. Frankly, he's very blessed, by the good Lord with his athletic ability, and those guys tend to heal faster. But still, it's a long, long process, and you have to hit all the markers. And so, it's come along well. We're getting close to opening up that window, and we look forward to the time. We're a better football team when he's out there. He's a really good football player, and so we look forward to when that day comes.
This is a big one Sunday, John. It's a big one. You guys are 6-3. The Rams are 6-2. It's Niners-Rams. It's Matt Stafford, and I don't know Puka Nacua. He was not on the injury report yesterday, was he? Yeah, he's probably ready to play. He's been an absolute beast. It's McVay versus Shanahan. It's a big one, John.
There's a lot of intrigue. They're a really well put together football team. They're running the football well. We hear all about Matt Stafford, and I'll tell you what, I've watched him for a long time. Used to broadcast his games. I do the seventh game for Fox when I first started, and it was Matthew Stafford and Calvin Johnson. I think he's better now. I really do, and that's so much for the bad back, and he's I think that might have all been a ruse because he looks pretty healthy to me. They're just doing a lot of things well as a football team offensively, and then defensively it starts with that front, Jared Verse, Fisk, Brian Young. They're really, really talented, and they're deep. They're a tough team to beat. We were able to do it down there in SoFi earlier, and we're going to have to play at a high level to do it. We're certainly capable of it, and we need the place rocking on Sunday.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, protecting the quarterback, whoever it is, Mac or Brock, is obviously a high issue, and we've talked about McKivitz, and he got beat last week. But Trent Williams had an interesting season, John, because he's had a couple games where the film was not kind to him, but then he has had somewhere you just go, oh my gosh, look at Trent. Did you see that footage of him shoving, who was it?
Abdul Carter?
Was it Abdul Carter?
Yeah, on that
touchdown
shoving
him
pass.
about 5 yards. See that?
Trent's last couple, last three probably have been fantastic. And, there's such a high standard for Trent. So when we say Trent didn't play well, that's standard. He didn't play like one of the best tackles ever to play it in this league. He was. We do a Players of the Week on all three phases. They're on the board over by the cafe, and hard to get up there as an offensive offensive lineman. Trent Williams is up there this week. That's how well he played, and it was awesome to watch. He's such a. I got so much respect for him because he's such a fantastic player, but he's such a great teammate too. His teammates all love him because he's there for them. He cares about them all. He cares about our team a great deal. And so nothing but appreciation for that guy.
He's going against when he goes against the Will Andersons and the Jared Verses, they literally, you get this with the older player but they were literally like in grade school when this guy was doing it in the NFL, right?
Oh yeah. I remember those days in year 15 when I'm playing, and you don't necessarily want the guy. Hey, my dad used to watch it.
Yeah, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch. Let me help you up from the grass, Mr. Lynch.
might be time to move on.
Man. But on the radio business, it's always it's good to hear that. You're like, I still have a job. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I was like, but man. Well, listen, it should be a really, really intriguing game. I mean, it's Niners Rams. It's there's a lot at stake. You guys have so many different storylines going into this thing. So I know you'll be amped up. You're always very generous with your time. We appreciate you, John, and enjoy the heck out of the atmosphere Sunday.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, great to have John Lynch chopping it up, man. 49ers Rams is getting more and more interesting as we get closer and closer to the 125 kickoff. Ronnie Lott at 7:30, Carmen Policy at 8:15 on The Sports Leader.
I'm doing great. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, Kyle always yells at me on the headset whenever I do that, but it's just kind of how my competitiveness is. Like, if it's close, I've seen it so many times where there's like a pile of people and then it kind of goes the other way and then the refs like spot it like 5 yards back. And I did one my rookie year where I pushed the pile in and that's where I got it from. We scored on it and I was like, all right, well, I might as well help. I mean, it's another 225 pounds, sometimes more depending on my diet. But if I can get that momentum behind it and the offensive line's doing it, so I'm like, well, might as well jump in there and try. So definitely have to be safe about it, but it's just competitiveness.
Oh, you know the voice by now. That's our hero. That's Mac Jones. Can I do 80s Friday Mac Jones? You can never have too much Mac Jones. Oh, there you go. Never Too Much. Luther Vandross, one of the all-time feel-good songs. All-time. Used well in one of the barbershop movies with Ice Cube where they just have a great old dance party in the barbershop. This was a iconic track from the early 80s that has lasted for decades and decades, man. Even Marcus knows this one, right?
Dude, you're absolutely right, dude. This will put you in a mood on a feel-good Friday.
A little cookout music here. Funny. Young Tony, you know you're Never Too Much Luther?
I've heard this one for sure, yeah. There's another Luther Vandross song that I'm trying to think of that we've played a bunch.
This is when Luther was in his prime, buddy. We miss Luther. R.I.P. As Paulie Mack used to say, Luther Vandross, seen him. That was always one of the most unlikely Paulie Mack concerts of all time.
Oh, yeah,
I guess
Paulie.
he went with a gal who was he was dating a gal who liked Luther. It's not really his deal. Anyway, point is, sounds great on an 80s Friday. Just a little more Bill. Yeah, there you go. How many rappers have sampled that lick, do you know?
Oh, a bunch.
Yeah?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but yeah, you hear this sampled all the time.
I would sample this thing, too. Never too much Mac Jones in our life. Can the 49ers move the ball? We don't even know who the quarterback is on Sunday.
Still.
We're assuming it's Mac Jones, right? You had Kyle Shanahan on dirty work. Does that make Kyle part of the filth?
Oh, I believe it does. Especially after I've seen some of those stains on his T-shirt.
You might want to scrub up. Get him some Ivory soap or Irish Spring and scrub up some of that.
He will grow out his beard, which will get a little scruffy, which I guess is a little filthy.
Did you hear Jordan Rodriguez from The Athletic on with Papa and Silver saying that she doesn't see beleaguered Kyle anymore? She thinks he's more energetic this year in his press interactions, at least. That he's had sort of a... There is something to Kyle being only in his 40s, which is relatively young to everybody, you know? I know you guys think that's unk status, but it's relatively young to a bunch of us. And he has at times looked tired and beaten, don't you think?
Well, especially after the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl hangover.
Too soon, bro.
In that season, he showed up, like I said, with his beard everywhere. His hair was crazy. Like, he looked extremely beat up.
Well, there was those memes going around.
Yeah, a lot of those memes of him, like, sitting down in the locker room by himself next to the laundry cart.
Angles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Somebody, like a guy said to me, he goes, Murph, I saw you at the Tony V press conference. He goes, looking a little thick through the middle.
Hey, now.
I said, yo, dude.
Leon's getting larger.
He goes, maybe it was a bad angle.
Yeah,
I said, I'm going to go with that.
Yeah,
so, I mean, there were a couple of those Kyle pictures that were just bad angles. You know what I mean?
And Murph, Tony Vitello has told us, Twitter is not real life. Twitter is not real life.
Do I have to get a Twitter? That's what he said. Anyway, the point is that Mac is, Kyle is a little, he has been.
Twitter is not life. I don't have an account. I asked before even taking the job, I don't have to get a Twitter, right?
There it is. You know it's bad when he says a Twitter there. By the way, he keeps doing a media tour.
He keeps popping up on my Twitter.
He did a Knoxville Cumulus station. station. Did you see that?
Wow,
He was on camera again. He's doing on camera with everybody but us.
That's the power of radio, Murph.
And he was on with some. We're gonna pound that thing.
How about the power of this damn soundboard that doesn't work?
You ever see the movie Office Space? Anybody?
Yes.
90s?
Oh yeah.
Where they take the fax machine.
Yeah,
That's gonna be you,
that's
buddy.
me. I'm gonna come in with a baseball bat one of these
That's gonna be
days.
you with the fax machine on the soundboard. But anyway, he did a Knoxville station. He's on a tour.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, back to the Niners and this situation with Mac Jones. Kyle Shanahan on Dirty Work yesterday asked about Brock Purdy. Copes asked him, cut you, Tony, as in umbrella. No, it's not a Rihanna OO's Friday. Shanahan on Purdy.
Yeah, it's been similar to last week, maybe a little bit more. I think we're definitely being more aggressive with him as we go. This week, more aggressive than that last week, and he's definitely getting better each week, heading in the right direction. Still haven't decided this week whether we'd rule him out or not. Probably do that tomorrow after practice, but Brock's definitely getting closer.
So you're confident that we will see him again this year?
Yes, I'm pretty confident you'll see him this year.
Okay, pretty confident. Pretty
Yes.
confident.
See him where? In the locker room, on the sideline, on the field? Where are we going to see him at?
I'm going out on a Friday night when my single days. I was, pretty confident I was going to meet someone. But not
I'm going to see a lot of girls. I don't know if that means anything. I'll see him.
I mean, that doesn't sound like he's playing on Sunday, dude, right? I mean,
No.
we're not. Everything in my instinct and experience says he's not playing Sunday.
All indications are once again pointing towards Mac Jones suiting up as the starter, with the reports that Brock Purdy was working with the scout team earlier this week.
Banged up Mac Jones.
Yeah, banged up. Mac Jones with 2 bad knees himself. So it sounds like he's going to start again. My question is, do we see Brock Purdy suit up as the backup? Which I asked John Lynch about yesterday, and he said it could be part of the recovery process just to get him out there doing pregame routines in the full jersey. But can you imagine the narratives of Brock Purdy standing on the sideline as a backup quarterback suited up behind Mac Jones?
Can I introduce you to the past when
Yes.
Joe Montana and Steve Young would have a little battle for playing time?
So, I get the
and
logic.
one would be standing there in his uniform, just ready to go.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
So, I get the logic of, maybe doing that as part of the process to get Brock Purdy back to being healthy. But, man, oh, man, they would have to be able to block out the outside noise because people are already talking about a QB controversy.
Well, yeah, Dan Orlovsky's trying to do that, but even though we know that Kyle has said flat out, it's Brock's team.
And by the way, this is the same Dan Orlovsky that came on our show 2 weeks ago, and I asked him the same question. He's like, no. Brock Purdy's a better quarterback.
He's usually pretty sound.
Yeah, he is pretty sound. But I'm like, where was this quarterback controversy where we booked you 2 weeks ago?
All right.
Come on, give us some clicks, Dan.
By the way, the good old-fashioned Mac Jones, when he was told he's listed on the injury report with knee, he said,
Nice.
You can't help but laugh when you hear this guy.
Nice.
Had a great chuckle.
By the way, just FYI, before we talk to Ronnie Lott, the Rams defense is number 2 in the NFL in scoring, number 2 in the NFL against the rush.
Yeah.
Now, they have played some bums of late, with all due respect to Tyler Shuck. I'm not giving him any respect. And so they've had a couple of games where they didn't have to play top-notch opposition. But we know for a fact that D-line and Mac Jones is going to be a situation. And running the ball, which the 49ers have found success in the last couple of weeks now, the return of Christian McCaffrey, can that happen against the Rams D-line? So, yeah, the Rams played the Jags, who were banged up in London, and they also played the Ravens when they didn't have Lamar.
Yes.
So their last 3 games, since they played the Niners, they beat the Ravens without Lamar. They beat a Jags team. They hammered them in London, and then they played the Saints with Tyler Shuck.
Damn, you're making it sound like the Rams are playing with the last place schedule.
Pretty much. Very good. Very good. Ronnie Lott. It's Rams week, everybody. We probably should have saved Never Too Much for Ronnie, because that is right in his wheelhouse. There's another one on the list we'll play for him, though. And that coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, it's an 80s Friday, and this one, we kind of prearranged it, but we didn't realize this one was going to hit perfectly with the Ronnie Lott rejoin. 1982 Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. The message, perfect, because when we have Ronnie, he gives us the message. There is, and don't push Ronnie because he's close to the edge. I got to stop. Let's get to Ronnie Lott, who is one of the all-time great favorite guests in our lives. He's our Hall of Famer. And if it's Rams week, we're calling Ronnie. So, Ronnie, you got your boy Murph. You got Marcus. You got Rams week. We got 80s Friday. Good morning, Ronnie.
Hey, morning, Ronnie.
Hey, man, I'm like sitting here just thinking to myself, man, isn't it amazing that, the colors of the Rams over the years, and when I was a kid, I'm at Deacon Jones, and I remember sitting there thinking to myself, man, they wear those white uniforms, and they had the obviously the white and black helmet, and I used to sit there thinking, man, those dudes are amazing, man. And then as you get older, and then you see all these new colors, and then you say to yourself, man, I hate the Rams. Well, I don't have any reason to like the Rams. But I have a couple of friends on the team. There are a couple of guys on the teams, but there's something about playing against someone like that you start to like Notre Dame. You start to like, man, I don't know if I like those guys. It's that kind of feeling that you have, and that feeling never leaves you. It just never leaves you. But I don't know about you. There are moments where you have those kind of feelings of like, man, that team, I can't wait. I can't wait to play them. I just, and I can't wait to hit them. It's that feeling, and I think that's what's great about this rivalry is that you see, that rivalry, and you know what it's all about. And I would imagine, all the guys on the team, no matter who lines up, because obviously we got a lot of guys hurt, but whoever lines up, there's something about, Rams week that they get you fired up, and it fires you up for a lot of reasons because you learn not to like those guys.
I love it. That's why we call you, because it's Rams week, and we don't like those. Because you know why? Because going back to your day and even before, the John Brody and Deacon Jones, you're fighting for the same thing. You've been in the same division. You've been staring at each other. We can go through any number of Niner Rams games in your day, starting with the 1989 NFC Championship when you absolutely destroy them. But even your rookie year, 81, after the Rolling Stones tore up Candlestick Park, that was a signature win for you guys. Frank Corral misses that field goal, and you guys win 20-17. So even then, Ronnie, even though you grew up in Southern California, you knew that the Niners and the Rams were fighting for the same thing, and they're both doing it again. They're both 1-6-2, 1-6-3. They're fighting for the same thing, Ronnie.
Well, and the great thing is that they've been fighting for the same thing, just like we have been fighting for the same thing. And there are a lot of fans who will continue to fight for the same thing because what's great about all of it is competition, and the competition of understanding that I think in Northern California we're a little bit better, right? And so, my dad and my mom, they still live down in Southern California. Every time we talk about this game, they get a little salty. So, I know the feeling. I know they know the feeling, and that's my mom and dad. So, those are the kind of things that we all, deal with, and that's just because, the feeling of sport to me is so unbelievable, and it, especially when you're playing your rival, the feeling of that rival coming in your backyard is there's nothing like it.
Yeah, and Ronnie, I wanted to ask you
Not
about
to lie.
the current state of rivalries in general, just even beyond the Rams and the 49ers compared to back when you were playing, because now we're in the era of social media where guys are going on each other's podcasts and hanging out with each other outside of the game. Do you think maybe there's been maybe a loss of intensity and some of that hatred that you were talking about in this rivalry?
No. When Mike, when you go around, there's always a couple guys that will tell you, I don't want to play that team. I mean, the fact is that in sports there are, you see somebody, you high five them, you see somebody, you shake their hand, you see somebody, you got those, things that you do and those etiquettes that you have. So you go through those processes. But to me, you can't tell me that, when the Dodgers won, come on, man, the Dodgers, and so the point is that's just what we all go through, where we do have those moments and feelings that I don't know if I'm glad they won, but it's Magic's part of it. I'm happy for him, but I really don't want to say that I like the Dodgers because, I really don't feel that that's appropriate for me at this time in my life.
That's perfectly said. You're such a gentleman, man. I know, because we hated it, Ronnie. We've been dying and dying and dying, but you just said, yeah, it's not appropriate. Not appropriate. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, let's talk about some of the X's and O's here. Matt Stafford is a dude, and he is a quick release beast, and he's an accurate beast, and so it's a difficult situation. If you're a defender for the 49ers, particularly, like you, a secondary player, when he's just going to quick release and hit these guys. I don't know, Ronnie, is the only answer to hit somebody? What is the answer to disrupting that incredible Matt Stafford precision?
Well, to me, I think what they've done, and they've done a great job, is finding ways to get pressure on him, finding ways to get the ball out of his hands. Where he has a challenge to me is where they're able to get to him quickly and having to make him make a quicker decision. When you have to make a quicker decision is really hard, and that's hard for anybody. And so that's what's really tough. Can you make that person have a quicker decision that you can get to him and you can find a way to, at least allow him to say, well, I shouldn't go there. I got to go here. And so those kind of moments on the field, where he gets a little doubt, that's where they win, and that's where, you're able to kind of slow him down. But if he's on his game, yeah, he's tough. Most quarterbacks in the NFL, they are tough when they're on their game, when they have, the time, when they can make great decisions, when they are able to kind of find the right person to throw the ball to. So that's where, to me, when you watch all these guys and when you're watching the game, to me, the best part about it is seeing somebody understanding, did they find a way to take that, did they find a way to take that throwaway? Did they find a way to take that run where, he cuts back and you're sitting there going, God, he had to cut back for that reason of saying, what, now the defense has pursued me, and they pursued me in a way where now I got to cut back quicker. And so those little angles and those little things that you do, and that's what makes the game so special, is that all of a sudden you find yourself studying something, and you study something, and before you know it, you see that there's an opportunity to kind of, make this play a little bit different. And that's the part that I love about sports.
Yeah, and it's an even tougher task for the 49er defense when they don't have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner out there on the defense side of the ball. But, Ronnie, what has been your thought on the way that Robert Saleh has run this defense without those two leaders?
Well, hey, look, to do what he's done with here you got two great, possibly Hall of Famers, and to me, he's done a phenomenal job. I think the tough part when you have that and they're off the field. If Fred Dean is off the field, it just changes. It changes the environment, and for a lot of reasons. And so, I think what's been great is that they've been able to use that as a way of being able to motivate their group and to motivate all of the guys, and they've been able to, come together and find ways to get to the quarterback and find ways to put pressure on, to find ways to get, turnovers. To me, turnovers for defenses is really key. And the other thing that I love is that they've been able to put a lot of pressure. They've been able to get to the quarterback. So, they've lost some people, but what I've seen is you've seen this idea of guys coming in and being able to make sure that they're doing their job and doing their job really well and putting pressure and keeping pressure on the quarterback.
Well, that's what they're going to have to do with Matt Stafford. Like you said, make him make a quicker decision. He makes so many quick decisions. It's Rams week. The Niners are banged up, but they pulled one out last time they played them, and they're going to try to pull one out. Have you seen, I don't know if you've seen, since Fred Warner's replacement is this guy Tatum Bethune, number 48. Ronnie, he's starting to put some hits on tape. I don't know if you saw, he hit Jackson Dart, the quarterback for the New York Giants, really hard. Yeah. He had another.
But what you're saying is you even saw, right? So
yeah.
He's showing up. And I think what's great is that's the best part of sport is when you find a guy who says, look, I think I'm just as good as Fred. I'm not only am I just as good as Fred, but I'm going to show you. And then you get some tape on him, and then you start to see it, and then you start to watch him, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, you believe that he is. And what I think is great is that that's where your coaching, that's where your coaches and the coaching that comes in that really makes a difference. And that's why Saleh has done a phenomenal job, because when you do have these guys that do have the injuries, but now all of a sudden you got to coach people up quick. And you got to get them ready, and you got to not only get them ready, but you got to, you got to find ways to get turnovers. You got to find ways to create opportunities, and that's where you really make your money as a coach. Is when you have to now work with people that you didn't expect that you had to work with. So I enjoyed the fact that every time I watch him, Saleh, and what he's done and how he prepares himself and how he prepares the team to get ready to play great football.
There's no question. You could see it. His defenses look so different than any other 49er defenses, and that's the challenge, to slow down the Rams this weekend, the Robert Saleh defense. Man, if only Ronnie could suit up. Ronnie, before we let you go, you are such a figure in our lives, Northern California, the Bay Area, football at large, that we've been sitting here doing our shows, and people keep talking about you, dude, okay? So we're talking to Steve Young, number 8. We're talking to him on Wednesday. And we're talking about, I don't even know how we got on this, but all of a sudden he starts talking about you, dude. We were talking about, I think we were talking about how the Niners have so much going against them and how everybody's hurt. And Steve started going on this digression about the word entropy and how everything is hard. And then he said, he winds up talking about you, Ronnie. So listen, we're going to play this sound. This is Steve Young from Wednesday's show.
Ronnie Lott would say that's where the glory is. That's where the miracles are, because it's too many people. It's too hard. And if you can figure it out and do something great, he used to preach about it, like, can you imagine 50 guys came together? It's illogical. It's irrational. He'd make a speech about the irrationality of it all. And yet here we are, champions. Like, it makes me tingle right now. Just like, dang, it is special. Life is amazing.
Ronnie.
Well, life is amazing for a lot of those reasons, and I think the reason that it's amazing is that for everything that we all have gone through in our lives, at least when I look at my dad, man, my dad and my mom, they're amazing people, because, man, what they took me through to get to where I'm at and what I'm trying to accomplish in my life right now, and all the teammates that I play with and all the people. So those stories or those moments, trust me, that's what I love about how do we kind of pass it on and how do we keep it lit because when you light it, I mean, I was just talking to Pete Carroll the other day. I was like, because he has a way of lighting me up. He makes me feel better. He makes me want to play today. And so when you have those kind of moments, it's nothing better in life, man. I was with Coach Mariucci the other day, and it's nothing better, man, than being around people like that. So, man, these moments in your life, enjoy it.
Oh, man.
For a lot of reasons.
Yeah, well, Steve, it's so funny about Steve. Steve talks about Ronnie. Ronnie talks about other people. Pete Carroll and Moots, that's Ronnie. Last one is the other person who was talking about you was Michael Irvin. Now, you probably saw this, but if you hadn't, Michael Irvin's doing a podcast. Which podcast was it? Do we know?
Oh, not sure.
But he was talking about how today's game versus yesterday's game. And he said he had it harder because of you, Ronnie. Take a listen.
Everybody knows. Watch Mike. He's come slant right. Watch Mike on the slant. Ronnie Lott right there.
Yeah.
You're not scared. You ain't scared. That's Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, you scared.
That joker right there went over to somebody and said,
Cut my finger off.
cut my finger off so I can go hit somebody some more. Wait a minute. And I got to run a slant route.
They do it.
I'm scared.
I'm scared.
I'm scared, man. Yeah.
Ronnie, you scared Michael Irvin. What do you think?
When I first heard that, first of all, he is Michael Irvin because of Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
But when I first heard that, the reason I always laugh about it, I remember the first time I watched Muhammad Ali. And I remember sitting there going, man, and he tattooed Joe Frazier and knocked him out. And everybody was, and my point is like, you never know. We don't know how greatness shows up. We don't know why it shows up. All I know is that, man, those kind of moments of where he was just making these accusations about who I am and why. Yeah, I did cut my finger off, but why wouldn't you? And what I mean by that is like, man, there's some guys in my life that have done more. Guys like Joe, man, have done more. Not only have they done more, but they've shown more courage than just more courage than a lot of things that I've done in my life. And what I'm trying to say is like, all you have to do is look at your buddies. Look around at some of your buddies sometimes. Go, man, I didn't realize they had that much courage. I didn't realize Keena had that much courage. I didn't realize Eric Wright had that much courage. And my point is that you find courage in a lot of different rooms in a lot of different ways, man. And that's what makes sport so amazing, that you find people who have some amazing ways of getting through challenging moments.
Well, I'll tell you what, that says it all. And if the 49ers are listening, they're going to be ready for Sunday. Ronnie, you're the best. We love
they'll be ready.
They'll be ready. And we loved hanging out with you, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ronnie.
All right, man. Have a good one, man. Take care, guys.
That's Ronnie Lott on The Sports Leader. All right, if Ronnie Lott doesn't fire you up, Provident Credit Union will fire you up. They want to be great, too, and they want to help you grow your savings. It's called Pick a Term Certificate. So if you want to grow your savings guaranteed for 3 months, for 6 months, or 12 months, you choose the term. And you earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. So this is no guesswork, no market ups and downs, just strong, steady growth on your terms. Newsweek agrees. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025, so you know your money is in good hands. Do not wait. This 3.40% offer will not last. Open your account today at providentcu.org or visit your local branch for friendly help getting started. That rate is effective September 22nd, 2025. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today at providentcu.org.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, 80s Friday hitting with a different vibe. I like it. Smooth. Fleetwood Mac.
I was going to say,
Gypsy.
This has got to be Stevie Nicks, right?
Stevie Nicks.
I thought I recognized
now,
the
this
voice.
is one of those. This is one of those tunes. Yeah. Let this one. This is just a vibe. Yeah, just a vibe. Ooh, unexpected after we had a little Grandmaster Flash, The Message, Luther Vandross, Yaz, Don't Go. This is a different little change up, but I'm feeling it. Young, you know this one, Young Tone?
I don't think I know this one, no.
Oh, yeah. I mean, but this is borderline yacht rock. Not totally. Some might qualify it yacht rock, but I'll tell you what. I'll just take it all day, every day. You know it.
Yeah. Actually, I don't think I know this song. That's why. That's why I was trying to just pick up on her voice. I knew it was Stevie Nicks, but I'm not sure if I've actually heard this tune.
You definitely know this tune. Come on. Come on, guys.
I can tell you I know it now. Sounds good.
There you go. All right. 80s Friday, everybody. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. A little change-up. I like that. All right, big hit time. Let's play it. It's time to get into it. 49ers fans, how you feeling about Sunday? You've heard from Ronnie Lott. You've heard from Steve Young. You've heard from Tim Ryan. You've heard from Kyle Shanahan. You've heard from John Lynch. You've heard from Tatum Bethune. My God. Don't say we didn't get you ready for the game.
Yeah, free 99.
And, free 99. If it's free, it's me and give me 3. Is that what they say?
Yeah.
And it's all free
3.5.
on the Sports Leader, on Free Sports Leader.
Oh, I like that.
There you go.
On
free Sports
Leader.
So 808 KNVR is the phone number. Give a call. How you're feeling about this game. Are you thinking the Niners can pull this off with a banged up defense? I hate to even say this, but since we signed off yesterday, it even got worse. Keon White, the new shiny toy, the quote-unquote trade deadline acquisition, had to leave practice or be limited at practice with a new groin injury. We'll get more information on that today. And that's not all. D. Winters missed practice again yesterday. So he's been out for 2 straight days. We don't know what's going to go on at that linebacker position. And now Alfred Collins, the rookie D tackle, he did not practice yesterday either. Bro, you can't.
Oh, great.
It just can't keep happening. It just can't. And it is keeping happening. So against all that, you heard Ronnie and Steve talk about it. It's illogical. It's irrational. Why not go shock the world? But, man, at a certain point, it just gets down to X's and O's and what bodies you have on the field. We've said this so many times. Do you have the horses to compete? And right now, the Niners' horses are just coming up lame.
Yeah, it seems like they still might have the X's and O's, Murph, but I don't think they have the Jimmys and Joes. Like, that's the key here, and we can get into all the cliches any given Sunday and list off the examples of the Panthers taking down the Packers last week or the Vikings taking down the Lions. Yeah, anything can happen any given week, especially when you get the X's and O's matchup of Kyle Shanahan versus Sean McVay. These two dudes know each other better than anybody else in the league, in my opinion. So, yeah, you can throw everything out the window, but it kind of feels like you're throwing the 49ers defense out the window here because I just think there's too many injuries for this offense. And we've talked about the fact that the 49ers offense needs to go out and outscore teams like the LA Rams. But the problem is the 49ers will have to do that against an extremely good Rams defense. A Rams defense that is second in the league in allowing points per game, only 15 per 9. A Rams team that is third in the NFL in total sacks. And we saw what happened against this Mac Jones offense when they played against the Houston Texans and they were able to get pressure. I think you might see more pressure from the Rams this weekend. So, yeah, I hate to be the bad guy here, but all signs are pointing towards the Rams win this weekend.
Man, 49ers are 4.5-point underdogs in this game. I agree. And I don't listen again. I'm tuning in. I'm hopeful. They pulled out. Listen, since Fred Warner's gone down, they beat the Atlanta Falcons at home. Falcons looked bad in that game. They go to Houston. They lay a bad egg. They just had one of those games. It was like an October clunker, just remember, as you said, it felt like the game never got going, right?
Yeah, but think about that game and how to play it out and all the pressure that Mac Jones was hit with. I believe he was pressured 18 times in that game. And then on the opposite side of the ball, what C.J. Stroud was able to do against that 49er defense with the quick release. And we know that Matthew Stafford is the master of the quick release, and he's playing at an MVP-type level. So, yeah, this is a better offense and a better defense than what we just saw a couple weeks ago from a Houston Texans team that beat the 49ers.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Daniel in San Carlos leads off our big hit. How you guys feeling about this one on Sunday, Friday morning style? Daniel, good morning. You're on the lead, or what's up?
Hey, what's up, Daniel?
Good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys having me on this beautiful Friday morning. I'm feeling good about this week. I always think about these types of games. It's a rivalry game. Niners, Rams, bad blood. You never know what's going to happen. I think it's a week-to-week league, and the way the season's gone so far, you guys talk about it a lot. It's a bunch of games this season could have gone another way. A bunch of one-possession games. At the end of the day, I know the defense hasn't been the best. I trust Robert Saleh, though, to come out and have a good game plan. I know the Rams are going to want them to come back in blood, but you got Mac Jones, you got Kendrick Bourne, Jawan Jennings is getting healthier day by day, George Kittle's back, and we did it all the first time without those pieces. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready. And as long as young Tony's ready with the Fleetwood Mac next time, I think we're going to be good.
Oh, Gypsy hit for you, huh, buddy? I like it. I like it. Very good.
Come on.
Oh, dude, I like hit for me. It was unexpected in the middle of some other ones. But anyway, thanks for the call, Daniel. Appreciate you, man. Listen, Saleh's game plan. I don't even know. I mean, Ronnie was saying you got to get to the quarterback.
I don't know if they can get to the quarterback.
Honestly, I think the best strategy is to not let their quarterback get on the field. Like, the Niners have to win this game with time of possession with the run game. And Daniel points out a great little nugget that George Kittle was not out there last time they played. And we talk about the 49ers offense and how much more success they have running the ball when George Kittle is out there as the best blocking tight end in the entire league. So, yeah, that's how you win. I mean, that's going to be the recipe for the 49ers to win every game this year moving forward. You got to take care of the T's, Murph, the turnovers and the time of possession.
When the Niners played the Rams last time down in St. Louis, in SoFi, Mac went 33 for 49, 342, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He only got sacked once.
49 attempts.
However, McCaffrey did run it 22 times for only 57 yards. That was back in the day. However, he caught 8 for 82.
Yeah.
So he was over 100 yards. Dude, Ton just caught a touchdown in that game. Brian Robinson only touched it 5 times for 12 yards. Is he going to be more of the game plan? In that game, there was no Jawan Jennings. There was no George Kittle, dude.
No.
Okay, their leading receiver in that game, other than McCaffrey, was Kendrick Bourne. Went off 10 catches, 142.
That was born-again Kendrick.
Dude.
Yeah, that was his game of the season.
And Ton just caught 7 balls in that game. 7 balls for 41 yards, okay? So, I mean, there were those guys. Now, Stafford in that game went 30 of 47 for 389, 3 touchdowns. Yeah. He actually outrated Jones. He had a 111 rating to Jones's 100. The running game, the Niners did a pretty good job. They had Kyron Williams, 14 carries, 65 yards. I mean, it's almost, what is that, almost 4 yards a carry, whatever, or a little over 4 yards a carry.
4.6.
But that fumble at the goal line, bro.
Yeah, that Alfred Collins play was one of the
Ronnie
big
talked about
differences.
turnovers being, the energy of thing, and that's the Niners' secondary is just not creating turnovers.
And they're going against not only Puka Nacua, but the pride of the 650 straight out of EPA, East Palo Alto, Devontae Adams.
Boy,
that's a tough matchup for any defense.
So the Rams this year, their only losses were the Eagles, 33-26 in September, into the Niners, 26-23 in overtime, October 2nd. Again, I do want to emphasize that their last 3 games have not exactly been brutal. They had to play the Ravens, but they played the Ravens in Baltimore without Lamar.
Lamar.
I mean, a huge break for them. That's a game. That's the kind of thing, like, man, that's the Niners didn't have to play the Ravens this year. The Rams had to play the Ravens this year. And the Niners are like, okay, that's where we can make up ground. We're going to play the New York Giants. They're going to play the Baltimore Ravens. Instead, freaking they're playing, who was it, Tyler Huntley? I mean, who was even quarterback in that game?
Yeah, I think it was even the backup ahead of him.
Tyrod
the guy that
Taylor?
they got from
Who is it?
Dallas. Yeah, the backup quarterback.
Cooper
Rush.
Was it Cooper freaking Rush?
Before Cooper Rush got benched for Tyler Huntley.
Dude, that's a bad break for the season. Because the Rams are 6-2. They'd be 5-3. Not, you know what I mean? Anyway, can't cry about spilled milk. Anyway, then they play the Jags in London. Now, the Niners lost to the Jags.
They did.
At home. That was a discipline. That was the Brock Purdy game, though.
Yeah, and when they rushed him back, maybe a little too early.
And that game could come back to bite, too, because you lose. That's a 2-game swing where the Rams beat the Jags and you lose to the Jags. But then the Rams play the Saints last week. I mean, the Saints might be the worst team in the league.
Yeah, they're bad.
So the 49ers, they beat them. But it's Tyler Shuck and them. So the Rams haven't really. Now, looking ahead, do the Rams have a tough schedule going forward? I hate to tell you this. They have to play the Seahawks twice.
Yes.
Okay, so we kind of hope, I don't know, you hope one of those teams wins 2 of those. They do have to play the Lions and the Bucks. They do have the Lions and the Bucks left, but they also have the Panthers and the Cardinals twice, too.
Yeah. And look, we knew
they
this
do not
about,
have that difficult of a remaining schedule.
And we knew this about the entire NFC West, taking on both South divisions. The AFC and the NFC South made it a lot easier for everybody, not just the 49ers and their last place schedule. But that is the difference that we're talking about. The Rams will have to play a team like the Ravens and the Detroit Lions this year versus the 49ers, who will not because of that last place schedule.
All right, what are you guys saying on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line? You can give Curly a call at 808 KNBR. 707 says, question, is Brandon Ayuk still on pace to start week 1? Week 1.
Yeah, maybe of next year.
408 says, guys, divisional game, Sunday afternoon, November ball. We're 6-3. What more do you need? You guys sound defeated already.
I need Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. That's what I need.
This is going to be a slugfest start to finish. 24-21 Niners. Eddie Money with the game winner at home. Come on, guys. Listen, 408, that could happen. I'm not ruling that out at all. I'm just being realistic that this defense I go in and out with these Niners, and I keep winding up at the same place. They're playing without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
I mean, bro, these are...
Don't forget their starting quarterback, Murph.
These are their dudes. 562 says, this Sunday will be the start of it all or the end of it all. Go Niners.
I don't know.
530 says, Hey, that Fleetwood Mac song, was that the guy on the back of the pickup drinking the crab?
I was going to mention this.
The juice. No, that
Cranberry
was Dreams.
juice.
Yes.
Cranberry juice.
Yeah, on the skateboard, right?
That was Dreams.
Yes,
That was
iconic.
Dreams.
That's the first thing I thought of, too,
they're
whoever that
both
texter is.
Similar tracks, similar bangers, similar time frame, same band,
Dude,
Fleetwood Mac.
And shout out to that dude who cashed in on Ocean Spray also.
There you go.
He
There
ended
you
up
go.
like being like a sponsor for him.
Yeah, this is Dreams. Dude, I mean, what are you going to do about Fleetwood Mac? They're just rolling out bangers for you, buddy. And by the way, they have a history that goes back to the 60s when they were like a hard rock and blues band. They kind of transformed themselves into sort of more of a pop band as the years went on. 916 says, gets to the heart of it. First crush as a kid, Stevie Nicks. Hard to explain to you youngsters from the Unks perspective the hold Stevie Nicks had on a generation.
I understand.
She was a beautiful blonde gal singing, fronting a band. Her voice mesmerized you. 916 says, I was around 8. I didn't even know what she looked like. It was her voice. I'm now 52, and I don't think I'm over it. That's what he said. Look at you, buddy.
Oh,
Look
I'm
at
over here
you.
singing. Don't mind me.
925 says, we have the better coach. The head-to-head coach numbers favor us immeasurably. There you go. 408 says, Purdy and Pearsall are not healthy. Mac will be my starter long-term. All right, buddy. I got you, buddy.
Purdy and Pearsall, those guys are in my dreams, Murph. I don't see those guys on the field.
831 says, I know it's a lot more serious, but it sounds funny when the Niners are like, we got to be careful with Brock's toe. So we're going to go with Mac Jones and his 2 broken knees, 8 fractured ribs, and he'll be ralphing on the sidelines in the fourth quarter, too. 707 says, well, that's a question about our app. You're still playing this,
Hey,
dude.
speaking of dreams, too, I want to get this note out there. The Rams have allowed 20 total points since facing the Niners 3 weeks ago.
If you're going to keep playing a song, you got to play Gypsy because it's the 80s Friday, I believe.
Players only love you when you're playing.
This is from
77.
77. This is a 70s song.
I'll allow
so you're
it.
going to have to go back to Gypsy, buddy. Can the Niners get a Gypsy win?
I need to pick up a Gypsy as a pass rusher.
There you go, man. There you go. A little more of a yacht rocky vibe there. So more text coming in at 415, or I should say at 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 707 says, if this game gets away early, take out Mac Jones and put in the backup. Is the backup going to be Adrian Martinez?
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
who's suiting up as a backup this weekend?
510 says, forget logic. Think tip ball interception for the Niners. You guys got a tip last night off of Troy Franklin and couldn't cash it in.
Turnovers can change a game, Murph. We've seen this before.
707, all these games and hopefully one playoff game are getting the youngsters ready for next year's Super Bowl run. 7408 says, would you guys consider trading Nick Bosa? He's hurt. Trade him to Miami. And 408 says, I'm digging this idea of reading text with Fleetwood Mac in the background.
I know. It's like a text line rejoin. I
All
like
right,
it.
guys. So there you go. Just a big hit on how you're all feeling about the game. Sounds like to me, in general, you guys out there are a little more optimistic than us, and I think we should borrow some of your optimism.
Be positive, bro.
My hat says run the damn ball. Well, run the damn ball. And maybe Brian Robinson finds a little bit of rhythm going forward. I know that the Rams have the number 2 rushing defense in the NFL, but hey, you're Bobby Damn Turner, you're Kyle Damn Shanahan, you're Christian Damn McCaffrey, you're Brian Damn Robinson. Run the ball. Run the damn ball, and as you said, keep Stafford off the field.
Yeah, if you can win the turnover battle and the time of possession battle, you've got a chance, Murph. And this is the same team that went down to SoFi and won as an 8.5-point underdog just a few weeks ago.
Let's go. Big hit. Done. Carmen Policy, our 8:15 guest, because it's Rams week. Carmen, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. That means it's our last day we're doing both of these contests. You got to listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to AC/DC at Levi Stadium next year, in August of next year. And then you also got to listen between 7 and 10 for your chance to win 2 tickets to this Niners game on Sunday. Rams are coming to town, and they're pretty formidable. So look out. It's all furnished by the 49ers, and that other contest for the AC/DC contest, that is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, dude. Duran, the reflex. What's the line? Show me you're in 1984 without telling me you're in 1984, dude. It doesn't get it, dude. Flare up the hair and the linen suits and all this, dude. This was a gigantic banger in 84. Shout out Duran. And, oh, by the way, the ladies liked Simon Le Bon. So, I don't know. I'm going to try to transition from that to a Carmen Policy, the reflex. When you see the Rams, do you get a gag reflex? I don't know.
I see you working. You're trying.
I used to turn this one up back in the day by the day. Carmen Policy is part of our 49ers Rams Week extravaganza, or he's just part of any extravaganza, because anytime you get to talk to the legend that is Carmen Policy, who was, of course, the 49ers team president for 5 Super Bowls and is such a gigantic figure in 49ers history, and he's up there in the Napa Valley doing his thing, making great wine. Carmen, it is always a distinct pleasure to have a conversation with you. Welcome back to your buddy Murph. We got Marcus. Happy Rams Week, Carmen.
Hey, Carmen.
Happy Rams Week, gentlemen. You got me pumped up. I'm ready to go. I'm on my my peaking early stage. So this is going to be a big time game this weekend. I'm telling you, and I think it's going to have serious ramifications for the division.
Yes, and so I was thinking about having you on this week and just love talking to 49er icons through the years when they play a rival. But I was thinking, I was covering the team in the 90s. I wasn't there in the 80s, but you guys were so focused on the Cowboys. Was there ample room for you and Eddie to hate the Rams?
Well, they got moved over to the side a little bit. They were like the neighbors you really hated and you couldn't stand any longer. And then they kind of went away on a long vacation. You still didn't like them, but you didn't see them that much and pay that much attention to them, because you had these new people that you got to really dedicate your hate towards, and it just became a matter of putting them on the shelf. But I assure you, that shelf life had longevity connected to it, because we hated them before the Dallas Cowboys. We hated them after the Dallas Cowboys. And I went down to the 49ers Rams game in L.A. at SoFi Stadium that Thursday night. And what a game that was. Remember, that was the one that wound up in overtime. Everybody from Los Angeles thought that this game was already over, and it wasn't even kickoff. I mean, oh, God, is that all the line is, 14 points? You mean that's all we're giving up to the 49ers? And you just had the feeling they thought it was only a matter of having a kickoff and the game was over. And we shocked them. We just shocked them, and there's no question about it. And I think, the world of Coach McVay, and for a variety of reasons. But you could see after the game, his interview had him at a state of being totally fluxed. And it bothered him so much what had transpired that it was visible in his eyes, his face, his body language, everything about him. And because that's how big that loss was to them. And I just think that if we can pull that off, come Sunday, as I said, it's going to make a huge difference in terms of the division.
Yeah.
Not that we don't have to worry about the Seahawks. Don't misunderstand, but I mean, this is going to be probably the most important game we played so far this season.
Well, Carmen, I was actually going to ask you about the Seahawks because it's interesting. From the viewpoint of my generation, most 49er fans my age would say that the Seahawks are their biggest rival. Now, there have been a couple playoff matchups with the Rams and the Cowboys over the last couple of years that have sparked up those rivalries once again. But from your perspective, how would you power rank the 49ers rivalries between the Cowboys, the Rams, and the Seahawks?
Well, you have to understand that the Rams, what's the proper word in today's age of trying to be, more comforting with each other? Something I could pick other than hatred. The antipathy. Yes, here. The antipathy we feel towards the Rams. It goes way back in history. I mean, the Rams situation takes on the atmosphere of the Middle East. These are grudges and problems and hatreds that go back millenniums. Not 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. I mean, we're talking about historical hatred that's, bred over centuries and centuries that just aren't allowed to be analyzed and prohibit factual evaluation to come into play. This is serious stuff, gentlemen. The Seahawks are, that team from that, that unique community that's kind of, like you would celebrate a logo that's a bird. It's just not, the same as our brothers to the south. So you see what I told you? I told you I'm peaking too soon here.
And then it goes to the actual grass, and you got to play play the game on the grass. And I'm trying to think, Carmen, when we're in a situation where just injuries piled up and piled up and piled up. Just wondering if you and Eddie ever, I mean, I can't think of an exact example. I mean, I suppose, except for Joe Montana being injured for the 90, 91, and 92 seasons there. What you and Eddie would say when it was just getting so bad with the injuries and there's things that are out of your control. And I don't know, it's just so frustrating for the Niners. You don't want to say you give up, but man.
No.
What do you
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, in some bizarre way, this may be one of the best jobs that Coach Shanahan has displayed coaching. You're coming into these games and you're saying to yourself, well, where's this superstar? And where's that superstar? And where's that first round pick? And where's this guy we got on a trade? And where's this other fellow who was going to change it? Oh, they're all hurt. They're all sitting on the bench and rooting for their teammates and so forth and so on. And you start thinking to yourself, well, wow, how are we going to overcome this? How are we going to put everything together and even play a credible game, let alone win a game? And then all of a sudden the game's over and you won. So you start saying, well, got everybody who's there ready to play, and they showed up and they knew what they had to do and they did it. And you start saying that's pretty darn good stuff. Now, you could only rely on that level of, shall we say, superior reaction for so long. And then, there's a depletion factor that sets in very quickly. And we just got to hope that instead of that depletion factor being one that's normally expected, what we have is a situation where our guys just get more comfortable playing at the level and continue to play at the level and maybe even excel. But we're asking a lot of this 49er team. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, and Carmen, we've discussed a lot on our show the topic of culture wins, because every team around the league has to deal with injuries, but not every team is 6-3 right now like the 49ers are. So you've experienced a lot of winning with this organization. What would you say is the key to a winning 49er culture?
Well, the key to a winning 49er culture is good coaching and great players, okay? That helps you quite a bit along the way. And however, with that, if you have great coaching, and if you have truly great players, what happens is it's not only them that are excelling and when they're on the field, they're going to do what they have to do to win, but they pour over some of that. I'll say some of that ethos and attitude to the players that are playing alongside of them, and they pour over this attitude that, hey, I'm on this team. I'm next to Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott. I mean, I've got to be better. I've got to show that I have everything that it takes to be in the position of being honored to be playing next to them. And they bring these other people up so that when they do have to step up, when it's the next guy up, they're ready. And they know they have to perform, and they owe it to the Montanas of the world and the Rices of the world and so forth to show off what they know and how good they really are, and they do belong on that same team. So that's part of what you're talking about in terms of the infectiousness of the culture. And that's why stars on a team are far more valuable than just their individual performance.
Yeah, Carmen Policy is the great voice you hear, of course, the all-time icon, 5-time Super Bowl champ, team president. With he and Eddie did their thing for so many years, and we love having them here in the Bay Area. How's the grapes? How are the grapes, by the way? Are they wonderful?
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I like the grapes, but what I really like is when the grapes are transformed into that liquid in the bottle.
Is it too early for a glass? 8:25. Is it too early?
No, yeah, it is too early. You're right.
All right. We got to wait till at least lunch, right? Till at least lunch.
But I mean, there's nothing better than going to a bash-off banquet and listening to Murph and being entertained by him all night, and then, oh, by the way, have a few glasses of wine in the process.
Carmen provides that wine, that Casa Piena. It's so wonderful. Casa Piena, free plug, everybody. Go to visit and go drink their wine. Hey, Carmen, a question for you here. One of the stories of the last several years for the Niners has been the incredible fan outpouring across the nation. You could be in Jacksonville. You can be in New Orleans. You can be in New York. You can be in Minnesota. And it's just red everywhere. And we've talked about this. And the best explanation I can come up with is that these are the children of the parents who watched Joe and Steve and Ronnie and Jerry and everybody. I don't know. Do you have a theory on this? Because, I mean, as good as you guys were and as much as you guys were global rock stars in the 80s and 90s and when you went to London and all that, but it's bigger. I think it's bigger now. I think the road turnout is bigger now. Have you done a sociological theory on why?
Well, let me say this. You're absolutely right. And, as I said, I'm repeating myself, but, I was at that Rams game on that Thursday in October. And so help me God, you can't tell what's happening on the field by the sound of the roar of the crowd. At first, when I would hear the roar of the crowd, I'm thinking, oh, boy, what would the Rams do now? And then they're cheering for the 49ers. I swear to God, the cheering in that stadium was probably a bit louder when the 49ers did something good than when the Rams would do something good, and maybe maybe more than a bit. And I'm noticing that's the way it is everywhere. The 49er fan base, the faithful, they've taken on this image of Green Bay Packer fans or Buffalo Bill fans. I mean, they're everywhere. And I've heard from other places that when the Niners come and they're in the seats, it's including Dallas, by the way, including Dallas, that you can't tell by the roar of the crowd that the home team is doing any good. It's usually the Niners, and I do think it's a new phenomenon. Now, I think part of that is the ease of travel, the availability, and kind of the accessibility of tickets, with these secondary ticket markets and people using the secondary ticket markets to defray some of the cost of their season ticket costs. I think that also is part of what's lending its way into it.
But they haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. Sorry to jump in, Carmen. So I was going to ask, they haven't won one in 30 years. Do you think this is still tied back to your era? This is a residue of your era.
I don't think. I think everything's tied back to the 80s and part of the 90s. I mean, that's where the real culture was created. There was something beautiful about the original 49ers, founded, back in the 40s, but it was a local institution that was kind of revered for, the historical elements of it and the game itself. But it was no question in my mind, and I know this is self-serving, so forgive me for that. But it's the team of the 80s and 90s that really set the foundation for the kind of commitment, generational commitment, that people even remember me, not probably from memory, believe it or not. Young people, and now they all remember Joe and Jerry and so forth, and Eddie and Ronnie, but some of them, because they've heard about it or they've seen the programs or they've listened on your station and heard about the history. I mean, it means something to them. The 49ers are very meaningful to the Bay Area.
Carmen, last question for me is about Levi Stadium, because the 49ers are hosting the Super Bowl this year down in Santa Clara. Now, my partner has been very vocal about the fact that the 49ers are playing down in Santa Clara and not in San Francisco, and we've seen the news over the last year that it seemed like the Washington Commanders are now going back to D.C., so can you envision a future where eventually the 49ers are back in San Francisco?
Well, they went through so much time and trouble and money to build that stadium. And yet, I worked at trying to come up with a viable alternative to them staying in the city, and I would have liked to have had them stay in the city, and it would have been such a natural. And imagine them being at Hunters Point. You'd have the perfect sports triangle. You'd have the Niners at Hunters Point. You'd have the Warriors at Chase Arena in Mission Bay, and you'd have the Giants at Oracle Park right on the water. I mean, it would have been so. It would have been a design made in heaven. But they are where they are, and they are in the marketplace. It's just so hard to view the transition from there back to the city, unless you're looking, several years down the road. But I think there's a possibility maybe of that happening when and if the stadium hits the point that it's going to need significant upgrading, and maybe the appetite for the community doesn't meet the needs. And I think they might consider moving back to San Francisco. I don't ever imagine them leaving the market. Never.
No, you're right. It's probably several years away. It would have to get to that point where the stadium, but it could happen, for these youngsters I work with, Carmen. Maybe they'll see it. Yeah. Maybe you and I won't, but maybe they'll see it. These
oh, Murph, from my perch, you're a kid.
Well, I'll raise a glass of Casa Piena to that. All right. Yes.
Amen.
Hey, just last one is how was it doing that cowboy documentary that was on? I forget, was it Netflix or Amazon Prime? I forget which streaming.
Netflix.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was very entertaining, very slick and entertaining. Although I hated revisiting some of it. I liked revisiting some of it. But how did you feel about sitting down and reliving that with the Jerry years?
It was intense. I have to tell you, the filming was intense. And Skydance went into this. Skydance is the company that did the production, along with some assistants from the NFL Films. But Skydance went into this thing, and they weren't going to do a documentary. They were going to do a drama-ridden docu-series. And even their whole new way of filming and the atmosphere of the filming and the cinematography and the direction, it's having an impact. And you watch, first of all, I don't know if you guys have the time for me to tell you about the 49ers.
We got nothing but time. It's Friday. We're hanging out.
Well, the 49ers are going to be having a docu-series coming out by AMC, American Movie Company. And I've learned that it's going to be broadcast on February 2nd and 3rd. So there's four segments. 2 of the segments on February 2nd, 2 of the segments on February 3rd, and it's going to be on AMC, American Movie Channel. And it deals with, they talk about the rise of the 49ers, and it'll be starting with Eddie buying the team, and it'll take you through Bill Walsh's last Super Bowl, the 1988 season, Super Bowl and Bill's retirement. It doesn't go into the Seifert era or the last 2 Super Bowls, but it's just that. And I understand that NFL Films was able to implement some of these new features that I'm talking about, cinematography, the drama-laden approach, and they feel very, very good about the end product coming out. And I think it's going to be very interesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing
That's so exciting. You know, my friend Brad Mansion did the photos for that with Mike Zagaris, and he's been telling me about the film. They filmed it at the Presidio, I think like the Walt Disney Museum or something was like the setting.
Walt Disney Museum.
Yeah.
You had to be there. You had to see what they did with Mike Zagaris' photos. They blew them up. It was like an art gallery.
Yeah, Brad.
I've never seen anything like this. I've never been involved in anything like this, production-wise. And you could move from photo to photo and tell the separate story of everything behind it, what was happening at the time. I mean, they did a first-class job.
You are talking to the target audience right here, man. February 2nd and 3rd, Monday, Tuesday. That's Super Bowl week. And I know
that's Super Bowl week, right?
Yeah, this was over the summer. I want to say they filmed this or late spring or something. But man, oh man, the fact that that's coming up, man. Oh, Carmen, get out your goosebumps. That's going to be riveting. I can't wait.
Wait till you see the clips of Eddie. Okay, back in 1977. Oh my God, he was a handsome devil.
He had a head of hair on him, I'll tell you that. Like you both had a head of hair, yeah.
I know, both of us did, but his hair came down to his eyebrows.
Oh, my God. That's so good. Oh, man, that's going to be so awesome. Maybe we'll definitely have you back on to preview that for sure. And by the way, we've gone this entire time without telling everybody, there's a lot of people who don't know this, but Carmen's son, Ed, is now the president of the Green Bay Packers, the CEO of the Green Bay Packers. This is a huge deal. We haven't really talked to you about it ever. I mean, it's so incredible. Congratulations. All your children are doing great things. It's no surprise. You guys did such a great job raising that family, but that is pretty darn cool. And I guess we have to ask, how much of that heart is green and gold now, Carmen?
Well, in so many ways, blood trumps legacy.
Okay.
So,
wow.
And
blood is thicker than water. Let's go.
But so I got 2 teams in the NFC. I got the 49ers and I got the Green Bay Packers. But he's Ed's such a great guy, and I love him. And I don't want to bore everybody with a father talking about a son that he's very proud of, and a son who still talks to him.
You did good. You did good.
Yeah, he still talks to me, believe it or not. So that's pretty nice, and he's doing well, and that he's well thought of up there. And by the way, he loves the community.
Oh well, how could you not, right? Other than February, it'd be a great place to be, right?
Amen. I mean, when I go up there, you should hear them, and they look at me and they know I'm being tortured by the cold, Yeah. And I say to them, "Oh my Lord, how do you suffer through this for like prolonged periods of time?" Yeah. And they say, "Oh, it's not that cold. It's much colder in Minnesota."
Oh, that's so good. By the way, you have to figure out the perfect wine to pair with a bratwurst. Like we need to know. What's the Casa Piano?
Bratwurst cooked in beer. Bratwurst cooked in beer.
And then what do we do? A Pinot? Maybe a light Pinot, perhaps? I don't know.
Oh, Dave, no, Pinot. No, I that's a foreign substance.
That's right. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm the idiot. All right. It's Cabernet only. Cabernet Sauvignon only. My bad. Carmen only. Carmen says go big or go home when it comes to the grape, right? It's like you only played for the Super Bowl. Pinot is like barely making the playoffs. The Cab is the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah. Boy, you talk about only playing for the Super Bowl. Eddie, I'll tell you, when NFL Films would come and they say, "Mr. DeBartolo, we want to interview you for your highlight film." He says, "What highlight film?" He says, "We don't have a highlight film. We didn't win the Super Bowl. There should be no highlight film." So we'd have to talk him down off that ledge,
Wow. Well, the way this is going, we could see Ed Policy versus the 49ers in the playoffs. Packers-Niners is a possible playoff matchup. So, and he was with the team a couple years ago. He wasn't the president just yet. He was the COO, I believe, right, when they played a couple years ago.
He was there when you guys went up to he was chief operating officer.
Yeah.
But he was there when you guys went up there and beat him in the playoff game. Remember when Kaepernick ran all over the place, and it was cold that playoff game too.
Oh,
and
my
the
God.
49ers really showed up, and with Harbaugh and as coach, and they did a great job. And I'm trying to remember, we didn't go to the Super Bowl that year, but we lost in the NFC Championship
2012. No, the Niners wind up losing to the Seahawks, I believe. Yeah. I believe
Yeah,
they wound up
an
losing to the
NFC Championship, right?
Yeah. It's painful. Too soon, Carmen. Too soon. Too soon.
I know,
By the way, my great friend Brad Mansion sending the pictures of you and Michael Zagaris at the Presidio. He was the still photographer for this, and this is just gorgeous. Marcus, you see that?
Phenomenal.
So all those Zagaris photos are blown up into artwork, hanging on the walls, and that'll be the background of the documentary. That's awesome. So,
I'd love to see.
I'm going to send them to you. I'm going to send them to you.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Carmen,
Thank
you're the best. It is always a wonderful conversation. No Pinot, cab only. And I think we're trying to arrange a date to celebrate Lowell Cohn's birthday out with you.
Yes,
So,
and
yeah.
I'm going to be on the phone with Kurt Reynolds,
Okay.
and I'm trying to do something. I think we're running it into January.
Okay,
That's
either way,
with
just as long
everybody.
as we can all hang out. That's all that matters.
Wonderful.
All right,
Thank
Carmen,
you.
all the best. We love you.
Thanks, Carmen.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Carmen Policy on The Sports Leader.
Oh, it's not that cold. It's much colder in Minnesota.
Hey, happy Friday, everybody. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back again with Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the best way to win real cash on the San Francisco 49ers this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. And hopefully, you've been taking some of these picks all season long, because it's week 10 of the NFL season, and we've cashed out on Christian McCaffrey 8 different times this year. He's 8-1 when it comes to more or less receiving yards. So guess what we're doing this weekend? We're taking Christian McCaffrey to have more than 49.5 receiving yards to cash in on the San Francisco 49ers as they take on the Rams this weekend. So join us right now on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER to get a $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
All right, let's talk about our good friends at Merit America who want to help you get on the path to a super new, higher-paying career with free coaching and training. We're talking jobs here. Merit America also wants to get you a super job working at the big game that's going to be here in February. Go to meritamerica.org/super and sign up for super career training in HR, logistics, data analysis, and more for free. And also make super money working as a wayfinder or ambassador at that big game. Go to meritamerica.org/super and sign up now.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. 80s Friday. Paul, you calling me audible here, buddy? Oh, no, I'm sorry. My bad. So, I got to get my head straight. Prince! 1999. God bless.
89.
1999?
Oh, the song came out in the 80s.
The song is called.
You
song is called 1999.
I know the song, but I'm confused because it's an 80s Friday.
Yeah, it came out in 83.
But we're playing a song called 99. That's why I was confused.
That's Prince.
But this is as 80s as it gets.
Because it was confusing.
Early 80s Prince, yes.
Why is it called 99 when it was made in 83?
Because he's talking about the apocalyptic future that awaits, so you might as well party. You get the message here, buddy? Here's the message. You get Judgment Day is coming, 99's coming, the world's coming to an end, so let's frickin' party with Prince.
I'm in.
Let's wear the purple. And oh, by the way, Prince is bringing the girls. Prince is bringing the girls.
Oh, yeah.
Prince is bringing the girls. And if you want to play some pickup hoops.
Oh, that's it, dude.
You can play some pickup
Prince in
hoops.
a delegation. He'll serve you up and then serve you up a stack of hotcakes, Murph.
So we got Judgment Day, we got a party, we got girls, we got hoops, and we got pancakes.
Yeah. Then we're going to go purify ourselves in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
What more do you want? Turn it up. There you go, buddy. Iconic S right here, buddy. Iconic S. And I miss Prince every day. All right, so let's do this. As our 80s Friday continues, what do you want to do? The Niners?
Niners, yeah.
Oh, in the spirit of that great conversation with Carmen Policy and Ronnie Lott, 2 tickets to see the Niners and the Rams. Man, we should do every show with 1999 playing in the background. 2 tickets to see the Niners and the Rams. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to see the Niners and the Rams at Levi's. These are furnished by the Niners. Thank you, Niners. If you want your own tickets, go to 49ers.com. 2 tickets, Niners, Rams, Sunday. Hopefully it'll be party over out of time for the Rams on Sunday, right? And the Niners will be partying like it's 99. By the way, 99 comes and goes. Y2K, here we are. We're still here.
Yeah.
We're still here.
Which I got to say, as a 8-year-old, I really bought into the world ending at the time.
I can imagine you being 8. That was a little terrifying, wasn't it?
I was at a New Year's party, and you remember those those poppers where you pull the string and then it shoots off a bunch of stuff, like little stringers, but there's also I don't even know what's inside of it, but there's like little like spectacles in it. So somebody shot off one of those poppers, and the stuff got into my eye, Murph. And so there I am as an 8-year-old at Y2K at midnight, thinking that I'm going blind and that the world is going to end.
And he's crying, going, I'm never going to see the Raiders win a Super Bowl.
No.
I can't see Derek Jeter play anymore.
Come on, they're going for a 3-peat.
Oh, man. How about the difference between your Raider fandom and your Yankee fandom?
Which is why I make sure to tell people that when they tell me I'm a bandwagon Yankee fan. I'm like, yeah, if I was a bandwagoner, I wouldn't be a Raider fan.
By the way, don't sleep on Marcus's Giants knowledge. It's strong to the point where you'd have a take on Mason Black being DFA'd.
Absolutely.
How do you feel about that?
Mason Black, nice knowing you.
But, dude, he's part of that young core of right-handers.
The problem was he wasn't Peyton the Black, Murph.
Okay.
I mean, I know.
Do you think he'll find success?
I know you weren't a big fan of Mason Black and some of those starts that he made on Friday nights.
He just wasn't getting too many guys out.
Yeah, I get it. He was very hittable. So, anyway. I'm not going to miss him.
So there you go. There's your take.
Mason. Yeah,
there's your take.
Forever Giant.
Cooler
Mason.
of content. Have you guys heard what Will Clark said about the Dodgers? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
I know we're supposed to talk about half-baked pizzas being 20% off for the rest of November, and they are. Half-baked pizzas are 20% off for the rest of November. That's awesome. But I still want to continue to talk about the water polo pasta feed we had Wednesday night because it was such a huge success. And it reminded me to talk to you guys about the catering menu at Amici's and the pastas. I know Stan Tim says minestrone. The minestrone is very, very good. It is. I do love their minestrone. And I used to have my Nani's minestrone, which was the real deal. But their minestrone is great. But I want to talk about the tray of pasta. You get a tray of penne with meat sauce. I'm telling you, like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 people. Bro, you are set. Everybody's good. The fettuccine Alfredo, you like a little creamy, pasta? A little heavier on the gut, maybe on a cold winter's night, a little drizzle night? Yes. So that's the answer. The kids scarfed it down. I was like, light bulb over my head. I'm like, yeah, 20% off half-baked pizzas are good, but remind everybody those trays of pastas for sort of football parties or sort of gatherings you're having, maybe holiday parties coming up. That's the answer. Go to Amici's.com catering menu. Get those trays of pastas. We loved them because Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's beating a cooler
of content.
Cornicapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're good. We got it.
Costa Rica Tony, man. We're good. We're good. You know what? We're so good that we want to hear more. This is from Marcus's playlist, right? Huh?
Biz Markie.
We lost him recently.
R.I.P., man.
It's 80s Friday. This was 89. Late 80s. Biz Markie, Just a Friend. I'm sure this is on your... It's in your Wikipedia. You know this one?
Definitely, Murph. And my little Biz Markie story is the first celebrity I met while working in radio. I was actually interning at a different radio station, and Biz Markie came in to like promote a soda that he was selling.
Get out of here.
And he was one of the nicest dudes I've ever met, hands down to this day. So R.I.P.
Yeah, he seemed like a good dude. Well, anybody who says this...
You got what I need, but you say he's just a friend, and you say he just.
Has this been sampled?
Oh, baby,
Has this been sampled by others? Or?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, all right, there you go. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM Cisco, FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 80s Friday's been fun. Tainted Love, Soft Cell, Bom Bom. When I think of you, Janet Jackson, our dedication to EMLO. Don't Go by Yaz, a little EDM for you. Never Too Much, Luther Vandross, the Cookout Vibe. The Message by Grandmaster Flash. Don't Push Mac Jones because he's close to the edge. Gypsy, Fleetwood Mac caused a real conversation. The Reflex by Duran Duran we didn't get into because it was right before Carmen. 1999, Prince. And Just a Friend, Biz Markie. All right, well, let's go. Our friend is Will Clark. We told you guys that he was worth hearing. He was on his Deuces Wild podcast with Eric Burns. It's always entertaining.
Deuces.
He does a great job. In fact, we should get Will on John Joe. We're due for a Will Clark hit coming up, right? Yeah.
I think we're always due for a Will Clark hit.
Well, because he can't say everything on our airs that he says on Deuces Wild. So we had a record watch on this cut. John Joe, who does rolls in the sound, when we did the Pop Culture Showdown, which is undefeated, last for Toronto, Los Angeles, we did Steve Martin versus John Candy, Better Planes, Trains, and Automobile.
That's right.
Toronto's John Candy versus LA Steve Martin. Steve Martin's rental car meltdown. I just need an effing car right effing now. He's everybody, right? He's all of us when we're traveling, right? 19 F-bombs. 19 F-bombs.
19, damn.
According to John Joe, Will Clark approached the record.
Yeah, I hope he got them all.
Apparently there's 16.
Ooh.
You hope he got them all.
I hope he got them all. If not, you're not going to hear
Will
this whole cut.
Will Clark talking about Miguel Rojas hitting a home run off of Jeff Hoffman, who chose to throw a breaking ball to a number 9 hitter. This was Will's breakdown of that.
Can you throw a 9-hole hitter that hasn't had a hit in a month? How can you throw him a breaking ball when you're blowing fastballs by him? He's hitting up over the dugout. What the are you thinking? Blow a fastball. Trust your fastball and blow it by a 9-hole hitter. And then if you want to pitch around Ohtani, do whatever you want to do. But dude, to throw a hanging slider into his bat speed, oh my God, I would have been livid. Somebody would have been wearing some ass in that dugout. Here, Hoffman's throwing 97, 98. Here, fastball away. Here, take your best shot, and you haven't had a hit in a month. Try to hit this center field or right center. Good luck. Hang with him. Instead, you throw a breaking ball into his bat speed. What the are you doing?
Perfect! 64 seconds of perfection.
Every single cuss word bleeped and every single point covered by Will Clark there.
As an old pitcher, you feeling it?
He's absolutely right. This is your 9-hole hitter. I understand that it was a 3-2 situation, so maybe you're trying to get a little cute and you don't want to give up a fastball on a fastball count. But this is a dude that didn't hit a single home run off a right-handed pitcher the entire season. Stick with the cheese. Get beat with your best stuff if you're going to get beat because, Murph, you know it doesn't matter where you hit in the lineup 1 through 9. If you hang it, we bang it.
Well, Will, I mean, history proves Will correct. I mean, I'm imagining Will's not the kind of guy who's second guessing. I'm sure he was first guessing that. He was like, it's your 9-hole hitter, bro. You are challenging.
God, somebody would have been wearing some ass in that dugout.
You got to challenge a 9-hole. Maybe you're not challenging Shohei.
Yeah, but you can't get cute with the 9-hitter.
And he threw it into his bat speed, like he said. God, he's so right. Gosh, darn it. If Miguel Rojas grounds out, there's 2 outs, nobody on. Here comes Shohei.
Yeah, who also flew out on the first pitch of the next at bat, but we don't talk about that.
Can you imagine if Shohei had made the last out of the World Series?
Oh, dude, after getting pulled after 3 innings, after Bo Bichette took him deep.
And Yamamoto would not be your hero.
No.
Yeah.
Imagine.
There'd be no Yamamoto.
Imagine.
What are we doing here?
Imagine.
What the are you doing?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
That's an outstanding rant. That's one of the better rants of 2025.
He's right.
It may, in the end, it may be the best rant of 2025.
I think the AI one has to top that.
You got that for everybody here?
Yeah. Yeah, who called that pitch? Who's sending in the signals on PitchCom? I'm sure it wasn't somebody throwing down their fingers. I think it was some of that AI BS that got infused with our PitchCom.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
Yeah.
He's gold.
That's what that slider was. It was some AI BS.
I am Will Clark. I am a forever. I am San Francisco.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on.
Dude, his numbers on a wall for a reason. 22, baby. That's so good.
Yeah, there's a reason why Tony Vitello will not be wearing 22 with the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of Tony Vitello, he went on 104.5 The Zone in Tennessee.
104.5 that's our station.
Yes, it's a Cumulus station.
Hey.
He loves Cumulus. Do we have the video on this or not?
I don't think, are we allowed to get this guy on camera? I don't know.
Very good.
Funny, Tony,
you could have played Will on camera, right?
Yeah, we could have.
We just didn't roll it in.
No, Curly, I mean, no, it's all good.
All right.
Lot to censor, though.
Tony Vitello, we're just learning more and more about this guy. Here he is, and this is unbelievable because he's talking about Costa Rica, and that's where freaking young Tony's going tomorrow.
Is that who you're going with, Tony?
We're going to Tony and Tony. Big Tony and little Tony, young Tony, old Tony. Actually, they're both kind of on the shorter side.
Tony squared.
Some guy texted in and said, Murph, you're always cracking people under 6 feet. I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm just, just observing.
Yeah, spoken like a man that's above 6 feet.
Well, I'm shrinking now. I almost got to 6'2" at my height. I like to say 6'2".
Now, is it at the point where your kids are now starting to make fun of you for your height?
Well, I mean, Declan caught some sort of flyer gene.
Oh, Declan towers over you.
Oh, man. My dad was really tall. He reminds me of my dad in a lot of ways. But, yeah, how about that?
Yeah. Now you're looking up at your 17-year-old.
But anyway, little Tony Vitello. He's actually not that big a guy.
He's not that big.
Yeah, but
he's
anyway,
not that small either, though.
But he's our hero. He's our guy. He's our Giants manager. And he's now doing the media tours because he's got time on his hands. He actually said this to like the Bussin' with the Boys guys. He's like, man, I'm not out there grinding the recruiting trail. I'm kind of hanging out. You want to hang out some more and talk some more?
I mean, Murphy finally had time to ride that bus.
Yeah. Dude. One of these days we'll get past that. Maybe.
People don't forget.
Man, oh man. When he does our Scottsdale hit and we hang out, should I be dressed as a bus driver that day?
We should both be bus drivers. We should.
Anyway, he went on 104.5 The Zone in Tennessee. Here's just a more personality story about him being in Costa Rica. Is it ziplining or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. No, it's like a swing.
Are you going to go ziplining, buddy?
Hell yeah, I am. ATVing, catamaran, the whole nine. Oh, yeah.
Everybody don't know this. You're not going to see that handsome kid in that rectangle for the next couple weeks here.
How about the fact that we won't see young Tony's face in person for the next 3 weeks?
Yeah, maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, maybe it's time for a break.
Not against it.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, buddy.
Yeah.
Here's Tony Vitello in Tennessee.
Maybe San Francisco people hopefully aren't listening, but this is scary. And, to this point, the scariest thing I ever did was in Costa Rica. There was a Tarzan swing that went way out into the jungle. And not only that, it was duct taped. And I asked about it, and the guy's like, yeah, we had some people fall off, so we fixed it. He was a clown. So now that I don't have to mold college young men, I can say they forced a couple of shots of moonshine on me. And after that, I just said, the hell with it, I'll do it. It was one of the coolest things I ever did, you know? But it was pretty dang scary at the start.
Dog, the darnest things happen in Costa Rica. Like, I got a lot of stories about that. I got a lot of them.
We'll go off air with all that. We'll wait till off air.
Okay, all right. How about Tony V? The scariest thing he ever did was ride that Tarzan swing in Costa Rica.
That was duct taped together.
I don't know if I
mean, that takes some cojones.
Some people would call me a fraidy cat. I would say I have an intense sense of self-preservation.
Ah, smart man, Murph.
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
But
why would you do something that risks your life?
Yeah, but even after a couple shots of moonshine, yeah, there's that liquid courage.
Well, there's that.
Yeah.
Poutine, as they call it, and not poutine in Toronto. All right, well, listen, we're learning more and more about this guy.
Yeah.
Does that make you feel closer to Tony V now that you know he's riding these duct tape swings? Would you do the swing, Tony?
Probably not. Not gonna lie.
What about the moonshine? Will you drink some moonshine in Costa Rica?
You can't say no to that.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely
if it's some moonshine, if it's some local stuff.
Tom Brady's on the call this Sunday with Kevin Burkhardt in Levi's Stadium, not far from his San Mateo childhood home. He told a story about being at Levi's in 2016 and all his friends and family chanting his name and all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. He talks about beating the Niners. I was like, oh, congrats. You beat the 2016 Niners. You beat the Chip Kelly Niners. Congratulations.
What happened when he took on Brock Purdy?
He actually said, I don't want to talk about that game. I got my butt kicked.
Yeah, he lost. Brock Purdy became the first ever rookie quarterback to beat Tom Brady, I believe.
That is a fact.
Uh-huh.
And but he then said, somebody asked, so he does these little Fox hits before the game of the week. And because he's coming to Santa Clara, they asked him, is a part of you always a 49er? Check it out.
So the Niners left when they skipped over me 6 times in the 2000 draft. So every time I wanted to play the Niners, I just wanted to make sure that the coaches who were out there at the time, you chose a goat farmer over me, and I never forgot that.
Well, if that's the case, then your any goodwill you had towards all 31 teams had to dissipate a little bit after that draft, huh?
You know, I will say they all passed over me 6 times. And in fact, the Patriots passed over me 5 times. So they were just one less than everybody else, which is, you know, that's okay. It all worked out.
The bar was low to get Tom Brady on your side back in that draft, huh?
It was. There were not a lot of people clamoring for my ability to go out there and play quarterback for them. You know, my allegiance to the Niners left.
There's an AI shot
by
of
the way,
him?
dude, I don't like seeing that AI. It almost looks faker than his face, Murph.
Ooh. This is Tom Brady, who cloned his dog, don't forget.
Which is even weirder.
Led to a Steve Young riff. That was very entertaining.
Yeah, it did. But then how about we have Tom now riffing on your guy, Gio Murph. Taking shots at the goat farmer.
So this is Gio Carmazzi he's talking about out of Hofstra. Mooch took him maybe because he was an Italian last name. Gio's out of football. The NFL Films tried to find him.
Giovanni Carmazzi does not own a television and declined to be interviewed.
You can't be standing there hoping.
He lives 2 hours north of San Francisco and describes himself as a yoga exercising farmer. He has 5 goats.
Is that the narrator? Is that what's his face? That's Shriver or whatever. That is some of the best narrating I've ever heard in my life. That was literally might be the best narrating I've ever heard. The pausing, the intonation.
Giovanni Carmazzi does not own a television and declined to be interviewed.
You can't be standing there hoping.
He lives 2 hours north of San Francisco and describes himself as a yoga exercising farmer. He has 5 goats.
That's freaking Mona Lisa right there.
Dude, the way he lays out so you could hear the goats in the background.
And it's just everything about it. Who is that guy? What's his face? He's an actor, and he does. He's the voice of God for Hard Knocks. He's a San Francisco guy. Oh gosh, Leave Schreiber. Leave Schreiber.
Oh, I think you're right. I think it is.
Is that
Schreiber.
who that is?
It might be.
He deserves every Emmy, Oscar, Tony, Grammy, whatever.
Giovanni Carmazzi does not own a television and declined to be interviewed.
You can't be standing there hoping.
He lives 2 hours north of San Francisco and describes himself as a yoga exercising farmer. He has 5 goats.
If that is Liev Schreiber, yes. If it's not Liev Schreiber, I'm still giving him love.
I can't believe it, dude.
He was just in one of those really lame shows that Candace and I watched on X Factor or whatever, or on not X Factor. I was looking at his bio. He's in the X-Men series. He was Wolverine. It was a stupid show on Netflix or
Yeah,
something.
well, I still think this whole thing is stupid. The fact that Tom Brady ended up with more Super Bowl rings than Gio had GOATs.
He did.
Yeah, that's unless he's been reaching out to Tom Brady for some advice on how to clone some of these GOATs. He now has 10 GOATs.
How about cloning rings for the Niners there?
Yeah, right.
Let's see. I just gave you the name of that stupid show because it's driving me nuts. It was called
The Price is Right.
The Perfect Couple. It was lame. It was lame. Last one, is it, we have, we did Brady, we did Clark, we did Vitella. Oh, we're good. We're off the hook. I'm not doing, no, we got to get to our guest. Is it Troy or Greg? Greg Beecham? Rams writer, AP, former Bay Area guy. He used to work next to Greg in the AP cubicle down in Santa Clara. He'll give us a Rams preview. I'm not getting into the Orlovsky thing. I'm sorry. I got my buddy Daryl texting me, all these people, and Cam Newton, they're all checking in. There's a quarterback controversy, and said, we've gone through this a million times.
Yeah,
I refuse to bite on the national narrative. They're just trolling us here with this chum in the water. Look, sorry, we got our situation on lockdown. We don't need you guys checking in with your little chyrons that people see at the gym.
And let me just say this, for everybody that's now buying into the Dan Orlovsky quarterback controversy, how about you go back a couple weeks ago when Dan Orlovsky came on our show, said there was no controversy and that Brock Purdy was a better quarterback.
So here's the deal.
Like, that literally happened on our show.
Mac was an outstanding signing. That's the story. What a great signing by the Niners. And he's been a perfect backup. And he's awesome. And when Brock comes back, he's the guy. Now, if Brock Purdy loses 7 in a row, maybe we got a situation on our hands. But until then, we're not going to talk about it. I refuse to be told what to talk about by a chyron that somebody sees on the treadmill at frickin', what are the gyms everybody go to now? Used to be.
What do you want, like a Planet Fitness?
Yeah. Planet Fitness.
24 hour?
Thank you very much.
But do the Niners have a quarterback controversy, Murph?
No, they do not.
Stay tuned
Is
for
that
next.
what is
The
young
streets
Tony?
are asking. I don't know.
What does young Tony ask today? All right, Greg Beecham covers the Rams in L.A. for the Associated Press. Let's get a Rams preview. Are the Rams going to come up here and roll the Niners? On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, we got another massive giveaway. Happy Friday, everybody. Today's the last day we're doing this, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show for your chance to win 2 tickets to AC/DC at Levi Stadium on August 5th of 2026. We got a little thunderstruck here. AC/DC. Murph was calling this thunderstruck nonsense just the other day. It's all for you guys, and that is furnished by Another Planet Entertainment. Stay tuned. 2 tickets to AC/DC. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ooh, that is lush. Quincy Jones doing his work on the Thriller album for Michael Jackson. You know, I read the New York... Interesting story is that when this album came out, the New York Times gave it a bad review, dude. And they said, really, the only song that has any chance to chart is a lush ode to New York, Human Nature. I was like, well, I do ride with Human Nature, but you guys are missing about 7 other bangers on that one, too. But this is a great deep cut from Thriller. And did you guys see the premiere? The trailer is out for the Michael biopic.
Oh, no, I have not seen this.
I listen. Not without controversy, I'm sure.
I'm sure, yeah.
Strictly music? Mount Rushmore, top 4 in American history. Yeah. Strictly music.
Well, it was
Strictly
even more than just music. It was dancing. It was culture. Yeah,
everything. Strictly the entertainment.
Yeah.
Save your text, everybody.
I got you, Murph. I got you.
But in the biopic, he's recording in the studio, and it's all these quick cuts, and it has all these pinned up songs and what they cut quickly to a Human Nature notepad clipped to a post-it on the thing, and I'm like, hell yeah, Human Nature. So let's go. Connection made with Greg Beacham?
Yes, indeed.
All right, Greg Beacham's a good dude, man. He's an outstanding sports writer in Los Angeles. He's been doing it for a long, long time. He used to be here in the Bay. He and I used to work next to each other in Santa Clara. So he covers a lot of things down in L.A., including the Rams, which we'll talk to him about right now. 49ers, Rams 4.5-point favorites. Their injury list is absolutely nothing compared to the 49ers injury list. So, Greg, it's great to have you back on in the Bay Area, your old workplace, your old buddy Murph. We got Marcus Boucher here. How you doing, Greg?
Hey, morning, Greg.
Hey, Murph. Hey, Marcus. Always good to be home. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
Yeah, man. So, listen, Rams playing well. Rams pretty healthy. 49ers banged up. Rams are favored. I don't know. It just feels like a lot of things are pointing the Rams' way. What's the mood in Rams camp? Are they coming up here to think, hey, man, we have more horses than the Niners this Sunday?
I think there's a determination to get one back for what happened last month, coupled with the fact that, anybody with a long-term view of this rivalry realizes that the Niners have had the upper hand for, 6 years now, 7 years, since the very first couple of years of this concurrent 10 years of McVay and Shanahan. So while they're confident, they're very careful not to play it up like this is our big game, this is our test, this is our number one thing, because they know they got a lot of games left, and it's absolutely right. There's more coming up, but the fact in a lot of ways is that the Niners have had the upper hand on these guys, and they know that, and until they prove it, they're not going to get too cocky. It's not going to become more than it actually is in one game. So it's exciting, but I think the pressure's still on the Rams in terms of they need to show that they can compete in this rivalry when both teams are close to full strength. And they haven't done that yet for a long time, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we know the 49ers are definitely not at full strength this weekend, but it sounds like the Rams have the opportunity. We saw the injury report yesterday, and we saw a full participation from Puka Nacua, so is the expectation for him to be out there this Sunday?
Yeah, it's looking like he's going to go. He's healthy enough to run around and do what he needs to do. He had a full practice yesterday. They are going to be a little bit compromised at depth at receiver because Tutu Atwell is on injured reserve. So they don't have their top deep play guy, the guy who stretches the field, who's made some really spectacular plays over the years. And Jordan Whittington missed practice for a couple of days this week. So a couple of their depth receivers are out, but the good news for the Rams is that Puka Nacua and Davante Adams will be ready to go, and they get the lion's share of the targets downfield anyway when things are going well.
Yeah, Greg, let's stay in that wide receiver room for a second because we saw the dynamic duo that was Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp for so many years, but now you have Davante Adams in town. Has he stepped in and replaced that production that you guys have lost with Cooper Kupp?
He has done an outstanding job so far. It took them a little bit of time to build the chemistry between Davante Adams and Matthew Stafford because Matthew missed all of training camp in the preseason with that back problem that has not been a problem in the regular season, thankfully. But once they got that built up, they figured out what each other one likes. Those are both two incredible professionals, been doing this for 12 years and 17 years respectively. They've gotten into a groove, particularly in the red zone, which has not always been a good area for a McVay offense. He's a guy who tends to overthink things sometimes in terms of play calls and will get himself into a bind in the red zone and have to kick a field goal when he wants to score a touchdown. Nowadays, with Davante Adams as an option, that guy, it's hard to cover him in single coverage in a red zone situation, and it's not that hard apparently for Sean McVay to get him into single coverage in a red zone situation. He has 5 touchdown catches in the last 2 games, and none of them were longer than 4 yards. It was 4 yards, 3 yards, 2 yards, 1 yard, 1 yard. I mean, they're just lining up and saying, we're going to throw to Davante, try to stop us from making his five-step route and being open and Matthew Stafford throwing it into that window. He's done it 5 times, and they haven't been able to stop it yet. So it's a good combination. It's getting better. Those two, like Cooper Kupp had some great years here. He's an incredible receiver. He's a Ram for life. He'll probably go into the team's Hall of Fame or whatever. But, Davante Adams gives them a dimension that they haven't had for a couple of years. And with Puka Nacua at full strength, it's been pretty impressive to watch those 3 guys go at it.
Marcus loves his Davante Adams questions. He played against him in high school, Homestead High against.
Oh wow!
Yeah. He tackled him or guarded him?
Well, luckily I played inside the box, so luckily I didn't have to go out and cover Davante Adams, Greg.
Yeah, he was a linebacker too. So, okay, so here's it's all about yes the offense, yes Stafford, yes McVay, yes Adams, yes Puka Nacua. This Rams defense, the stats are crazy. I mean, they're number 2, I believe, in scoring behind the Houston Texans. That's a huge number. The rushing defense, any way you look at it. So the 49ers, I think their only kind of game plan is to keep Stafford off the field with long time-consuming drives. But how do you have a long time-consuming drive when you can't run the ball against the Rams? Now, last time, McCaffrey caught a lot of balls but did not have much effect running the ball. They've been running it better. Do you see this as the key matchup here, Greg? And is the Rams front 7 confident that after stuffing the Niners the first time they could do it again?
I would say the number one thing the Niners have going for them in this matchup is the fact that Kyle Shanahan always figures out something to do against the Rams. I mean, that's just been a constant in this rivalry for 9 years now, is that Kyle Shanahan has a way of getting around Sean McVay's defenses, no matter who the coordinator is. We saw it in that first game. Those first 2 drives, they were masterpieces, really long, time-consuming, not dink and dunk, but taking what the defense gives you. The Rams playing a little bit cautious, the linebackers a little bit further back than they might want to be. And Mac Jones and Christian McCaffrey taking advantage of that, throwing it down there, making Kendrick Bourne, look like Michael Crabtree or some incredible receiver from the Niners past. Just put together a lot of really nice drives. So, how they're going to do it, I think it's possible to run against the Rams. It's not easy because of the way they're able to play. They got these versatile safeties who can play up in the box or can defend guys. Quentin Lake gets out there on the perimeter. They've got so many looks they can throw at you. They're so unpredictable under Chris Shula and Sean McVay, who does a lot of help with the defense. You can run on these guys. It's difficult. Everything they're doing right now is they're doing pretty well. But the fact is that the Niners gained a lot of yards against the Rams last time. They had those 2 long drives. They didn't get in the end zone again, but they scored 4 times. So I don't think that's going to be the Niners' bigger problem. I think the Niners need to shut down the Rams' offense. I think that's the number one concern. Because even though the Niners are missing guys, I think they can have success just because Kyle Shanahan always has success against the Rams. So to bet against that would be crazy to me.
Greg, we've spent a lot of time this week talking about the 49ers run game and the combination between Christian McCaffrey and Brian Robinson and how it seems like he's starting to finally get a few more carries. Now, it seems a little similar to what's been going on this year down in L.A. with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum getting more carries as of lately, or you tell me, what's the current breakdown, the usage, and the split of the carries in that Rams backfield?
They have been moving towards Blake Corum a little bit more. He's getting more plays. At the start of the year, we asked the question that we always end up asking, why aren't you using your backup running back more? And Sean's like, well, this drive was short, and, I need to get him in there more. I need to do it more. But he's actually been committing to distributing the reps and more importantly, the carries, because the reps depend on what field position you are down in distance, whether you run the ball or not. But they've split it up. Kyron Williams is having another decent season, aside from that atrocious fumble that ended up costing them the game against San Francisco. And Blake Corum is finally starting to emerge as a decent NFL ball carrier. He just hasn't had a lot of opportunities to really get into it, but now he's getting them. They're taking advantage of it. Their running game is not spectacular. They're not going to run over you in a lot of ways, but they get the job done. They can move the ball when they need to, particularly in short yardage situations. They've been pretty decent, except for a few glaring exceptions like the end of the San Francisco game. So, while the passing game is what's getting all the attention because Matthew Stafford's having such an outstanding season, Puka Nacua is having another prolific season, and Devontae leads the NFL in touchdown passes. The running game is still the backbone. It's still what Sean McVay wants to build his offense around. It's been good enough to do that. It just hasn't really stood out yet. And we'll see if they can get that going in the second half of the season.
Greg, non-Sean McVay, non-Kyle Shanahan, the kicker. The 49ers solved it like crazy with Eddie Pinheiro, who I believe hit a 59-yarder down in the LA game in SoFi, I think.
Yes, he did.
Longest in 49 history.
Josh Carty is not kicking well for the Rams. It's a problem. I read they brought in somebody this week. I don't even know how bad is it. Like, what happened with the Niners, Jake Moody, they wound up getting rid of the guy. Is Josh Carty on the hot seat?
He is on thin ice right now. Yeah, they lead the NFL with 8 either missed or blocked place kicks, whether extra points or field goals, and that's not great. And there's never any one reason for this kind of stuff, but Carty is on thin ice because of, the combination of just not hitting kicks, and there's some technique problems. They're very oblique when they talk about this stuff, because they don't want to rip on the kicker, even though they're on the verge of cutting him maybe, and they don't want to give away what their flaws are so that other teams hear about it. But it's a combination of Carty. He's been measured statistically as having a slow run up to the ball compared to other kickers. And again, that's a fraction of a second, but it makes all the difference in the NFL. And then just accuracy issues. He's in a bit of a slump, and he needs to get out of it. They brought in competition. They brought in Harrison Mevis this week, the thicker kicker. That guy came in the locker room. It was interesting to see him. So they're kicking, and we should know in about, I think Sean talks to the media in 90 minutes from now, so we'll probably know what their kicker decision is for the weekend. I would be surprised if they gave up on Carty just because when they say it's not all his fault, there are other things you can fix in terms of scheme, in terms of protection. And they say they have addressed the protection issues, although the kick that he missed last week nearly got blocked. The guy basically just over-jumped it and like missed it. Otherwise, he would have blocked it as well. So there's a lot of issues at stake. They're also probably going to have a new long snapper, who is their old long snapper, Jake McQuaid. They brought him back. They said they were having problems with the snaps being in the right place to get the laces in the right place. All these little minutia that you have to deal with when you're in the kicking game, and your big old football coach is trying to figure out the kicking game. It's fun to watch the Rams special teams coordinator. It's Chase Blackburn, a great hard-hitting, football player during his time. It's telling us about lace placement on the ball and stuff, and you're like, man, you did not want to be doing this. You want to be talking about hitting guys and stuff. But they're trying to figure it out. And Carty, I would be surprised if they gave up on him, but we'll know for sure in about 90 seconds. But it's been a big problem for the Rams.
Man, oh man! Listen, Niners lived it. They've seen that movie. And so, Eddie Pinheiro has been unfreaking believable for the 49ers. So maybe the Rams will find their Eddie Pinheiro by the end of the season. Who knows? So, well, good stuff, man. Always great, Greg. You do a great job, and we knew we'd get some good breakdown on the Rams. So we appreciate you, and we'll look forward to the next one.
Yeah, thanks, Greg.
Have a good Friday, guys.
Good stuff, Greg Beacham. Now, after hearing all that, do you feel better or worse about the Niners' chances?
A little bit worse, to be honest.
I was going to say the opposite.
You feel better.
Because I was thinking the way he emphasized what Kyle always does to the Rams. It got me thinking, like, as much as we talk about this, the horses, do you have the horses? Is that Kyle's going to be in his bag?
Yeah, I just keep on thinking about that horse that is Devontae Adams and the stat he hit us with the 5 touchdown passes in the last couple games. Like, he is unstoppable. I don't know who's going to slow him down this weekend.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, you asked the question. I'm just giving you an answer.
I know.
It doesn't make me feel great about this matchup.
Okay, all right. Well, let's talk to the man who's going to call it. Troy Clarity, Stanford's own. He's doing Stanford football with our guy John Plattsy, who contributes to our show every single day. And so Troy is actually in North Carolina to call Belichick versus the Farm in Chapel Hill. Then he's going to fly all the way back and call the 49ers and the Rams.
All right.
So let's talk to Troy.
Yeah.
You remember Troy from Ticket 1050 back in the day? Did you ever work with Troy?
The Nifty 1050. No, I never did any Stanford broadcasts.
Yeah, I did some stuff with God. I'm trying to think. Did Troy and I ever do a show together? He used to be on 1050 all the time back when Ticket 1050 at the old station. So we know Troy very well. It'd be good to have him. Next on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Okay, so our 80s Friday, we do a little combo platter here. Because this song came out in 1980. And it's by AC/DC, which means tickets. Final day to see AC/DC with the Pretty Reckless on August 5, 2026, Levi Stadium. This is Marcus's favorite AC/DC song. Cue to calls right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Tell John Joe Curley you're caller number 10, and you will see AC/DC with 2 free tickets at Levi Stadium on August 5, 2026. Now, those tickets do go on sale today at 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster.com. So if you didn't win the tickets, you can get them at Ticketmaster. By the way, our Niners-Rams tickets were won by our old buddy Craig in Napa, who was in Hawaii last year.
Hey!
Some people win contests.
Shout out to Craig.
Craig's one of those guys.
Yeah,
Good dude.
that's our guy.
Drafted by the Baltimore Orioles, Craig.
That's my boy, Craig.
Great golf swing, Craig, too. We played last November in Hawaii. All right. 49ers will not be playing golf or seeing AC/DC or going to Hawaii. They're playing the Rams on Sunday. Troy Clarity's going to be on the call. Troy, of course, long-time affiliation with our station, going back to the 1050 days in the 90s, only on the nifty 1050. Troy, of course, does Stanford football with John Platts, our good buddy. Troy, it's your buddy Murph. You got Marcus Boucher here. You remember the only on the nifty. Remember that, Troy?
Hey, Troy.
I remember that all too well. How you doing, fellas? Greetings from deep in the jungles of the Research Triangle Park as Stanford faces North Carolina. Some guy named Bill Belichick is their head coach tomorrow. So that'll be a fun one, and it'll be even more fun to be coming up from the Lon Simmons broadcast booth on Sunday. Looking forward to it. It's a game that should have some implications, I'd imagine, in the NFC West slate, certainly.
Yeah, good stuff. Well, Troy knows what he's doing. It's going to be a great call on Sunday. We'll be playing all his highlights on Monday for sure. He and Tim Ryan in the booth. And like he said, he's earning this one. Chapel Hill Saturday, back to California for the Sunday kickoff, but you do it for the love of the game. Troy, when you look at this thing, there's the two ways to look at it. There's the, hey, man, this is the rivalry game, and you can always count on Kyle Shanahan to give McVay a problem, and the Niners should feel good about that, versus, dude, could they be more injured? And then they add Keon White and D. Winters and Alfred Collins in yesterday's practice reports. So which way are you leaning? Does it look too daunting, or is it Kyle versus McVay, and it will be a tight one?
By the way, with that AC/DC, suddenly she's got the jack in the back back of my head.
Look at you, buddy. 1077 The Bone is entering the chat here. Yes.
Yeah. That's not 80s though, so we'll just leave that there. And it's funny because I remember I actually went down to SoFi for round one between the Niners and the Rams last month, and the prevailing wisdom going into that game was, oh boy, the Niners are just so injured. The Rams are playing so well. Man, it looks like this is just going to be a scheduled loss for the 49ers. And then 3.5 hours later, everyone's walking out of the building going, how in the heck did the Niners win that one? They're so injured, and the Rams have been playing so well. And yet the Niners threw early punches. I mean, my gosh, Kyle Shanahan, I've never seen a reverse flea flicker screen before. Are you kidding me? That was absolutely bonkers. So the Niners threw early punches, got early scores, withstood the Rams' rush, withstood the Rams' flurry later on in the game. That mind-blowing fumble at the goal line that I'm still haunted by right now. I still can't believe that happened. And then the sequence in overtime that allowed the Niners to come away with that one. So, look, I mean, the Niners have followed that script for much of the year. You go into every game pretty much looking at their injury report. I was actually just looking at it again myself just a few minutes ago and going, wait, he's on it? Wait, word, he's on it too? Holy smokes, how are they going to be able to field a team? Yet some way, somehow, this team has survived. They're 6-3. They're still the only undefeated team in the NFC West right now as far as division play is concerned. So there is that. So, look, I mean, certainly there's room to be in both minds right now because, yes, this team is way too injured. I mean, all the guys are going to be on street clothes coming up on Sunday, but yet and still they find ways to beat the Rams and to win ball games and to stay in the thick of things in the NFC. So that's pretty much a long way of saying absolutely no outcome would surprise me this upcoming Sunday.
Yeah, Troy, you're absolutely right. It seems like a similar situation to the first time they squared up earlier this year with the amount of 49er injuries that they have stacked up this season. Now, one of the big differences, that first matchup, they had Fred Warner out there, but they did not have George Kittle. George Kittle will be playing this Sunday. So how big a part of the game plan do you think Kittle will be, not just for Mac or Brock or whoever's throwing passes, but also for this 49er run game?
Yeah, and that'll certainly help out, I would imagine, a bit. Look, you need to have as many hands on deck as you possibly can, right? And even though Kittle, I don't think he's necessarily had a huge impact since coming back from his injuries. 4 catches last week against the Giants, but you certainly would rather have him out there than not.
And you still got McCaffrey, the greatness that he is. And I go back to, the very first NFL game that I called. That happened to be Niners-Rams down at SoFi 3 years ago, and that was McCaffrey's first start with the 49ers. And all that McCaffrey did that day was run for a touchdown, catch a touchdown, and then throw for another touchdown. So heck of an impression there for McCaffrey that day. And as long as Mac Jones just continues to keep doing what he has done, making smart plays, making the right reads, getting the ball to where it needs to go. And even though the defense, look, 11% pressure rate, dead last in the league, yet still, if they're able to find ways to make plays and other points around the field, then they can very well stay in it. So, look, Kittle's going to be a part of a piece of the puzzle, but look, it can't just be him. It can't just be McCaffrey. It's got to be the entire Niner squad that has to play complementary football and complement each other in all phases of the game.
We're talking to Troy Clarity, who does such a great job on Stanford football, and he'll be doing the 49ers as we continue to fill in for Greg Papa, as Papa is doing such a great job on middays, gutting it out. He's a tough guy, but, of course, can't do all those Niners games this season. So we've had a great rotating cast of fill-in guests, and Troy is the voice on Sunday. That'll be awesome. By the way, the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Pass rush is everything in life in the NFL. I don't know if the Niners have it. Now, Bryce Huff is returning. I guess, is that their best hope? And Matt Stafford with that quick release, Troy, how can you – it's like you can't sack a guy who's almost unsackable. Is it going to be a big game for Robert Saleh, right?
Yeah, and probably more so on the back end of it, coverage-wise. And you're right. Stafford is just – that dude was just born to sling, right? And you could argue, this is, his 17th year in the league, and if you made the case that he is – playing at as high a level as he has ever played at during the course of his terrific career, then you certainly wouldn't get much of an argument from me. And he gets the ball out super quick. It helps that he's got the guys on the outside and Puka and Devontae Adams on the outside to kind of help things out a little bit. But yeah, if you can, get the coverage on the back end to at least make Stafford think just a little bit, and be in the right places in the right times, when Stafford wants to get rid of that ball very quickly, make him tuck it down a little bit, or, when he does get rid of it quickly, make the tackle immediately, limit the gains. So I think that certainly places more of an emphasis on, guys on the back end being able to get it done. Don't know if that pressure rate's going to be able to go up in this game as a result of just how the Rams, just how they play football and just how, how they operate on the offensive side of things. But yeah, I think that places a bit more emphasis on what happens in the secondary and in the back end, and if they can do their jobs and be in the right places at the right time, because that will certainly help out the pass rush a bit.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Coverage, tackling, all that stuff. And then there's the other part about the Niners offensive line. Last one, Troy, is just how you feel about that. You've been, watching film. You've been talking to people. Here comes Byron Young with his 9 sacks. He's, of course, the outside linebacker. Jared Verse has 4. They disrupt. The Niner O-line, it's like a love-hate thing for the fans. Some days Trent Williams is shoving Abdul Carter around the field, and some days he's having bad games, and then Colton McKivitz gets picked on by fans. But he's actually been pretty good, but sometimes gets beat. The interior kind of changes. I don't know. Is that the matchup, another matchup to watch, this young, athletic Rams front against that Niner O-line?
I was fascinated down at SoFi last month to see what they did with Jared Verse. And they didn't just line him up outside. They stood him up and moved him inside at times as well. It was intriguing and it was fascinating, and at times it was completely disruptive to watch. So, I would think that Verse is going to very much be in the mix once again for this one too. You mentioned Byron Young as well. O-line needs to figure out ways to get it done against a very strong, very stout Rams defensive front who do a lot of things very well. Top 10 in the league in points allowed, yards per play, takeaways, and in pressure rate. They're 8th in the league in pressure rate so far this year. But where the Rams have really done well, red zone touchdown percentage, 39%. That's pretty darn good. So the Niners have to find ways to get 6s instead of 3s. It's nice to have Eddie Pinheiro kicking long field goals like he did against SoFi, but, man, you need to find ways to keep the heat off of Mac Jones, who, of course, is not 100%, open up hole for Christian McCaffrey, and to give, Mac Jones enough time to find guys downfield. I kind of feel like I'm talking about a Stanford football game right now because they had some issues on the offensive line a little bit as well. So, yes, certainly, figure out a way to keep the heat from Jared Verse at a minimum and Byron Young at a minimum as well. That's going to be key number 1 for the Niners offensively, among other things.
Last one, just for fun, Troy. Did you guys have any pre-week availability with Bill Belichick on preparing for the Stanford, North Carolina game? Does he do opposition media?
No. I did get a chance to listen to his press conference earlier today, and it was kind of odd to. I mean, look. Frank Reich versus Bill Belichick.
Right.
And it's not in the AFC, right? It's in the ACC. This isn't Colts Patriots or anything like that. It's Stanford and North Carolina. So it's just kind of mind blowing to think about, the paths that those two men have taken in their respective careers. And it obviously has not gone well for Bill Belichick, at least, measured against the expectations that folks had of the program coming in. And, Frank Reich, has been steady throughout the ship. They're still, their margin for error. If they want to make a bowl game, they can't lose any more games. And this game is certainly gettable here tomorrow against North Carolina. But like we talked about the Niners, they need to execute, they need to play complementary football, and they need to do all the little things right in order to get a win this weekend. Should be fun. Looking for in between Frank Reich and Bill Belichick and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. I'm honored to be seeing some pretty good head coaching this weekend.
Well, that's why you put in the grind at 10:50 in the 90s. Back in the day.
That's right.
Can we throw a little
weekend?
So what are we going to go with? We're going to go Ron and Don in the morning. Is that what we're going to go with? We're going to go what? Greg, what was his name? Greg Cilio? Dan Cilio?
Yeah, Dan Cilio.
Who are some of the other 1050 guys? Brooksy, obviously. Paulie.
Brooksy.
Paulie.
Yeah, Brooksy and Paulie and those guys.
DC and Cue Ball Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, now you're talking about my guys now.
Backseat Betty, Jen Violet, right? Backseat Betty, Jen
yes,
Violet.
Indeed. Yes, indeed, man. Those, if someone should write a book about those days back at 10:50 in the 90s, and some of the things that we did on and off the air. I'm still surprised sometimes that I walked in the next day and my car key still worked. I'm still amazed we had jobs at various points.
It was Tony Salvador's brainchild. Did you guys call it the Jungle or something? No, was there a name for it? No, the Ticket. It was the Ticket, right? The Ticket 1050.
No, it was the nifty 1050. That's all.
Yeah, nifty. I loved it, man. Who was it? The kid who did that was the update guy. Olsen was his name.
Yeah. No, it was. I'm blanking on his name. His first name was Bill. I can't remember his last name off the top of my head.
But Young Tone and John Joe and Marcus, it was only on the nifty 1050. He would do that. They were doing updates. That was how he'd tag out of the update.
Yeah. Oh, God, I can't. I'm going to be trying to think of what his last name is for the rest of the day, and it's going to haunt me.
We can ask Brooksy. We'll ask Brooksy or Paulie.
It'll come to me in the middle of the game on Sunday, and I'll just blurt it out, and T-Rock will look at me like, what? Who is this guy? Get him out of here.
And you remember Oakland Raider wide receiver Tim Brown. Remember that one, too?
Brown. Yes, indeed.
All right. Enough of our reminiscing, buddy. All right. Have a great call. You sounded great, and you'll do great this weekend. Congrats, Troy.
Yeah, thanks, Troy.
Thank you. Much appreciated. And we'll have some fun this weekend. It's going to be a good one. Looking forward to it.
Troy Clarity on the call on 680 1045, but not 1050.
Oh, come on. Get him on the ticket, Murph.
What is 1050 these days? Are we calling it KFRC? What are we calling it?
Well, I would say it's
What are we just throwing around names?
KTCC.
No. It can't be KTCC because now we're calling 810 KSFO.
No, but I think it
whatever
is
the hell we want to do, we'll just
I believe Troy is still calling games on 1050 because that's where the Stanford games are.
I'm going to say say it's KGO 1050.
No. See, now you're confusing the audience.
Well, what do you think?
Bill
Conrad.
Bill Conrad. He just told Curly. Bill Conrad.
Bill Conrad.
Only on the nifty. 1050. We need something for us. What can we rhyme with leader?
Only on the Sports Leader.
Nice, Tony.
By the way, my cousin Antoinette, a.k.a. Tony, says, I'm going to miss young Tony when he's on vacation.
Yeah.
You got the Vallejo crowd on lockdown, bud.
See?
Who's this? Wait, who's
This
it?
is my cousin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Her name is Antoinette, but she goes by Tony.
Okay, different
Like
person.
Tony.
Different person than in the San Diego crowd where they were like, young town.
That was that was at my high school reunion.
Young Tony.
That was at my high school reunion.
Yeah.
I was like,
everywhere, bro.
I'm listening, man. He goes, yeah. He goes, young Tony.
Yeah.
Young Tony.
Uh-huh.
It's just kind of because we kind of ran out of stuff to talk about.
Hell yeah.
So I was just kind of hanging in the air. It's like,
I mean, it happened the other day at the ballpark back nine. We went and we played around with DC and his boy Zach. We introduced him, and DC's like, yeah, these are the guys from the morning show. This is Marcus, this is Tony. And the first thing Zach says is,
Bro.
Yeah, Tony, what'd you learn today?
Really?
I swear.
And he's in the demo?
No riffing, in the demo.
In the demo, yes.
You got it.
That's it.
You're winning. Go off to Costa Rica with your fist in the air, buddy.
The people care about you, Tony.
What did young Tony learn today other than he has the demo on lockdown on the Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Oh, yeah. One last word on Bigelow Tea before we get out of here. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We all reach for it here at The Leader, a mug full of English breakfast or Earl Grey or chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. We love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. Keeps me going, keeps you all going, keeps the Bay going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whoo! All right, fun Friday, man. Carmen Policy crushing it. Ronnie Lott was awesome. Fun to talk to Troy and Greg for your X's and O's. Get us ready for this game. You stayed away from it on your Brian and Bobby's?
Yeah, I did not want to touch this matchup, Murph.
You're doing Peter, get away from it.
Yeah, Peter.
It has been an 80s Friday, but of course we always end it with our tribute to 104.5 and John Capone. Perfect Friday send-off, but that doesn't mean Tony didn't learn something from his 80s Fridays before he heads to Costa Rica. Let's go here, Tony.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So it's 80s Friday, obviously home game for me, right? And we did it all. Tainted Love, Soft Cell, When I Think of You, Janet Jackson, shout out Emlo, Don't Go by Yaz. I did that just so you can cut that. Never Too Much, Luther Vandross, The Message, Grandmaster Flash, The Reflex, Duran Duran, 1999 Prince, Human Nature, Michael Jackson, Just a Friend, Biz Markie. But this is the one that Tony found that he learned the most. Was there something about the smooth, almost yacht rocky vibe of Gypsy by Fleetwood Mac that stuck with you?
Shout out the person that texted this in, because the first thing I think of when I hear this, and even any Fleetwood Mac, is the guy on the skateboard longboarding on the street with some cranberry in his hand.
Which, by the way, kind of defined COVID, didn't it?
It definitely. Right? That was the viral TikTok of the COVID era.
Did we find it like soothing in a way or something? Like, why did that?
It was,
other than it was just kind of cool.
It was something about him being isolated. The fact that he was riding his skateboard like on a freeway while chugging cranberry juice.
Is he holding onto the back of a pickup?
In the middle of a sunset too.
At one point, was he on the back of a pickup?
I think he might have caught a toe.
I think he was just low. He was low to the ground.
Anyway, that song was Dreams. This is Gypsy, but this made you think of it. Some guy said to us, blank you for getting Gypsy stuck in my head all day. I disagree. I think this is the kind of smooth Friday vibe you need.
And it has inspired young Tony to turn into a gypsy himself. He'll be traveling down to Costa Rica next week.
By the way, the amount of people texting in saying they're going to miss you, buddy.
I didn't even see the text. I appreciate that. I'm just a guy.
Tony always
Maria
says,
texted in as well. She had no idea.
See? The privacy of a young Tony.
People want to know,
Hey, Maria, neither did the co-host of the show.
Yeah, it's an issue.
He's like, well, I don't need to tell you this stuff. It's my private life. I'm like, dude, you're bored off, bro. You're going to miss him.
I am going to miss him. I'm feeling like I'm going to be like an empty nester. I don't know if I've done this show without Tony since the 2 years we've been on air together.
There's like a sort of a meme or something about like, you're going to be singing Twin, Where Have You Been?
But I will say, I think next week will be the first time in 2 years where I will once again be the youngest person on the show. So thank you for that, young Tony.
By the way, just so everybody knows, Danny Dunn's going to fill in a few days, I believe 3 days, and then Jacob Violante is going to fill in a couple.
Did you say Wally Pipp? Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Get ready, dude.
Hey, vaya con Dios, kid. Godspeed.
Adios, pelota.
And I won't see you, because you guys go to Hawaii the week after I get back, and then you're taking all of vacation, the Thanksgiving week, you're taking that all. So we're not going to see each other for 3 weeks. I kind of like that.
Absence makes the
kinda
heart
like
grow
that.
fonder.
Take a picture. It'll last longer, Tony.
Via con Dios, Godspeed, kid.
I appreciate it.
And Silver
Hey,
is
enjoy
next.
Hawaii, boys. I'll talk to you down the
Sponsored
line.
by Speedy
Aloha,
Oil Change
brother.
and Auto Service. We can fix that. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
My allegiance to the Niners left when they skipped over me 6 times in the 2000 draft.
Oh, it's not that cold. It's much colder in Minnesota.
Oh my God. Somebody would have been wearing some ass in that dugout. What the are you doing?
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
He's a challenge, and then you mix it in with their scheme and the way, the weapons he has from the back to
his receiving core, and then Sean and the way they call it, it just makes it a tremendous challenge all the way across the board.
But I think when it comes to, especially with the Rams and us, there isn't much that changes each game. We've changed coordinators a bunch on both sides, but the whole history and the whole scheme on both sides hasn't changed too much. And we've both done about everything possible to each other. It actually ends up being one of the more simpler games, I think, for both sides. And that's why it just ends up being a battle every year.
Oh, yeah. He's Hall of Fame quarterback and his potential to win the MVP this year. So he's one of the best quarterbacks to ever do it, to throw. Just watching his tape growing up and all that stuff. So have all the respect in the world for him. And he just plays the quarterback position exactly how it's supposed to be played.
They're a tough team to beat. We were able to do it down there in SoFi earlier, and we're going to have to play at a high level to do it. We're certainly capable of it, and we need the place rocking on Sunday.
Plain and simple, John Lynch. Place got to be rocking. The 49er fans have traveled so well with so many road games to start the year. And at 1:25 on Sunday, they are back at Levi's Stadium, 5 of the final 8. Right there in the confines of Levi's and Santa Clara. That's where we were yesterday. That's where we pick it up today. It's Papa and Silver. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs and making us a part of your day. A lot of matchup preview we got into yesterday, and we will continue that forward today with a lot of foolery going on, too. We got to talk about Mac Jones, the cackle he has built up at the podium, the sense of humor of the 49ers' possible starting quarterback. I would say likely starting quarterback and maybe beyond this week. Of course, that another discussion we got into. So we pick it up 10:03 on a Friday. And Papa, again, Ronnie Lott said it. He's been saying it all week. He said it on Murph and Marcus today. It's Rams week. We're 2 days away from this thing being for real. See if the Niners can get that sweep.
Beat LA, beat LA, beat LA. And we're going to get into it in great depth as it is Friday. And we'll talk to Matt Maiocco. Just finished up a Ask Papa with Maddie, and we didn't talk about it when the camera was rolling. We talked about it off the air, but he thinks that possibly Brock Purdy comes back to quarterback this team next week against the Arizona Cardinals. We know Kyler Murray won't be quarterbacking the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett will be, so it won't be the two best backup quarterbacks in football, Sir Fat Ass, Jacoby Brissett against Mac Jones, but it will be the Mac Daddy against Matthew Stafford, a guy that he grew up watching play. That's interesting. Matthew Stafford has been in the NFL since 2009 when he was the number 1 overall pick to the Detroit Lions at the tender age of 21. Mac Jones just seems like an old soul. Silver, he's kind of like you. He belies his youthfulness, although we are going to get into Mac's cackle a little bit. Just listening to his Thursday press conference when he meets the media, and for a while there it was Brock and it was Mac together, and now they're not doing that. It's just Mac Jones. He has one of the more interesting laughs I think I have heard in Bay Area sports, just openly. And I heard Murph and Marcus one day talking to one of his teammates, I think, and they used the word cackle, and it is a cackle. He cackles. He's kind of goofball. Can we hear it, Tony? Can we hear his laugh a little bit? I mean, best Bay Area laughs. When I think of laughs in America, there we go. That's even different. Now that's a cackle. That's is it a forced laugh? I don't know him. I met him very briefly during OTAs, and he's Mac Jones with the big ponson, and I think that's a big reason why he was not drafted by the 49ers number 3 overall, and I think definitely he should have been, but he had a dad bod. And by the way, Tom Brady is in town, and we did effort to get Tom Brady on the show. We got a good guest list today. Omar Ruiz will join us later, our friend, and we mentioned Matty Moe, and Tom Brady agreed to come on the show. He was all in until I mentioned the last name Silver. It falls into the category you should always tell the truth. You just shouldn't always be telling it. I didn't think there was a problem, but he wanted details on the hit. He's a detail guy. So I gave him my script. I'll be on, me, and I know Tom Sr. We're not going to bring up the Tuck You play. We're not? Of course we are. You ruined our lives, Brady. How many Super Bowls would you have won if that would have been called correctly by Walt Tanner? Anyway.
So even saying it was another Greg and not another Michael, perhaps?
You want me to read the exact text? And I didn't think it was a big deal. I did it like in the middle of the night because his guy from New York, Ben, hit me at like 6. Whatever. I gave too much info. and all of a sudden radio's silent. I'm trying to go through Jim Gray and let's effing go. But anyway, I don't think we get Tom Brady on. Well, we are going to get Omar on. We are going to get Matt Maiocco on. And the reason I bring it up is Maiocco, and he's connected. He does the interview for me with Kyle on Game Plan. So he spends time with Kyle at the press conference on Wednesday. He'll be there today for Friday. And listening to Dirty Work yesterday, Kyle came flat out and said, we may declare Brock out for this game. So that's interesting. But I know David Lombardi wrote a big piece about it, and we had David on Wednesday. We'll get Matty Moe on. They think that Brock's coming back sooner than I think he's coming back. I always thought Thanksgiving. We'd be thankful to get Brock Purdy and his big brain back right around that time. But Matt does think it'll be coming up on not this game, but maybe the Arizona game. But we'll see. But I think we should get into Mac Jones and just what he has meant to this franchise and his play and just kind of who he is as a guy. The swag. Even when he went into Seattle and Lumen Field, the first game of the year, wearing that neon green suit. What are you, Legion of Boom? Did you get that from Richard Sherman? Even Sherman doesn't dress that, that out there, at least on Thursday Night Football. But he's out there, and he's got a presence about him in the locker room. He is a little goofy. I wish I had gotten to know him a little bit more. I wish I had gotten to know anybody a little bit more since July 16th, frankly. But we got to get into the Mac Jones cackle a little bit. Best Bay Area laughs of all time. I'm looking for a runner. Willie Mays had an interesting, but Willie would just give you the high pitch, Papa. He'd give you that high pitched voice. Wasn't so much a laugh. When you think of sporting laughs, it is undeniably Kawhi Leonard doing Vincent Price.
100%.
Of all the people that's like that's trying to start a car in the morning or a snowmobile or a lawnmower. You just can't get it to turn over. It's like, that's Kawhi Leonard's laugh? Seriously? It does not fit Kawhi Leonard.
Have you ever heard the original Kawhi laugh when he's doing workouts? He's wearing a Sacramento Kings warm-up jersey because this is before he got drafted. And he's like trying to force out, like the way it sounds is like, I'm going to try laughing for the first time. I'm going to experiment. And the way the room just dies afterwards, we got that sound in our today's sound folder. We'll get that one in a second here. I don't know if you've heard that one.
I've never heard that. That was one when he was a San Antonio Spur. I don't know if that's the one, when Zaza Pachulia wanted to commit manslaughter and stepped under him and popped one off. But anyway, if we even did like a big poll, we don't have Danny, we don't have Holder, we got Walter's big poll, we could whip it out on a Friday.
I think we got to call it Walter's Hellacious Hose after the way his car did him dirty.
Hellacious Hose. Wow, let's do that. All right. Best Bay Area laughs after Mac Jones, because they're all looking to replace Mac and go to Big Brain Brock, whether it's Lombardi or we'll talk to Matty Moe coming up at 10:50. Who would be even like second place? Memorable Bay Area laughs, cackles. Mac Jones, I think, is the winner, and I can't think of anybody that's even second, Greg.
Steph has had some good ones that I've seen in certain interviews. Yeah, like Steph had an interview with Andre Iguodala where he made him laugh. I got to go and check that one. I know Wiggins was kind of an interesting character where a couple times he was
well, Andrew Wiggins would always go like he would buy himself time to think about what he was going to say. It wasn't more. It was more of a mental pause. He would, and then he'd answer it without anything further. There was when I was doing Syracuse Chiefs baseball way back in the day at Syracuse, we had a manager named Jim Beecham, and whenever I would ask him a question, he would go like it was a mental pause, or he was pretending like he didn't hear the question. He wanted me to ask it again. But then I wouldn't do anything, and he would answer the question. I'm just thinking, he's buying himself time to come up with an answer. That was a little of what Andrew Wiggins. So that was more of a mental pause than a laugh. But I do remember that well with Andrew Wiggins. It was like, what's he doing?
That was the one I saved for JD.
Is that Wiggs there?
That was
that's a laugh. Are you going to, Andrew? Are you going to get the COVID vaccination? I'm not doing that. I don't care where you live in Northern Carolina. I'm not doing that.
Look,
that's a good one as well. So
Murph and Marcus they got the soundtrack, right? So they got the soundboard, and I always think about they go Greg Cosell from time to time. Then we'll go with a Marcus laugh. A popular one that gets used a lot during the baseball season is the Farhan laugh. So I don't know if that's one that we're going to count in there as well, but Farhan Zaidi. Little chuckle there from Farhan.
Oh, that's a classic. Farhan Zaidi had a classic one. And that was like weird. Like, I'm not answering your question and I'm going to rip your eyeballs out. I mean, that was like a weird one. Farhan's got to be there as well. Andrew Wiggins is there. But I do like the cackle. What's the full name for Mac Jones, by the way?
Michael McCorkle Jones.
McCorkle cackle. The McCorkle cackle, I think, is what we're calling that. I love that.
Do you want to race?
Anyway. Was that Eric Branch talking about how lumbering he was in the pocket? So
you haven't moved as well. I think, Tony, I think we have the full cut of the whole interaction in our today's sound. So before we go ahead and take our first time out, we got to just play this whole thing and set it up. It's amazing. He's like, yeah, you haven't moved as well. Okay, here it is.
It seems like by the end of these last two games, you've not been moving wonderfully.
Thank you.
Wonderfully.
Do you want to race?
I love it so much.
Wonderfully. You're not moving wonderfully in the pocket. That's a great way to phrase that.
Thank you.
You're slower than you've ever been, and you're the slowest guy to play quarterback. Anyway, we love our Mac Jones.
Absolutely. So we're going to talk some serious football today, but I think we also, that's kind of how we're setting the tone here on this Friday, too. We got a lot of good laughs to throw forward. And yeah, Walter, if I get your permission, I think we got to stick with it, at least for today, with the way that your car treated you on the bridge. Walter's Hellacious Hose will be replacing Danny's Big Pull on this Friday.
Wow.
We'll talk some Bay Area laughs. We'll talk some sporting laughs. Jaden Hardy of the Mavericks had a really funny one. I mean, you can go down the rabbit hole on all sorts of this stuff. That is one of the things I like about social media. It is Papa and Silver, 808 KNBR to join the conversation. A lot of laughs today on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph and Marcus spoke to two fantastic figures in 49ers history. One on the field when Ronnie Lott joined the show, and then another in the front office. Carmen Policy stopped by as well. Plenty to unpack from those interviews as we get ready for Rams Week on Sunday. Check them out on thesportsleader.com or however you get your podcasts. All right, let's talk about the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, and some not even in the state? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been here for more than 25 years, and we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg and Greg getting you to the end of your week. We'll talk to Matt Maiocco coming up in a half hour. Always love catching up with Matt, and we'll learn some more information. Will Brock Purdy be officially ruled out today? Is it going to be another Mac Jones? And, of course, the McCorkle cackle leading the way on this Friday. You know, while we talk about all the laughs, I think we got to dive further into this and eventually do make some kind of formal poll. Now, we could restrict it to Bay Area laughs because you got Wiggins, you got Farhan. Someone on the text line even mentioned Tim Ryan and the laugh that he gets on the broadcast sometimes. That's a great one. Mac Jones, of course, himself. But I mentioned the Kawhi pre-draft laugh. Everyone knows about his media day when he was a Toronto Raptor. Here's Kawhi Leonard when I think he was just trying to experiment in the world of laughter, and the way it silenced the room was incredible. Got to lead off with this one.
I'm not sure if he wants me to say that. It's kind of personal. It's personal.
Okay, one more time. And if you watch
it's like he's trying to start not even a car. It's more like a snowmobile or a lawnmower where you're trying to pull it and it just won't turn over. So that was young Kawhi before the Spurs even drafted him?
Yes, he's doing different workouts. He's wearing a Sacramento Kings shirt if you watch the video. So pre-draft Kawhi before he was even a San Antonio Spur. And I think it was, it's like, all right, this is going to be my first go-round at trying to make a joke with the media. It was amazing.
Well, I mean, I remember when Kawhi was drafted, and it was, let's take him to San Antonio with the good weather. We won't have to worry about him being in a deep freeze and trying to start his car early in the morning. But, I remember and the Spurs actually made a trade. That was George Hill that Pop gave up to get him. And George Hill was, a good player. But it was Hank Egan who knew him from San Diego State. Hank was down there in the San Diego area, an assistant coach with Pop, and a guy that I love. He was on the staff with Mike Budenholzer, and they drafted Kawhi. And, Kawhi's got the Vincent Price eerie laugh. I don't know if it fits. You don't even think that Kawhi even laughs at all, but if he would laugh, he would laugh that eerie laugh like Kawhi Leonard. But the point of it all is Mac Jones. And is this going to be the last game that Mac Jones starts with the 49ers? They've been saying this for weeks, and I personally don't buy into it. We'll see. But Matt Maiocco's around the team a lot more than I am, boy in a bubble, and he does the Kyle interview, and he does think that he's going to play next week. We're talking about Brock Purdy against Arizona. We'll see. I always thought Thanksgiving was going to be the date to get Brock back, but if he comes back a week or two earlier, and then David Lombardi's got a big piece up about, weighing playing Mac Jones in this game versus Brock Purdy. And wow, I think they're going to declare him out based on what Kyle said because, Brock's just not able to practice. And we'll see, what's going on with that turf toe. But we'll talk to Maiocco about it. But which leads to, they going back to the Trey Lance, draft of 2021. And that was all precipitated by Matthew Stafford going to the L.A. Rams and that whole trip to Cabo. And, wow, there's Andrew Whitworth. There's Sean McVay. You want to come over here and hang out with us? And all of a sudden he's no longer a Lion. And, they make the trade. Brad Holmes, the huge trade. And Brad knows would the Niners have ever been able to get in there to get Matt? They wanted Matthew Stafford. I remember a Saturday night I was at my desk at NBC doing Warriors pre- and post-game live. And I got a phone call, and he's not coming. He's going to the Rams. He wants to be a Ram. And it was like, whoa. And I remember that off season, well before they traded up from 12 to 3, ultimately took Trey, and we'll get into that. I remember watching a Matthew Stafford game on Thanksgiving against the Houston Texans and Deshaun Watson. And the reason I watched that game probably 50 times. And it was because those were the two quarterbacks we were looking at that off season to move on from Jimmy. And it was, Deshaun had not gotten into his mess yet. And Matthew Stafford was available. The Rams got Matthew Stafford, obviously, the Brad Holmes connection being with Les Snead. And, Matthew Stafford just wanted to be in L.A., whether it was to go hang with Kershaw, the guy he played high school football with in Dallas or whatever. But I remember thinking, damn, not going to get Matthew Stafford. And that Thanksgiving Day game he played against the Houston Texans that year, Stafford had, I think it was a thumb injury. He played the entire game, and man, was he tough. But Deshaun was, before Josh Allen, it was Deshaun. He had a game against Seattle. Right when the Niners traded for Jimmy Garoppolo that weekend, Deshaun Watson played a game against Seattle. That was, whoa. His mobility and getting out of the pocket, and what a game. It was like they both went in the 40s, Russ against Deshaun, and then Deshaun Watson's life, and, obviously with all the allegations with the massage therapists, and he's going to lose his freedom, let alone his foot. But he got traded. He did go to Cleveland. He got a huge contract to change football. But anyway, at that time, the Niners were all in on Matthew Stafford, as we all were, and if not Matthew Stafford, Deshaun Watson, and then you're not getting Deshaun, and you're not getting Stafford, so we got to upgrade. How do we get one of those guys? So you trade up from 12 to 3, and at the time, they weren't going to take Justin Fields. It was Mac Jones that was the guy, or this guy from North Dakota State, Trey Lance. And I do, think about, when you watch the tape, Mac Jones that year was really good. He had one play in the low red zone where his lack of athleticism came out. He got rushed, and he's spinning around. I was like, where are you going, bro? Just go down. You're Alabama. Just, kick the field goal, move on. He wanted to make it a terrible play. Outside of that, I didn't see one play where you thought, this guy can't play for Kyle. He just gets the ball out on. Now, they had the Rugrats then, Henry Ruggs, and they had CD and, waddling like a duck. They had so many guys, but still, the guy played quarterback. He processed. And then This guy from North Dakota State. Really? Wow. You got to go get this guy? And he's got Christian Watson was his wide receiver, and you're going to throw that 9 route down the left sideline over and over and over again, and he'd miss 1 or 2, and then on third down he'd throw it for a touchdown. It's like, okay, 1 out of 3 ain't bad, and you still get 6, and I get it. But going back to Mac, I don't know if he was one of the on-campus 30 visits or not, but he obviously played quarterback the way you wanted him to play. When he had his shirt off, he had the big ponzone, and it's like, we're going to draft this guy, seriously, number 3 overall, and all the scouts were freaking out. You can't trade up from 12 to 3 and take Mac Jones. He's so unathletic.
And if you're going to pick someone that high, they have to have a high ceiling and not a low floor.
I mean, but, where's Trey Lance right now, and where's Mac Jones? And then I do think, and when they love Mac, and I shouldn't even comment on this. I don't know, because I'm not around Mac Jones. But when he came in for a meeting, what did they think of him? You could think of him, with the cackle. Did he laugh for Kyle? And he's like, who is this guy? Is he breezy, cool, or is he an awkward dork? I mean, there's some side of him that's like, guy's a little awkward, and he's a little dorky. Now, you like your quarterback to be a dork, and, Brock's not exactly, ripping it, but, Brock's in a different way, a brainiac. I don't know, how they viewed all of that, and Trey had kind of a cool way about him. And obviously the running ability, but Trey never really showed all of that. So I do wonder, just going back in time, and it doesn't much matter now. Here we are in 25, and Mac Jones is your quarterback, and he's saving your year, and you got Brock on the roster, Mr. Irrelevant, and the whole thing. It's a fascinating story, just the Trey Lance to Brock Purdy to ultimately Mac Jones triangle. But I do wonder, and we reached out to Mike Shanahan to come on this week, and Mike's just laying low. He was at the game last night to watch whatever offensive football that was between the Raiders and the Broncos, and they both played really good defense, and Denver's defense is all that, even without Surtain. But offensive football, how does a guy like Mike Shanahan, who coached both of those franchises, the Raiders very briefly for a season and 4 games, and then obviously to the heights of the 2 Super Bowl wins with the Broncos, but how do you watch that offensive football? But anyway, Mike, different reasons than Tom Brady does not want to come on the show this week, and it's mainly to stay away from the controversy in Denver. But Mike was at the game, and Sean Payton just can't get that offense going with the young quarterback, but that's for another discussion. But anyway, I do wonder about, Mac Jones and his I assume he had it on campus. Well, you know what? That was COVID. Maybe he didn't. Was it all done via Zoom back then? I'm not even sure. Did Trey come in? I don't think so.
I don't think he did.
I don't think you were allowed yet. I think even it was 21. So, the world was, we were coming out of our holes a little bit, but I'm not sure they allowed it. So I don't know how that impacted things. Did Kyle tell Mac Jones a joke just to hear him laugh and go, oh, God? This guy cackles, McCordle cackles. He's a dork. I'm not taking this guy. I'm going with Trey Lowe. I don't know how it all worked out. But if he dropped that in even a Zoom video visit, you're like, seriously? How is Kittle and Trent Williams going to take to that nonsense? We're not doing that.
Hey, Mac, we watched your college tape, and you're just not very mobile. You're not moving wonderfully.
Well, no, but and then Eric Branch, you're moving less wonderfully than before. But anyway, it's an interesting thing, and he's going up against Matthew Stafford, who right now is the MVP of the league. What would Mac Jones be? Comeback Player of the Year, or Christian would be? But the point is, I was talking to Maiocco this morning and David Lombardi. We had him on. David thought that Brock was coming back to play this game, and then Maiocco thinks it's next week. I think the media has a little bit different idea than maybe the coaches have, but we shall see. But just how do we look back on? And he's got one more big game to win. He's 5-2, but this is a franchise that has always had really good backup quarterbacks. Whether drafting Earl Morrall and Y.A. Tittle after you had Frankie Albert, and then obviously John Brody had to wait his turn before John Brody became the star that he was, especially in 1970, but he couldn't get over and win a playoff game against the Cowboys, to ultimately Joe was a backup quarterback for Steve DeBerg, and then Joe taking over, and then, Steve and Joe, and, even Cap against Alex, and on it went to, Trey Lance and Jimmy, and ultimately Brock Purdy, and now we got this guy with the most interesting cackle in the history of Bay Area sports, Mac Jones. So we love our backup quarterbacks, but are we Is that the end of the Mac Jones cackle? And Brock is going to go to the podium, and it's not going to be that way anymore? I'll be sad, and I'm not sure they're going to go that way. I don't know. But how do we look back on? Is this the last game that Mac Jones is going to cackle at the podium for us? And how do we look back if he wins this game and goes 6-2 or 5-3? Mac Jones has had a tremendous run, laughing his way through NFL defenses to keep you relevant in the NFC West this year in the NFC.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm not saying goodbye to you yet, man. I don't want you to go. I don't know. But everybody seems to think this might be the end.
But no, I think we rightfully reacted to the Mac Jones move in the offseason and spent the whole first half hour of the next day on it. And I said, look, you don't ever want to see your backup quarterback play, but everyone would like to hope that their backup quarterback can win you 2 to 3 games if it comes to it. Now, Nick Foles did it in the playoffs in the most incredible way, but 2 to 3 games, I think, is a reasonable expectation because you never want to see a season-ending injury. If you have the season-ending type of injury, it's pretty rare you get a quarterback that can win you 5 games or 6 games because at that point, they might get traded for before the deadline. They're probably going to be gone in the offseason and be a starter. It's such a rare case with Mac Jones signing a 2-year deal. He is 5-2 as a starter. So we're not just talking about hitting the 5 wins, which is an impressive of its own right. We're talking about 5 out of 7 with the chance to get to 6 out of 8 and do it twice against Matthew Stafford and the LA Rams. We'll pick this conversation up, cackle or otherwise, when we come back. And I got to say, whether it's Brady's, Shanahan's, Silver's, Papa's, Ika Balsetta's, one thing rings true always, family first, baby. More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Thank you.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues. Matt Maiocco joining us at the end of the hour, talking all things Mac Jones, 49ers quarterbacks. Is this the last start we will see? Could Brock Purdy be coming back next week? Brock Purdy not even officially ruled out for this week. So lots to get into with Matt coming up in a bit. They did the Ask Papa this morning and had a little interesting discussions off the air as well, which Papa was getting into. And when Papa gets right back into the chair, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, we got a great text from the 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Had to vet the information, as we always do. 415 giving us the tip. You guys need to check out the latest video on 49ers Twitter. Kendrick Bourne has the best laugh. And I thought, that's interesting. We went and checked it out, and we will play that for you here coming up when we do get Papa. So getting ready for 49ers Rams. You hear the cliche all the time. It's hard to beat the same team twice in the same season. Yeah, it's also been hard to beat the Rams on paper many of the times that Kyle Shanahan has faced off with Sean McVay, including week 5 of this year. If I think about my favorite 49er Rams upsets that have been pulled off in the Shanahan-McVay era, I probably would go with the week 18 get into the playoffs, Ambry Thomas interception, being down 17-0. I think that would take the cake for me, but what they did this year in week 5 was pretty close to the top of the list as well, with the spread moving all the way to 8.5 points as an underdog. Kyle Shanahan taking it personally. Mac Jones is in. He says, let it rip. You think Jones isn't going to finish the game? He's cramping with his calf. He's got this giant knee brace on. That Rams front 5 is hitting him over and over and over, and they just found a way between Alfred Collins on the punch out at the goal line, between a 4th down stop in overtime. So, Papa, I was telling Walter that the 415 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line had a great text and said, you need to check out the latest video on 49ers Twitter. Kendrick Bourne might have the best laugh. So we went over, we checked it out, and here's Kendrick Bourne being a goofball with one of those wireless mics in the locker room telling some jokes. Here's our snippet.
What do you call a bear with no teeth?
A bear?
Yeah, with no teeth. A gummy bear. How does the moon cut his hair?
Eclipse.
Bro, he knows this, bro.
Wow.
What? Where you going? Where you going? Hey, what do you call a bear with no teeth? A gummy bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kendrick Bourne has changed a lot from the guy that I remember when I got here at 19. Being a father and a grown-up, he's now doing dad jokes. The one thing I would say about KB, and we do love Kendrick Bourne, I think that was a bit of a unnatural, insincere, not genuine, forced laugh. Eclipse is pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to put that into my stand-up act as well. Gummy bear, Eclipse. Whenever I'm doing a speaking engagement with a bunch of 4th graders, we'll break those out and they'll work. But we do love KB. But that one's a little bit. See, Mac Jones's cackle. That is his genuine laugh. That is what he does every single time, which KB, I think, was trying to sell a little bit of a slant and go there and sold it a little bit too much. But Kendrick Bourne's performance against the LA Rams on October the 2nd is epic. I got to think long and hard about getting KB back onto my fantasy team all ball. But Kevin Jawan Jennings back may, deflect that a little bit. KB was alone. We didn't have JJ in that game. That was when Demarcus Robinson came back. But that was a good laugh. But I think that was a little lack of sincerity on that one from KB. So I'm still going with Mac Jones. But you were talking about the wins over the Rams. Just so many. I could go through them all. I mean, my first game, 49ers Rams, was at the LA Coliseum. And that was the one, Jared Goff, he threw for like 92 yards in that game. And I remember coming away thinking, this team is going to win the NFC West. This team, the Gold Rush is for real. One of the best front fours. They just could not block them at all. And then the last game that year, Sean McVay moved Jared Goff off the pocket. They called like 16 bootlegs to the right because they knew he couldn't sit in the midline and make throws in that game. And he wound up having a big game. Fred had the pick 6 right before halftime, but they came back, and there were a couple of 3rd and 16s that they were able to convert in that game to get Robbie Gould into field goal range. Even the 20-year during the pandemic, Javon Kinlaw with the pick six, and that was it for Goff. They moved on and went to Matthew Stafford. Goff actually did play in the pandemic year. It was the next year after that. But Kinlaw, with the middle screen and the pick six going back the other way. And even then, when the Niners had a really disappointing year and the Rams were still good, the Niners were able to, beat them those 2 years. The Veterans Day night game in November of 21, just reinvented that year, and using Deebo Samuel as a running back and 11 Tyson and Deadpool, and moving Eric Armstead back inside a tackle and not playing at an end. And there was a fourth down throw over the middle to Deebo in that game where he landed like a cat and then just ran right through their whole defense for a touchdown. It may have been Deebo's best game. The Talanoa Hufunga Monday Night Football. The pick six against Matthew Stafford. I can see it now on the right flat. A huge play in that game. The big bad wolf. He will huff and puff and blow down your Rams house. And watching Talanoa last night with Dre Greenlaw, man, just good to see him and healthy and big play. Dre back with that Denver defense, and they may roll into Levi's and play in the Super Bowl. So, so many wins. The Ambry Thomas interception, that was more of a, what is Matthew Stafford doing? That was a terrible throw down the sideline. And they were up, the Rams were up 17-0 in that game after Tyler Higbee scored a touchdown. And I remember the head coach of the Rams ran on the field in the end zone like, they got 12 players on the field here? What's he doing? And he never even took his headphones off. But the Niners came roaring back in a game they had to win to make the playoffs. And 3 weeks later, we went back there and played the NFC Championship game, and it just obviously did not turn out well, that year. And that's the year they tried to trade Jimmy. And I never understood it. Trey Lance was not ready. He needed not only a red shirt year, but 2, 3, 4. I think he needed a whole career of being a red shirt player. But and Jimmy was not healthy. Jimmy had the thumb, and in Tennessee against Nico Autry, and then later, he got thrown down by the Cowboys, Dorrance Armstrong in their front, and first he had the thumb and the latch, and then he had the shoulder, and then remember Jimmy couldn't pass a physical, so you couldn't trade him that offseason, but they wanted to trade him, and then he wound up coming back the next year. And how about the McCaffrey game in L.A., Christian's first game going with the hat trick, and huge game, just so many big moments. But the game obviously on Thursday night, because a lot of those guys are gone and moved on, the most relevance will be, how the Rams deal with Mac Jones, how do they pressure the 49er front, and I think the big one really in this game is going to be what are the Rams going to do knowing that Fred Warner is not going to play in the game, and how the 49ers attack the middle of the field. And Kittle didn't play in that game, but they ran the Hollywood play to Jake Tonjes, the Kittle over the middle, and the McCaffrey choice routes and the option routes. McCaffrey, you go back to that trade they made, and we'll get into it with Matt Maiocco. The Niners in this deadline criticized a little bit, but the whole complexion of the 49ers Rams changed dramatically in November of 22, or October of 22, or I guess it was November, right up against the deadline, whatever it was, trading for McCaffrey. And the Rams wanted McCaffrey. It was down to the two of them. And the Rams effed those draft picks. They didn't have any picks. And the Niners gave up a second, a third, a fourth, and a future fifth to get Christian McCaffrey. And right away, that very first game, the Chiefs game, he only ran like 23 plays. But the next full game that he had, and I remember seeing him in a hotel right outside the meal room before the game, and he had a stack of plays. And a lot of it's on the iPad now, but he had them all printed, Christian's old school. I'm looking at it, how many plays do you have? And he's just going through them all, each page. And the answer was all of them. He threw a touchdown. He caught a touchdown. He ran a touchdown. It was an LT-type performance for CMC. And to me, that's the matchup. We'll get into it a little bit. Every single time he's played the Rams, he has tormented them. McCaffrey has not played them at Levi's. This will be his first game as a 49er against the Rams at Levi's. Played them 3 times at SoFi. In each game, he has tormented them. And I remember his very last game as a Carolina Panther was against the L.A. Rams. at SoFi. And I remember watching the tape on that. And does he have enough speed to get through the level? Because he had so many different soft tissue injuries. With Carolina, they couldn't pop him to the second level. Right when he became a 49er, he got to the second level, and now you saw the elusiveness. I knew CMC could make first downs in Carolina. Could he score touchdowns? He wound up with 21, the Offensive Player of the Year season. So when you go into this game, my thoughts keep going to, what if Christian McCaffrey was a Ram? Damn.
Yeah.
How would that change things dramatically if Sean McVay and Kyron Williams, a good player, and Blake Corum? But we got to go through and look at the draft picks that they have used. So the Niners got them for a second, a third, a fourth, and then a future fifth. How many of those players have turned into Kobe Turner and Byron Young? And it obviously didn't turn into Jared Verse or Braden Fisk, because that was a fifth-round pick. But the picks that the Niners offered, the second, third, and wound up getting the trade, the Rams were lacking one. I don't think they had a fourth that year. F those picks, so they couldn't get McCaffrey. But did they wind up drafting Kobe Turner and Byron Young and all those guys with the draft picks they would have given up to get Christian McCaffrey?
I'm going to look at that right now on Football Reference. And while we do that, let's actually go ahead and get ready for Matt Maiocco. It's great to have Matt on this Friday, as it is every week, because he's covered so many great iterations of 49ers Rams and McVay Shanahan. Look at the two heartbreakers of last year, in which, as noted, Christian McCaffrey was not present for either one of those. Look at the upset we've already seen this year. You never really know what you're going to get, but I'd be surprised if it's a blowout on Sunday, because these two teams, and Kyle Shanahan said it yesterday with Dirty Work, it's almost easier to prep for both sides because you've seen the same opponent, the same coaching staff so many different times. It just comes down to a simple matter of execution. Matt Maiocco will join us coming back. It's Pop and Silver on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom reaches far and wide across the Bay Area. Their Newark location is the go-to resource for professional builders and homeowners in the East Bay. Their expansive facility offers convenience with their full-service lumber yard and well-stocked hardware store. With on-site milling services, you make the perfect cut every time. Newark maintains the Bay Area's deepest inventory with specialty items most others don't stock. Their large fleet of trucks ensures timely, flexible delivery, keeping your projects on time. Be sure to see Newark's new and improved 10,000 square foot showroom, offering a great selection of siding, windows, and custom door options. You'll also find decking displays featuring Trex, AZEK, and TimberTech. If you have questions about decks, Newark's decking specialist is on hand to help you make informed decisions. Find more details at GoldenStateLumber.com. For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First and goal, 1 yard line. Garoppolo in the shotgun. McCaffrey to his right. They're going to give it to McCaffrey coming left. McCaffrey, touchdown! San Francisco! He has thrown one, he has caught one, he has run one. He can do it all.
The dynamite has detonated here at SoFi. Christian McCaffrey, why not let him get the end of this and get the punctuation mark again? Unbelievable vision, be able to cut back off of that Kittle lead block and just get just enough inside the pylon. What a trade it looks like he was. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I was just looking to find any highlight that used the word detonate there from Tim Ryan, and I thought, that's a good one. The Christian McCaffrey hat trick after that trade. What a different world it would have been if the 49ers ended up with Matthew Stafford and the Rams had gotten Christian McCaffrey, but that is neither here nor there. Matt Maiocco of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us every single Friday, and he's on the stream in addition to the UMA guest line. Matty, good morning. We appreciate your time, and you've covered many, many iterations of this 49er Ram NFC West rivalry. Feels like when we get to a Shanahan-McVay kind of breakdown, you never really know what you're going to get, and it always seems like one team leaves heartbroken.
Yeah, because there is such a rivalry there, and it starts, although I don't know if either coach has really ever admitted it, but I mean, they both really want to beat the other. And, when those guys are in public in the off season at the combine, although they don't go to the combine anymore, but let's say at the owners meetings or whatever the case may be, they're certainly friendly. They pal around a little bit, but you can tell that there's stuff brewing underneath the surface there. And listening to that highlight, it sounded so great to have to hear Greg Papa's voice. And I'll never forget that day at Levi Stadium when Christian McCaffrey did that. That was at Levi Stadium, right? Because I heard the crowd going crazy.
SoFi.
But but Greg, the crowd was going crazy. SoFi is where the Rams play. The crowd shouldn't be going like that.
Levi South. McCaffrey's never played for the Rams as a San Francisco 49er at Levi's. He's played them 3 times, all at SoFi, and that was the very first game. So you and I were talking earlier on Ask Pop, and we'll watch it later on. The deadline and everything came up with this, and we'll get into the thoughts about the Niners not making a trade. But you talk about, Kyle against Sean McVay. Go back to October of 2022. It was John Lynch and the 49ers against Les Snead and everybody involved. The Rams wanted to trade for Christian McCaffrey. They just didn't have the draft capital to do it, and John gave up a second, a third, and a fourth to get Christian McCaffrey. And we were talking earlier, Greg and I, if the Rams had made that trade in October of 2022, how would that have changed their draft? Steve Avila, their guard, is the guy they took with the second-round pick, number 36 overall. They took Byron Young, Agent Zero, number 77 overall with the third-round pick that year. They had another third-round pick in Kobe Turner, who they took out of Wake Forest, 89 overall. So Avila's their starting guard. Young and Turner have changed their front along with getting Jared First and Braden Fisk. So it's interesting, have they had McCaffrey on their team, they wouldn't have had half of their fearsome foursome and their pass rush. But I always, when you go into a game, the Rams just don't have anybody to match up with Christian McCaffrey. But how different would this game be if the Rams did get Christian McCaffrey 3 years ago at the deadline and he was a Ram, Matty, and not a San Francisco 49er?
Well, I mean, it'd be completely different from the sense of, the Rams, what they're going to kind of pencil out in this game, as they do every time they face the 49ers with McCaffrey on the field, is stopping Christian McCaffrey. That's the focal point of their defense. And then for the 49ers, their offensive game plan revolves around Christian McCaffrey. And it is not necessarily just him touching the ball a lot, which he does, but it's also using the gravitational pull of Christian McCaffrey in whatever aspect it is, the running game, the passing game, to open things up for everybody else. But, what you just outlined is really interesting, because you think about the trades that have been made and the trades that weren't made. Getting McCaffrey is something where the 49ers paid a big price for that, but they determined back in 2022 that we're going to, that's not the price we want to pay for Christian McCaffrey, but that's the price it's going to take to get McCaffrey. And so they decided to go ahead and do that. And you can't do that all the time. The 49ers paid the big price to go up to number 3 overall to pick up Trey Lance. And, you can look back on those 2 drafts as part of the reason why the 49ers have maybe suffered in other areas, specifically the defensive line, where they tried to make up for that lost time in this draft here in 2025. And, it's the defensive line is not a strong point of the team. It's certainly not a strong point of the team after the injuries to Bosa and Michael Williams. So it does kind of put into perspective why the 49ers weren't going to overpay for a player who doesn't offer the kind of instant success or, move the needle like McCaffrey does. So, for all the people who are just like, oh my gosh, the 49ers, they didn't do anything at the trading deadline. We're all, and all of us who say that, we're making bold statements with no information at all, or at the very best, incomplete information. So, who should they have gotten? What should they have paid? And I think that, they can make exceptions for some players, which they did with McCaffrey, but they wouldn't clearly make an exception for anybody else who they may have been able to pick up on the trade market this year. And it's hard to argue with that. I mean, I've stated from the moment that Fred Warner got injured that, this wasn't a year where you go out and you rent a player to go get a Super Bowl at the expense of, how that'll impact the team the next 4 years, not just next year impacting the team. It's whenever you give up a draft pick, and the 49ers have 7 picks in the top 4 rounds of the draft. It's 4 years that you're hurting your team by not taking those draft picks. And it's, when they got McCaffrey, when they got Trey Lance, all those draft picks are players who could have been with the team for 4 years. In the case of McCaffrey, it certainly worked out for the 49ers. In the case of moving up to number 3 overall in 2021, it did not work out for the 49ers.
Well, while we talk about high draft picks, I mean, that's a big reason why the Rams were able to retool so quickly in 2023. Mm-hmm. And as far as the 49ers, Ricky Pearsall, the first game he missed this season was the last time they played against the Rams. He still has not been back at practice since then. They opted to not put him on the injured reserve, but he has ended up missing a lot of time. Why do you think it's taken so long? Has there been a noticeable setback, or is Ricky just trying to make sure he can be fully right? I know he used the word instability when talking about the knee after the Jacksonville game. Just wanted to see if you had any further information as far as that situation drawing out a little bit longer than fans would like to see.
Yeah, I mean, everybody would like to see. I know Ricky wishes he could, have been out there weeks ago, and certainly the 49ers and everybody around the organization. It's a posterior cruciate ligament, and it just hasn't healed. It's a non-surgical injury, but all those injuries, heal on their own time frame. And last week saw him running. He's doing more running and cutting this week, so. There hasn't been any setback. He hasn't re-injured it or re-torn it, but that initial tear that he had against the Jaguars in week 4 has lingered on longer than the 49ers had expected or hoped. So there hasn't been anything, a setback. I guess you could say the setback has been, it just hasn't healed as quickly and hasn't, brought the stability that he needs to see, that the team needs to see in order for him to get back out there. But that's why they didn't put him on injured reserve. I guess it's probably twofold. They thought that there was a chance that he could be back before 4 weeks. And also, they really didn't need that roster spot. There wasn't anybody that they were going to call up from the practice squad or go sign from the outside that they needed in a big way, who they couldn't have just brought up from the practice squad for the 3 times to fill that spot. So there was really no need for that roster spot. But, I can't tell you that he'll be back next week either. I would think that as much time as he's missed now, that they would be cautious as far as how they bring him back. I would think because he's missed so much time that he'd probably go through a full week of practice, and then the next week, that would be the week that they'd ramp him up to get him ready for a game, much like they did with Burford and Barch this week. So, I think when you miss that much time, and I think they did that with Kittle as well, right? I think they opened his practice window for a week, and then had him ready the next week. So whenever you miss that kind of time, I think that's probably the best route to take.
Yeah, listening to you talk, you're talking about Ricky Pearsall, but if people are driving around and jumped into the conversation, they could easily think you were talking about Brock Purdy, because Brock did not go on IR, and he's missed a lot of games. So I do want to get your thoughts, because we had David Lombardi on Wednesday, and you and David, and I respect all you guys, whether it's Branch or Cam or Barrows, the other Matt, but David he's of the opinion that Brock was going to play in this game, and he wrote a big piece in the Standard about weighing Brock versus Mac, and Brock will do when Brock can do, and I just don't think Brock can do at this point. In fact, based on what Kyle told Dirty Work yesterday, I think they're going to declare Brock out possibly for this game on Sunday. But you and I were talking earlier, and the timeline for Brock Purdy, you think that he's coming back relatively quickly, maybe as early as next week, Matt?
Yeah, and relatively quickly is a very relative term, because I also thought, I thought a week ago that things were trending toward him suiting up for the game against the Giants and being the number 2. And then the idea was to bring him back for a full week of practice and get him ready to face the Rams. Well, I think Kyle Shanahan thought twice about that. They did not have him active for the game against the Giants. I don't believe they're going to have him active for the game on Sunday. I know John Lynch said on the morning show yesterday that his idea was, or it very well might be, that the first line in or the first step in the progression to having him back out there as a starter is to have him suit up as a number 2. I don't think that that's the case anymore. But it does seem, again, take this for what it's worth, and maybe I'm sounding a little bit like a broken record here, but it does sound like he's doing well. It's not 100%. It probably won't be the rest of the season, but there's some discomfort there, but it's getting to the point where he can get out there and play. He's been practicing now for 3 weeks. We know that he was the practice or the scout team quarterback this week, playing the role of Matthew Stafford. And so it sounds like there's a good chance that he will be available and could be the starter and will be the starter next week against the Arizona Cardinals. But, I think the team has kind of thought along those lines for a week now, a couple weeks. And so we'll see. I think that ultimately he makes the call. Brock Purdy does, as far as just his level of comfort and how he's feeling and the level of confidence he has in the right toe, the big toe of his. So we'll see, but I do think that, I don't think he's out for an extended period of time from this point forward. And I think that it is wide open for him to be able to play next week against the Cardinals.
Couple more minutes here with Matt Maiocco on the UMA guest line, as well as the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam here on our stream. Matt, when we talk about pieces going in and out between these two matchups, really since week 4, when Nick Bosa went down in week 3, we said, how what are the keys for the 49ers? And the quote that stuck with me from you was find a way to scrap together somewhat of a pass rush. The trade deadline has come and gone. Maiocco Williams is out for the season. Matthew Stafford, when he has time, he can be dangerous. So I guess, are we somewhat due for maybe a little bit of a shootout between these two teams, given that Kittle is back to aid the offense and Fred Warner is not there to lead the defense, as well as Maiocco Williams, as well as Nick Bosa, and a lot of other important players?
Yeah, what was it, 26-23 on October 2nd?
Yeah.
Overtime. Yes, you nailed it.
Yeah, and so that's with 5 quarters of football. And if you look at the stats, it does look like a shootout, right? I mean, the game that Stafford had was a really good game. The game that Mac Jones had, really good game, both throwing for, 340 yards for Mac Jones, almost 390 yards for Matthew Stafford. 49ers could not run the ball effectively. They ran the ball a lot, 33 carries, and if you just look at 33 carries, you're thinking, man, they must have had a good game on the ground. They really didn't. I mean, it was kind of a opportunistic running game in a lot of ways because they were able to stay on the field. They picked up some third downs, but to average 2.2 yards a carry, that's not good enough. That's not going to get the job done Sunday at Levi Stadium. From the Rams standpoint, they ran the ball, but Kyron Williams had the fumble at the 1 yard line on that terrific play from Alfred Collins to strip it and recover it. They also had the 49ers defense did that key 4th down stop, the game that the play that won the game. So if you look at how the quarterbacks performed in that game, you would have thought right then, oh, it's a shootout. It's got to be a 42 to 40 kind of game. And it wasn't that way because the defenses made just enough plays. I think it's going to be really difficult for the 49ers to get off the field in this game. And that puts more on the 49ers offense to do the things that we've associated with this 49ers offense through the years. It's run the ball effectively. It's get into 3rd and shorts and pick those up and keep the chains moving, keep the clock moving, try to keep the Rams offense off the field as much as possible. So I think those are the kinds of things that will have to line up for the 49ers. They can't turn the ball over. They might have to generate a takeover or takeaway or two on defense, but I think where the 49ers are lacking is what I said. I mean, I don't think they can generate a pass rush. And we saw it against the Houston Texans. Houston Texans came into that game. Everybody was talking about how poor their offensive line was. Well, I don't think the 49ers even touched C.J. Stroud that game. And so they need to be able to just play tight defense on the back end, mix it up. I mean, this might be a game where they do. They're going to blitz, they're going to do everything, but I mean, they might throw some 3-man rushes at the Rams, thinking, well, we're probably not going to get there anyway, so why not play 8 guys in coverage and make it more difficult on Matthew Stafford? He's going to stay in the pocket, he's not going to run, and so just to make it more difficult for him to go through his progressions and throw into tight windows. So I think there will be a lot of different looks the 49ers have from Robert Saleh in this game. 3-man rush, 4-man rush, all the way up to 5- and 6-man rushes. But they have to be very calculating in when they do that, because if Matthew Stafford has just some quick reads and some open looks, and the 4-man rush can't get there, or worse, the 5-man or 6-man rushes don't get there, then Matthew Stafford will have a field day.
All right, so you got your 5 49ers we should watch in this matchup with the Rams listed, and 3 are on defense. You've got Alfred Collins listed, and obviously he made a couple of huge plays, not only the 4th and 1, the punch-out on Kyron Williams, but he also was involved on the 4th and 1, looping back, and you do want to have gut pressure on Matthew Stafford and make him a ducker and a chucker. You also have Diamador Lenore, and I think obviously coverage in the secondary is going to be key. Devontae Adams going into the game against the Niners October the 2nd, he and Stafford were a little bit off. They have solved that, obviously, in the times that Puka Nacua has missed, and especially in the low red zone. But I do want to mention Bryce Huff, because I think this is the one guy, Matt, and he missed the last 2 games with a hamstring injury. We assume he's going to be full go. I don't know if he'll start the game in the base, but he certainly will be involved in the turbo. And against Rob Havenstein, their veteran right tackle, who's a good player, kind of like Andrew Whitworth is the end of his career, likes to bear hug you and hold you a lot. But I think Bryce Huff with that the GTFO, to get the F off, and the way he's able to run the hoop could be the spot to get some pressure on Stafford. It would be his front side and not his blind side. They could move him on the other side as well. But just, and you were talking about 3-man rushes, that could be effective, especially in passing downs, drop 8 and play a 4-4 zone behind it. But if you do that in the early down, Stafford will check to a run and you'll get Kyron Williams. And I don't like blitzing him. You blitz him, he's gonna, you got C.J. Stroud, read the blitz and got the ball out. This is Matthew Stafford. So just the Bryce Huff matchup, how do they generate pass rush? You can blitz Tatum a little bit in D and maybe bring a 5th guy. I don't like bringing 6, but you've got to get Matthew Stafford uncomfortable and off his spot. How do they do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, Bryce Huff is and he's had success after Bosa went out, but Bryce Huff is the kind of pass rusher that would certainly have more success when he's not the guy. When all the attention is on Bosa on the other side, that opens up some one-on-ones for Bryce Huff, and with his get off and his quickness, he can get around the edge and get to the quarterback. I don't know that he's at the point right now where teams are game planning for him. Hey, let's chip him. Let's do certain things. But if it gets to that point, he has 4 sacks. The 49ers' entire defense through 9 games, the other players on defense only have 7 sacks. So that tells you right there just how fleeting the 49ers' pass rush has been. So, it's Sam Okoanu on the other side. Can he start generating more pressure, more consistent pressure? I think he had a good game last week against the Giants. So it's a bunch of unheralded guys. It's not guys that, when Sean McVay's looking at the 49ers defense, there's probably not many pass rushers on the 49ers defense that scares any team. And so it's incumbent upon Bryce Huff and Sam Okoanu to have their chance and to put their name out there as top flight pass rushers. They haven't done that yet on a consistent basis, but that's the challenge. And there weren't I would say there weren't any options really out there when you look at what teams paid for some of the pass rushers, Jalen Phillips and Quinnen Williams, an inside guy of course, but Trey Hendrickson wasn't moved. Jermaine Johnson wasn't moved. And so I just don't think that there were any answers out there, any quick fixes, any guys that could come in and change the complexion of the 49ers defense. So they're simply going to have to roll with what they have. And what they have now has to be, the sum of the parts have to really come together, and they have to find those right connections. They have to find the right combinations and do some games, some stunts, and a lot of different things, I think, to generate pressure, because I don't think they have the horses to just line up and go win one-on-one battles.
Matt, we appreciate your time. We appreciate you pulling over so you could join us on the camera. I mean, look, the stream is where it's at. We do a little Papa's Playbook, and we always laugh at how at least one person is like, I can't see it. I'm listening to the radio. And we're like, yeah, okay, we got YouTube. We're going to upload it after the fact. It's good. We get to see Matt Maiocco's face when we talk to him on Fridays. There's a lot of different ways to access the show, and thanks for being a part of it every single week.
No problem. I pulled over on the side of 680, and my windows are rolled up, and it feels like a greenhouse in here. So I got the sweat going, and so I'm gonna, as soon as I hang up, I'm plopping the laptop screen down and rolling down my windows.
All right, well, actually, let's like 2 more questions so we can really make them sweat or something. Yeah.
Well, I just had maybe I should grow tomatoes in here or something, because it is prime vegetation
I'm impressed.
Conditions.
Whenever I do these, I just keep rolling, bro. I put the phone right up there and just keep going there. I'm doing.
Oh, do you really? That's not real safe, Greg.
Yeah, Eric Estrada.
You with the phone? You have
last year,
so you're rolling down the freeway with the video on you?
Hell yeah. That's the whole point of multitasking. I'm fine.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I'm
you
impressed.
drive
I'm
safe the rest of the
impressed. You
way.
are a rule follower.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
Bill.
it. All right, gentlemen. See you next week.
Now he's gonna hit the gate doing 98. Watch out now when he peels out.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it really safer? Is he just going to make up for it when he's going triple digits here on 680 going forward? So
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Always good to talk to Matt Maiocco, and we'll keep this conversation moving. Jared Verse had a funny comment about this rivalry, and yeah, it really is a good old rivalry that offers us something fantastic or devastating twice a year. We'll get into that next. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So we've learned a lot about Mac Jones on the field this year, but also off the field and at the podium. He is quite the comedian. How does that stack up with your favorite laughs in all of sports? We'll be having a fun Friday discussion on that matter. And as always, the YouTube chat, the text line, the phone lines are open to hear from you.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues here at the end of your week, getting you ready for a big weekend of football. I am still very excited for NFL Week 10, despite the way it got going last night. 10-7, the Broncos beat the Raiders. Raiders fall to 2-7. The Broncos somehow have won 7 straight games. And I say somehow just with the way they played last night, but that defense right there is one of the reasons where I put that team in my studs category. That defense is one of the reasons I believe they could be playing in Levi's Stadium in February. But as far as the NFC, and particularly this division, we had a nice discussion with Jordan Rodriguez yesterday, and she likes all 4 of the teams. That even includes the Arizona Cardinals. And I'll get with her on the sense of Cardinals, they do play good team defense. Now, I don't think they're going to be making a push for a playoff spot when all is said and done. But now you got Jacoby Brissett in, Kyler Murray on IR for the next month. Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. have played better with him anyway. So you got a little Seahawks, Cardinals, and you got a little Niner Rams. Jared Verse, Florida State Seminole, has a couple of former college teammates on the 49ers, and his birthday was this week. So he said he got texts from guys like Tatum Bethune and Renardo Green, who texted him happy birthday, and his reply was, "Thank you, now get the F out of my phone." I like this. I like the smoke. And when we talk about rivalries getting reignited with Tony Vitello coming to the Giants, not being afraid to ruffle feathers, Matt Maiocco said, yeah, I don't think either coach would admit it publicly. I feel like they might. That Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, they just hate losing to one another because McVay's got the ring. Shanahan has owned him as an underdog with different quarterbacks so many times. And really just looking at the last 3 games in particular, it's ended in heartbreak for one or the other. Last year, it was twice where the Niners, the game that Papa was at, he remembers well. How did this one even happen? Then there was the 12-6 game on Thursday Night Football that effectively ended their season. And then go to Thursday night this year, the Rams come in as big favorites on a short week, and the Niners come in and punch them in the mouth. Or as Kyle Shanahan said to Mac Jones, let it rip.
Yeah, and the Niners are home underdogs, which is not going to go over well. They're like 4.5-point underdogs, and everybody thinks the Rams are going to roll them here. So I did hear Kyle on with Derek and Copes on Dirty Work, and he always downplays the coaching element, like, they know what we're going to do, and we don't change. That's just not true. As Jordan has detailed, the Rams have completely changed the way they play offensive football from when Sean came in to run it, and it was all the girly man and the outside stretch run left, and it was Whitworth and Roger Saffold whenever he was healthy, and the underrated John Sullivan, and they're not that team anymore. They don't run the ball. They're not as balanced as the Niners want to be. They will in certain down and distance, Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, and they got Ronnie Rivers up for this game. They don't have a fullback on their team. They use all the tight ends, and the Niners have multiple tight ends, obviously, and multiple, they have the offensive weapon that is Kyle Juszczyk, and so they've changed, and Jordan put it really well. The Niners are more game plan specific in how they run their defense with Robert Saleh. It's not just all cover 3 and rally up. They want to get you to the kill zone, but they're going to match up. What are they going to do with Devontae in this game? Devontae Adams and Matthew Stafford have a chemistry built up now that they did not have back on October the 2nd. They were just off. And then Puka in a game against Baltimore goes up for a jump ball, lands hard, and he's out, doesn't go to London, and all of a sudden Devontae has 3 touchdowns, all in the low red zone. And then the game, last week against New Orleans, more the same with the 13 personnel. So Kyle can say that because he doesn't want to get into the details and the weeds, but the Rams have changed dramatically, and the 49ers have changed dramatically. Now, how much have they changed since they just met October the 2nd? Well, all these 13 personnel packages. And I think Puka play, but if Puka goes out of the game, you kind of know what they're going to do, you'd think, and they're going to play a lot of 3 tight end formations. And they do have Devontae going. The 49ers, since they last played, Fred Warner's not playing in this game. And it just causes me to cringe on what they're going to do. The Niners have always attacked the Rams. Over the middle, Kittle over the middle, the Debo dig, the Ayuk slant, now McCaffrey in the choice route, the Texas route, the option route, all over the middle. Do the Rams attack the 49ers now over the middle? What's that Hollywood play they run with Kittle? Fake left, fake right, over the middle of the. Let's run that. Which tight end do you want to run it to, Coach? All of them. Let's do all 4. Let's fake one there. We're going to get it to 18, Ferguson, because he's the fastest one. But what are they going to do to Tatum Bethune in this game? It scares me to think about it. The way they're going to attack him without Fred. And then we had Jordan on and saying, that 22 year was the worst year. Can the Rams F the draft picks? That's not the case. They did not get Christian McCaffrey. But what if they did? Would their team, having McCaffrey in the middle of their offense, would they have Devontae Adams on their team now? Probably unlikely. And what they've done are those draft picks. They did not give Scott Fitterer in Carolina to get McCaffrey. They have drafted Byron Young, number 77 overall the next year. Would Byron Young be on their team if they had Christian McCaffrey? They drafted Kobe Turner later that year, number 89 overall. Davis Allen, the tight end they got later. They got in the 5th round that year?
Puka
Nacua. You work for the Rams, so what am I telling you for? You got all the covert information. Now, the deal that got John Lynch, Christian McCaffrey, was a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th. So, they did have a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th. Avia, the guard, was the 2nd. Byron Young was the 3rd. Kobe Turner, they took the quarterback, Stetson Bennett, later. But they got Puka Nacua. That was like a Fred Warner draft pick, or a Dre Greenlaw getting him out of BYU, number 177. And the next year, F those picks, we're going to keep our ones. And we're going to get Jared Verse, and he's going to be the Defensive Player of the Year. We're going to get Braden Fisk, who I think is better than Mason Graham. I'm not hearing a lot about him anyway. And then, Blake Corum, obviously, and it just goes on and on. So they have changed. The Rams have completely changed. They've kept their picks after effing those picks to get veterans to win Super Bowls. But now they've kept the picks. They didn't get McCaffrey, but they got Byron Young. They got Kobe Turner. They got Puka Nacua. And they got Jared Verse, and they got Braden Fisk. And in 2 drafts, they were able to completely rebuild their defense, which is kind of what the Niners just did. We're going to keep our draft picks. We're going to let all these veteran guys go. Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga, go to Denver, build that defense up with Sean because he needs it, because his offense at times is offensive. And Bo Nix, at times, his feet are pointing the wrong direction. Where are you going, bro? But anyway, so it has changed. Kyle can say, they haven't changed. We know what they have changed. They're dramatically different. They're tired of the Niners owning the line of scrimmage and running power down their throat or outside zone, inside zone. So they changed. They built up the inside of their offensive line. Obviously, the guard and the center play. Havenstein still there at right tackle, whatever it is. So it is fascinating to think if the Rams got McCaffrey in that trade, how would that change things? And you're like, whoa. You mean to tell me the running back is number 23 for them, but it's not Kyron Williams? It's Christian McCaffrey, and we got to cover him? Damn! But would they have Byron Young on their team? Would they have Kobe Turner, the conductor, right in the middle of their front? Would they have Jared Verse? Would they have Braden Fisk? So there's always a yin and a yang here. You give up these draft picks to get a great veteran player, you're not going to be able to rebuild your defensive line into a modern-day fearsome foursome. But it is interesting in this matchup between these guys now in their 9th year. It has evolved. But the other side of the matchup that continues throughout the entirety, and Les Snead was here before. And he's the one that, made all those – think about all the draft capital he gave up to move up to get Jared Goff, number 1 overall. My God. So the matchup is obviously Kyle and McVay and all their coaches and Saleh and Mike LaFleur and all that, but also in the front offices. And they went – the Rams have changed. John's been more consistent, but John did give up a lot of draft capital to get McCaffrey, and he's made trades for veteran players. It's also – the matchup of the front offices with Les Snead against John Lynch.
Well, and then there's the special teams part of it where the Niners, after a disastrous week 1 and some questionable moments and still returning punts inside the 10-yard line. It's not perfect, but Eddie Pinheiro has come in and they are 4th overall in expected points added on special teams. The Rams have been reeling in that category. Some small breaking news per Adam Schefter. The Rams kicker this Sunday against the 49ers will be Harrison Mevis. Joshua Carty, who had been the kicker, has missed more field goal and extra point attempts this season than any kicker in the league. So we talked about the blocked kick problem for the kicker Carty out of Stanford, and now we're going to be seeing a different kicker come to Levi Stadium on Sunday.
Yeah, we saw that coming as they brought Mevis, just 23 years of old age, out of the UFL, and he was 20 of 21 there with 5 50-yard field goals. They brought him into the practice squad, so we could see that coming. Chase Blackburn is their special teams coordinator. Guy's been there a long, long time. I think they're also going to have a new long snapper and bring in the veteran Jake McQuaid is going to be the new long snapper. So they're going to keep the punter. But Josh Carty is also the guy with the dirty kickoffs. Remember that?
Yep.
They kind of got him to stop doing that. And I wondered about, the dirty kickoff. And the first one to Sky Moore in that Thursday night game, he's going to muff this kick. He's going to have to be a muff diver and dive back onto the ball. It was that dirty ball spinning like a knuckleball. But with Carty doing that, I wonder that he's kicking that thing so low and with no spin at all. Is that screwing up his field goals and his extra points? I don't think so. I think they just didn't block well. And they've had a lot of pressure in the middle, like the game before the 2 blocks in Philadelphia, they played Jacksonville, I think. No, Jacksonville was in London. There was a game the week before.
Baltimore?
Carolina. No, it was there. Baltimore was later. I think it was Carolina. Anyway, he had 1 blocked in that game. And then he had 2 blocked against Philly. The Niners blocked one. The game that went to overtime, Jordan Elliott got one of his extra points. He had 1 against New Orleans last game where they had so much pressure from the side. He sprayed the ball right, but he was thinking, if I kick it straight at the uprights, they're going to block it. So it's not just enough to change the kicker. That'll help. And we'll see with Harrison Mevis, M-E-V-I-S, but a new long snapper as well. And they got to block it better from the outside. So that's the one area. And last year, they took the game with the special teams. There's no doubt. The fake punt, the big return late in the game. They had a big kickoff return and a big punt return, and they got Smith as well. So I kind of had a feeling that Joshua Carty would be looking for a job, but I think they're going to have a new long snapper as well.
We got Omar Ruiz coming up at 11:50. Phone lines are open. I see one waiting, and we do always like to get the smoke going between the 49ers and the Rams. So we'll take some calls coming up in a bit, and then we'll talk to Omar about all things NFL, and especially the 49ers-Rams, as that's where when I last saw him in person. Actually, I take it back. I saw him at 49ers-Lions. It sounded better in my head when I saw him on the Thursday night game. Either way, we love Omar Ruiz, and he'll be joining us at 11:50, all coming up on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we'll keep it quick because Omar Ruiz is coming up in a bit. 49ers-Rams, the rivalry. We're all waiting for it. It was a big focus of yesterday. It's a big focus on our Friday, and we always like a little bit of gamesmanship here, so I told people we were going to take some quick calls. Who better to go to than Dwayne in Stockton, our buddy who wanted to talk about a quarterback controversy. Dan Orlovsky out in Stockton, basically. No, in all seriousness, we do love Dwayne. And Dwayne, I got to ask, has your opinion changed whatsoever on the quarterback situation? Because I think we're going to see Mac Jones yet again this Sunday.
So here's what's up, man. Let me be really clear. I'm going to be super clear right now because I don't think everybody's understanding what Filthy is saying. Mac Jones is the quarterback that'll get you the Lombardi. Mac Jones is the guy that'll get the happy ending for Christian, for Trent Williams, for Kittle, and especially for Shanahan, bro. What you got to do is give the keys to the car to King Maxatius because he got game. You know what I'm talking about? Roll with Mac 10 and the West Coast Connection. That's a sick nickname, by the way, for an offense. You guys are about to waste it. Another thing you got to do is stop breastfeeding Ricky Pearsall. Tell that kid to get on the field because the team needs him. At the end of the day, it's the contract. I said for months, don't pay Purdy that kind of money. I didn't care about market value or anything. I said that for months. And now all that contract is doing is clouding the truth.
All right, strong words, Dwayne. We appreciate it, as always, given the smoke here on a Friday. So, I mean, look, maybe Mac Jones, if that's the opinion that he's the quarterback that can get you the Lombardi, I would say that regardless of who the quarterback is, it would probably help to have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, et cetera. So we can get into this discussion a little bit more, Papa, but we'll talk to Omar here coming up in a bit.
And he's got a happy ending. I don't see the two going together, but I guess they do. You start breastfeeding after you have a happy ending, but that's the last happy ending you're ever going to have, and Walter can attest to that. The one thing I would say, I think they could win the Super Bowl with Mac Jones, a quarterback. I'm not saying that. But Brock Purdy did lead the 49ers to a field goal in overtime of a Super Bowl. Has anybody ever done that and not won the game? The answer would be no. Only, overtime games are new as far as that goes, and Kyle knows the pain of that. He never touched the ball in the overtime against Tom Brady and James White. But interesting, Dwayne brought it hard. He went breastfeeding a wide receiver and a happy ending. We're all looking for a happy ending for Trent Williams. Following Trent on IG, I think he has a lot of happy endings. His life is complicated, I got to say, with Big Trent. But anyway, he's got to block Jared Verse on that as we make the awkward segue to bring in our buddy Omar.
We always love talking to Omar Ruiz of NFL Network, one of the nicest guys in the whole business. And he, too, will be joining us on the really, really, really ridiculously good-looking guest cam. So we'll talk to him coming up in just a bit on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. As Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas just doesn't settle cases. They rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting ready for a big Sunday 49ers Rams. We even got the Seahawks and Cardinals. We've got NFL Week 10 coming at you with full action. 1:25 kickoff. And at 10 a.m., you can check out the Sports Leader pregame show with Adam Copeland, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak. And speaking of NFL, at the NFL Network, one of our favorite guys is the one and only Omar Ruiz. Busy man. So we appreciate when we get his time. And he joins us not only on the UMA guest line, but on the stream as well. Omar, really appreciate you slotting us into your schedule today. And I know you've been all over the place as you are this time of year. How's it going today?
I'm great. It's great to see you both, especially you, Greg Papa. Continue, good health and great to see you. And congratulations on the Syracuse Hall of Fame, WAER, along with Siciliano last weekend. Just thrilled to hear that. Always great to see you. Hope to see you guys in person. I know I've been assigned the Panthers-Niners Monday night game in a couple weeks, so look forward to that opportunity. And I'm coming to you from the quietest place at NFL Network right now, Monday through Saturday, which is Scott Hansen's Red Zone studio. So, another Syracuse alum there. But just to give the fans, since you can see me, a little behind-the-scenes action here.
Yeah, we're waiting for the witching hour on Sunday, and since I can't broadcast games and I'm a boy in a bubble, I've been watching them from start to finish. I am cancer-free right now, Omar, but got a little bit more work to do. Your wife, Ashley, we were praying for her for a long, long time not too long ago. Just give an update on her situation, if you would.
Yeah, she's completely healthy as well, and she. I don't think we can say cancer-free, but we can say now that it's past the 2-year marker that she is in remission, and as long as the all the tests and everything like that go, at the 5-year mark, you can say cancer-free. But she ran a half marathon in January. She's training for another half marathon in Disney in the spring. So you would never know at this point that she had, a fight for her life, a 14-month battle that devastated us in every way. And you obviously know, Greg, now just, how it impacts every facet of life. So, to you, to everyone out there that's battling, if it's in your family, just, prayers and love, to everyone out there, just how awful it is. And even she's beat it, and she's perfectly healthy, as strong as she's ever been, maybe even stronger, because she now has this inspiration to live life with as much gusto as possible. But even then, it still has its devastating effects. So shout out to you, Greg, and everybody else. Again, prayers and love to everybody fighting.
Thank you, brother. Love you.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic news all around. And just a reminder that the players who are playing football, it is certainly their livelihood, and they are sacrificing their body, their health, their career, and their lives every Sunday. For people like us who sit in the chair and talk about it, it's a privilege to be able to do so. I know you were on site for the Monday night game between the Cardinals and the Cowboys, and so there's all this talk, more so in the national circles than the local, about is there a quarterback controversy brewing here in San Francisco? I want to go to that other team in the NFC West, though. Jacoby Brissett has stepped in for Kyler Murray. Arizona's been pretty competitive. I like that defense. I don't think they're going to ultimately be a playoff team, but you never know. All that being said, Kyler Murray's at a different stage since his extension than, say, somebody like Brock Purdy. Is there a quarterback controversy coming in Arizona, or do we got to see how this unfolds over the next few weeks?
Well, I think the compliments that I could give to Jonathan Gannon are that he's been able to manage this by avoiding the controversy. But there has clearly been a quarterback change in Arizona, and he's been able to do it without any negativity or animosity in the locker room. And I think he has the support there. And just in talking to people on the sidelines on Monday, both players, staff, they light up when they talk about Jacoby Brissett. And that's no slight to Kyler, but it's just the statement to Brissett's veteran leadership, the composure he has in the huddle, and the execution. We've seen the last 3 games since he's been in, that offense has clearly played a lot better than it did with Kyler Murray. And Kyler, obviously, year 3 in that system with Drew Petzing, granted his first year is coming back from health and everything like that, but still in just a very small sample size, that offense moves a lot better. Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like the player that they drafted him at number 4 overall last year. So in every way, they look like they're taking positive steps. Now, as you mentioned, they have a long road ahead. I think their next 4 games are against teams that are, if the playoffs ended today, would be in the playoffs. So if they're going to get to playoff contention, they'll certainly have to earn it starting this weekend in Seattle. But I was talking to Paris Johnson Jr., their left tackle, on Monday, and the key thing to me that stood out in our conversation was he said, they love Jacoby, how he communicates in the huddle, his composure, but they know that he's going to fight with them on the field. And when you have players talking like that about their quarterback, they're all in behind him, and seems to reflect in the play on the field.
So what do they do long-term with Kyler? I mean, they just re-signed him, 5 years, $230 million plus deal. As far as guaranteed money, there's not a lot left on the contract. And if they do choose to move on, is there a market to trade for him? Did they try to trade him before the deadline Tuesday at 1 o'clock our time, Omar? What do they do with the former number 1 overall pick?
Yeah, that's the fascination to me, and the kudos that I give to Gannon, in that they've been able to kind of weave this path that if, let's say, Brissett were to get hurt, or if that offense continues or regresses and starts to stumble, that they do have a way to go back to Kyler. They haven't trashed him; they've just focused on his health and the fact that he still has discomfort in that foot. He couldn't play like the Kyler Murray that we've all seen over the years. So they do have that avenue back to him if they need to go to him. They have that treat that injury with the sensitivity that they've had. So if that were to happen, they could. As far as the offseason and the market for him, I don't see anybody else wanting to pay that huge number to trade for him. Obviously there would have to be the salary cap negotiations that go on behind the scenes in addition to the compensation that would have to happen with that. But I think this is a reflection of the offense improvement was obvious. This is year 3 in the Gannon Austin Fort regime. There were so many expectations going into the year. Pressure started to mount. They're in a 5-game losing streak. They have to do what's best to win games this Sunday, and they'll sort of deal with what happens with Kyler after the dust settles on how this unfolds the next few weeks with Jacoby Brissett.
Great to have Omar Ruiz of NFL Network on with us on this Friday. So Arizona is going to face Seattle this weekend. We got NFC West on NFC West 2 times over. I was thinking about this because we do this pick'em pool where our program director at the station, Mike Holler, has a couple hundred people in this thing. It's been going on for years. And so our producer,
Not
Walter,
me.
and I. Yeah.
Not me, by the way.
Not
Omar.
him.
I'm not allowed. not there. No gambling here.
Yeah. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, right.
I am not Mr. Big Shot. I've never been called Mr. Big Shot. We're moving on.
But for the degenerates like me and Walter, we were talking about some of the games coming up, and it kind of hit me with Seattle that they're at 6-2. They haven't really had a stinker this year yet to this point. Now, I think a lot of their fans would argue week 1 because the offense wasn't clicking and the 49ers come in there, shut the door on them. It's a low-scoring game, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as Seattle, not only are they 6-2, I don't think they've really played much of a bad game, and their only other loss was the incredible shootout against Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So when you look at this team, as far as the competition in the NFC, how seriously are you taking them through the first half of the season? Do you put them in that small bubble of Super Bowl contenders?
Yeah, because of the way the defense plays and the way Mike McDonald's defense is over the years, even when you go back to Baltimore, get better, much better in the second half. And so as good as Seattle has played in the first half of the season, really ever since week 1, I would expect them to get even better and sort of peak at the right time, especially defensively. And then I think you hope that what we saw from Sam Darnold in the first half of the season would continue for them and Jackson Smith and Jigba and everything else that they have going. And then now you have Rashid Shaheed in the mix, so you have a player that can stretch the field for them and maybe get that run game going a little more that they would like to run there. So, so I think they're every bit the contender there. But I would agree with you on that week 1 stinker. I was a late believer in the Seahawks because you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So the fact that the Niners were all banged up and they couldn't take advantage of that in that week 1 contest, I'm like, oh yeah, the Seahawks they're going to fade away or whatever. But the way they've played just ruthlessly, demolishing a couple opponents in a row and really flexing their muscles, so to speak. I think they will be a contender and will be a force down the stretch.
And one of the off-season move, I think it was a huge upgrade. And we like Geno and what he did, but he's really struggling, and he played hurt last night with the Raiders. But from going to Geno to a guy we know well, we saw Sam Darnold back up Brock a couple of years ago, Omar, and really played well than last year in Minnesota. So they made a huge upgrade. Where the L.A. Rams, for a little while there, Greg and I went to the Combine this year. We thought Matthew Stafford was on his way out, and he would be the Raider quarterback and not Geno Smith at $50 million. Didn't happen. He's going to the New York Giants at $50 million. No, didn't happen. They wound up signing him before we flew out of town on that Friday, a 2-year deal, $84 million to continue as Sean McVay's quarterback. And then training camp rolls around. He's got a bad back. He can't play. What's going to happen to Matthew Stafford? Then when the bell sounded, right now, 21 touchdown passes. He's not throwing interceptions anymore. He only has 2. I'm seeing a lot of people say he's the most valuable player in the National Football League, and you got to deal with him coming up on Sunday. Just give me the whole, was he nearly traded in the offseason? Was his back really that bad? And is Stafford right now playing the best football of his career?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there, but I think Matthew Stafford is showing, and I think at this point in his career, because he has the Super Bowl, he had all the numbers in Detroit, year after year, putting up those big stats. But I think what he's doing right now is getting him into Canton. I think this stretch of his career is showing that. And really, if you look at the Rams the last couple of seasons, even when they started off slowly, they had a rally the last couple of years to get into the playoffs late in the year. But even those early season struggles, Matthew Stafford was still playing at a high level and keeping them in games, even though they were losing with injuries or as that young defense was maturing, so to speak. So he is, I think, playing some of the best football of his career. As far as the back goes, I think that was a thing where you have a franchise quarterback that legit had some soreness. We all know how sensitive backs can be, especially for a 37-year-old. I think his soreness and that was real, and keeping him healthy and upright, getting him to week one, all that was real. And I think everything that he's played throughout his career, known as one of the toughest quarterbacks that there is, they had that full faith that he would be honest with them and he could get them to the finish line, which essentially was the starting line for the week one. And we've seen him, week in and week out show up, like you said, ring the bell and play at this high level. And as far as the offseason stuff goes, yeah, I think that was real too, because I think the Rams were in position we have this incredibly young roster that, is going to reach its prime here probably in a couple of years. I don't think we've even seen the best of the Rams defense with all those first and second year, third players. But they're going to have big salaries to pay them when their rookie contracts expire. So I think they're kind of looking at, all that money they're going to have to pay Matthew Stafford. But kind of once, it looked like he was going to be their quarterback of here the next couple of years, he's proving to me anyway why he'll eventually belong in Canton. And for me, coming into the year, as long as he could play like Matthew Stafford, and I think he's even playing better than that, the Rams were going to be the NFC West favorites for me.
Omar Ruiz with us on the UMA guest line. So much great NFL talk to get into, and what a first half of the season it's been in general with all the parity. Now teams are having to overcome injuries. Really feels like a lot of teams could end up playing at Levi Stadium here in early February. So I've been saying that the Washington Commanders are what the 49ers should be, in the sense that they have also had a lot of injuries to their starters. Their quarterback is now going to miss some time. They're 3-6. It's not going their way. The 49ers have had so much adversity come their way, but they're 6-3, and they got a chance to win their fourth division game this weekend if they can beat the Rams. So why is that? Well, Kyle Shanahan has done one of his best jobs. Robert Saleh coming back was a huge acquisition. Mac Jones and having two quarterbacks that can win you games. He's been a savior to your season. Is there a little bit of underappreciation in national circles for Christian McCaffrey? The amount of touches he's gotten, you compare some of the numbers to his Offensive Player of the Year campaign in 2023. Like, all those other names I mentioned are not reasons why the 49ers are winning games. But without Christian McCaffrey, I don't know if we're talking about a winning football team, even with the job that everybody else has done.
You're talking to the right guy, Greg, because all this offseason, I was tooting Christian McCaffrey's horn in saying that, yes, in 2024, San Francisco had all kinds of issues, and they were exposed. That's why they only won 6 games. But if Christian McCaffrey was healthy, I think he masks a lot of those issues. And I think we would all agree that maybe Christian McCaffrey isn't the most potent weapon in the NFL anymore, but obviously he's still effective. And the way that Kyle uses him as that chess piece to be second in the league in receptions out of the backfield, a top 10 receiver, a top 10 running back, is for me, why the 49ers have been able to mask all these issues and mask all these injuries because of what Christian McCaffrey brings to the table. And obviously he's still productive, but the chess piece to me and the way Kyle is able to use him is why they've been able to outfox people. And you mentioned Robert Saleh and improve special teams. Obviously they get due props as well. And I think what Saleh has done is incredible. But Christian McCaffrey, to your point, when you're talking to me about underappreciation at the national level, not that, because I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it's because Christian McCaffrey is still playing very, very well that the 49ers have been able to, sneak a lot of these wins out and be the team that they are despite the mounting list of injuries.
So if you say he might not be the most powerful weapon in the NFL, who would you put ahead of him right now?
Well, I feel like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
Okay, so I'm thinking about multi-positional use, right? Like Bijan Robinson is that type of player. I would still take McCaffrey over Saquon probably as far as the multi-positional use and the threat. But no, I was a good nugget. I wanted to clarify that one.
Well, yeah, because, you look at the 3.5 yards per carry from McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I think in his prime, he's better than that. You know what I mean? And you could still use him out of the backfield, but I think from an explosive standpoint as a running back, he's probably past his prime in that way, but not past his prime as far as efficiency on the football field.
Now they got a run block for him better, and they're going to get
Yeah.
the center back in this game, and maybe Ben Bartch comes back and getting Kittle back. But the first 90 minutes of the show, Omar, and you can speak to this. We talked about the trade deadline of 3 years ago, and the L.A. Rams wanted Christian McCaffrey. They just didn't have. They were effing those draft picks years before, and they didn't have enough to give up. Where John gave up a second, a third, and a fourth, and a future fifth, and Les Snead just didn't have the ammunition to make that. Now the point could also be made: they would not have the conductor, Kobe Turner. They wouldn't have Byron Young because they used those draft picks to get those guys and rebuild their defense. But I hear you about McCaffrey. He may not be the offensive player of the year this year. Jonathan Taylor may be, but he's still that good. He may win comeback player of the year this year, or it could be the Niners quarterback. So just give me your thoughts on what Mac Jones is doing, what he has done, how much longer he will do this for, because the bottom line is he's 5-2 as the Niner quarterback, Omar. He has saved the 49ers season to this point. Will he continue to save it? Will they go back to Brock? Give me your thoughts on Mac.
Yeah, well, I think when Brock's healthy, they go back to Brock because, I think as well as Mac Jones has played, I think Brock Purdy is one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL in terms of running Kyle Shanahan's offense and the efficiency that it goes with. But what Mac has done is amazing. And I think we're seeing a reason why Bill Belichick, obviously for all the warts since Tom Brady left New England, Bill Belichick he's still one of the great football minds that ever lived, period. And to make Mac Jones a first-round pick, you see the reasons why. Why Kyle Shanahan, thought long and hard about taking Mac Jones when he came out in the draft. And so the thing that sort of impresses me about Mac is, his ability to relate to the locker room. All the guys seem like they have his back. They play for him. And so for, usually the backup quarterback is the favorite guy in the locker room. But Mac coming in with, the sort of struggles in recent years, and you may think that he wouldn't have the confidence to command that sort of respect, but he did, and he has, and his play first and foremost has earned that respect. And so the fact that they continue to play for him, play for each other, and they connect that way, I think that makes for a special unit, and why I think that this is sustainable, because it's not necessarily all about Mac. It is a team coming together and playing for one another, and all those things that are kind of cheesy to talk about are real things in the NFL. And, we all know that the margin of talent is not that much different from, the 32 teams, with few exceptions. But how they have come together and rally around Mac, I think, is part of what's led to their success.
All right, Omar, I'll leave you with this one because we're very thankful for your time. Week 10, I'm very excited for what's ahead. Last night might not have set the best tone if we're talking about the 10-7 game between the Broncos and the Raiders. But the last time that a Super Bowl was at Levi's Stadium, you had an elite defense in Denver representing the AFC with suboptimal quarterback play. Bo Nix has had his moments. He's also had his nights like last night. You think Denver, now having won 7 in a row, up to 8-2, you see them as a team that could be coming out west in February?
Well, before a couple weeks ago, I did think that they would peak at the right time. I think Sean Payton is a master motivator, and talk about teams coming together. Sean Payton does that very, very well. I think he'll have them infused with the right sort of confidence come January. And I think they will figure out the offensive issues. And I think Bo Nix will kind of get back on track. And I was gung-ho on them a couple weeks ago, having a little more reservations now for what we've seen the offense the last couple weeks. But I think the fact that they are learning different ways to win. And when you talk about, they're still a relatively young team, especially a second-year quarterback. In the NFL, it's hard to win. We see it every week, even teams that are talented. And the fact that they've found different ways down the stretch, winning games in the fourth quarter, coming back to win, winning slugfest, winning despite not producing on offense, all that stuff, I think will bode well for them down the stretch. And having the confidence to know that that even if they don't play well, they can win. And first and foremost, how they play in the fourth quarter, late in games, the execution and all that, I think is something that they can hang their hat on and not to be underappreciated in the second half of the season. But I think as gung-ho as I was to be a sneaky pick for them to get to February, I don't think what we've seen the last couple of weeks is something that could get past a Buffalo, in the AFC in the playoffs, or if Kansas City, can find that consistency. And that'll be obviously telling when they play each other here relatively soon. So I think that'll be a good barometer to see, okay, are the Broncos legit Super Bowl contenders? Or are they just going to be a good story that gets to the playoffs?
And Omar is coming to us from the NFL Network Red Zone set, where Scott Hansen has the bewitching hour. And the Denver Broncos have given us the most bewitching hour moments of any team this year. All of their crazy comebacks, the one over the Eagles, the one over the Giants is insane. So you're actually on the set. When Andrew did it for DirecTV, I would always offer him, you come to a Niner game, I want to do one Red Zone Sunday, because you get to call not one game, but every single game simultaneously. Does Hansen have any notes hanging on the desk there? How does he, what do you have in front of you? Like every team's roster? How do you do it? You have any idea?
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned that. I had a little fun at the toy shop for a couple years during COVID. I was the backup Red Zone person. And so I was able to do, during the training camp run through the rehearsal. Scott couldn't make it. He was out of town. And so I was able to do the rehearsal, and it was as fun as you would imagine it to be, Greg. Just what you were envisioning, having that opportunity. It was awesome, bouncing around the different preseason games and all that. It was a blast. But yeah, you have notes on everything, and even though yes, you're talking, you're really not on camera that much, so you can reference all the notes that you have and look down and kind of really play with it and have a good time. And the supporting cast, the crew, the production team behind the scenes are incredible. So it is a lot of fun here, and I think it's fun to see the green screen, because everything then you see behind Scott is all superimposed with the computer graphics and all the modern day technology to make it look as sizzling as it does. But it is cool to be down here and know that the sort of entire football world rallies around that show on Sundays, as fun as it is.
So Scott wakes up on a Sunday morning and he's like, I can't make it. You're the backup Red Zone guy, Omar?
No. I was during COVID, because there is no way, let me tell you, there is no way Scott Hansen is missing a show. All right? That guy is as tough as they come.
He's going to play
His bladder is even tougher, and he does an awesome job. But, the COVID days were the COVID days, and if you tested positive, if you were Scott Hansen or Aaron Rodgers, you're gonna take a seat. So we just kind of had that. We had that scenario ready to go just in case. And but yeah, it's kind of fun to see I'll even show you here if we have a moment, all the different monitors that Scott's looking at all the games on these monitors here as he talks through all the different scenarios from the action on Sundays. So, and then there's the Scott.
Scott right behind you. I see the Scottican. I see him right there. He doesn't want you to get comfortable in that chair, Ruiz. Get the hell out of that chair. I'm watching.
I was going to say, that's why it's got to be there, because if I was in the chair and I'm staring at a cutout of me for 7 hours, I'd be freaking out. Like, no, thank you.
Is that the best job in sports, though? Wouldn't you love to do that? I would love to do that.
Yeah,
I'd love it. I'd do them all.
I said, and even though our show, with the rehearsal we did was, I think it was just for one window. It was like a Friday night where you had the 7 preseason games going on in that 4:00 Pacific window, and we're bouncing around the different games. And the funny part was, like, because it was just a rehearsal and we weren't actually doing it, when they have those third stringers going in the second half, I was able to just like make up names. You know what I mean? Because I don't know who these
drop
these
some
guys
F-bombs in there.
Yeah, because we don't know
That's
who
what
these
I would do.
stringers are.
That's what I would do.
Greg Papa on the tackle.
F and Papa, the return. Unbelievable.
He's going to be a good Colts practice squad player. What a story he's been in training camp.
well, Scott actually played. He played at Syracuse for Coach
He did,
McPherson.
yeah. Great special
It's a
teams
walk-on
player,
receiver.
good practice squad player. Yeah, really.
He loves it. You
long
can tell he
snapper, all
loves
that.
it. So
oh
good.
yeah, I mean
So
he's
good.
the best, and a great human as well. Just a
As
for
well
those
as
that
you
don't
are.
know
So
me behind the scenes. Yeah.
Great to hear about your wife, brother. Just pray for her all the time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
and likewise for you, Greg. Great to see you, sincerely.
Thank you, Omar, and I will certainly catch up with you on the Monday night game against the Carolina Panthers. So looking forward to having you out for that one.
All right, awesome, fellas. Thanks for having me. It's been fun.
Thank you, brother. Love you, man. Thank you, Omar.
Okay.
Omar Ruiz of NFL Network, man, he's the best. And I love that little tour we got there, too. I was wondering before he flipped back to the cutout of Scott Hansen, I was like, wait, is that someone hanging out there watching the hit, observing? And then I was like, oh, just paper Scott Hansen observing. Just kind of like, what? Yeah, that's a good point. If somebody else is sitting in the chair, you got to get stared at by Scott Hansen.
Just get out of my chair, bro. I'm going to be there Sunday. And we got a game from Europe to start early on. So it's not as many games for Scott. We got, teams on the bye week. We got Bengals and Chiefs and Cowboys and Titans are on their bye week. But when those games kick off at 10 o'clock our time, that is Scott Hansen time. I do miss Siciliano. Although we had a nice visit on the Zoom when he went in the Hall of Fame on Saturday, and I think it was time for him to move on. Plus, Red Zone lost the rights, but Siciliano was the best ever.
Yeah, now he's doing his thing over there in Cleveland, and they got a barn burner against the New York Jets this weekend. So Andrew will be on the call for that one. Quick reset coming up in a bit. Lots of fun we can get into in the back half of the show. We can continue our laughs and make a poll out of that. We can have Walter finalize the 4 we're selecting. I mean, Farhan's got to be in there. Andrew Wiggins gave us something. Kawhi Leonard is always just a classic, even outside the Bay Area. And then we may do a little bit of a version of an Ask Papa. Basically, the world is our oyster here from now until 2 o'clock. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
And what do you say we spend an hour talking about the Week 10 debut between the Broncos and the Raiders?
No! God, please, no! No!
I'm kidding. We got better things to worry about. Niners, Rams, and even Seahawks, Cardinals. It's a full NFC West weekend. And on Sunday, we've got our 49ers pregame starting right here on the Sports Leader at 10 o'clock. So hang out with Copes, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak to get ready for our 125 kickoff. Should be a good one.
No! God, please, no! No!
Oh, like if you get into a situation where you're saying that, the Dolan Law Firm is here to protect you. Come on, Walter. You got to have these people being a little bit more optimistic going into the weekend. Many of those attorney ads that you've seen out there aren't based here in the Bay Area, sometimes not even in the state. And you want to be protected by locals. And we got the best in the business. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been here for more than 25 years. They are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and that is the type of thing that will make you have a Michael Scott kind of reaction. So with all the motorcyclists and pedestrians and children playing around us, please be careful. I know we're joking around here, but this is serious stuff. And you want to be protected, and you want to mostly avoid those incidents so we can have the Bay Area be as safe as possible. But if you need the helping hand, the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. And you don't have to worry about a lot of those adult kind of factors like paying up front or the hourly rates. And they don't get paid until you get paid first. So they live here and they work here, but for you, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Sound right, boys.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a Friday, and we roll on. Poppin' Silver. Great to have a lengthy conversation with Omar Ruiz, and he's a busy man, so kind of feel bad for taking his time, and I kind of don't because we were being selfish, and that's what it's all about. We talked about the Broncos, by the way, and how they have been the ultimate cardiac team. They've been the witching hour special. I would say that the 49ers, maybe not quite the level of Denver, but they've had some pretty dramatic fourth quarters. And then I'm trying to think of who else is in that mix. Like Tampa Bay, the way they started the season, definitely. J.J. McCarthy has had these interesting late game starts now, so he'll be getting another one going tonight. So we got the international game as well. Could the Colts drop 2 in a row? I mean, it's about once a month that Atlanta looks like an incredible football team with that defense, and everything's dialed between Michael Penix Jr. and Drake London and Bijan Robinson. But the Colts finally ran into a buzzsaw there. The Steelers' defense, which I'd roasted, is not very good, got the best of Daniel Jones. And so whether it's Mac Jones or Daniel Jones or Jacoby Brissett, a lot of good football to watch this weekend. And I would like to think that we just got the least interesting game out of the way early.
Well, I mean, I've done a lot of Raider Bronco games, and I was texting Derek. This may be the worst one that I've seen, and he went back to a 2006 one when Jake the Snake Plumber, before he gave me the mushroom bar at the Super Bowl, which I'll ever forever be in his debt. Didn't do a whole lot. Jake threw 3 picks in that game, and the Broncos still won the game, but the Raiders actually took the lead early in the game and the touchdown by Ashton Genty, and when they lost their right guard, Powers, and they ran power on that touchdown, that was Steve Wisniewski, Gene Upshaw, right guard pull. Al would have loved it. They just stopped offensively after that, and Omar just did a up-to-the-minute update on NFL Network, and it was on the injury to Geno Smith. He's got a quad injury. I was a little surprised that they put him back into the game. Scott Touche, the longtime Raider trainer, after H. Rod Martin left, and he was there with Scott for years. He was just, to me, it seemed unplayable. That Geno just could not move, and you needed mobility to run away from the modern-day version of the Orange Crush, and Benito is all that. But Zach Allen, interior rush, and they come at you from all angles. Denver's defense is one of the best in football. There's no doubt. Their offense will pick it up. They've had moments. The 2 young running backs, Dobbins and Harvey, are good players. They'll figure it out. The quarterback is just right now in a little bit of a sophomore slump, but he's capable of playing well. They got the best record in football right now at 8-2. So we'll see ultimately where they go. As far as the slate this weekend, and I know Walter is not a fan of the European games, but I love getting up early on Sunday morning on the left, listen to all the talking heads, although we do love Mooch. But we'd have, 2 of the best running backs in football are going to, vie Jonathan Taylor in Indianapolis against Bijan. That game is in, where are they playing that game? I think it's in Germany. And they didn't play most of them have been London and a few other locations. They went to Germany when Tom Brady was quarterbacking at Tampa Bay a couple of years ago, was the first game in Germany. So we'll hear them singing Sweet Caroline. It's just weird when they do that. But that'll start the slate on Sunday morning. So I think I'm going to go see the Nuremberg to get ready for the whole vibe of Germany on Sunday morning. But that'll get us kicked off at 6:30 in the morning on Sunday. We have a lot of good games. Saints, Panthers, Giants, Bears, Jaguars, Texans, Bills, Dolphins, Ravens, Vikings. Probably of the early games, one of the most interesting to be sure. And then we got Patriots and Buccaneers, which will be a matchup of a 7-2 and 6-2. Outside of the Niners-Rams game later in the 4 o'clock window on the East Coast, 1 o'clock window our time, that Patriots-Buccaneers game is probably the best game of all the early morning games.
Yeah, and then, Sunday night could be good with Chargers-Steelers, and Monday night between the Eagles and the Packers. That'll be another one to be tracking when we come back from the weekend. And I know we'll have JD in on Mondays, so when we talk again on Tuesday, we can react to all the Niners, but then we'll have that Monday night game right off the heels as well, and then we'll get our 5-1, the winners and losers. We'll get Papa's playbook and get out the tape, and hopefully it's the Niners finding a way to pressure Matthew Stafford or some version of it. But we started the show, and we got to make it official now with Walter's big poll. Or first of all, Walter, do you give me consent on the Walter's hellacious hose? I mean, your car, by the way, your car is on strike too, okay? You got towed in Berkeley, and then your car failed on you on the bridge, so it's the same car, right?
Yeah, it's most definitely the same car.
Okay, yeah. Strike 3 coming up. If one more thing happens, I'm
What
finding another
happened on
car
the
for
bridge?
you.
We heard about Monday. Your car broke down on the bridge?
My hose just gave out. That's what happened.
Your hose? So it's not a hellacious hose. It's a terrible hose. Wow. Is that the problem you're having, is your hose with your car?
Yeah, it caused the car to overheat.
But the most important thing is
became
that
a father
that
before
you're
the
good.
hose broke down on you. You wouldn't be having a happy ending or breastfeeding. Who's that? That was a guy from Stockton.
That was Dwayne from Stockton. You can always
Dwayne.
count on him for some good content. So when we do this poll coming up, or the hellacious hose, are we sticking to strictly Bay Area laughs, or are we going outside the box? Because,
Gotta
like,
go
you know,
Kawhi.
you gotta go
You gotta
Kawhi,
go
right?
Kawhi.
Yeah.
Vincent Price, Leonard. Got to.
Okay, we'll discuss the 4 options and come
Well, it's
back.
Walter's
and get back to you.
hellacious hose, so he can pick whatever he wants. It's his hose.
That's true. And we got Danny back in the studio right there. So, Danny, we'll have to have a
Originally,
big
it
poll
was
for you.
Danny's. It was Holder's big poll, then it was Danny's big poll. I think Danny should jump in and run the poll first, because we don't want Walter's hellacious hose to break again. 3 times is not good.
Danny, you're on support. You're on support right now during this break. We'll come back. We'll give you the 4 laughs, and we'll have you all vote out there. Make a little poll in the YouTube chat. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having a proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who've saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you want to race?
Oh, Mac Jones at the podium. It is time for Walter's Hellacious Hose or Danny's Big Pull. I just left it to them to do all their mischief back there behind the glass. It's a Friday. We're having some fun. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. And we started the show going on Bay Area laughs and just general laughs in sports that are some of our favorites, because who doesn't love a good laugh? We had the texter tip us off on the 49ers video where Kendrick Bourne is carrying around a wireless mic and telling dad jokes. He's got a great cackle in those. But this all got started because Mac Jones is getting ready to make, what now, start number 8 out of 10 games. And we don't know if Brock Purdy is going to come back even this week. He hasn't officially been ruled out. We don't know if he's going to come back next week, although that's what Matt Maiocco was speculating with us. And if Brock comes back, is he back for good? It's the NFL. You never really know. But Mac Jones has come here. He's been himself. He's acting very different than the player that struggled in New England and lost his confidence. He's acting different than the player who played 8 games in Jacksonville last year when they really struggled. So he came over 2 years, $7 million deal. When Brock Purdy was no longer the most cost-efficient player in the NFL, they decided to make it a different 49er quarterback and give it to Mac Jones. And he's got a lot of jokes there at the podium. So, Walter, we always go with 4 options. We got 4 laughs. Now, I know we're mostly thinking keeping him in the Bay Area, but what you told me was Kawhi Leonard won a championship in the Bay Area. I said, hey, thanks for that reminder.
It counts. It counts.
Yeah, it counts. Okay, so.
Damn.
I know.
Best game ever at Oracle. You're killing me.
Oh, I know.
Oh, Canada, right?
Yeah, I know. You're kind of reeling on that
Our
still.
home
So
and native land, true patriot love, and all thy sons command. With glowing hearts will you see thee rise. That's enough.
That's a true Buffalo Sabres fan right there.
It's a great anthem. That is a great anthem.
Fantastic.
Great anthem. Roger Doucette did the best one ever from the Montreal Forum. Anyway, so Kawhi did break our hearts. We do love Kawhi. And he has the Vincent Price laugh. So with Mac Jones, you know, in the beginning, they'd send Brock to the podium on Thursday. Starting quarterbacks got to meet the media on some point of the week. The Niners do it on Thursday. For a while, it was Brock, and it was Mac, and then it was like, let's just send Mac. And Mac would cackle with the Mac Jones laugh at least once, twice, 3 times, depending on the questions. He would just give you that laugh. And we opened the show with him and him talking about Matthew Stafford and growing up. And I don't know. Everybody seems to think that Brock is coming back at some point. We'll see. But yesterday could have been the last time that Mac Jones goes to the podium to meet the media and Eric Branch. And it's just a back and forth between them all. But it just struck me that Mac Jones has one of the best genuine, unlike Kendrick Bourne, which is a forced dad laugh, a bear with no teeth, gummy bears. Really interesting. Very good. And I did like the Eclipse one. Very funny, but the laugh was forced. Nothing about, he doesn't force balls. Occasionally in a double coverage, he's thrown 5 picks. But Mac Jones's laugh is genuine. Can't think of too many Bay Area athletes that have had one like him. And I think if it is the last time he goes to the podium yesterday, we have got to salute Mac Jones's cackle. Yeah, that's it right there.
All right, so Walter, I think what we got to do is one by one. We got to present these in a true fashion, and we'll get a poll up either via X or the YouTube chat. And a little tougher to do a poll of this without the audio clips attached, but we can all use our imagination. And if you're listening to the show, you get this in real time. What do we got besides Mac Jones?
I'm not sure if he wants me to say that. It's kind of personal. It's personal.
I imagine we're going both Kawhi laughs, though, right? Like 2 different options, or are we combining them into one?
No, I mean, it's just Kawhi. It's just Kawhi.
Just Kawhi
the weirdness of Kawhi Leonard, yeah.
So we got to hear the other one.
Weird.
We got to hear the classic one. It's combining into one answer.
I couldn't find the other one. I'm trying to look for it right now. Do you have it in the folder?
Yeah. It's in the Today's Sound.
Okay, give me 1 second. But
Cool.
while I'm looking for that, I'll play Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
That's a good one. Wiggs is very Kawhi-like, very similar. Most of the time he did the like he was mentally pausing to think what he wanted to say. But that one was, Andrew, are you going to get the COVID vaccination? Anyone? I ain't doing that, Northern California. No.
I think that was just some random weeknight regular season postgame, and I was running a Dubs OT with JD, and I listened to that kind of in one of the postgame cuts, and I was like, is this Wiggins? And I had to go back, find the cut, clipped it, put it on the board, and tried to use it whenever I could.
All right, we got Kawhi Leonard and we got Andrew Wiggins. All right. Who else we got? We got Mac Jones going to win this.
Well, do you guys want to hear the fun guy, Kawhi? You want to hear that one?
Yeah, let's hear it. I want to hear more.
I mean, it's just more question you have to ask me in order for me to tell you about myself. I just can't give you a whole spiel. I don't even know where you're sitting at.
Do you think if the Raptors don't win that championship, that laugh does not stand the test of time in the way that it probably will?
He already won a championship as a San Antonio Spur. He was already Kawhi Leonard before that one. But he was setting it up like, I'm not telling you about me. I'm not all that interesting. Stay away from me. I'm the claw. Stay at claw length. And then he drops that Vincent Price laugh. Like, that's Kawhi Leonard's laugh? Wow. It's so great. So great. Love Kawhi. We love you, the claw. Did not see that coming, and we didn't see Wiggs. I thought they were pretty even, but Kawhi wins the laugh off with Andrew Wiggins, just in my opinion. So
no question, it's more iconic. But I do have appreciation for Andrew Wiggins getting a laugh out there because I didn't know Andrew Wiggins had a laugh to begin with, and I heard that one, and that was pretty awesome.
Two very understated guys that are just great on-the-ball defenders, and just don't ask me any questions about myself. I'm not George Kittle. I'm not Draymond Green. Go to those guys. But then they give you the ultimate Vincent Price laugh, and it kind of surprises you. Good stuff.
All right, so we got Kawhi Leonard. We have got Mac Jones. And we have got Andrew Wiggins.
Have we heard enough of Mac Jones? I want to hear a whole rip on Mac Jones.
Oh, we're going to get the whole clip for sure, but I think we got to close out with Mac Jones and the exchange with Eric Branch.
Do we have a fourth one? It's Wiggins, it's Kawhi, it's Mac. Do we even have a fourth one?
Yeah, the fourth one might make Giants fans cringe, though. Here's Farhan.
Oh. We don't even have to introduce Farhan. That was a classic Farhan. I may vote for Farhan. Farhan, because there's so much meaning in that laugh. That is, I ain't answering your question. It's ridiculous. So.
Hey, the Giants just hired a person with no major league experience. Hey, Farhan, how does it feel to finally get that ring?
We could say the same thing about you, Farhan, when they hired you to be president of the baseball ops, when Billy hired you. So we're going Farhan, Wiggs, Kawhi, and McCordle's cackle. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, I think so. And then we have a honorable mention from the show yesterday. People were clamoring in on it. Had to revisit the Tim Ryan hour. Here you go.
Okay.
Do you know what Longoria is?
Longoria?
Longoria. Oh. That would be a talking disease that you can't shut up.
It's Papa's laugh. Papa's laugh's up there. Come on.
I don't know. We're not putting that one. Can we hear a little more Mac Jones like we did in the beginning of the show? We need a sampling of Mac Jones's cackle a little bit too.
Thank you. Christian
so genuine.
Also got tackled inside the 5 twice on a pass, so he owes me. But he got his touchdowns.
Didn't he have what? The best part of the cackle is we could go to 5 different sound clips, and he's got the same one. Like, I think that at postgame this last week, someone goes, "Did you know you were perfect 14 of 14 in the first half?" And he's like, "No." Was I supposed to?
Was I supposed to?
Nice.
His is so genuine.
Oh, that's great. All right, okay, we got to go the full interaction with Eric Branch, though, where he says he wasn't moving wonderfully. I mean, that one of all the Mac Jones cackles, that interaction is when I started to realize, man, I did not know this guy had this kind of humor. I did not know he had this kind of personality at a podium, whether it was starting with Bill Belichick in New England and how bad it all was in Jacksonville. But here's Mac Jones with our guy, Eric Branch.
Do you want to race?
You were not moving quite as wonderfully at the end of the last 2 games. Do you want to race?
Classic Branch.
That's
so
classic
Branch. So, And he drops those probably 4 or 5 every time he meets the media. He gets up there on a Thursday and maybe talks 8 to 10 minutes, and 5 of those are genuine laughs. Was he laughing like that in Tuscaloosa in a Nick Saban quarterback meeting? Coach, what the hell do you know about offense? Stay over in the defensive backfield. Was he laughing like that at Bill Belichick when he wanted to name the 2 offensive coordinators to replace Josh McDaniels? Incredible. Yeah, good idea, Coach. You're going to ruin my career. I'll wind up with Shanahan anyway. I should be there. Mac Jones, so I've been listening to this for week after week after week, as we all have. And then just we're listening to him yesterday. It's maybe the last time. I don't want him to be. Who knows? So we want Brock back. We'll figure it out. But if, in fact, like the media, and they've overreacted to the return of Brock Purdy every single week, he's coming back this week, next month, they don't know. But anyway, it's possible Maiocco thinks he's coming back next week. This could be the last time we hear the Mac Jones cackle at a podium near you. So it's just, we got to salute this guy's laugh.
So are you voting for him on your single vote?
Landslide. And I love Kawhi. Farhan's is pretty good. But theirs are all a little bit dastardly. Like they know something unforeseen is going to happen to me. Like a house is going to fall on me and I'm going to be dead. Where Max is just genuinely light, a little bit goofy and awkward. He's a bit of a goofball, but that's why we love Mac Jones. So just the sincerity and the genuineness of the laugh, and it's unarming, it's unnerving, it's disarming is the word. If he laughs like that in front of a podium, you're like, this guy's a goofball, but I love this guy. He's just funny. And that's the way he gets into the huddle and runs this team with all those stars there. So he's got my vote, but I only have one vote, and I don't actually vote on. I'm with Tony V. I don't have a social media, a Twitter, whatever it's called. So
Twitter is not life.
Mac Jones.
Thank you.
Mac Jones is life. That is a I wonder if he ever laughs at a Kyle play call. Like, you want me to run that? I'm getting out of that. I'm not running that play. What do you know, Coach? He's so fun.
I mean, look, if we get a 49er win over the Rams, we could get some really good Mac Jones content to come back with. And when we reconvene on Tuesday, we might have a whole segment just dedicated to Mac Jones sound. I'm going to vote Mac Jones as well. Kawhi's were iconic, right? But that's got to be the only time for both of those laughs. It's got to be the only time that sound has ever come out of his body, his vocal cords. Like, that was a one and done. Mac Jones, you're getting this every single week. Time and time again. He's just a jokester. So I love it for that. The Farhan one is kind of iconic. Like, that might be my second place vote. So good. So anyway, by the way, it's 510 on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line. That first laugh, I don't know which one it is. That first laugh sounds like Walter's car when it broke down. I think if we're going with that analogy, it's got to be the first Kawhi one. Yeah, it's got to be that one.
Sounds like a faulty hose to me, Walter. You got to get that hose fixed.
Incredible. Great job, Walter. So we got about an hour 10 left here on the show. Lots of news we can jump around to. You know, I'm wearing my Valkyries today, and that's because I don't have any Emirates NBA Cup gear. The Warriors are back in action tonight against the Nuggets, but Steph Curry not going to play again. Jimmy Butler is questionable. Draymond Green is probable. We also learned that JP Martinez is going across country to join as the bullpen coach for the Atlanta Braves. I got a lot of stats I can throw at you. And so, sorry, what was that?
Walt Weiss is their manager.
Oh, yeah.
Walt Weiss is back, former manager of the Colorado Rockies. Love Walt Weiss.
Yeah, so there you go. Atlanta making some changes. San Diego hired their manager yesterday. And so why don't we do a little bit of a hodgepodge when we come on back? I do have a few stats to throw your way, so we will ask the question, is the stat all that? And maybe we get a little bit of an Ask Papa here to wrap things up around the 1:30 hour of the show. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Murph and Marcus spoke to two fantastic figures in 49ers history. One on the field when Ronnie Lott joined the show, and then another in the front office. Carmen Policy stopped by as well. Plenty to unpack from those interviews as we get ready for Rams Week on Sunday. Check them out on thesportsleader.com or however you get your podcasts.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues, about an hour left, and then Dirty Work has another 49ers tailgate out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. So if you missed the first couple of those, why don't you get on out there for a Friday? I don't know if happy hour has already started for Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb, but it certainly has for Walter after his hellacious hose.
We could do a Mac Jones laugh on Copes' happy hour.
I love it so much.
Starts at 5 a.m., not 5 p.m.
So while we talk a little bit of stats here, I mean, look, we get numbers thrown around all the time, and so occasionally I like to pull out the numbers and we ask, does it even mean anything? So is the stat all that? Well, let's start with our subject of the day. That is football. That is the Los Angeles Rams. They do not get a lot of penalties under Sean McVay. Typically this year, they are the least penalized team in the NFL. They have the second fewest penalty yards. We know about Matthew Stafford. We know about their offense. But sometimes self-inflicted wounds can be the difference. And we talked about the turnovers, how the 49ers, despite their negative turnover differential, the Rams, them being in the positive, 49ers won that battle +2. They got the win back in week 5. Is the fact that the Rams are the least penalized team and second fewest in penalty yards, does that play an important role ahead of Sunday?
Yeah, hell, of course it does. I mean, this is, and the one stat that Kyle gave at the end of his press conference on Wednesday was like, what? They have not allowed a 2nd and 12 conversion on defense all year. Like, what? How is that even possible? So you don't want to run the ball on 1st and 10 and lose a couple of yards against them, and then they're gonna unleash the modern day version of the fearsome foursome in the pass rush. So that speaks to discipline. I mean, how many teams on a 2nd and 12 or longer, he's saying, so 3rd and 12, any of those long down and distances, they're not committing a defensive penalty at all. That's where, now I could see checking it down and their pass rushers all over you and getting all, even that's amazing that you're not giving up a 2nd and 12. I mean, what was the Baker Mayfield scramble at 3rd and 13? What was the Christian McCaffrey pickup on the in-cut at 3rd and 13? I mean, those are common in the NFL, and where they happen more than anything is a defensive hold. You can have a hold across the entire field on a 2nd and 12. It may not even involve where the ball is going, and that's a first down by penalty. So this team is incredibly coached. A lot of their numbers are a little bit, they don't rank necessarily in the top 10 in defense, but when you look at it in the more advanced analytics, this is a top 5 defense. This is a top 5 offense. It may not always result that way in scoring, and I think that's ultimately where it is, but that stat is all that. They are a highly disciplined football team. They're well coached. They're not committing holds on offense, but more importantly, they're not committing defensive penalties on 2nd and 3rd and long. So I think you got to think about throwing the ball on 1st down. I say that a lot. You just don't want to be into 2nd and 3rd and long against this team. Now, you would think it would help to do it at Levi's as opposed to SoFi, but the Niners do take that stadium over. So, yeah, the fact that they don't commit a lot of penalties is a statement of how well they are coached on both sides of the ball, and in particular on defense. To not have a single 2nd and 12 be picked up against their defense this deep into the year. I mean, even like 2 or 3 games into the year, you would think like, wow, that stat is all that. They've played 8 games already this year. They've played half the year. To not allow a 2nd and 12 or longer to be converted against them speaks to the way they're playing defense, and more importantly, how disciplined they are. And I think Jared Verse should have been called for roughing Mac Jones or Byron Young, one of them, with a body slam. But they're getting away with those, Greg. So, yeah, that stat is all that. The fact that they are not committing penalties and in big defensive situations where almost every team in the NFL is committing some kind of a defensive hold across the ball, that is really impressive.
All right, let's go over to the basketball side of it because the Warriors play tonight. It is an NBA Cup group game. It is in Denver. They will not have Steph Curry. I think this one could really go either way, so I'm very curious on your opinion about that. Early in the season, so still a long way to go, the only two rookies to have 30 points in a game this year are the number 3 overall pick, VJ Edgecombe of the 76ers, and now in his first start, just a couple of days ago, Will Richard joined that list. Is that stat all that? The fact that Will Richard is one of 2 rookies who can score 30 so far this season?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't impressed with it, but I am. And Edgecombe, it was the very first game he ever played in the NBA. And how many points did he go for? And they cleared aside. And that guy took it to the goal and was really impressive. He went over 40 in that game. I think it was in the high 40s. So, and he's done it again. He's a special offensive player. Will's playing the game in a different way, Richard. Just going into the starting lineup, and I can see him in that left corner knocking down a couple of threes after great swing, get the ball in the left corner, and he was able to score. He did say that he wasn't that impressed with his 30-point game. There were some box outs and things that he didn't do. He played a lot of minutes. I would say, Will, I saw you get an offensive rebound with seconds to go in the game and put it back in the basket. So I think he was aware of the fact that he had 28 and he wanted the last 2 to get to 30. But to the media, we lost the game. I don't care if I scored 30 or 3. I didn't box out. I made mistakes on defense, on rotations. So I need to play better. But that's a very impressive number. This guy is the real deal. 4 years at college, the last couple at Florida for Todd Golden. He knows how to play. And you see these guys that are jumping in, whether it's Trace Jackson Davis or I got Quentin Post III. They're just they are a little like Steph and Draymond and Clay. They were not high draft picks. In fact, they were second round picks, all in the 50s, and they were not one and doners. They were 3 and 4 year college players. The fundamentals are there. I think Bob made it an organizational philosophy that Mike Dunleavy has followed up on. We're going to take college guys. Now, we're not picking, we're not getting lottery picks, and when we are, we're not hitting on the James Wisemans of the world. Kuminga came from a different world, and Moses Moody was a lottery pick, but he was a 14th overall pick. If you just made it a philosophy that we're taking guys that played 3 and 4 years of college basketball, we're not taking guys that are one and done. And Cooper Flagg is, he's an exception to the rule, and he's had some good moments and bad, and they're putting him on the ball a lot. That guy's going to be a great player. But if you just said we're going to take guys that are fundamentally advanced, they're not 18, 19, they're 21, 22, they're not grown men yet, but they're not just kids, and they've developed at high-level programs, you can't go wrong. So I love it, that the fact that he scored, that's a big number. I remember years ago the Warriors had a player named Chris Gatling, the Gatling gun. And he shot his gun not just on NBA courts, but that guy did a lot of shooting. He wasn't quite the Rain Man and Sean Kemp, but he was pretty close. And I think he's gotten into trouble off the court with the fraudulent credit cards and all. But I remember one night he had 29 points in the game. And he had like half of the fourth quarter to get to 30. And he could not. The Gatling gun just kept shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting. He could not get there. I'm like, Chris, just your career high is going to be 29. Move along here. Good guy. Actually gave me a nice tie that I still have in the closet to this day. But yes, I was impressed by Will. Not so much. That was a good game. But he's a player. I think he's in the rotation. He is now, and we keep going to when they get to Anthony Melton back and when Seth Curry can actually play. This NBA CBA wears me out and gives me a headache. But I think Will Richard's a find. Another one of these draft picks they got in the 50s and beyond, and that guy's a player. So, yeah, I was impressed with his overall game. But I've been impressed with him right away. The guy can guard. He fits in offensively. Does he look like a rookie to you? Looks like he's played a lot of basketball, and he has 4-year high-level college basketball.
That's exactly it right there. I was going to say, for me, the stat itself doesn't do anything crazy because most people on an NBA roster are capable on a given night of getting to that 30 mark. It's certainly impressive. But the Warriors, in the larger picture of it all, they like their 4-year college players. Now, I know Trace Jackson Davis hasn't been deep into the rotation really since the Jimmy Butler trade. But Quentin Post, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, guys that stuck around a little bit longer. Will Richard is a player, and I think he is going to provide some meaningful minutes throughout the regular season and the postseason. I think he's already earned that trust. I think he's got great instincts for the game. If he can knock down the three ball, and the most important win of the year so far, that comeback at home against Denver, Will Richard had that quick transition three that cut it from 9 to 6 and gave the Warriors a little bit of life. So he's already played some meaningful minutes, and I really like what I'm seeing out of him. So that's our basketball stat. All right, we got 1 hockey, 1 baseball. Now, as far as what Macklin Celebrini has done, now I don't think it's going to be very controversial to ask if the stat is all that, but Macklin Celebrini is tied with Connor McDavid for first in the NHL in scoring 21 points, 8 goals, 13 assists. All of a sudden, the Sharks are playing a little bit of defense. I mean, I think it's pretty universal that the stat is all that in terms of just how much star power has come over to San Jose, but got to give some love to what Macklin is doing to start the year. I mean, the Sharks they might not be a playoff team this year, but as far as a good watch, all of a sudden it's very, very different than it was a couple of years ago.
Are you asking me if it's meaningful that Rick Celebrini's son is tied with Connor McDavid for the most points in the NHL? It's all about scoring, and that's it. The guy has got the goals, he's got the assist, he's a complete playmaker to have 20. When was the last time the Sharks had a player lead the league in points? Did Jumbo Joe ever do it? I mean, Jumbo did it with assists, but he was not a goal scorer. Patty, I honestly don't know. And I've been here from when they were born. I remember when they were playing at the Cow Palace. Have the Sharks ever had a player the entire year lead the entire league in points? That's a Gretzky stat. He dominated every 212 one damn year. You kidding me? How do you get to that? The assist total is there. The grade 8 making it get to 900 goals in his career. I think he's got 900 now. That's just like unfathomable. But have the Sharks ever had a player lead the league in points? I can't remember. They've had 50-goal scorers out of nowhere, but not this guy is special, and to do it so early in his career. And they got back-to-back games. They got a game tonight. They're playing the two-time defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers tomorrow night. So, and they don't only come this way one time a year, being in the Eastern Conference, obviously. So, hell, you kidding me? It's all about lighting the lamp. It's scoring. And this guy is doing it both as a playmaker and a goal scorer. Unbelievable. I am immensely impressed by him. His hand-eye coordination, a lot like Patty, but a great all-around player. Without a doubt, that stat is all that, and I am impressed. And go check them out tonight or tomorrow night, because the Panthers are in tomorrow night. Going to be a big weekend of hockey.
Yeah, that one wasn't much of a question at all, but I had to show some love to Macklin and obviously Eklund and Will Smith and a lot of these young guys. And the goalie, Yaroslav Askarov, another one of those young players that is making a meaningful impact. And Macklin, he's done it statistically. He's also done it in the clutch with some overtime game winners as well. So that's something I'll be spending my weekend on, in addition to all the football, in addition to a little bit of NBA Cup tonight. And to close it out, we got to go one with baseball. I don't think we actually got into this, but Logan Webb and Patrick Bailey both won a Gold Glove. It was the first time in Logan Webb's career that he had done that. Also upped his strikeout numbers. Patrick Bailey wins his second in a row. First pair of pitching and catching teammates to do so since Yadier Molina and Adam Wainwright did it for the St. Louis Cardinals. Is that stat all that for a team that's trying to have their identity be pitching and defense?
Without a doubt. And for Patrick Bailey, we kind of know what kind of defender, and there's a lot of analytics that show that he's had a better year with pitch framing, and we'll see what happens next year when they go to the ABS system. It's only going to happen a couple of times a game, so you're not going to completely diminish his role. So he is that good of a pitch framer on any kind of a pitch. Obviously, his offense needs to pick up. I think it will, and he's going to be a solid player. So with Bailey, the shock one is Logan. And for him to make a real effort this year, because he was not good holding runners. And there was a game last year, not this past year, but 23. Where were they? In St. Louis, I think they were. And they just stole him blind. And it was like, brother, you are a great athlete. He was a really good high school quarterback in the Sacramento area. And there's no reason why you can't hold runners. You got to be more. And if you're out there deep into games, he made it a point to hold runners, and they just did not steal on him this year. And the Giants have not had a Gold Glove winning pitcher going back to the Big Daddy, Rick Russell. That one struck me. I was thinking, like, who's the last? Matt Cain was fundamentally sound. Bumgarner being a left-hander, it's kind of hard. Timmy was not, ever. But they've had guys back, but it was Rick Russell as the last Giant pitcher. How many Giant pitchers actually have won the Gold Glove? I mean, that was a Maddox. How many? I mean, that's why when you think of Sharks winning, and, Gretzky was in the NHL and the WHA way before, the Sharks even came into existence, so there wasn't an overlap for Celebrini to lead the league in points, and we're only, a month into the year. That's just impressive because I can't remember too many Sharks ever doing that. And for the Giants to get, and Maddox won the Gold Glove like every single year, whether he was a Cub or an Atlanta Brave. It's like, you're not going to get a chance to win a Gold Glove at pitcher because the Bulldog is going to win that every year. So there hasn't been that many. So, but it's depending, the past is the past. That stat is all. I'm going with every one of these stats. The Rams being least penalized and just not allowing a 2nd and 12 to be converted defensively. Wow. And Celebrini and Will Richard getting to 30 points. It's all impressive. But for Logan Webb, in 1 year's time, to make an effort where I'm not holding runners and they're stealing me blind to I'm going to choke off the running game. And it's even the rules now. I can't throw over like 12 times when a guy gets to first base. I do it a second time, and they wound up balking. I can't even do it that way. I have to do it organically. So congratulations to Logan Webb. He was not a Cy Young finalist this year, but for him to win the Gold Glove this year, I didn't think he would win it that quickly. And when he became a finalist, and then we found out on Sunday that he actually won the Gold Glove, that's very impressive. That stat is all that for Webby.
And if Mac Jones wins for the 49ers this Sunday, Kyle Shanahan will have won how many games with QB1 injured? The answer is 19. So how about that? I think he's 18-8 if your QB1 is injured in the Shanahan career. Now, I don't know.
A lot of it was Brock Purdy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, are you counting Jimmy Garoppolo the year that Trey Lance got hurt? Because Jimmy Garoppolo was the backup quarterback that year.
I got to go back to where I originally found that number. I'm guessing it would account for both Jimmy and Brock, because then you got a little bit of Nick Mullins. Let's see, C.J. Beathard. Yeah. So.
Well, C.J. was a starter as well. You'd have to go back and look. I mean, it was mainly that 1 year, which was, the 22 year when Jimmy took over for Trey Lance, and then Brock took over for Jimmy.
And Trey got one or two starts when Jimmy was the starter?
It was a start. It was the home opener against Seattle when he got hurt.
No, but the year before.
He started, and he actually was not well in that game. It was a game against the Houston Texans.
That's
when
right.
Deebo Samuel. Yeah. Probably the best throw that he made. He was not very good in the first half that game. That was January of that season. When he hit Deebo, and it was it was like a post corner that turned into an over route. It was like, what's going on? And Trey just threw a deep. Trey was not well. He should not have played that game. He had a bad first half, and he came alive against Houston to win the game. But I think that's the only one. And then he started the game, on my birthday, October the 10th of 2021, when he had that 4th down scramble, and he got Buda Bakered. He got crushed on the goal line. That was a tough one. He did not win that game, so I think he may have gotten another one. But the big one is when Trey got hurt when he was the starting quarterback, and he missed the corner route to the tight end in the rain. Can see it right now. He hit that pass every single shot in practice. He hit it over and over again, and he missed it in the game. And Chicago was able to win that game. And then Trey got hurt in the home opener the next week, and Jimmy took over. And right away on the first drive, Jimmy Garoppolo hit Ross Dwelly for a touchdown. And then he went to Denver, ran into Bradley Chubb that year. And so that 1 year of the 18 that Kyle has won, it was a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo that year. They had a long winning streak. I think Jimmy won like 5 or 6 in a row, and then he gave it over to Brock Purdy, and Brock never lost a game that year, all the way to Hassan Chop in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, that was a tough way to have that wonderful streak end. But You got another streak to be maybe building if you can get a win over the Rams this Sunday. 808 KNBR, the number to join in between now and 2. Dirty Work's got their 49ers tailgate at Jack's Restaurant and Bar coming up at the end of our show. I don't think we've done an Ask Papa since your return, so it might be time to be pulling that one out of the closet, dusting off the cobwebs. That's a good chance to let the YouTube chat, the text line, the phone line have a chance to start thinking up some questions. We'll do that here at 1:30. Quick reset on the other side, and we do have a couple of small updates as far as the Warriors injury report. New addition, somebody who was questionable, now will play. We'll tell you all about that when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So we've learned a lot about Mac Jones on the field this year, but also off the field and at the podium, he is quite the comedian. How does that stack up with your favorite laughs in all of sports? We'll be having a fun Friday discussion on that matter, and as always, the YouTube chat, the text line, the phone lines are open to hear from you.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
About a half hour left here on a Friday. Then we'll get you ready for an action-packed weekend. Can't wait to reconvene on Monday and then back with Papa on Tuesday after a lot of new information will be available and at our disposal. But it's always exciting to lead up to as well, especially when you look at a matchup like 49ers Rams and even, that's right, the Emirates NBA Cup, which I got to say, I don't know if I like the idea at first, but then you learn whether it's the All-Star break, whether it's the NBA Cup, it's turned into quite the success simply because it's all about if the players care and treat it like it's something that matters, and they have for a couple of years now. So it won't be Steph Curry tonight, but the weird courts, which if I could change one thing, it would be I would like to be able to see the basketball courts that they play on. I like that they do something a little different. I like that they provide a little bit of meaning here to some November NBA basketball. But yeah, you could probably change the courts anyway. The Warriors got to get it done in Denver tonight. Draymond Green officially will play. He was probable. Jimmy Butler remains questionable. Al Horford and Moses Moody are now both questionable. For Al Horford, who has had a rough start to the year, just shooting 5 for 24, he's got some foot soreness and a lower back strain for Moses Moody, which I do not love considering that Moses, after the calf issue to start the year, shook off some of the rust. He put together 2 really nice back-to-back games this week, and now he might not be playing tonight.
All right, so the one thing you have to keep in mind with the new, reporting and gambling and anybody who's got anything questionable has to be listed on the injury report. Now, I think it does make it a little difficult, and now we're moving into an absolute gambling situation with the NBA. This was the way it was before, where I remember games where half the rosters of both teams were listed as questionable. And I'm like, seriously? And you just check with the Warriors and Raymond Ritter, and if anybody's got anything at all, it has got to be listed that way on the injury report, because if we pull a player out an hour before the game and he wasn't listed on the injury report, we're going to get in trouble. So everybody is listed to some degree as questionable. Probable means you're going to play. If it's probable, right now, and the game is in a few hours in Denver, and this is a big game. You could laugh at all you want about the NBA Cup and just the sponsorship involved. This is a Peacock game tonight, the streaming service. So there's a lot of money attached to this in just marketing with the league. So we'll see if Moses Moody plays. The concerning one is Jimmy Butler, because Jimmy Butler has been more than questionable. Jimmy Butler did not play in Sacramento on a back-to-back and it's right lower back strain is what they're saying. He did not play the entire second half. The game before against the Phoenix Suns, when he was listed as questionable for that game, tried to play, did not move well in the game, and then did not play the entire second half, which forced Steph Curry to play when he was clearly not well and he's hurt, out, sick. And Steph did not make the trip to Denver. He's out with illness again. So Steph has missed 2 games. One, a bus ride to Sacramento did not go, and I was concerned about the flight to Denver, and they went yesterday. Is he well enough to be on the plane? Is he well enough to be on his teammates? The answer is no. And then we'll see if he's able to play a home game Friday against the Indiana Pacers. Then they go off on a long road trip. Can Steph make that road trip? And they got Oklahoma City and San Antonio in a back-to-back to start the road trip. Is he well enough to do any of this? So the questionable when it comes to a guy like Moses Moody, we'll see. There's more than a question with Jimmy Butler. And what's wrong with Jimmy's back? When did this happen? Did it happen on the Indiana game on Saturday, the Milwaukee game before, Greg? Because now we're looking at Jimmy's an older player. And Jimmy with a bad back is not good. Early in the year, Draymond will play through it and play probably tonight. Whatever Steph has, we hope it's not real bad, but you never know with viruses and things that are out there. I mean, for Steph to miss 2 games with illness, because they can kind of zap that out of your body with a heavy-duty antibiotic and a Z-pack, they can knock it out. He just was not able to make the trip to Denver yesterday, and so he's not going to play. We're not going to overreact, but my main concern, what's wrong with Jimmy Butler's back? And has Jimmy ever had a back injury in his career? He's had some hard falls, and obviously, and he played almost every game last year until, Amen Thompson got him. We got to get into it and look it up. Has Jimmy had a bad back? Those are for an older player.
I almost want to say the one game he missed after the trade when it was the Warriors playing in Philly, I think when we were at the Combine, I think that was due to back, but that ended up being the only one, so it wasn't a lingering issue.
Well, that was the game we watched at the bar together on that, Friday or so. Did he play in that game? I don't think Jimmy played.
No, that was the one he sat all regular season.
Right, and they wound up losing. They had a hard time stopping the ball. It's the one we watched at, Tom's Sports Bar? And so he does have a little bit of a back situation, but for it to crop up early in the year, I think is a bit concerning. And the Denver Nuggets have a couple of guys that are listed, but all their guys are playing. The Joker's playing, and Aaron Gordon's playing, and Jamal Murray is playing. And, I mean, obviously, I think Quentin Post will start the game tonight. You'd like Al Horford, and he's got left foot soreness as well. And Al did play well. One of the games I thought he played his best game was the combination of Horford and Draymond Green together against the Joker. Now Aaron Gordon went crazy in that game, went for 50 and was bombing threes. We don't expect him to shoot the ball like that again tonight, but he improved so dramatically last year as a three-point shooter. You got to respect him, which changes the way you guard him. Before you'd gap him and sag, go ahead, Aaron Gordon. You can't make it outside. Well, last year he did, and he went crazy against the Warriors, so I think it does change the scouting report a little bit. But we'll assume Draymond probable. I'll even say Horford will go questionable. You don't know for sure, and Moody as well. The one is Butler because he has missed before. But the way Draymond and Horford together guarded the Joker, there were a couple of possessions that were really impressive where they kind of doubled him, where Draymond would just come over and help Al, and Al with his big body would get up on the Joker, and Draymond had sagged down on him, and there was nowhere to go. Because how do you guard the Joker? He's good high post as a passer and a three-point shooter, and then if you let him get down in the low post, he'll score and drop step all over you. So the combination of those two guys together was really impressive, but we'll see. Draymond probably will be able to go, but the concern is Jimmy Butler's back and what's going on, and it's the right lower back strain. It's just we're 2.5 weeks into the year, and the 30-somethings are already missing too many games here.
And as 707 reminds us on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, since the big obsession with sports these days is where is it streaming, it will be on Amazon Prime tonight at 7 p.m. So if you want a little NBA Cup action, Amazon Prime is the place to go. You don't have to deal with the YouTube TV debacle.
So it's not Peacock. It's not NBC. It's Amazon Prime.
Yep. So
is NBC Sports Bay Area doing the game as well tonight? We got to look and see if that's one of their games.
I only saw a Prime video, but I will have to confirm on the NBC Sports front because I've been able to rely on my YouTube TV subscription for all of those. I think this might be an exclusive Amazon one though with the Cup. So.
And that's not Kevin Harlan yet, right? Harlan's not doing these games yet. So
No.
that'll be interesting to check out their coverage of it tonight.
Nah, but we're looking forward to talking to Harlan about all things basketball and football throughout the season. What was the mistake he was making in the Niner game? Was it Sam Okuwanu's pronunciation?
Okuwanu.
That's right. And I'm just
he took
too
a
much.
third to get to Okuwanu, and then he went, Okuwanu up and in. Like he made a free throw. I'm like, what? He pressure. And Okuwanu did play well in that game. I thought Sam had his best game as a 49er. And likewise, we saw, we'll get Brysoff back in this game. And Keon White was impressive, especially moving inside over guard. So that's going to be interesting. And to clarify, it is not an NBC Sports Bay Area game tonight. It is a Amazon Prime exclusive tonight.
No question. About 25 minutes left here, so haven't done this in a while. You have a chance, though, to ask Papa anything. 415-808-5627 to text in. You can call in, give Walter a call in the studio. And, of course, we've got the YouTube chat. Got a lot of questions, and I'm sure that many of you have questions after what has been an unexpected kind of football season, but we are so thankful to have him on the show. We're thankful to be chopping it up on All Sports. So let's find a way to make Friday with a little bit of fun. Then we'll wrap it up, hand it over to Dirty Work at the end of the hour. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible, Oscar, or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game the last several years, up to 17, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team, your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time to ask Papa anything. Anything. Anything.
Come to Papa.
Ooh, been a while since we got that sound in our ears. Papa and Silver, thanks for hanging out with us. About 20 minutes left here on a Friday, and we've had a lot of different subjects to get into throughout the week. So it is time to ask Papa anything. 415-808-5627 to send in your submission. We also have the YouTube chat. I will just start with one that I think a lot of listeners will be curious about for an Ask Papa. How has your game day routine changed? This is not a season you would have expected to have in this capacity, and it's not that you've never had an NFL Sunday off. You've had Monday games, you've had Thursday games, etc. But do you have a whole routine now refined with like your game day setup, your snacks? Do you listen to broadcasters differently? How has it all been different here in 2025?
Completely differently. So we do. It's good to hear Ask Papa. Good to hear Seeger. And you can come to Papa anytime you want. Actually, it was a segment John Lynch started years ago on this show, and then NBC Sports Bay Area made it a TV show and now a segment. So I think we do have paperwork and a litigation that we do call it Ask Papa. So we could change the name of this to Chat GCP, Gregory Charles Papa, but they're probably bigger and they'll sue as well. So to answer your question, whether it's Ask Papa or Chat GCP, either way is fun. How has it changed? It's changed in every way possible. Where it's really changed is Friday at 2 o'clock. We have a home game against the LA Rams. And we've already played them early in the year. But say we hadn't played them before, and even that we did play them October the 2nd. So at the strike of 2 o'clock, I would change roles from a contributor on the Greg Silver Show to a contributor on Tim Ryan's football broadcast on Sunday. And I would segue from getting ready for this show, and a lot of it is the same because I'm getting ready for the Talking Niners so much, but I would go from one job to the other. So Friday at 2 o'clock, it would be boom. I immediately would start, and if we hadn't played the Rams before, if it was a new team, I would start building my boards and get into really hardcore preparation for the football game and all the nuggets you need. And then tomorrow morning would be the real hardcore work of doing all the work on the Rams players. And again, it would be different if we had played them before or didn't play them before. And then the long drive to Santa Clara to watch a walkthrough. And it's more during the week. Wednesday, I would be in Santa Clara watching practice, doing the show from the bunker where you were yesterday, Thursday as well. So it's just everything. I really only have one job, and it's a different job. And then so the weekend job where I have no time off during the weekend, I don't want to say it's eliminated, but I'm not doing a game. Sunday, I get sad is what I do. And it's hard. I'll get up and watch, the morning game and see where Sauce Gardner fits in. I'm watching every single game, and I've sent you the video and the pictures. I have a whole setup where I can watch on a quad box, got a big screen TV. I can watch however many. Last week, I think there were 8 games on, so I had quad box. I had the Niner game from Jersey. I had a couple of iPads going, and then the afternoon when the Bills game came around, there were only 3. So, and then the Sunday night game. So I watch, for this Sunday, I'll watch from 6:30 in the morning, the international game all the way to the Sunday night game. But the big thing is I'm not locking in and preparing for the Niners and their opponent. But it's been hard. I miss it. I miss the games. I miss getting ready for the games. It's what I do. It's a lot of extra work, but it's a labor of love. So Sunday's just one part of it. But really where it hits me will be, right now in 16 minutes when I sign off with you, it would be switch jobs. And now you go into hardcore play-by-play announcer. I don't get to do that. So then the sadness hits in as well.
Yeah, no, understandably. And I mean, I got to see it firsthand when we started the show in the middle of November last year, going down to Levi's a couple days a week. We would have the football hour. We get to Friday and I'd be like, Oh, all right, time to exhale. And you're like, I'm not done working, bro. And you just keep going. So, yeah, I imagine. But no, it's been fun to send some playful texts with you and Walter about random different football headlines, whether it's 49ers or otherwise on a Sunday. So, all right, Ask Papa. I got to go to Tacky in the YouTube chat because he's always coming up with some ridiculous questions. He has two. I will start with, now it's all disappearing on me. He said, Ask Papa, for the next roundtable that you are cleared to attend, what is the first drink that he is buying you?
Oh, wow. Got to be Gold Bar whiskey. That'd be their first one, was we got to do there. And which round table will I be able to attend? I'm hoping to be able to get through it for, the Giants season opener next year, and they're going to have a standalone game is against the New York Yankees. So I don't know if we'll do it that day or the day off the next day. This whole delay, and I mentioned it once, the transplant, which was supposed to be next week. I was going to have the bone marrow transplant. I can't have that now. My heart, they took me off my heart meds. I have cardiomyopathy, and so that's been delayed. It was supposed to be in November, and then I was hopeful of maybe coming back for the Super Bowl, and now I have no idea how long the transplant is going to be delayed. Could be 1 to 2 months, could be 3 to 4 months to get my heart back up, or I don't drop dead right in the middle of the transplant, which could happen. So then what are we looking at? So the whole timetable would be, but the next round table we're looking at would be baseball, right? So that would be the one. So maybe I could come out a little bit and be around some Super Bowl events, but that'll depend on, white blood cell numbers and all that. So, but any Tacky, I think we're looking at baseball opening day, hopefully, if it all goes well, in March sometime. And I do miss my guy, Elliot, and Gold Bar whiskey. So we'll ring the bell and have a shot of Gold Bar.
Hell yeah. Yeah, great question, Tacky. And I got to give Tacky two because this one did make me laugh. Ask Papa, if you could magically guarantee the Dodgers to not win the World Series ever again by choosing one person, by choosing one person at the sports leader to pass a kidney stone, who would you choose? And he says, I'm betting on
Copes.
Derek.
That would be Copes. That would be without a doubt. No, that would be Copes. That would be. We're picking on Copes. We love Copes, but Copes is the one that hates the Dodgers the most. I know Walter, not at all happy, and then he doubled down with the Blue Jays. Honestly,
I would gladly pass that thing. By the way,
I am sad that baseball is over. I really am, and I know it's hard to watch the ultimate result, but I watch more college football. We'll watch more NBA basketball, but baseball got me through a lot of dark days and nights. Just watching baseball, and last week at this time we were getting ready for Game 6 and Game 7. We had some incredible baseball games. The Blue Jays and the Mariners and their series and the whole thing. A little bit was I miss baseball. It's just a different vibe right now. And college football, I don't watch. I realize why I don't watch college football is because I watch so much October baseball my entire life. You can't get into it. We'll get into it now. Coming down the stretch, and Ohio State's got a great team, and I don't know if anybody will beat them. But anyway, we'll watch more NBA. But I don't know how you feel. I know Walter does. I miss the playoffs. I miss the World Series. I miss baseball this time of the year. This is the first weekend that we don't have baseball to watch, and I missed it this week. So the ultimate result was hard, but you gotta celebrate the game. Sometimes it's more than just the uniform, and the baseball that we saw at various moments were just the best we've ever seen in October.
No question. I think the last month of the regular season, maybe really everything after the Patrick Bailey walk-off grand slam where the Giants just didn't have it, that was tough, and I was ready for the Giants season to end. But once we got to October baseball, I remember I was running on the treadmill watching Yankees-Red Sox when the Yankees got the bases loaded and didn't end up scoring. And I was just like, at that point, I was really upset that the Giants weren't playing because October baseball is just such a good product. And we haven't seen it outside of 2021. It's been a long time. We were so spoiled there in the 2010s. And then we got that 2021 year, the 107. So I do miss it because October baseball is just so different than the regular season to me. And so, there's no question about it. And that World Series, horrendous result. One of the best series I've ever seen in a 7-game series of any sport. So no question. Getting a little Ask Papa. Let's get a couple more. The favorite question of the 49er faithful. 650. Papa, Are we really supposed to believe that the 49er injury history boils down to just bad luck and not a systematic problem? How is it always us?
Come on. I'm going to defend my guys, the Dustins, Perry and Little here. And they've changed the performance staff. I think one guy that was originally is now working for the Philadelphia Flyers now, right? No, the Atlanta Hawks. Grant Liftman hired him. He was with the Flyers before. It's a vicious, violent game. They play professional football, and guys, and even college football or high school football. I know a young man, Talon, out there tore his ACL like every year. Then I went to watch his opener last year, and he had a terrible ankle injury and needed surgery on that. And he's coming back, and he's still sacking the quarterback and doing his sexy dance after. But it happens. It's a vicious. I'm going to go watch Monte Vista, I think, tonight, play San Ramon Valley in downtown Danville. It's the big rivalry game. Don't tell anybody I'm there. I'll wear a beard and a hat and dark glasses and hide. Well, I do that anyway, but I probably won't show up. But anyway, it happens. It's a vicious game, and they play on field turf at every level of the game, and it's tough. I know it seems like a lot of 49ers have gotten hurt this year, in particular on the defensive line, and even Fred. But it happens, and you just have to kind of brace for, I say, 1 or 2 or 3 injuries a week, and hopefully they're not going to be season enders, but we've had too many season enders on the defensive line. And but you got to get some guys back in this game, Bryce Huff. So it's easy from the outside to look at it and blame, people. There's no one to blame. Everybody wants to blame somebody. You got to blame somebody. That's our society. There's no one to blame. It just happens, and it happens to all teams, and you hope to get through it, and you hope it doesn't, take out a year. But they've been able to overcome injury to the quarterback position, where in years past you think you can't overcome that one, or you can't lose Nick. It's going to be an entire year. You have, and you'll get some of these guys back. So I'm not in the blame game. I know how hard they work to get guys back. It amazes me that guys do come back and are able to rehab, and it's all the work that they put into it. I see what the performance staff does when the guys are not on the. You think Ricky Pearsall's just sitting around doing nothing? He's trying to get over it, but there's a point where you can't push it too far. So I watch it, and I see it, and I know what it's about, so I don't blame those people. It's just the nature of sport. I mean, are you blaming Rick Celebrini because Jimmy Butler has a back injury, or that just
Totally,
happens?
yeah.
Guys get hurt, so it is what it is. I'm not going to play the blame game. That's not where it is. What I see is the work they do to get the guys back and the regimen they have, and if they can get Brock Purdy back from this tough injury, Cincinnati's quarterback, I don't think he's coming back. And if he does, now his may have been more severe. I'm not sure after Brock re-aggravated it. So I'm not into the blame game. I don't play the blame game. It's just the nature of sports.
I play the blame game, but usually just for things like Walter's circumstances and like the hose on his car and stuff like that. I don't really blame other people in my life. Anyway, that's going to do it for us on an Ask Papa. We will continue to get that going. And I think I'd rather fight the lawsuit against ChatGPT than maybe NBC Sports Bay Area. So maybe we do get a little variation with a Chat GCP, and Walter and I will find ways
we
to
get sued by them. They got more money. Well, maybe not more money than Comcast Universal. They got more money than anybody. But
that's what I'm saying.
The genius is that you like the Chat GCP. Could that be something? Or we can't get a Seeger song to back up Chat GCP. I do love Come to Papa.
Against the wind. Chat GCP on the sport. Yeah, we'll figure something out. We'll wrap it up. Get ready for Dirty Work when we come back on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
What do you say we spend an hour talking about the Week 10 debut between the Broncos and the Raiders.
No! God, please, no! No!
I'm kidding. We got better things to worry about. Niners, Rams, and even Seahawks, Cardinals. It's a full NFC West weekend. And on Sunday, we've got our 49ers pregame starting right here on the Sports Leader at 10 o'clock. So hang out with Copes, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak to get ready for our 1:25 kickoff. Should be a good one.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's up, guys? All right, for the game, Ricky Purcell will be out. Brock Purdy questionable. D. Winters questionable. Tatum Bethune questionable. Ben Barch questionable. Alfred Collins questionable. Kalia Davis questionable. Keon White questionable. Go ahead.
That's Kyle Shanahan, who is talking at the podium right now. Ricky Pearsall will be out. A lot of questionables, including Brock Purdy, but then also by Adam Schefter just moments ago, he is noting that Mac Jones will start again Sunday in place of Brock Purdy. So I don't know if that is officially from Kyle Shanahan or what, but I think we can all expect a little Mac 10. But Brock Purdy, as of right now, currently listed as questionable, and we'll let Dirty Work sort a lot of this out shortly.
Well, he was on yesterday with Copes and Derek, and I kind of thought they were going to rule Brock out. So they're playing that game a little bit, but it'll be Mac Jones that'll start the game. The off-the-ball linebackers are both questionable in this game. Tatum Bethune and D. Winters and a lot of guys that you think will play in the game are questionable. The one thing Matt Maiocco enlightened me on that I was unaware of, Brock Purdy was the scout team quarterback this week. So that is a big job, and you would want him to be the scout team quarterback to simulate Matthew Stafford. So they typically don't go back and forth. One guy runs the scout team. So if Brock was able to run the entirety of the scout team quarterback, that is a recipe for him to come back next week and possibly be the guy that could take the first team reps. Lamar Jackson, before he came back to quarterback the Baltimore Ravens, he ran the scout team. That is significant. In the video I saw from David Lombardi today, Brock is clearly moving better. So he won't play this week. I think they'll say questionable and then make him inactive for the game. But the fact that he was the scout team quarterback is significant this week. But what's up with the linebackers? Tatum Bethune and D. Winters, brother, you got to play in this game.
And we'll send it out to Dirty Work where they can unhash all of that, and we will reconvene on Monday with JD. I will talk to you on Tuesday, my friend. Good show, good week. Thank you to Walter. Thank you to our guests today, Matt Maiocco and Omar Ruiz. It is time for Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb out at Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. From 2 to 6, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Works Happy Hour starts now.
Thank you.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, Mr. KNBR hanging out with you. As well from Jack's Restaurant and Bar here in San Jose for our 49er tailgate show. Big show for you. With you till 6 o'clock tonight. And we will we'll be pouring over the Niners and the LA Rams.
Pouring over, literally.
Pouring over. A lot of guests with us today. 250 today. Tracy Sandler joins us from the Fangirl Sports Network, and she's part of our pre- and post-game coverage. Tim Ryan at 4:50, Larry Krueger at 5:30, Marcus Thompson, by the way, at 3:50. Forgot him. And, dude, so we're on the patio here at Jackson, San Jose.
Yeah, someone's putting Steve Buscemi through the wood chipper here.
It wasn't until, like, seconds before we signed on air here that
come on!
That the wood chipper started going right outside of the road.
It's Friday. Let's go. You can do this stuff tomorrow. It's Saturday. Well, come on. That's enough.
You going Buscemi on Fargo?
Oh, great movie.
And I guess that was your accomplice in the wood chipper. And for what? For a little bit of money. Dude, we were talking all-time great actresses the other day when we were at Harmonic Brewing.
Yes, we were.
Because I brought up how James Kincaid, our former co-worker here at The Sports Leader, former producer, and works for the Warriors, notably does not like
Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
That's a ridiculous take.
He says Streep doesn't belong on the list of all-time greats or
Why?
as the greatest of all time. I don't know. He's a cinephile too. He's one of these guys who, like, you know,
I consider myself a cinephile as well.
He's like my brother, though. My brother will watch a movie and then, like, he knows more about it than anybody else. Like,
Why,
God
'cause
forbid,
he's done the research?
God forbid you have an opinion on a movie.
He looked at the Wikipedia page?
Different than my brother's opinion on a movie.
I saw the production history. What went into making this piece of
dude,
art?
he understands it at such a deeper level of everything that he's ever seen.
You know, I have to say this. I grew up with
my brother's a D about movies. Is kind of my point.
No, dude, I grew up with people like that because I did not go to film school myself, but I hung around like the film school crowd.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, there is nothing more annoying than people that think they know more than you when it comes to movies.
Dude, I'll give some basic, like, yeah, I liked it, thought it was a fun. My brother, like, he can't.
You thought it was fun?
He can't be bothered with like a popcorn movie. You know what I mean? Like, my brother's like, I have no reason to ever watch another Avengers movie again.
Why
I'm like,
not?
Well, okay, you can't enjoy it a second time through. No, God forbid.
You don't want to get bombed and watch a couple of robots
You
sometimes?
don't want to get bombed for the sports calendar.
Yeah.
The point I was making though is we were running through off air. We were talking like Mount Rushmore of great actresses.
Yes.
And I think the one I threw out there, I said, I think she's got to be up there is McDormand.
Frances McDormand, absolutely.
Frances McDormand, one of the great character actresses. She's got 3 Oscars, is that right?
She's got 3 chips.
She got 3 chips. She got
Fargo. 3 billboards.
Is it 3 billboards outside
Yes.
of Ebbing, Missouri? Or
Yes,
whatever that
that's an
movie's
underrated movie.
That's
and
a solid movie.
The one that just came out,
Nomadland.
Nomadland.
Yeah, Nomadland.
A real barrel of laughs during COVID. I got to say, that era of like Oscar movies, like, come on, give me a laugh.
Dude, I mean, the Oscar movies now are more diverse, I think, than what they used to be.
But I remember I had that take when what was the recent one that just won?
For Best Picture, Oppenheimer? Or
No.
that was 2 years ago.
No, what was the one where the prostitute gets married?
Honora.
And I was like, what are these movies? Give me,
Dude,
all of them are downers.
That's a hell of a way to boil that movie down, dude. That prostitute, she got married. Remember that? Yeah. And then it won an Oscar.
Is that not the plot of the movie?
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right, dude. It won. That's exactly what happened, dude.
Spoiler to the trailer.
Did you watch it?
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Good
Solid.
flick? Yeah?
Yeah.
You enjoyed it?
Again, a downer, though.
A real barrel of laughs.
Yeah, dude, I think that's the point. Unless, like, it's why, like, Mick LaSalle, the movie critic for the Chronicle, I'm like, dude, unless he hates everything. Seems like he hates everything. I'm like, why does the reviewer hate it all? Unless it opened in 4 screens in French, this guy's not a fan of it. You know what I mean?
I mean, the only one that he gave, like, he was, like, clapping for was probably English Patient. Which, if you've seen, is a very overrated movie.
You going to check out Nuremberg?
Is that a movie coming out?
Yeah, it's out, I think, today or this weekend.
Have we talked about the Michael Jackson biopic trailer
We
that
have
came
not.
out?
I sent you that clip of the trailer that came out the other day. Appropriately titled Michael.
Yes. I know that it was controversial
Hello, Michael.
when they did the NWA biopic and Ice Cube's son played Ice Cube. What do you think about Michael Jackson's nephew playing Michael Jackson?
I think it's more of impressive than like when that guy who played Tommy the Machine Gun in Rocky V was actually a boxer. I think this is better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's. I mean, is this guy an actor already?
Not that I'm aware of.
They just were like, you're going to be a fit. You are a fit.
I mean, I knew that Ice Cube's son, O'Shea Jackson Jr., became a very good actor, but initially he was not an actor.
Well, do you remember in the Biggie movie, Notorious?
Yes.
Biggie's actual son played him as a kid.
Yes.
Which is, I don't know. That's a fit. I don't know if he's the right guy. I can't imagine.
I really don't care as long as you portray the person very well. Then by all means, play that role.
Here's a better question.
Okay.
Do we need a Michael Jackson biopic?
Well, as long as it covers from cradle to the grave.
But
because
we already had the miniseries.
I don't need the blanket years.
We already had the Jackson 5 miniseries that aired years ago. I mean,
on VH1?
How much more do we need of Michael Jackson?
You know, I actually dig biopics, but as long as it tells everything, like you need to tell the bad stuff with Michael Jackson.
I'm saying you better dangle a baby out the window in this movie, or I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I want every bit of it. If you're giving me Mike, give me all the. And by the way, how long is this?
Don't stop to give me enough.
Well, thank you. The running time? Are you going over? I'm going over 3.
No. I'm going to say it needs to be like on the verge of Scorsese, where it's like 2 hours 35 minutes to really tell the whole story of Michael Jackson.
I'm looking for. I'm thinking it's going to be.
They're
3
not
hours.
going to give the runtime right now.
Why wouldn't they?
This movie's not coming out till months.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
Not till next year. Anyway, dude, the upcoming Michael Jackson biopic is reportedly over 4 hours and may be released in 2 parts.
Stop.
Is that true?
I haven't heard anything like that. I know that they're doing the Beatles biopic where they divided up in 4 movies.
You know what? Yeah, I don't need that.
I don't need that.
I don't need that either. I don't need 4 different movies to tell me about the Beatles.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
By the way, the Ringo one's gonna be like 45 minutes long.
Yeah, we don't need a lot of Ringo.
We have one woman here who's very upset that we're hating on the we're hating on the making of this movie.
Why?
I don't know. Why are you so upset about it?
No, we love the Beatles.
Oh, come on. Okay, you sold me. Oh, the Beatles? Oh, come
such a compelling
on.
argument.
Oh, good. No, I'm in, dude. Yeah, I'm in.
She also said our wardrobes aren't great.
Yeah, she also knocked our wardrobe, too, but I won't say anything about hers. I won't get into that.
In her defense, I'd rather see 4 hours of Beatles than 3 hours of Michael that I've already seen 9 times.
Yeah, fair
I don't
enough.
need any more
Yeah.
Michael. I'm done with it.
And to be fair, I don't think I need 2 hours of the Bruce Springsteen where it just focuses on him making the Nebraska album.
Dude, like we talked about the Sliver movies where they're
Yeah, I
biopics,
know.
but they're not real biopics.
No, show me everything.
It's Michael Jackson, the blanket years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. They're
I don't need
only
all
talking
that.
about him as a father.
Yeah. No.
I don't need any
Give
of
me
that,
all the
dude.
good stuff. And by that I mean the bad stuff.
The good stuff is, the good news is we got 49er football back at Levi Stadium on Sunday against the LA Rams.
That's pretty good.
How you feeling about that game after, by the way, maybe the worst game in all of football this season last night? What an atrocious game.
Was that the worst game in all of football last night?
YouTube TV should have cut that.
Yeah.
I know it's on Amazon. But
yeah, Raiders and Broncos was pretty bad.
that was
to
the worst
watch.
game of the season, without
And
question.
I was winning it the whole time because that was my survivor pool pick. And the Raiders should have won that game. They had multiple opportunities. They had touchdowns that were called back. A terrible missed field goal from Daniel Carlson. Bo Nix played like crap. But in the end, the Broncos won the game, so I survived still, Copes.
Is Mac Jones better than Bo Nix?
Bo Nix has more talent. He's just highly inaccurate.
Is Mac Jones better than Bo Nix?
I would say he's playing better football
I think
right
he
now.
is better than Bo Nix. I think right now he's better. I'm with you on the talent. It's like when we talked about, like, who's better, Jordan Love or Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
And we both are like, okay, but the ceiling for Jordan Love is, like, unknown.
Well, I'll say
because
this.
the talent is through the
Brock
roof.
Purdy's a much smarter quarterback than Jordan Love right now.
Oh, without question.
Yes.
Without question.
Throwing in a crowded backfield. Like, what are we doing here? Or secondary, I should say, like where it's just 3 defenders around 1 receiver. But, I mean, well, let's just say it. Mac Jones is going to start again. Brock Purdy is questionable. But Kyle Shanahan said that he came along better than last week. So we'll see if he's active for the game, if he's going to back up Mac Jones. But no Ricky Pearsall. And as far as questionable players going into this game, it's D. Winters, Tatum Bethune, Keon White, who they just acquired, Alfred Collins, and Kalia Davis. So you got 2 of your off-ball linebackers questionable for this game against the LA Rams. Not good.
Brock listed as questionable again?
Yep.
What's the reasoning behind that, you think?
That
they're just following all the protocol
he's
rules.
Not 100%.
No, but I mean, why not rule him out and rule him? Why would they? I'm not understanding the continuing of naming him or
it's baby steps,
classifying him as questionable, but then not ruling him out. I don't get why you wouldn't rule him out.
Because there's a possibility he backs up Mac Jones tomorrow.
See, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen. This is kind of an argument I was making yesterday. Like, if you don't think he's good, it's the Kyler thing. If you don't think he's good enough to start, why do you think he's healthy enough to be the backup?
Just in case there's a
why
situation.
would you risk that?
In case Mac Jones gets off to a bad start and you need Brock Purdy to play, and Mac Jones played great against the Rams last time, but if it's kind of the same situation where he's going to beat the hell up and those knees give out and you need Brock Purdy to play with a bump toe, you feel more comfortable in that than playing Adrian Martinez.
We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San
Right,
Jose.
Rosenberg?
Getting ready for the Niners and the LA Rams. Okay, time to do the most important thing we have to do today. After this, no point in paying any attention.
Besides saying what's up to Pat H. What's up, Pat H?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. We got stuff to take care of.
Sorry,
here.
my bad. Go
You
ahead.
stop the show to say what up to Pat H, who we see every other day?
Yeah, I just want to say
what up, Pat? We'll talk to you in the break. All right, we're giving away 2 things today. We're giving away more crap is what I'm talking about.
crap.
We got 2 tickets to AC/DC at Levi Stadium. All you have to do – by the way, that show's coming up. It's right around the corner. August 5th of next year, a few months away.
I think
August
the Michael
5th next
Jackson
year.
movie's coming out before that.
I think the Michael Jackson movie's out long before that. August 5th of next year at Levi Stadium, AC/DC. We assume that means it'll be week 1 of the preseason. Niners on the road. We figured this out yesterday. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. All you have to do to win the tickets is hear that cue and then be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those AC/DC tickets. Now, the cue to call is very specific. Our guy Danny is back at the studio in San Francisco. Danny, do you have like an example of what the cue to call might sound like?
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
AC/DC in just a few months at Levi Stadium,
call right now.
Yeah, that seemed like that was a long gap there, Dan. I don't know if that's accurate. We have another giveaway, by the way.
Okay.
When you hear that cue to call for AC/DC, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR wins those tickets. But that's not all. We're also giving away a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. 13-time world pizza champion Tony Gemignani, who, by the way, I saw yesterday on a rerun of Bar Rescue.
Oh, nice.
He's hanging out on Bar Rescue. He was coaching people up at their restaurants. How about that, Tim?
It's good advice.
Yeah, good advice from Tony.
Pizza champ.
What better day to eat pizza than a Friday? Friday night, you can be winning a Tony's gift card and then get yourself some pie. All you got to do is hear the cue to call. Listen between 3 and 6. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win a Tony's Pizza gift card. $50 at Tony's Pizza. Danny, what's the cue to call sound like for this one?
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza,
call right now.
Perfect. I mean, they're nothing alike.
They're totally different. You want to listen for both of those. When you hear those, or any one of them, caller 10-415-896-KNBR. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's the 49er Tailgate here, our The Sports Leader 49er Tailgate. When we come back, we'll get you the latest from Kyle Shanahan on the health of his 49ers. 1:25 kickoff on Sunday from Levi Stadium, a 10 a.m. pregame. It's all coming your way right here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Back by popular demand, the 49ers Tailgate Show is at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. So head out there and have a pint with Copes and Depop, and hey, check out Tim Webb's shoes. But hey, if you can't, like me, keep it locked here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's a Ska Friday. Danny back on the ones and twos back in San Francisco. Actually, I should say in Daly City at the KNBR headquarters. We're going to catch up at 2:50 with Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network, and she's part of our pre- and post-game 49er coverage, which starts on Sunday at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. We have the health update with the practice participation final designations going into Week 10 Sunday's game against the Rams. Ricky Pearsall, as expected, ruled out. We knew he wouldn't play after he didn't practice all week. Bryce Huff is healthy. He's, quote, good to go, according to Kyle Shanahan. So Bryce Huff will be out there. In terms of the questionable players, Brock, questionable. We kind of knew that going in. They didn't rule him out officially. And Kyle kind of said, or he did say to us yesterday, he thought that they would make that decision after practice today. Obviously, they have not. He's questionable, maybe ruled out, likely ruled out after it's announced that Mac Jones will be the starting quarterback on Sunday. Also questionable, Alfred Collins, who flared up yesterday on the practice report. Kalia Davis, D. Winters, Tatum Bethune, and Keon White, who tweaked his groin at practice and showed up yesterday on the injury report. Now, according to Cam Inman, he said he did not see Alfred Collins at practice today. So I haven't seen a practice participation yet, but he did say, based on what he saw, he did not see Pearsall at practice. We knew that. And then Alfred Collins' hip was watching.
And Alfred Collins was the hero of the last time the 49ers and Rams played, getting that fumble recovery on the goal line when it was going to be a walk-in touchdown for Kyron Williams. But, yeah, not good. Not good defensively, because we knew coming in this game it was going to be a lot for the 49ers to get after this Rams offense and Matthew Stafford. And if they don't have D. Winters or Tatum Bethune, it's going to be Luke Gifford and Curtis Robinson.
I mean, we're talking your weak side linebacker as a starter and D. Winters, and then Tatum Bethune, who stepped in and as I forget who it was earlier this week. Maybe it was Matt Maiocco who sent it to us that in training camp and all through the preseason, Tatum Bethune was basically playing the role of Fred Warner.
Right.
So he was comfortable in that spot. This is a spot he's played and got more reps at throughout training camp in the preseason than anywhere else and anybody else behind him. So I guess it would be Curtis Robinson in there if no Tatum Bethune, and Nick Martin likely. Would you expect Nick Martin to be active now for this game?
I mean, possibly. They need everybody they can.
If they're this thin and you tweak something here, I mean, they've been thin at linebacker for the last couple of years.
I know. And think about the fact that they had Fred Warner for the Week 5 matchup, and that took everything in them to win that game.
Yeah.
So, look, I'm not trying to be negative here. I know that the 49ers are 6-3, and they look good. And, you know, there's a lot of question marks, obviously, with the injuries. But I can't make the argument for the 49ers to win this game right now, just given the injuries. And I know that I didn't even realize this today. You know, this is Christian McCaffrey's first time playing the LA Rams at home at Levi's. Think about it. They acquired him in 2022. The first game was at Monday night earlier in the year after the trade deadline. And then 2023, last game of the year, they don't play Christian McCaffrey because they have everything locked up. And then last year, Christian McCaffrey is injured when they play the Rams both times. So this is the first time Christian McCaffrey's playing the LA Rams at Levi's Stadium.
Who is the game that he, in his first start, where he went off and he threw one, he caught one, and he passed?
That was against the Rams at SoFi, though.
That was in Southern California.
He caught a touchdown,
right,
threw a touchdown, rushed for a touchdown.
Yeah. Wow. This is the first time he'll ever play the Rams at Levi's Stadium.
And he is the difference maker.
That kind of rattled me. I was thinking about it. I was like, damn.
I didn't think
That
about that
shocks me.
until my pops brought it up today on his show. But yeah,
I'm not sure if anybody noticed this.
but I mean that gives you a chance. Obviously, having Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh give you a chance. George Kittle playing in this game and not in Week 5, that gives you a chance. But defensively, I just have my doubts right now because I know Bryce Huff is playing, and that's great because he got to Stafford last time. But show me else who's going to apply pressure to Matthew Stafford right now.
I don't know. I was looking at the list of guys who were questionable for this game, and it's great that Bryce Huff is back. But again, I was like, okay, which of the guys, Alfred Collins, Kalia Davis, D. Winters, Tatum Bethune, and Keon White, which of those guys is the most necessary to be out there? I don't think there's an answer that there's these should all be. They're all guys who you need to start and play.
Necessary?
Necessary. It's necessary that all
They're
of these
just
guys,
vital at this point because you know who's necessary? Nick Bosa and Fred Warner.
That's
They
what I
don't
mean.
have them.
Al Collins, starter. Kalia Davis, starter.
Yeah.
D. Winters, starter. Bethune now starter. Keon White need him opposite Bryce Huff as potentially a starter. I mean, every one of these guys is crucial. Which guy would I feel the most comfortable not having? I don't even know that there is one, right?
I would say probably Alfred Collins.
And
Even though he was incredible against the Rams last time, he hasn't really flashed enough this year.
I'm also not expecting him to play. He's
Probably
the one
not.
who I'm expecting to be out of this game. Considering
And
he
the
didn't
Rams
practice.
did run effectively. It was just the fact that Kyron Williams fumbled the ball. So did Blake Corum in that game as well.
Doinked off his hand.
Exactly. And they're actually getting it done through the passing game to the running backs. And now Devontae Adams established a better connection with Matthew Stafford. Puka Nacua did have a really good game against the 49ers, but they contained him, and what that means is 10 catches for 85 yards. So can you do enough to stop Puka Nacua? Can you do enough to stop Devontae Adams? But I just don't know if they're going to apply enough pressure to Matthew Stafford, which is the big key to the game.
It is funny because we've talked about how with the injuries to the defense, it's got to be like we saw last week where the offense carries the team, where they put up tons of scores.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable if there's a shootout?
That's where I was going to get into. Is I'm like, I feel that way. Like
Rosenbach shaking his head.
That's
no.
where I'm like, dude, I get that the offense has to carry the defense. This is a game where I think if they get into a shootout, they lose.
Yeah.
And I also don't know that they have the personnel to stop the offense of the Rams.
I
or to
don't
stifle
think they
the
do.
offense. I don't either. I'm finding tough. Like every week, I give my how am I feeling about this game?
Yeah, I know.
I'm finding it the same as you.
You know what? Go. You should ask Tim Ryan. So Tim, how you feeling about this game? And he'll laugh and he'll be like, "Oh, Copes, I feel good about every game."
I'm always feeling good, Cope. Tim Ryan at 450 today. Yeah, I don't.
Sorry to steal your thunder, man.
I'm finding it tough to find a path to victory for the Niners in this one, especially with potentially more injuries.
Now, if they win this game, if they find a way to win, that's monumental for their chances of winning the NFC West. And I would think of them differently. I'm not saying they'd be NFC contenders, but I would think that they have a chance to do something that I didn't expect them to do with given all the injuries. They found a way to beat the Rams. They're relatively healthy. If they find a way to beat this team, sweep them, now that goes a long way for them winning the NFC West, but I don't know about their long-term chances.
Your guy Rick Pearsall is out. Brock Purdy questionable. Al Collins did not practice today. I'm going Rick Pearsall. Yeah, Al Collins did not practice today. Al Collins, Cal Davis, D. Winters, Tate Bethune, and Key White. Yeah, they're
Al
all,
Collins?
They're all questionable. Al
You know my name, damn it.
I didn't say Cowlings.
Close enough.
All right. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Jacob Cowan?
We will take a quick break. And by the way, Tracy Sandler going to join us coming up at 2:50 today, talking some 49er football. We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose here. It's our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 10 Niners and the LA Rams. Rams and Niners, our predictions. We'll do those next. Rams are favored by 4.5.
Yeah.
Coming into this. Kind of sounds nice.
Yeah.
I kind of think laying the 4.5 might not be a bad
Got you
idea.
feeling nicey.
Yeah, that's what's got me feeling nicey. We'll give our predictions and our picks on this game before Tracy Sandler joins us at 2:50. Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant. Dirty Work going south on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 10. The Niners and the Rams, 1:25 kickoff on Sunday afternoon from Levi Stadium. Myself, Tracy Sandler, and Todd Husak will be on the pregame show tomorrow, on Sunday, starting at 10 a.m. God forbid it's tomorrow, dude. We get a Saturday off, Tim.
There you go.
Kind of nice. All these days just kind of blend together, huh?
Yeah, we're in a stretch. I went back and did the math. I had 2 days off in October. 2. Jeez.
Does that include the Thursday that you went to go get your new car?
Well, I don't consider that an off day.
Oh, that one doesn't count. It's funny because we were at work.
Yeah, well,
It's
a funny story. I was working too.
Tim's like, no, it doesn't count.
You don't consider that an off day?
I'm not sure why that wouldn't be
absolutely
considered an off day. You took a vacation day, didn't you?
No, I actually put in for a sick day.
Oh, and you were really sick, were you, Tim?
I was sick of the show. So.
I am every day, Tim.
Sick of your ass, dude. Yeah, that's
I am
exactly
every day.
it. It's a Ska Friday. Did Danny come back with one of your songs there? I didn't hear.
He did. I think so.
Nicely done. Tim tried to claim, why don't you guys give me songs? I can play the songs for you. We both were like, no, you can't.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
No,
Okay.
All right, Monday I'll get you a list.
All right, Tim, we'll get you a list every day now.
The offer's expired. Sorry, guys.
Tim wants a list of songs.
I had one feeling left, and you
I'm not a
stomped
shootbox, guys.
The 49ers are 4.5-point underdogs
Yeah.
to the LA Rams on Sunday. I kind of think they're right in that window. I mean, we were just talking to our guy Rosenbag, one of the great members of the Filth here during the break.
He's a diehard Niner fan, but even he's a little pessimistic.
He said,
about
I'm
this
feeling like
weekend.
I give the Niners a 25% chance, is what he said. And I was like, I don't know, man. That might even be a bit high. I don't know if with the division game, we think you have a better chance of keeping this thing close, and the knowledge of each other. But as I said before, as battered and as depleted as they were going into that Thursday night game, and Mac was banged up and had a bad knee and saw that dead body and everything.
Saw the dead body.
I don't know what that had to do with anything, but it was part of the
helped him.
Part of the allure of that victory.
I'm going to say it helped him.
It didn't hurt him.
Yeah.
We know Mac's 1-0 when he sees a
And
dead
now,
body.
if they
on the end of the game.
lost, then it probably hurt him.
Yeah, the first quarterback to find victory after seeing a dead body.
Well, we
day
don't know
of game.
that.
We don't know that for sure.
I'm sure Joe Montana's seen some dead bodies in his day. You never know.
We're talking quarterback. Juice doesn't count. That was after his playing career. Plus, he won the case, so 1-0, but 1-1 in total. You know what I mean?
That's true.
You're telling me George Blanda never saw a dead body?
Yeah, come on.
Brady went looking for dead bodies before every Super Bowl.
Yeah, seriously. To clone.
Anyway, 4.5-point underdog. I'm finding it tough to find a path to victory for the Niners, especially with more of the injuries they're dealing with.
Yeah.
I thought the Thursday night game in division in L.A. might have sort of mitigated some of that discrepancy or that delta between the talent of the two teams.
Yeah.
And I think we were right in that it just kind of compressed on each other. Niners were able to pull it out, though it was a difficult victory. I don't feel as good about this. I asked you yesterday if the Rams are playing better now than they were when the Niners saw them the first time around. I feel about the same about them, but to your point yesterday, there's clearly more chemistry with that offense than there had been.
No, absolutely. I think the defense is playing better right now, but you also have to take into consideration the opponents they're playing. So, not to sound like a douche, but I watched the game back this morning from Week 5.
Did you?
Watch the highlights back. And
yeah, okay, all right. Don't come out here lying to me, dude. Yeah, I don't want to be a douche. I watched the game back. Oh, you watched the game? Well, I saw some clips.
I saw the
Watched
highlights. I saw 20 minutes of clips.
Did you?
And the key to that game
You
was the first two drives where they just knocked the Rams in the mouth by going up 14-0.
Hog the ball.
Yes, exactly. And the key really was Kendrick Bourne and the Niners getting open on these slant routes. And the Rams just doing this soft coverage. And they just were shocked. Like, oh, whoa, Jake Tunges is open in the end zone? Okay, we're down 7-0. And then the Niners are able to make the Rams punt, and then it's 14-0. You're like, damn, we're in a hole right now. After that, the Rams offense figured out the 49ers defense.
Yeah.
When it got to the second half, I mean, Matthew Stafford had a great game. If it was not for certain things like Blake Corum having a fumble or dropping a pass, like think about everything that had to go right for the 49ers in the fourth quarter. The Rams took the lead, theoretically, with a touchdown, but then missed the PAT, and that kept it tied 20-20. Then you have the fumble on the goal line with Kyron Williams. They go to overtime, and the 49ers kick a field goal. I think it was 41 yards from Eddie Pinheiro, and it just slightly doinks in.
Well, don't forget,
but it's made.
Don't forget the fumble on the goal line did not end regulation
No, of
for
course
the Rams.
not.
The 49ers came back.
Because they had 3 timeouts.
That was when they had the 3 timeouts,
Yes.
and Kyle ran it 3 times from their own end zone,
Right.
which was interesting, I thought. I was thinking about that drive and that decision-making yesterday when we talked to Kyle, because I asked him about the decision at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
38 seconds, and he basically said the reason we dropped back to throw with Mac with 38 seconds is he said they still had 3 timeouts, I believe, right? And we said, yeah,
Yes.
they did. And he said, otherwise you hand it off 3 times, you don't get it, and then you end up kicking it away, and they would have had a chance to come back down
Exactly.
and score, which is, it's funny, that's the exact logic. He said, I've been thinking about that all week long. The same as after this drive, we asked him about that. Would you, is that standard for you to run 3 times? And he said, I've been thinking about it, and every game, if I did that situation, I might do it differently because you don't know. Sometimes you want to go for it and get aggressive and go for a first down.
Right.
He also said we knew we had the right play there in man coverage. Matt got too deep into the pocket when he dropped back. He said they thought they had an 80-yard touchdown to McCaffrey on that play.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty incredible that was the play call they had. They got the look they wanted, and then Mac ends up fumbling, and it gets hit by Brian Burns. They end up fumbling and recovering. Bottom line here is the play calling there was less conservative, and they weren't back up against their own end zone. The Niners ended up putting it back, and then the Rams, 7 plays, 20 yards. They kicked that field goal, a 48-yarder to tie it at 23 to go to overtime.
Yeah, and you were right yesterday. They have a new kicker for this weekend.
Dude, they're going with Harrison Mevis is his name. The Rams are not going to go.
Mevis and Butthead.
Yeah, Mevis and Butthead.
Mevis.
The Rams are not going to go with
Butthead, I guess.
With Josh Carty, who is out of Stanford and
Yes.
has missed 8 total kicks this year. 5 kicks and I think 3 extra points. Josh Carty has missed. He missed one in this game. I want to say he missed a 28-yard field goal.
Yes, he did.
Missed a 28-yard field goal in the Rams' first drive of the second half back in Week 5.
This guy Mevis, big boy.
Dude, he's 5'11", like 275 pounds or 250 pounds.
He's the Pillsbury throw
I think
boy
he's
of kicking.
270. Dude, they call him the thicker kicker.
I like
he was
that.
kicking in the USL or USFL or something like that.
I like that.
For the Birmingham Stallions. Dude, he is a big boy.
Well, if it comes down to a kick, I favor the 49ers between a inexperienced kicker and Eddie Pinheiro. But I don't know if we'll get to that point.
Dude, I'll tell you what, you better not try to break one for a touchdown. This guy would destroy you.
Yeah, he would.
I don't want to get hit by
take your head off.
Yeah, dude, I want Brian Robinson to get his head taken
Can you
off.
imagine that? Just being like, I got to take it by the kicker and it hurt.
Dude, like, whereas a couple of years ago, the Niners had 3 kickers because they all kept getting hurt trying to make tackles. Dude, remember that?
Yeah, of course. But just going back to the Week 5 game, I mean, think about the big plays. The fumble recovery on the goal line, that's Alfred Collins, may not play in this game. And then the stop on 4th down in overtime, the guys that make the play on that are Fred Warner, who's obviously lost for the season.
Was it Chase Lucas, too?
Chase Lucas and Michael Williams making a big stop there.
Michael Williams not there. So how many different guys are on this roster?
It's a
playing?
totally different 49ers defense, and I have a hard time believing they're going to let Kendrick Bourne just roam around like he did last time. They're going to play a little more
Ken Bourne had a
press
huge
coverage.
game. What did he go for, like 140
10
yards?
10 catches for like 148 yards, I believe.
I got the numbers for you here. It was 10 catches on 11 targets, 142.
142.
McCaffrey had 8 catches for 82 yards and a touchdown. Tonjes, Rosenbach's guy, 11 targets, 7 catches in that game, 41 yards, and a touchdown. They also did not have George Kittle in this game.
Now, that is a big difference. So can they run the ball? Can they run the ball, and can they get George Kittle open in the center of the field? But also, will the center of the field be open for the Rams? Because the 49ers don't have Fred Warner. They don't have anybody to contain that center of the field. So how is that going to look? Are their tight ends going to get wide open? Are you going to see Puka Nacua just going right down the field to Devontae Adams?
Probably.
The key to this game, and I credit Rosenbach for this, he was telling me in the break here, is to run the football. Is to kind of have, like, not a similar game plan, but to the Atlanta Falcons win, but like the way the Carolina Panthers were able to beat the Green Bay Packers last week. You just run the ball over and over and over again, pick up 3rd downs when you can, play like a good game manager type game from Mac Jones, and just keep first downs, keep it going, the time of possession, make sure that Matthew Stafford doesn't have the ball. But do I think that's realistic? No. I don't think the 49ers can run effectively on this team. I think that this Rams defense is that much better, and the offensive line has not been good in pass protection for the 49ers. I worry about Jared Verse and Byron Young and Kobe Turner getting after Mac Jones. And this might be, I mean, for everything trending in the right direction, this could be Mac Jones' last start as a starting quarterback for the 49ers. We'll see. But, yeah, man, if I had to make a prediction here, I don't want to be overly negative, but I'm taking the over on 49.5.
You think it's going to be a higher scoring game?
From the Rams' perspective. I know yesterday I said.
How much of that do you think they make up? 49.5? You think they can get? You think they're going to get 30?
Yes, I do.
So then you think the Niners are going to put up 21?
No, I'll say.
I would take the under on this game.
Yeah. What did I say yesterday? 41 to 24?
It was 49 was the total the last time they played. It was 26-23, right?
All right, then maybe take the under. I'll say in the end, the Rams win this game by 2 touchdowns. I'll say 31-17.
Whoa, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you picked them by the first time, too?
I did. I did say 24-9, and I was wrong about
Damn,
that.
you didn't think the Niners were getting in the end zone that last time around?
No, I did not.
Damn.
Just think about it. We
were both pretty down on the offense. It wasn't until I woke up in Los Angeles that day and thought, I think this is a game they
But
can
you were
get.
making a strong case for the fact that it's a short week.
I
and you're
did
playing-
going in.
you're
I
playing
wasn't
a division
confident,
opponent.
but yeah.
I think that
Not till the dead body, I wasn't confident.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this could be a game where the 49ers, the pace of the game goes in their favor, and you're thinking, okay, they might have a chance here. And it's tied up like 17 all at half, and then boom, the Rams just pull away in the second half. And yeah, I just can't find a way where they get enough pressure. I know that Bryce Huff's coming back, but it's not enough. It wasn't enough last time. And I know they won the game, but Matthew Stafford, what was it, like 389 yards? And he's having a fantastic start to the season right now. 21 touchdown passes.
Yeah, 389,
only
3
2
touchdowns. He was 30 of 47 in that game. Kyron only 14 carries, but 65 yards. It's 4.5 a tote.
And I think McCaffrey was held to 57 yards rushing.
McCaffrey did not great on the ground. This is before the Niners had done anything really offensively on the ground. 22 carries for 57 yards for McCaffrey, but he did have 82 receiving yards in this game.
Yeah,
so he did have 140 scrimmage yards or something.
I think the key is going to be, can the Rams stop their receivers? They couldn't stop Kendrick Bourne last time. Is it enough where George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, where Mac Jones is dinking and dunking his way down the field, is that enough offense for you? I don't think so. I think that Kyle's going to scheme it up great to, a great first 15 to start the game, and then we'll see if it's effective. I mean, the key, I wonder if you want to possess the ball to start the game just to, have it be your pace of the game, run the football. But if the Rams win the toss and they score immediately, then it's going to be, can we keep pace with these guys? And I don't know if they can.
It's incredible looking back at this game, too. The Rams ran 20 fewer plays, 19 fewer plays than the Niners ran offensively in this game. They outgained them in yards per play by like 2.5 yards almost. What's also interesting is, and you were talking about running the ball effectively, and Rosenbach, I like you said, Rosenbach put me on this. They're going to have to run the ball well. I was like, really? We needed Rosenbach to tell us that?
I'm just giving him credit.
Give him some credit. I mean, he's looking at this game the same way we are.
Yeah.
The Rams defense, run D, they're giving up just under 100 yards a game. They're top 11 in the NFL. Yards per attempt, they're like top, where I just have it here. Yards per attempt, the Rams are giving up 3.9 yards per attempt. That's number 8 in the NFL, top 10 in the league. So they are a good run defense. And the Niners have not been a good run offense.
Yeah. And they're great on offense. I think they're their number 8 scoring offense, the number 2 scoring defense right now in all the NFL. So
that's on points allowed.
Yeah. And this is going to be tough. I think that, look, Kyle knows how to beat Sean McVay, and Sean McVay knows how to beat Kyle. But I hate this phrase, and I'll say it again. Sometimes it's not the X's and O's, it's the Jimmies and the Joes. And I think that the 49ers do not have the personnel right now to beat the Rams.
Do you hate that phrase?
I do.
Really?
Because we're talking about our guy, Coach
You just
Brown.
think it's overused?
No, because it's just so simplistic and minimalizing what actually goes into game planning a football game.
It's funny because I sort of feel like it's the reverse for the Niners. I feel like this year it hasn't been about the Jimmies and the Joes. It's been about the X's and O's.
Of course it has.
I don't think they're 6-3 without those X's and O's.
Of course it is. That's why I value that.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I value the scheme that Sean McVay has. Not to mention he has a pretty good defensive coordinator in Chris Shula. But they just have better players right now on the field.
Shula made some great adjustments in the second half last game. I mean, the Niners, you pointed out, opening 2 drives in that game, they came out and they scored 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Niners' second half drives, field goal, punt, field goal, punt. And then they kick one more field goal to win it in overtime.
And I also brought this up the day of after the game where they decided to go for it on 4th and 1. Mac Jones was beat up in that game, and there was like 4 minutes left in overtime.
Dude, he was like ragdoll. He was like getting carried off the field by Trent. Dude, he was battered and
had they decided to kick that
up.
field goal to extend the overtime period, I don't know how long Mac Jones would have held up. And we're saying he's a really tough guy, and he's persevered through
We're talking
a lot
a
of games.
fifth quarter they're playing effectively
I know.
at this point too.
And not to mention you were saved by Eddie Pinheiro. I mean, he's been automatic this whole season, but Eddie Pinheiro just slicing that ball through and doinking in. So it was a great victory week 5. But also, I will say the 49ers were lucky to win that game as well.
I like Rosenbach just shot when you mentioned Eddie Money, dude, right there. He threw up I like he's doing the Johnny Manziel. I like doing the Johnny Manziel for Eddie Money.
Yeah?
You like that for Eddie De Niro? Eddie De Niro, Pinheiro. All right, we are live from Jack's Restaurant here in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate. Come on out. Beautiful weather down here. Good food. What'd you have? You had a buffalo chicken wrap?
I had a buffalo chicken wrap.
Okay, Cesar got
it's
a
pretty
hero.
tasty.
I had some of these Asian wings, dude. These chicken wings. These are awesome, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, Tim, what'd you get?
Oh, I got the steak sandwich. It was banana land. It was so
Dude,
good.
it was good.
Okay, have you gone steak sandwich the last 4 times you've been here?
I've gone steak sandwich every time I've been here because when I start thinking about it earlier in the week, it's all I want, and it's freaking amazing.
Dude,
I eat
this
half
is-
of it, and it's sitting
All right,
right
fair
there.
enough.
You guys, the listeners with an acute ear know that Tim does this. Like when we're going to do a show at the ballpark on a Friday. Remember he asked us on Monday.
Oh, are we Live a Moss?
What are we going to? What's your Taco Bell order for Friday? I was like, what are we going to talk? What are we getting the order in
Do you
now?
fantasize about food, Tim?
All I'm saying is I enjoy the simple pleasures, and when I start thinking about it, it makes me happy.
Dude, we were
that
pulling
steak
up.
sandwich
Do you ever
makes me happy.
fantasize about food, Tim or Copes?
Yeah, of course. You start like thinking about what you're going to get at a place that you know you're going. You start getting excited. But we were pulling into the parking lot here.
Fantasizing about food.
Off of Saratoga Ave.
Not that weird.
Myself and Tim and Mr. KNBR, and we were pulling in, and Tim actually, I pointed out there was a Popeyes across the street. Tim started calling a shot for next week. He said, we got to go pop next week.
Okay.
He said, we're getting Popeyes next week. It's
We're going
been
to do
too long.
Absolutely.
It's like too long. I don't think we've ever gotten it together.
Me and Danny Dunn back at the board, we used to get it all the time.
I used to get some pop.
A nice pre-Hawaii meal.
Fried chicken.
Yeah.
Dude, we're like a week and a half away from Hawaii.
know.
How about that?
I
Are
know.
you ready?
I don't know if I'm ready.
You get your oh, dude, you're going to need some sunscreen, bro.
I usually lather up.
Yeah, you're going to need some. Yeah, take care of the top of that head, too.
Yeah.
Got to get that
This
melon.
isn't my first rodeo.
I'm just making sure you're all taken care of.
You know I vacation.
You're my guy, dude. Just making sure you're
I
taken
know,
care.
but you
don't vacation. You go to Texas
I-
to see your mom. You don't vacation.
I vacation in Florida where the weather's kind of similar to Hawaii.
No, it's not. It is not similar to the weather.
Tropical vibes.
You're giving a lot of credit to Florida.
Yeah,
I think is
maybe
what
I
you're
am,
doing
actually,
here,
now that
dude.
I think
Wait till we land on the Koala Coast and on the Big Island of Hawaii. You're not going to feel like it's anything like Florida.
Okay.
Have you been to Hawaii?
Not since I was a baby.
Oh, dude. So like around the same time you went to Indonesia?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And I asked my mom as well, did we live in Hawaii?
Nui Loa.
Dude, that's the kind of good stuff you get when Dan Dunn's on the board, right, Tim? All right, when we come on back, Tracy Sandler, Fangirl Sports Network. Dude, how about that? You got a little salty there. Fangirl
Man,
Sports Network
Just
is
as
going to
jealous
join us.
as Jack Loader is for Jack Smith on the play-by-play.
Tracy Sandler will join us talking 49er football, the Niners and the Rams, live from Jack's Restaurant.
So happy
It's
you're
our
here, Danny.
49er tailgate. Tracy joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Suck.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers exec Carmen Policy, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to weigh in on the Niners and Rams rivalry ahead of their Week 10 matchup. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are live at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose for our 49er tailgate. Week 10 is already here as the Niners getting ready to kick off the second half of the season. They are 6-3, taking on division rival, the LA Rams, in what is definitely the biggest game of the season. Joining us now on the Uma guest line, your reader in the Fangirl Sports Network. You should be following her for all the great Niner content she's putting out throughout the week. And you can hear her tomorrow with myself and Todd Husak. Sunday with myself and Todd Husak. I keep saying that. For 49er pregame starting at 10 a.m. right here on The Sports Leader. It's Tracy Sandler. How are you, Tracy?
Hey, Tracy.
Hey, guys, I am good. Adam, you scared me for a second. I was like, tomorrow? Oh, man.
Dude, I've done that twice today already. They all run together. You know, as much as you travel and as hard as you work, you know, all the days just kind of run together. It may as well be tomorrow, but we'll see you on Sunday. So we had Kyle on yesterday, and we asked him about Brock, and he said that things were progressing. This week he'd gotten a little bit more, it seemed like, of the first team reps. He said he is getting close, and I asked him if he was confident we'd see him again this year. He said, I am confident you'll see him again this year. Doesn't sound like there's any Brock conspiracy going on behind the scenes. Seems like we're going to see Brock in it maybe sooner rather than later.
Yeah, 100%. I really do not think there's a conspiracy going on behind the scenes. I've said I kind of think we're going to see Brock as the number 2 before the number 1, and then he'd be the number 1 the next week. And so, you know, it sounds like this week was better than last. He's progressing. He's traveled the last couple of trips. So I really would not be surprised if he was the backup on Sunday and then he starts next week. It's just turf toe is a bad injury. And I know we've talked before, they need to come up with a better name for it because it sounds like it shouldn't be, but it's a bad injury, surgery, and is basically out for the season. And Kyle said Monday, even when he's better, he won't be 100% better the whole year. So they just got to get him to a point where there's not a concern of him re-injuring it the second he gets back out on the field.
Yeah, Tracy, that was going to be my question to you, was if he's the backup quarterback on Sunday, is that a good indication that he's going to play next week? But much like Ricky Pearsall, where I think me and Adam are in agreement, where he needs to have a string of practices where he's a full participant, do you think that's the same thing with Brock Purdy next week, where he needs to be full in order to play on Sunday?
Yeah, I think they probably would want him to be full, if for no other reason to really test out the toe. But yeah, I think they would want him to be full. But it is Brock. He's obviously led this team for a little while. I think he's a little bit different than Ricky Pearsall in that way. But right. I would imagine they'd like to have at least one day of full practices because he hasn't had that in so long before he plays. But it does feel like we're getting closer. But there's not a controversy. There's not a conspiracy. He just has an injury, and they don't want to mess with it.
By the way, go ahead. Should let everybody know, by the way, that Tracy is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at TimberTech.com. Got to take care of the sponsors and your deck. That's why we always talk TimberTech Decking and Railing. Tell me what you're reading between the lines with Ricky Pearsall, because when we talked to Kyle, I think it was last week when we had him on, I asked him about how much he would have to put together practice-wise before he can get on the field. Kyle said, if a guy goes down in a Sunday game and he doesn't practice Wednesday or Thursday, but he's questionable Friday, there's a chance he can get in. But he said with Ricky, he needs him to be on the field practicing because he's been out now for, 6 games or something that he's missed since that Week 4 game against Jacksonville. What's your read on what's going on with Ricky Pearsall and how much longer this could be because he's not even on the practice field?
Yeah, this one is a little bit weird, and they insist it's not a setback. It's just not healing the way they thought. What is interesting is he never went on IR, and I almost wonder if at this point it's almost too late to put him on IR. He might not be 4 games away, but he could be 3 games away, and he's going to need at least a week or 2 of practice. He's been out a long time, and if this is not healing the way they want it to, I think the last thing they want to do is risk it getting worse. So I would say, I know that they say playing surface is not a factor, but I'd be super surprised if he was coming back next week against Arizona. I would say at least 2 or 3 weeks before we see Ricky Pearsall again.
Talking to Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. Just going back to Tuesday's NFL trade deadline. Obviously, the 49ers acquired Keon White a couple weeks ago, but I think a lot of people anticipated they would make another move with the Michael Williams injury, and there was rumors about Jermaine Johnson and Bradley Chubb and John Lynch was honest about that, saying those prices were just too steep for us. Were you surprised the 49ers did not make a move to improve their pass rush?
I was not, because I just felt the prices were going to be too steep, and they were really transparent, and I think rightly so, that they weren't going to do anything that was going to jeopardize next year. Yes, they are 6-3, but these next 2 months are going to be very telling, and they're 6-3 a lot of because they won those early games, that they're dealing with a lot on the defense. They're not a player away, they're not 2 players away, so it really didn't surprise me, because anything they would have had to do would affect the draft. And when you look at the core of this team, they're still great. You still have very talented, high-caliber players on this team, but it is an aging core in a lot of ways. And they're going to have to continue to rebuild that through the draft, and they're just not in a position where they could afford to give up those really high, valuable picks.
Talking to Tracy Sandler, nice enough to join us here on the UMA guest line. The Niners and the Rams 125 kickoff from Levi Stadium on Sunday, a 10 a.m. pregame. Can all be heard right here on the Sports Leader. When we look at some of the other questionable names for today, it's incredible how different the Niners roster is from that Thursday night game 5 weeks ago against the Rams at SoFi. Tracy, it's crazy because even then it was a short week, and we were like, man, they've lost Nick Bosa. They're dealing with so many injuries. You've still got Brock, who's now out after week 4 against Jacksonville, so it's Mac back in there, and Mac got ragdolled around in that game, and Kendrick Bourne had a big breakout performance. It was like a totally different team 5 weeks ago, and now some of the guys who were key players in that. Alfred Collins did not practice today. He's questionable. Kalia Davis questionable. D. Winters, Tatum Bethune, Keon White. I said to Derek, if they could get by with any one guy, it would be, and then I couldn't pick one. All of those guys are of significance. Where are you with the health of this defensive line and the linebacking core?
Well, in good news, Bryce Huff will be back, so that's exciting.
That's positive.
Especially because he might be the only one on the line. I mean, Keon White, I've seen a lot of people kind of make the joke that, well, he's fitting right in with his new team. He, already has the injury. This line it's a mess. Now, I think a lot of the guys that you talked about, I will ultimately play on Sunday, but the fact that D. Winters and Tatum Bethune are both listed as questionable is highly concerning for the 49ers. Now, I think we've seen D. Winters listed as questionable before. I am sure he will play. I'm sure Tatum will end up playing, but it's just a testament as to where they are, and kind of going back to the trade deadline discussion when I said they're not 1 or 2 players away. They're like 6 or 7 players away just with the health of this team. So it's going to be a really tough task. And the 49ers are not the same team. The Rams are not the same team. And Matthew Stafford has been playing really well. The Rams have been playing really well. And it's going to be a tough task for this defense, because bringing pressure to Matthew Stafford is a hard ask anyway. Bringing pressure to him with the vast majority of your defense questionable for Sunday is even harder.
So with that said, Tracy, with all the defensive injuries, do you think in order for the 49ers to win this game, it would have to be a shootout in some way, or do you think that the offense is capable of that right now, given the offensive struggles on the offensive line and the inability sometimes to run the football?
I think the offense is certainly going to have to show up similar to how they did last week. Unfortunately, this week they're not playing the Giants. They're playing the Rams. But, yeah, I think that's going to be a huge part of it. But my only thing with this game that is kind of my caveat is when these two teams play each other, it's weird. The divisional game factor is weird. And then the head coaches are such a big part of it. And not that they're not every week, but I feel like when these two go up against each other, it's just which one of them can out-coach the other, outsmart the other, out-offensive genius the other. And it very well could end up coming down to that, because conventional wisdom just doesn't seem to apply. But, yeah, the offense is going to have to step it up. They're going to have to have a game more like they had last week, going to have to find a rhythm. Guys who maybe haven't been contributing. You talked about Kendrick Bourne having a huge game on Thursday Night Football. And he's had some flashes here and there, but I think they need him to contribute more than he has been. I thought it was very encouraging last week that Brian Robinson became a part of the offense, because I think that just adds what they can do and expands the playbook somewhat if they have a couple people back there. So it could very well be a shootout. I don't think 49ers fans want it to be a shootout, because if it's a shootout, I would think the Rams would win that. But the offense is going to probably have to make up for the defense. this week just in terms of their injuries. But who knows? With these two teams, it could be like that Thursday night game last year. It could end up being 13-12. It's just weird when they play each other.
Right. A few more minutes here with Tracy Sandler of the Fangirl Sports Network. Okay, Tracy, in your 49ers Unplugged this week, you went around the locker room and you asked players, what are they a bigger expert on than any other player on the team? It could be anything, right? It wasn't just like football expertise. What was the best stuff that you got?
Okay, well, Christian McCaffrey piano and Luke Farrell drums, I feel like they should start a band. So I'm just putting that out there right now.
Whoa.
That would be super fun.
McCaffrey
right?
plays piano. I didn't know that.
Yes, McCaffrey plays piano, and I was surprised by that too. I somehow did not know. I do not believe that was in his 5 fun facts when he first came here 3 years ago. But and it sounds like he can play pretty much anything, which is cool. And with Luke Farrell at the drums, I'm just saying a band, just throwing it out there. Kendrick Bourne,
I like that.
Is really good at cutting his own hair. I thought that was kind of a fun fact.
Oh, nice. So am I.
Yeah.
It's easy when you're bald.
Nice, Derek. Yeah.
Does anybody play guitar in the 49ers locker room, Tracy? Because then you have a real band on your hands.
Then you do have a real band. Nobody plays guitar, but that doesn't mean someone can't learn. I'm just saying. My money
That's
there
true.
would be on Kittle. I feel like he could learn guitar and kind of kill it.
He's kind of got drum vibes to me, though, kind of like Animal from the Muppets.
Well, he's going to have to fight Luke Farrell for that because Luke already plays the drums, and that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. Mac Jones was a good one. Mac Jones was tennis, and he said that he has a great forehand, no backhand, and then this is maybe my favorite line of the entire segment, that his serve is erratic but cool. And I feel like that's awesome right there.
Oh,
dude, usually,
self-analysis.
I like that it was, what are you an expert at over somebody else? And he was like, I got no backhand and my serve isn't any good, but I'm an expert at tennis. That's
pretty good.
Seems right up Max Alley and his sort of sense of humor for what we found out about him this year, Tracy.
Yes, it was absolutely perfect. But that was a fun one. I like that one. Shameless self-promotion. I think you guys should all go watch it on my Instagram because it's pretty good.
Check it out on Tracy's Instagram. Good. You got one more there?
Well, just one more for you, Tracy. My pops and Greg Silver talked about this earlier in their show. Does Mac Jones have the best laugh in the 49ers locker room?
It's a really stiff competition between him and Kendrick Bourne. I think Mac's laugh is
I've heard
amazing,
that too, yeah.
and actually, Mac's laugh kind of gives me hope for the future because it's just so pure that I'm like, the world might be okay because Mac Jones laughs like that, and it warms my heart. Kendrick Bourne is like, I could be anywhere in the world. It would not matter where I was, and if I heard that laugh, I'd be like, Kendrick Bourne is somewhere in the vicinity. Look out for him. So I think it's a tough competition,
but between Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones. Danny back at the studio, our man on the board today. Danny, you said you have is it the Mac laugh you have? You have the audio? Go ahead, Danny. Play the audio.
It's so good.
That's not bad. That's pretty good. It's infectious.
That was good. That was a good laugh.
Infectious. I love it. It's so good. It's just, like I said, it gives me hope for the future, just for the world generally.
Tracy Sandler, the voice you hear, Fangirl Sports Network, and you'll hear her and see her with myself and Todd Husak Sunday morning, 10 a.m. on 49er pregame right here on the Sports Theater. Tracy, great to talk to you, and we'll see you on Sunday at Levi's.
Thanks, Tracy.
All right, sounds good. Have a great day, guys.
Good deal there. Make sure you're checking out her 49ers Unplugged. She does that every week where she goes around the locker room and does something with the players. If I were to ask you guys that same question that she asked the players, what are you an expert at of all of us here? What would you be the expert at? Well, let's get outside of baseball and football.
Well,
in your life, what would you be an expert at relative to Tim and I?
I think we talked about this before. I said I'm pretty good at movies and Oscar trivia.
Movie and Oscar trivia? That's what you're better at?
Or just knowledgeable about movies and who won Oscars.
This from the guy who thought Viola Davis and who was it that you thought were the same person?
Angela Bassett.
Angela Bassett. Yeah, okay, interesting.
I just mixed up their names.
I
just mixed up their names.
You thought Viola Davis was Angela Bassett?
Dude, you asked me months ago who won the 1998 Oscar. I nailed it.
That's different though. We were talking Black Panther the movie, which by the way nominated for Best Picture. Shouldn't have been.
Well, you could say that.
Yeah, you better not. I was like, what happened to Black Panther 2? All right, we can get a nod there. Can get a nod there. Come on, folks. Tim, what about you? What would you be an expert at over anybody else?
Well, I'm really good at plugging things in, evidently.
Don't stop.
No, I would say I give a pretty good best man speech, but a lot of practice at it.
You have, dude. You officiated many weddings.
I've been a best man 6 times and been an officiant in that too. So
6 times best man?
Yeah. So
Nice.
I give a mean speech.
All right, nice.
That's incredible. Can you be a best man too many times?
No.
6 times, though? Is that supposed to be like your best friend?
That's a badge of honor.
6 times, though?
Well, you know what they say. It's always the best man, never
Yes.
the bride.
Yeah.
I literally was just about to say that for Mulan.
Don't say that, dude. Nobody says always the best man, never the bride.
That's not real.
But that's a good thing to describe Tim Webb. Danny Dunn, do you have an expertise?
Yeah, what would yours be,
If
Danny?
if I just say one for Danny, he's really good at horror movies.
He's big on horror movies. I think he watched one scary movie a day for all 31 days of October.
And he ranked them. He has a 31 list.
He
He's a
did.
great beard, too.
He sent us the list. And what was number 5 on the list, Derek?
Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. Which, if you remember, that's where the
Amazing
monsters were
movie.
real.
I don't remember, and I didn't know that. No, would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for these monsters, the actual
And
monsters.
that damn
Well,
dog.
there were no masks.
And that damn dog. What do you got, Danny? You got anything back there? Any expertise?
Expertise, I guess, filling in for each of the shows here at the Esports Leader.
Yeah, he is. He is kind of the
Versatility.
He's the swing tackle for sure for the board.
Spencer Burford of KNBR.
Yeah, I know.
He's
Very,
the Nick
very
Zakel.
modest, Danny. Very
He's
modest.
the Nick Zakel of the sports leader. I don't know what mine would be. I don't really know anything about anything except baseball. I don't know what mine would be.
You're very quick and you're very sharp. So
Would
you'd
you
be good
even
at, like,
say expertise?
You'd be good in an
I'd
argument or
be
making
good
fun
at
of
like
someone.
president trivia.
Would
Yeah,
you
I could do that?
Would you even say that you have the best laugh at KNBR?
Oh, I think that's for other people to decide. I wouldn't claim that.
I would say Maria.
Yeah, Maria's got a good laugh. Maria's got a good cackle. Yeah,
uh,
dude, that's her legit laugh.
That was a little
That's
forced.
how she laughs.
That
though,
was a
dude.
little forced, Maria.
That is actually how she laughs. Yeah,
I didn't care for that. We're not at a stand-up session right now, okay?
1990s Nickelodeon trivia.
Yeah,
I'll
seriously.
give you that, dude. Adam
1990s
Copeland,
Nickelodeon.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. We got to figure out what we're all experts at. It's not piano. He had a way good one, McCaffrey.
I
did.
cannot play piano.
I can't play a single instrument.
I can play a little guitar. A little.
Tim slaps some bass, don't you?
So I've been playing bass for, almost 30 years. I
all
play
four-
bass. I
it's
play
all four.
guitar. I play drums. I play a little piano. I'm not good at
You
any
can
of
play
them.
piano?
Yeah, just a little bit.
You're a one-man band.
Yeah, a little ukulele. Maybe bust that out. When
Oh,
we're on the big,
whoa.
we'll give it a whirl.
Bring a ukulele with you.
Yeah, please.
Like I said, I wanted to do an all ukulele band called You Can Rally. Just never got off the ground.
It's not bad.
It peaked at the name.
There has to be spare ukuleles lying around in Hawaii that we can have a good hula for.
There aren't lying around.
Yeah, I'm sure they're lying around.
This is a true story.
Poolside?
You guys
Pick
know
up
my
a
niece.
ukulele?
My niece Olivia is 8. She's taking ukulele lessons right now, and
Nice.
it's pretty much the most adorable thing you could ever see. So, anyway, maybe I'll steal her ukulele and take it to Hawaii.
Can you play Somewhere Over the Rainbow?
I can butcher my way through it.
Oh.
As
All
long,
right,
as long as you
brother,
sing, yeah.
Brother is. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. Let's get into a little bit of calls here. 415-808-5627. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. We'll talk more about what's going on with the 49ers against the Rams. I want to get your thoughts, the thoughts of the faithful. How confident are you in a 49er victory? We'll ask our guy Rosen back here. We can talk to people here on the patio at Jack's as well. How confident are you in a 49er victory on Sunday?
Let me just say, you and I both think the 49ers are going to lose. But I want to hear from 49er fans that are confident. Prove us wrong. Give us an argument of why they are going to lose.
Go ahead, ask him.
Ask him.
No, I'm saying you ask him.
Yeah, and tell us what you're an expert at, too.
Please call.
Yeah, please call.
That's what Derek asks now.
Please call.
All right, we'll take a quick break. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How confident are you in a 49ers win against the Rams? And if you are confident, how come? We are live at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Come on, please clap. Dirty Work rolls on.
That was a little forced.
On the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Omar Ruiz, host on NFL Network, he joined Papa and Silver today to give his thoughts on how the Niners measure up among the NFC elite. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app or thesportsleader.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
It's a Ska Friday as we're live at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's not so much ska there, though.
It's a Scooby-Doo from Zombie Island.
It's a Scooby-Doo Zombie Island.
This song is from Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island.
What singer is it? What band is this?
This is I don't know the band, but this is it's Terror Time Again, Copes.
Terror Time Again. Well,
it's a terrifying sight.
Those who are Simple Plan fans out there know Simple Plan did a Scooby-Doo What's New Scooby-Doo. Song,
for the cartoon series?
Yeah, I think so. They like perform it at their concerts, and people come in costume in different Scooby-Doo character costumes, and everybody in costume is allowed to go on stage when they perform that song.
So you got to go to a Simple Plan concert in hopes that they play the Scooby-Doo theme
They
song.
do play it.
Every single time?
Well, they did in their last tour,
Okay.
the current tour. I don't know. I only know because I was there.
So if you weren't like a diehard Simple Plan fan and you just show up to the concert and then someone's like, why are you dressed up as Shaggy?
People would be surprised because there were a lot of people dressed up like Scooby-Doo and Shaggy when I saw them. Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay.
And Fred and is it Fred?
It's Fred.
Fred Velma.
Yep.
Yeah.
Daphne.
Yeah.
Scrappy Doo.
Who, as you well know, is the villain in Scooby-Doo 1, the movie.
Whoa, don't give that away.
Yeah, dude. I remember. Did I tell you that story on the air?
Yeah, you did. No, not on the air.
When that movie came out, the live-action Scooby-Doo with Freddie Prinze Jr. and
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Yeah, my brother and sister and dad and I went to see it. I mean, it must have been like 2001 or 2.
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
The reason I know is because Ruben Studdard shows up in the credits, right? Remember, this is what sparked our
Yeah,
whole
no, I
Ruben
remember.
and Clay Aiken.
Yeah.
Our whole Clay Aiken
If
debate.
I was invisible.
Yeah, it's a hell of a song. It's a hell of a
Yeah,
premise for that. It's like I'd watch you in your room. I'd be the smartest man.
Yeah, sometimes back in the day we just let that stuff fly.
Yeah, we did. Anyway, we still do. We went to see Scooby-Doo, and then we came home. My Mama Susie was there, and my Mama Susie goes, "How was the movie?" I said, "It was good. Scrappy-Doo was the villain." And my dad slapped me in the arm. I was like, "Dude, don't give it away." He was serious as a heart attack, and my mom was like, "It's okay, dude. I'm not going to see," and I don't care. It's been
I'm
a
not
running
going to see
joke.
Scooby-Doo by myself.
And I don't really care that Scrappy. There's a reason she didn't come with us to the movie. you
Well,
know?
I mean, that's a ridiculous plot twist. Because if you're a fan of Scooby-Doo lore,
Yeah, I wasn't-
Scrappy-Doo would never be the villain.
I wasn't thrilled about the twist myself. I think it's probably
No.
why I spoiled it for my mom.
I don't care for that at all.
I wasn't happy about that. Anyway, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. How confident are you in a 49ers win on Sunday? I'm not. You're not. Let's see what the listeners and the callers think. Let's go to Joe. Joe is in Manteca. What up, Joe? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, guys? How you guys doing, man? It's been a while.
What's up, Joe? We're good, man. I just took a shot. I'm great.
Right on, dude. Start the weekend off right, man. Well, you know what, dude? I'll say it's a divisional game. It doesn't matter these teams' record. My prediction is going to be 17-14 either way. It's going to come down who wins the turnover battle. That's ultimately going to decide it in my mind. And then in these Rams-Niners games, there's always big special teams plays. So whoever wins the special teams phase, like the Cardi missed field goal the last game, return coverage. I think the Niners gave up a big kick return last game. And then do they make Stafford uncomfortable? Do they stop the big field, down the field plays like the Tutu Atwell play in the last game that he threw an absolute dime? And then here's the other thing, man, is Trent really struggled with Jared Verse in the last game, and Colton McKivitz got Mac Jones obliterated. And then the last thing I'll say is I do feel like one thing the 49ers have is I don't think they had Kittle in the last game, and I think that's going to make a huge
No, they didn't.
difference.
Okay, so Joe, on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you?
I'd say it's a divisional game, man. Like, as good as the Rams are, they beat the snot out of the Jaguars. We lost to the Jaguars, and then the fans
they did,
can't really
yeah.
count that. I'd say about a 6. You know what I mean? That's what I go with it. I'd say it's gonna be 17-14 either way, though.
All right, fair enough.
All right, appreciate the call, Joe. Thanks so much. Is a 6 high?
Doesn't seem high to me.
It doesn't seem high to you.
Not really.
6 out of 10 would be.
If you were confident in a Niners win, you would say 8, 9.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was super confident. What he was saying was kind of what I was saying in the first game. Is it's a division game, man. Like, anything can happen. You throw it all out the window.
I know.
I feel more like that on a Thursday. Like, last night had the Raiders beaten the Broncos, I would have chalked that up, too. It's a weird Thursday night divisional game.
But also the wind was howling last night in Denver.
It was swirling.
Yeah.
They said that on the bottom graphic a couple of times. Wind, however many miles an hour, and it said swirling.
Yeah, it's a bad game when in the post game all of them were like, I don't even know what to say was good from this game. Like, yeah, the Raiders, I think they played good defense, but I can't even tell.
The Broncos won on accident.
Yeah, basically.
They weren't even trying to win that game. I think I'm revving at like my level of confidence out of 10 in a Niner victory this weekend. I think I'm revving at like a 3.
Yeah.
I think I'm at a 3. Now, I'm hopeful because of what we saw. Jill, you're at a 4. Jill, loyal member of the Phil, she's at a 4. That's kind of where I'm at.
It's a little better.
I'm just not feeling good. Rosenbach, where are you? What number are you at? 25%.
25%. So 5?
So 15. Well, percent is different than out of 10.
Yeah,
What's your number out of 10? 25% is your number out of 10? 2.5? That's where you're at? Okay. So I guess 88. When I said 15%, I'm at a 1.5. I'm not calibrating correctly. Math is not what I'm an expert at if we were going to pick things that we had an expertise in.
I was told there would be no math.
Yeah, I was told there'd be no math.
But, I mean, Tracy made a good point, but, like, this is a pivotal moment in the 49ers season where we're going to see how good they are, given all the injuries. And I don't think they're going to lose enough games to miss the playoffs, but I think they may lose some games now where you're like, all right, the injuries are setting in. Like, now when they play better teams like the Rams or maybe the end of the year with the Seahawks, and their schedule's, fairly good.
It's a great point, though. Like, have we seen the injuries rear their head yet to the point that it feels like, oh, man, there's a major deficiency? The one time I feel like we felt that was Houston.
Yes.
Because there was no pass rush.
But
that was when they were out on Bryce Huff as well.
But, I'm like, the opponents they've been playing, like, will the injuries really take a toll against the New York Giants? No. And I'm trying to think of the other victories they've had, like the Atlanta Falcons.
But
yes,
they don't play any really good teams.
I know,
though.
but going into the Atlanta game, we were like, okay, this Atlanta team may be better than advertised. But you and I were like, we're not buying them because we didn't think Michael Penix was very good. But they knew the game. Like Kyle finds ways, the same way that Robert Saleh finds a way. It's just the Atlanta Falcons were really good. Were really good with their pass rush, and they have good secondary. But can you run right at them with their linebackers? And that was their Achilles heel. With the New York Giants, it was everything. Yes, they have a good pass rush, but really their rush defense, putrid. So you just had to outscore them. With the Rams, they're good at everything. Now, maybe they're weak in their secondary, but their front seven, I mean, it's crazy how they lost Aaron Donald, and much like the 49ers, they had to rebuild that defense.
They rebuilt it really fast.
Yes.
I think if you were to
it's better than before, honestly.
If you were to give the Rams truth serum and you give it like Sean McVay and who's their GM, Les Snead. If you gave those guys truth serum and asked them if they thought their defense would be this good this fast, I cannot imagine.
No, probably
Dude,
not.
they hit on that draft 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
Like in Spain, I mean, where they get 4 starters out of that draft?
Yeah.
4 or 5 starters out of that draft after losing Aaron Donald. Like, I think they looked at it as like a 2-year plan. Or a 3-year plan, kind of the way the Niners have, and the Niners, unfortunately, have not yielded the same production from this past draft that the Rams did in their first.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean the talent was there or isn't there, but this is, I mean, again, like Michael Williams started all 9 games and played basically 9 full games, but he still won't have played a full season going into next year. There's still a lot of development to be had. Alfred Collins could miss time here. C.J. West has missed time already this year. The young secondary has been the most consistent. Upton Stout appears to be a mainstay and a staple. Marquise Siegel, I think there's growth for him, but he's been pretty good having been thrown into the fire. The problem is, the same problem they've had draft after draft, is finding consistent D-line talent.
Yeah.
They've done better at trading for it, right? I mean, Kalia Davis, I know they traded for Malik Collins a couple of years ago, or last season, I should say, before last season, but Kalia Davis has been one of their best finds, and he was a draft pick. He was acquired for like a 7th-round draft pick, right? I don't know, man. I'm not confident in this victory or in a victory on Sunday. It wouldn't surprise me because it is a division game. If it were a quality opponent like this from out of division, it would surprise me, I think. But in division, when you see them twice a year, I guess I feel better about it in that context, but I'm not confident in this game.
Well, to another point that Tracy made, how maniacal Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are against each other. Like, I know every week we talk to Kyle, like, when you're facing a former coordinator of yours, do you feel like you can beat them or feel like there's like favoritism, in your favor? And he always says like, nah, it's not that big of a deal. I think he downplays that. Like, yes, he knows Jeff Ulbrich, he knows Raheem Morris, he knows ways to beat that defense. I'm sure if, we asked him about DeMeco Ryans, he's like, there's things that DeMeco knows about my offense that he's probably a game plan against. Same thing with this week where Sean and him, dude, they've been tied at the hip, man. Like, going back to the Washington days, and I heard Kyle earlier this week say, like, when they interviewed him to be a quality control coach with his dad, he thought Sean McVay was kind of phony, saying, like, he was doing a Gruden impression. And then when they
I
got
don't know how you can think this sounds anything like Gruden, dude.
All right, Maria, stop.
See, Maria's a fan of the McVay impression. Maria likes, see, that was a real Maria laugh.
I think she's laughing about how bad it is.
I don't know. Maria, are you laughing at how bad it is? If you're going to mock me, you turn around and look me in the eye when you mock me. You don't do it. Don't half-ass do the side-to-side hand flop on me. You turn around and look me in the eye when you mock. You're like, oh, yeah, okay, all right, yeah. Full of it, dude.
Like a mother says that she loves everything about their children.
You're right, dude. Yeah, don't start, Maria.
Yeah, macaroni art.
I don't even start today. Not on a Friday.
But no, dude, I think that Kyle, I mean, look, he wants to beat the hell out of Sean McVay because they're buddies. And now that they've been in this same division, you know, they're not as close as they used to be. But
I'm going to get my ass kicked. I want it to be by my buddy. We're going to get my ass kicked by my buddy. I'd love to do that this week
well, you
on
know
Sunday
what?
at Levi Stadium.
I'm sure it gets at Kyle where, like, for the most part, I've dominated against Sean McVay. But the one time where he got me was the NFC Championship game. That must piss me off.
Yeah, dude, it has to piss him off.
Yeah.
Do you like beating your buddies more than like a stranger?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's like playing. You know, when your buddy comes over and you're playing video games and you beat him in Madden, it's way more satisfying than like beating him on playing online.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Against some 12-year-old calling you slurs. You know what I mean? It's way more fun when you get to do it in person.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you get to play your buddies head to head. What about you and your brother? Did you guys compete? Because he's much younger than you.
Both of my brothers are younger than me.
Yeah. My brother's 6 years younger than me, so I'm like, if we were gonna like rack up all the competitions my brother and I had, I'm probably like an 80 win percentage against him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
but I would be
6 years younger. I've just dominated him in everything.
I would be a little ruthless to my brothers where,
Yeah.
you know, like eventually they would be better than me in basketball or a little taller than me, and they'd be like, beat you, Derek. And I'm like, yeah, but Mom and Dad love me more than you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Dude, my brother used to say that to me. He's like, when I get older, I'm going to beat you in this. And I was like, I don't care. And then when he got, like, more athletic and taller than me, I just stopped competing.
Yeah.
I just retired.
Yeah, you took
I
your
just
ball and
stepped
left.
out.
I got
I took
old.
my ball and
Yeah.
left, dude. You'll never beat me
You're
if
going
I
to beat
don't
up on
play.
an old man?
You can't test positive if you don't test, right? I learned that a couple of years ago.
Wow.
All right. We'll get 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627.
Huh?
More of your calls and your thoughts. How about this angle? Would you feel differently about the Niners and what they're capable of this year if they win on Sunday? Would Sunday's game change your perspective of the Niners' 2025 season? Talk about that next. I don't know. I mean, you're not going to have a starting quarterback in Brock Purdy out there, right? Would it change your scope?
Right.
It would definitely change my scope if Brock played and they won. I don't know if it would change my scope for the rest of the season if they play with this unit and win. I feel like this is 18 weeks of one-game seasons is how it's gone to this point. We'll talk more about it next. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Would you feel different about the Niners with a win on Sunday? We are live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our Niner tailgate. Dirty work rolls on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
I can barely hear it. Crank that up, Dan. Let me get some of those tunes, man. There we go.
Yeah.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's a Ska Friday. It's not a Rotator Friday. It's because Tim's here with us.
Rotate this.
Tim's here. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. The Niners take on the LA Rams on Sunday, 1:25 from Levi Stadium. We'll get more into some of the other games around the NFL for Week 10 in just a few minutes here. But do you feel, or would you feel different about the Niners if they win on Sunday? Would it change your scope of them for 2025?
Yeah, I think that it's a good chance they win the division. Now you got 4 wins in the NFC West. You don't have to worry. I mean, you still got to worry about the Rams if they have more wins than you, but that goes a long way. If they're able to beat this Rams team, who a lot of people think are going to be the NFC representative, like when you talk about the best NFC teams, you think the Eagles, you think the Lions, and the Rams are right up there right now, along with the Seahawks. So the 49ers find a way, as depleted as they are with all their injuries, and they win this game, and they sweep the Rams this season, yeah, that goes a long way. Now, do I think they can beat the other teams, the NFC? That remains to be seen. I don't think that they can actually win the Super Bowl. I don't think they can get to the NFC Championship game. But beating the Rams twice, yeah, that means that
so
they're most likely going to be a playoff team and probably your division winner.
So, I guess multi-pronged here, twofold.
Okay.
So the question at hand is, if they win on Sunday, does it change how you think about them for the season? And I think that means, does it change what you think they're capable of? The follow-up to that and sort of the pulling that apart is, you brought up, if they win on Sunday, I think they have a damn good chance and are likely to win the division. I'm with you on that front. But does winning the division change how you feel about them? Like, does it change where you think they can go in the postseason? Because winning this game, in your mind, doesn't make them contenders per se.
No.
It just makes them more likely, and absolutely at 7-3, not making the playoffs would be a disaster. So it certainly secures in your mind or solidifies that they're a playoff team. And I'm with you on that front because the numbers make sense. What I would say is, or what I would ask is, does winning the division change how you feel about them or what they're capable of?
No.
So then Sunday's game really wouldn't change much for you, it sounds like.
It would change.
Right, in the grand scheme of it.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be impressive the fact that you beat what we think is a Super Bowl contender in the Rams. We think the Rams are. We don't think the 49ers are.
Like, I won't think
because
differently.
Of the injuries.
I think the point you're making is I wouldn't feel differently about the Rams no matter what happens on Sunday. Unless they get beat like 44-3, you know what I mean? Like, and even then, you're like, what a bad day.
I would think differently of the Rams because I think it'd be harder for them to go on the road.
It'd be in the playoffs.
Yeah,
yes.
and it'd be a wild card team. But then again, even if
it's
the 49ers,
anybody, it's tough to go on the road.
I know, but like,
team,
even with the 49ers, even if they sweep the Rams, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win the division.
Sure.
I just think if they get a win and they're 7-3, that goes a long way with the rest of their schedule. Like, I know we're talking about like this is the tough road the rest of the way, but like, hey, they got the Rams. Then they're at Arizona, home against Carolina, at Cleveland, bye week, Tennessee, Indy, Chicago, Seattle. I think you have a good amount of wins left on the schedule, but I never want to play the schedule game. I just think – I know. I'm
going to play a schedule game here, which I hate to play.
I know. But I think right now, I think the 49ers are a playoff team. I think that they are the last playoff team. I think they are a wild card team if they lose on Sunday. If they win, you have a better chance. You could host a playoff game, but I don't think they go a long way. Either way – like we were talking about comparing them to the Rams when they rebuilt their defense in 2023.
Sure.
That team, I believe, was a 6 seed or whatever it was and lost the first round to the Detroit Lions. That was a stepping stone in the right direction. That's what I think with the same thing with the 49ers. Even if they make the playoffs and don't go very far, they're one and done, I think it's a positive just given all of the injuries, what they had to go through this offseason.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Let's go out to the phone lines and see what the faithful is feeling about Sunday. Jeff is in Sebastopol. Jeff, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you doing? I think I feel confident that something weird will happen. And I want, like, the head coach's eyes bugging out, like, first game. It was so great the first game, wasn't it? And I'm so happy he laid it. And McVay was so pissed off. I want to see that again.
Appreciate the call, Jeff. Thanks so much. He says something weird will happen. Something you can
like
count
what?
on is like, I don't know, somebody earlier, one of our callers earlier, I think it was Joe in Manteca, said that in these division games, special teams plays are always huge. That third element of the game or that third factor of the game is going to be big. I don't know what he means by weird things happen. Division games, I guess. Familiarity, weird stuff happens.
I mean, do weird things usually happen with the Rams and 49ers? Because I'm
not just counting on. I don't really know. I can't really think of anything weird like that.
I mean, if I'm referring to, or if he was referring to like last year where the 49ers special teams was atrocious.
Or where Matt Stafford just picked apart Devondre Campbell in LA in that early game where Juwan had the 3 touchdown catches. And then that final couple of drives there, he just picked them apart. I think it was DeMarcus Robinson and Tutu Atwell.
Exactly.
We're kind of cooking them.
And, yeah, I mean, that's a big deal on Sunday is can the 49ers stop Tutu Atwell, where he doesn't, kill you, with consistent catches, but he's always good for one deep play. And that's what happened last time when they played, where in overtime, Matthew Stafford pirouettes out of a sack and then goes downfield, and that's where the 49ers stopped him on 4th and 1. But, yeah, even though Upton Stout's been great and Marquise Siegel's been great, I think you saw later in that game on Thursday night, Week 5, the Rams are picking on those rookies. And Devontae Adams is going up against Upton Stout, and he was having his way. So even though those guys have played well, I don't know how they're going to play well against the upper echelon teams in the NFL. I don't know how they match up against this Rams offense.
I mean, dude, Tatum Bethune dealing with Matt Stafford. You know what I mean? I mean, if in fact he plays.
It's a different deal with Tatum Bethune getting 15 tackles against the Falcons
than it is against Red.
When Matthew Stafford sees Tatum Bethune, he's like, I can pick apart this guy. Like, what are they going to do
It's
then?
quite literally what he did to Devondre Campbell
Exactly.
in the second half in the fourth quarter of that game last year in L.A. Let's go to Alex. Alex is in Sonoma. What up, Alex? You're on the Sports Leader.
Copes, Pops, thank you. Good afternoon. Borden,
What's up, bro?
Long-time faithful. I'm really excited for this game. I'll make my point at the end. Football, crazy sport. We haven't right now. We don't have the quarterback we started with, captain of the defense we started with, kicker we started with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing.
Exactly what you're saying.
Where we're at right now, especially in conference. Here we are facing our arch rivals, the Rams, and talk about putting a team together after, the worst possible injury season, I think, on record. But I think about the only thing, and I agree with Hope, I agree with both of you guys, the game this weekend be nice to win, but I think the silver lining lines here, gentlemen, I remember the 72 Dolphins. Remember the Patriots when I think at the end of the season the starting quarterback came back greasy for the Dolphins. I think it was.
I remember well, yes.
Tom Brady took over. I think the last regular season game of the season. Here's my point: if we could keep on winning down the road when it's playoff time, of course, make the playoffs, get back everybody who's possibly ready to be back. We know Boza ain't going to be back. We know Fred's not going to be back. But if Posey could get his butt back here, and maybe have a couple games under his belt regular season, and everybody else, we got a great kicker for special teams. But I think the word I'm going to use is lucky. That's always good to have in a recipe for a successful season. I'm saying we're going to win this weekend on Sunday. 8.25% is the win, but like you guys say, it doesn't matter. Let's get into the playoffs. Let's get everybody back, and let's get the offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator put their heads together, and let's win the Super Bowl because we know we're going to lose our defensive coordinator in the next couple seasons. And I want your guys' opinion off the phone. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Alex.
Dude, Alex, dude.
Wow. Buster Posey coming to save the day for the 49ers.
I think he meant Purdy.
I know. I'm having some fun.
So we got to get Posey back. Let him forget it. He's rolling. The Germans bomb Pearl Harbor. Screw it, dude. Let him go.
There was a lot there. So going back to the 72 Dolphins. And what else?
You remember it well. You said.
I do remember it well.
I think Brady played more than the final game of the season.
I've seen America's game.
By the way, Brady played more than the final game of that season.
No, he did. He played. I think week 2 and then
caught the highlights.
Danny, come on,
Danny,
now.
what are you doing?
Danny,
back there,
be nice.
Come on, dude. Play it again. Play it again. Let me hear it again.
Come on now.
Danny, don't be a D.
Danny, come on. That was mean.
Don't be mean.
That was
dude.
mean. Danny. That's
Come on.
You didn't learn that from our show.
Come on, dude.
That must be a morning show thing.
You didn't learn it from Tim, I'll tell you
Yeah.
that.
That was rude as hell.
Listen, I respect our callers. Okay.
What you got on 72 Fins?
So Robert Saleh is going to leave the team in a couple seasons?
I don't know. What he's saying is, I think he was trying to work himself into a lather and get hyped for the game on Sunday.
As you
Kind of
should.
what it sounded like.
As you should.
It sounded like he was working himself up
No,
to be like, we get these guys back, we win this game, you win this game, you get here, let's do it while Saleh's here. Like, I get him. I hear it. He's fired up. Nothing wrong with being a fan and being hyped about the game on Sunday. I want them to win it. If they win it, I would be disappointed if they don't win the division.
Yeah.
I would be really disappointed if they don't win
But
the
would you be
division.
surprised given how much firepower Seattle has at this point?
Being that the Niners would be 4-0 in division, I would be a little bit surprised. If they didn't win the division with a record of at least 4-2.
But think about,
in division. If they lose the division at that point, in my mind, if they lost the division, it would be about head-to-head, not head-to-head record or division record. It would be about what happened with the total record for the Niners between now and then.
Yeah, but the last three games are not a walk in the park. You got the Colts, you got the Chicago Bears, you got the Seahawks.
Oh no, that's my point. Is like if the Niners in total won like 10 games and Seattle won 7, that's how if the Niners beat the Rams,
I hear you.
I think there's no way they get beat on division record.
Right.
At 4-2 would be your worst division record.
Yeah.
At worst, if you lose the next week to Arizona and then in Arizona and then lose to Seattle last week of the season, at worst you'd be 4-2.
Yeah.
And if you're 7-3 after 10 weeks, you got to win the division. If Seattle won at that point, I think it's by outright record, not by any divisional tiebreak. Is my point.
I think you and I are in agreement. I think a lot of 49er fans are reasonable with the offense can improve. You can get Purdy back. You can get Brandon Ayuk back and Ricky Pearsall back. And that can bode well for the postseason. But defensively, the debate that Kevin Durant and Draymond Green were having, like what wins championships, offense or defense? To me, it is defense. In any sport, it is defense. In baseball, you have to have a good pitching rotation. In basketball, you have to have a good defense. In the NFL, you have to have a good defense. You're not going to win any playoff games if you have no pass rush. So that's where I think the 49ers, based on their coaching and who they have, McCaffrey and Kittle and everybody involved, offensively, that'll be enough to get them as a 7th seed. But to go any further than that, I have a hard time believing it.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Peter is in San Rafael at 808 KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. What you got, Peter? You're on the Sports Leader.
How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
We got you,
Peter.
All right. Look, I want to preface everything by saying I'm a casual fan. When I lived in Miami, I was for the Dolphins. When I lived in New York, I was for the Jets and the Mets. But I've lived out here a long time, and I think the Niners are winning with smoke and mirrors, and it couldn't make me happier. With regard to if they win, I'll think they're better. You're the pundits, you're the experts. If you think they're going to lose and they wind up winning, it'll elevate my feelings about how their season's going to go.
All right.
I appreciate the call, Peter. Thanks so much. Yeah, look, you can say we're the pundits. That's correct. We're the experts. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the team. I cover the team. I follow the team, and I'm hopeful they win. I try to be a realist about it when I'm a fan, and I feel like this is one that if you told me every year that they were going to split, unless you were an absolute dominant team and your team was far and away better than everybody in the division. In the NFC West, if you told me for the most part they were going to split with Seattle and the Rams every year, I'd be like, yeah, okay.
Even Arizona.
Arizona. At times, that's what it means. Division games are just weird. They're really, really weird.
Like, in 2 weeks.
It's hard to win them both.
Arizona now with Jacoby Brissett, they're playing better offense. The defense looked pretty good on Monday night. Would you be even surprised if the Arizona Cardinals beat the 49ers in 2 weeks?
No.
I wouldn't be.
They lost 16-13, didn't they? Or 19-16 or something?
16-15.
There you go, in that game in week 3, yeah.
Exactly.
It happens all around the NFL, too. Should the Vikings have beat the Lions last week on the road?
Dude,
Absolutely
the Giants
not.
beat the Eagles.
Yeah, the Panthers beat the Packers. It's just weird things happen in the NFL, especially when you get this point, especially when the coaches know each other and you play each other every year. It's fluky.
Difference is Panthers-Packers, not division. Division is kind of where I'm at here. You told me it's a split between those teams every year. If you told me the Niners would go 3-3 in division, I'd be like, yeah, okay.
Well, yeah,
that tracks.
And that's why the Vikings won, is because Brian Flores had a great game plan and knows the Lions very well. Same thing with Sean McVay and Robert Saleh. Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh know Sean McVay very well.
I know him well.
So I think they will have the right game plan. It's just a matter of, do they have enough on defense to stop Matthew Stafford? I don't think so.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Kruger texted in after we had that soundbite of the
Yeah.
Krug texted me and he said, "Dude, Gary would have asked him if he was okay." I was like, "Yeah, dude, that's a Radnich club."
You okay? You need to take a minute?
You okay?
You take a minute? All right, he's fine.
Yeah, 510 says you guys should be nicer to your callers. I'm going back to wherever they came from. They said, "It's the first text you've ever sent. I don't give a damn. You've never texted before." Never called or texted.
But was it that guy that called in?
Oh, I don't know.
And hey, we were nice.
We were nice. Danny was mean.
It was Danny
dude.
who was the a-hole there.
Danny was mean.
But if
Danny
Posey
buried
could
him.
get his butt
650
back
says-
here,
He called Purdy Posey. I'm the bad guy?
Yeah.
650 checks in and says Peter on the leader is an effing legend.
Yeah.
I like that guy, Peter.
Peter on the leader.
Well, I'm going to open this up by saying I'm a casual. When I was in Miami, I was a Dolphins fan.
I watched the Jets and
When I
Mets.
was in New York, I liked the Jets and the Mets.
And I would say the 49ers, they won some games. But it's all smoke
he
and
said
mirrors.
smoke and mirrors, and I couldn't be happier.
It's an illusion.
I'm all
The best part about it was,
dude.
I'll give my take at the end.
Still waiting. All right, Adam Copeland,
David
T-Pop,
Copperfield over here.
Tim Webb with you. Why don't we talk to the best sports writer in the country? We do it with him every
he picks
Friday.
up.
If he answers, Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country. We'll whip around the NBA with him. We can talk some NFL with him as well, but definitely where the Warriors stand right now in Marcus Thompson's eyes of The Athletic. He joins us next. Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our Niner Tailgate, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors play the Nuggets tonight in Denver to start their NBA Cup group play. Catch Dubs OT with JD and Kyle Haar after the game, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate as the Niners take on the Rams on Sunday at Levi Stadium 125. Joining us on the UMA guest line. We do it every Friday with the best sports writer in the country. It's Marcus Thompson. What up, Marcus? How you doing, man?
What up, Marcus?
What y'all doing in San Jose?
Hanging out, eating, drinking, talking Niners. What are you doing?
Sounds fun. I'm waiting for my
good.
Amazon Prime debut that's about to happen in this hour here.
Oh, yeah?
Your Amazon Prime what?
Debut.
What do you mean debut?
What's going on?
You're going on Amazon Prime? What do you mean?
I do some work with Amazon Prime now. Do you know that? Where y'all been?
Do you? What is this? I didn't even know this. What are you doing for Amazon Prime?
Talking basketball, NBA.
I thought you meant delivering. I thought you meant dropping stuff off. My bad. Oh, for sure. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Prime drop off. Come on, that's cold blooded. That's.
See Marcus on a ring cam somewhere.
I thought that Marcus was going to deliver me some drawers.
Yeah, dude, on a ring cam somewhere, Marcus delivering, dude.
You were surprisingly calm, considering I would be slumming it out here. I would expect a little sister talk to me, like, "Hey, man, are you okay?"
I would have texted you as soon as we got off. Been like, "You need some shifts, bro? What's going on, man? Trying to get some work in." So go ahead.
I was about to say something that I probably shouldn't say, so go ahead.
We'll move on. We'll get into the Warriors. Warriors are in Denver tonight. Warriors take on the Nuggets tonight. No Steph Curry. Dude, how many games are we going to get this year where you don't have all three guys out there? I mean, that was brutal the other night, in spite of some young guys getting some stuff done against Sacramento.
It definitely feels like this is a reality we should get used to. The question I have is, when one is out, how often does that mean all three are out? Because
seriously,
especially depending on the opposition, it's like, Steph's out, you got more incentive for Draymond to sit out, and if Steph and Draymond is out, is Jimmy gonna want to be out there with a bunch of youngsters? Like how does this work? Or if one is out, then the others are like, okay, we really have to play now. I'm curious how they handle this. This probably couldn't work out worse for, the whole NBA Cup and the first game with Steph and Jokic. But he was really sick. He sounded terrible when I talked to him. So I'm not shocked that, he clearly has something that's gotten worse. I've been checking my thermostat because he was a little close to me. So I'm like, I don't know. Steph, I need you to be all right. Cause, I'm passing stuff around the house now because of him.
Right.
So as far as the offense, I mean, last year there were some bad stretches where Steph had that contusion last year, where he was missing a good stretch, and the offense, went to Miami and Atlanta, did not look good. So, I mean, it'll be interesting when all three guys are out, Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond. But do you feel fairly confident with the way the younger guys have played that the offense will be better on the nights that Steph is out?
I mean, not really. They just have to make a lot of threes, and that is a tough way to exist. I mean, if Will Richard is just going to knock down, 60% of his threes, then yeah, you probably are right. But end of games, as you can see, you just can't live that way. So they don't have people who can generate offense just on their own without Steph and Jimmy. Jonathan Kuminga is the best at it, but he doesn't have enough experience to make it like a reliable thing. He's going to go get this bucket no matter what. So it is a little dicey, right? You want them to try to win with defense and, togetherness. But sometimes when you play them old heads, like Dennis Schroeder made them feel like a JV team. It's like, all right, it's time to win. Yeah. Let the German point guard take over this thing, right? And he turned into the all-world point guard. So, on one hand, it's like, yeah, they played really well. But on the other hand, people like Dennis Schroeder and DeMar DeRozan, they feast on young players like that. So to me, it gets a little bit dicey when Steph's not there or Jimmy's not there because they just don't have a guaranteed place to go to generate offense. And it's hard to win in this league if you don't have that.
Yeah. Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. In terms of what some of the youth has presented or brought so far, Will Richard looks really good. I felt like early on in Steve's tenure, we didn't get a lot of trust of young guys, but the young guys were also the core. It was like Stephen, Clay, and Draymond were still the young guys, but the draft picks didn't seem to get tons and tons of work. Jordan Poole, we saw him get run. Brandon Pajemski, he seemed to trust almost immediately in terms of what he was able to do instinctually on the court. Do you think we're seeing a high level of trust right now for Will Richard from Steve?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like plenty trust. I mean, he had so many options to start, and he started Will Richard, right? I thought it might be GP2 for defense. You know, it could have been just about anyway. It could have been Buddy. The fact that he started Will Richard was a ringing endorsement of what he thinks of Will Richard. So, like, also I do think these different kind of rookies, even though Potts, you know, he'd been to a couple teams. He didn't play all 4 years, but he'd been to 2 schools. He went, you know, Illinois and Santa Clara. Like and Richard played his entire time. Like those mature, heady, you know, multi-skilled players. Steve will play those guys. Like he loves those type of guys. It's probably the high-end talent guys that don't have all the fundamentals down. That's what Steve can't stomach. Like Steve will play a guy off the street if he could like make a decision in 0.5 seconds and get a rebound. Like Steve, he's thrown some. Remember, what was it, Anthony Lamb? Remember, Steve will ride. He's like, why is this dude in the game? So I do feel like if you know how to play basketball and it's not like you don't get lost out there, like Steve will ride with you. But if you get lost but you have talent, that's where it's tough for you.
Hey, just picking up Pajemski real quick, he was wilding talking about how if he had played baseball, he would be the white Ohtani. I was like, bro. We've had that. It was Babe Ruth, and I think if you think that, you don't really have a scope of what Ohtani's doing, man. That was an incredible line from Pajemski.
You know what? I respect it, man. Like, if he's gonna be this, I appreciate it because he's always gonna give us something. You know what I'm saying? Like he's always gonna say the wild
from
thing.
your
like,
your standpoint, yeah.
Yeah, like come on, we can use this. Yeah, what else? You know, the white Shohei was a reference to obviously his ability to like pitch and hit. But I mean, listen. If that's the case, we should be talking about the wrong decision you made, right? Like,
yeah,
maybe
right,
you
dude.
should start
What are you doing, bro?
Like, how about you get up out of here and go make so much money that you could defer your whole contract? Like,
exactly, dude. Exactly.
It feels weird to say that and then be like, but you know what? I'm gonna choose to be right here. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Maybe getting 10
I'm gonna be the fourth scoring option. Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, hey, Pods, listen. If you listen, Pods, do it, man. Just go be the next. Go be the white Shohei. It's like 900 million waiting on you.
Seriously. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. So your colleague Sam Amick caught up with Draymond Green, and they were talking about what wins championships, and he was saying that Kevin Durant values offense more than defense. And Draymond's point was, I think it's defense, and guys that say offense really haven't won in this league. What did you make of the debate between Kevin Durant and Draymond Green on what wins championships in the NBA?
Yeah, this is really like two like elite basketball minds clashing over philosophy, and both of them 1,000,000% believes what they think, right? And the odd part is they're both right. Like, the truth is, what Kevin Durant wants to make sure everybody understands is the thing that he does, right? Like, in the end, you don't win if you can't go get a bucket when times are tough. Like, you got to be able to go get a bucket. And nobody wins without that ability. So that's his perspective. It's what he does. It's how he thinks about the game. He's comparing himself to greats. And he's looking like, hey, you have to be able to do this. But Draymond is obviously of a different mindset. It's like, you can't win if your team can't get stops. So both are true. Both are right. I will say, to Draymond's defense, bad offensive teams or good offensive teams with bad defense, like they don't make it. But the 90s was full of good defensive teams who couldn't score 100. So, there are champions that had bad offense. You just won't find a champion that's a bad defensive team. Like that, and that's kind of a little bit of different. In that era, you can 90 points will get you somewhere. You didn't have to have 3 scores. You could play 3 players who wasn't going to get buckets and just rely on 2 scores. And now you got to be able to get stops, like just because everybody can score. It's so much harder to guard that you really have to guard. So I'd probably lean Draymond's way, but KD is right. It all comes down to the end and who's going to get a bucket, and that's where he is elite.
KD was tweeting. He was like, yeah, what did that offense do? What was the offense doing then? I was like, well, it was hanging banners before and after you were here, bro. What's happening?
I mean, but if you look at it,
after you left.
If you look at 2016 when they lost, what happened? They couldn't score. Down the end, they couldn't score.
Yeah.
Right? Both teams were great defensively. They went like 4 minutes without a bucket.
Sure.
It was like a defensive grind out. And then Kyrie hit the shot, right? The person who got the bucket won the championship. That's how KD thinks. Who got the bucket, who won the championship? Draymond is like, but we were locking up, right? The score was like 85, 89, right?
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
They're both right in that sense.
Sure.
But to Draymond's point, wasn't KD playing the best defensive basketball of his career with the Warriors?
Yeah, he was. That's so Draymond's point fit that. Like when it got down to Warriors versus OKC 2016, like they just knew Oklahoma City wasn't going to get stops and the Warriors were going to get stops. Like 2 explosive offensive teams, great weapons. In the end, it came down to Oklahoma City couldn't stop the Warriors. They just couldn't do it. And eventually the Warriors figured out a way to get stops on Russ and KD. And you wasn't stopping Steph and Clay, especially like game 6 and 7. So they both have validation, but the general theory that Draymond was talking about has 75 years of proof as far as NBA champions go.
Yeah. Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line. What time are you on Amazon Prime, dude? What time are you going on?
Whenever Taylor Rooks decides, because she's supposed to. It's on now. It's the pregame show. I don't know. I'm sitting on my couch. I already pre-recorded, so I'm not going on. Like I'm not. It's not live.
Oh, you recorded already.
But it is my debut of doing this thing, right? So I don't know when it's gonna happen. It's just gonna happen at some point.
All right. Have you watched both the broadcasts of NBC and Amazon? You think it's better this year than in the years past with TNT?
Oh, man, Amazon is wonderful. It's the best broadcast I've ever seen. Especially the one that sends me a check.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's right. That's the right answer. Hey, how about how they did Kenny dirty? Kenny's got to call games now, too?
Oh, that poor man.
Man, poor Kenny.
Poor man.
Poor Kenny. It's rough out here, huh?
Poor Kenny the Jet, dude. Got to call some games now, dude. Tough deal. Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line. We do it with him each and every week. You going to be at Levi's on Sunday?
It's a tough call. Are you there for Steph's return on the big game? If they're 5-5 and like it could be trouble in paradise, or do we go watch the battle for the NFC West? I don't know. It's a tough call. No Steph. I'm at Levi's. Steph is there.
Yeah.
I got to see what the bosses say.
All right, we'll monitor the Steph return and see if I see you on Sunday. All right, Marcus. Congratulations on the premiere tonight on Amazon Prime's pregame, and we'll talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one, homies.
All right, the great Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. You can see him now on Amazon Prime pregames. What is it, Friday nights they got games?
I think he's just doing it for a preview with the Warriors because they're on Amazon tonight.
So when the Warriors he says making his debut.
I'm sure they go to like the local perspective, so they have beat writers come on.
Like he said it's his debut though, so I feel like, and he said they're sending him a check. I feel like he's going to be a part of it.
We'll ask him next week if it's a recurring thing. I think it's just because the Warriors and Nuggets are playing.
I don't know. Marcus is big time.
Your delivery driver thing was pretty good.
What's that?
Your delivery driver. Are you going out for delivery?
Yeah, I got to drop some stuff off.
I got to say, though, the broadcast, not bad on Amazon Prime. Blake Griffin, really good on TV. He was the first one to be like, Ja, like, what are you doing?
He's charismatic.
You're doing nothing out there, bro.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, where, by the way, happy hour rolls on, dude. Partita and tequila shot. Excuse me, Modelo and Partita tequila shot specials going on right now. We'll be with you until 6
That got a big
o'clock
applause.
tonight. I know, dude. Once I said tequila, people got going. All right, we'll be with you until 6 o'clock tonight. We are going to catch up at 4:50
everybody.
with Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Sunday for the Niners and the Rams. 1:25 kickoff, 10 a.m. pregame right here on the Sports Leader. Plus at 5:30, Larry Krueger checks in. And by the way, I think Danny back in the studio was working on something for me. We had that caller who people got upset with us on the text line. By the way, one texter said he was turning us off because we made fun of the caller. I was like, dude, I gave the tacky line. Dude.
No, hold on. We were making fun.
It's
We were
not
just
an
laughing
airport.
at his expense.
It's not an airport. You don't have to announce it when you leave. You know what I
Yes.
mean? That's the way it goes.
That's a great line.
But do we have that audio of that caller, Danny?
Last year there were some bad stretches where Steph had that contusion last year.
My point was we don't just mock. We don't just have a laugh at the callers.
I don't want to say butt contusion right away with Draymond.
And Derek dropped like 70 that's.
Not 70.
Go ahead, Danny. What you got?
Is where Steph had that contusion last year. Jesus Christ, that was bad. I didn't even realize how many times I said that.
I think he added a few in. Adam Copeland.
That was me trying to do Nedeljkovic. I still can't do it.
Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday from Jack's Restaurant. When we come on back, more from the Week 10 NFL slate. The NFL goes back to Germany. They're in Berlin on Sunday morning.
Yep.
How about that? A little Berlin ball. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Back by popular demand, the 49ers Tailgate Show is at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. So head out there and have a pint with Copes and Depop, and hey, check out Tim Webb's shoes. But hey, if you can't, like me, keep it locked here on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Works 49ers tailgate continues from Jack's Restaurant and Bar at Westgate Center in San Jose on the Sports Leader.
It's a Ska Friday Dirty Work from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate, the Niners and the Rams. A big NFC West tilt on Sunday from Levi Stadium. 1:25 kickoff, a 10 a.m. pregame, bright and early. Tim, I'll see you early at your house on Sunday.
I'm going to be there real early getting our way down to San Jose.
Got to meet Tim. What time I got to be there, Tim? Like 8, 8:30?
7:30 maybe?
7, good God.
Maybe
it's
8.
getting earlier and earlier.
No hotel this time?
No, dude. We're not doing Stanford tomorrow.
Yeah.
No Stanford for us
And
tomorrow.
given the fact that I slept on a pull-out and listened to Adam snore all night, I'd probably stay at my place.
Hey,
anyway.
man, at least I didn't sleepwalk.
Well, that's true.
And
you did close the blinds. That was very sweet.
By the way, any more sleepwalking incidents this week?
No, dude. That's not happened since what was it, Tuesday night I told you about?
You
It
told
was
me
Monday night, I guess, because Tuesday, it's how I got the grab bag.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I obtained the grab bag. No, it hasn't happened again. It's not. Apparently, it's not a nightly occurrence. I don't know that it's an occurrence that's happened before. I didn't walk myself outside, at least if it happened before. So
wow,
kind of scary.
Yeah, I would say so.
But we got a grab bag story out of it.
Yeah, we did get a grab bag story out of it. Week 10 of the NFL season is here. Okay slate, I think, this week.
I think it's a pretty good one.
We do have a 6:30 a.m. game again on Sunday.
And you know what?
I'll be watching that on my way to Tim's house.
Yeah, now that we have daylight savings, I might be up in time to actually watch this one.
Will you really get up at 6:30 to watch?
I might.
No, you won't.
Watch a little Sauce Gardner debut.
Little Berlin ball.
Yeah, it's Falcons-Colts in Berlin. I'm feeling good about the Colts in this game. That was one that people were saying yesterday when you revealed that you took the Broncos in your survivor pick.
Yeah.
People were saying, ooh, Colts is an interesting pick too. And I was like, I don't like taking London games or Berlin
I don't
games.
either, but
I don't want to take an international
I couldn't
game.
take the Colts anyway because I took them earlier this year in my survivor pool against Tennessee. But yeah, in this game with the Falcons, the Colts should win this game. If we expect them to be Super Bowl champions after making, or in contention for it after making this big time move for Sauce Gardner, they should beat this game.
You think they're in contention for a Super Bowl? Dan Jones in contention. Huh?
I think the narrative now is that, but do I really think that? No.
I don't know. Last week we saw what would happen. I mean, the pass rush last week destroyed Dan Jones. He had 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
He lost 2 fumbles.
3 bad interceptions, and 2 lost
he had
fumbles.
a season high in yards passing, but it was because he turned it over.
Well, they were down
5
the game
times.
so much, yeah.
He just had to heave.
And because John to 42 yards rushing.
Well, and they had to abandon the run,
Yeah.
basically, in the second half. Michael Pittman had a season high in yardage receiving. He was questionable. He had a glute injury, and I guess he's going to play. He was a full practice participant, so he's going to be there. Alec Pierce, the receiver. So I'm intrigued by that game. I like watching the Colts. I don't know that I'm totally in on Dan Jones as like a Super Bowl contending quarterback. But
No, I
got
got to see it to believe it, yeah.
And then Ravens at Vikings. This is an interesting one.
Yeah,
Purple people eaters.
Yeah, a lot of purple in this one. The Vikings had a really good game against the Lions, and it was really their defense that got to Jared Goff. I don't know if Brian Flores can manufacture that much pressure on Lamar Jackson. Like, obviously,
anybody?
What's up?
I always wonder, do you want to pressure Lamar Jackson?
No, you force
him. You put too much pressure on him. He just destroys you with his legs.
Well, I mean, he is one of the more sacked quarterbacks in football.
Because he'll run, yeah.
You probably want to play more pass defense against him. So I would lean more Ravens in this one. I think that J.J. played a really good game against the Lions, but the Lions secondary was a little depleted.
I just don't trust McCarthy, man.
Yeah.
I just really don't.
But he's had 2 solid wins on the road. Chicago and Detroit.
I also don't trust Baltimore's defense. They have been putrid.
They've been bad.
They've been better of late, though. And of late, they beat the Miami Dolphins, whose offense has been pretty bad as well.
And did they make a trade?
Yes, the Ravens acquired Draymond Jones from
right.
the Tennessee Titans.
Patriots are at the Buccaneers. I like this one. I'm intrigued by this game. Are Bucks off the bye week?
Bucks are off the bye
Bucks
week.
are coming off the bye.
I don't know if they're getting their guys back, though.
Patriots are 7 wins, don't they?
They have 7 wins, yeah.
No Bucky Irving in that game.
No Buck Irving there. And they're not getting back Mike Evans or Godwin.
Mike Evans.
No, Mike Evans not coming back until playoffs, presumably.
Playoffs.
Chris Godwin doesn't sound like he's coming back either.
I like the Bucks in this game. I think this is a low-scoring game, though.
I would think so, too. Spread on that one?
2.5.
Godwin is out as well.
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't be least bit surprised the Patriots won this game.
I like the Bucks in this game. I think it's a low-scoring affair off the bye week. Patriots, they're really impressive, man. They also don't have Kayshon Boutte this week. He's been ruled out. He didn't have a catch last week. He had hamstring injury early in the game.
I have him on a fantasy team.
I do too. I started him 0 points. Hung a donut for him. He still won the game.
Is this your guys' lunch bet game, the Patriots Bucks?
Our lunch
bet?
No,
we're still on if the Jets get more than 2.5 wins.
Oh, Tim just thinks we should have a bet weekly. Is that what you think?
guys have been on the opposite side of a couple of them. This feels like a good one.
Well,
we're still waiting on the Jets though. If they,
well, that's a season-long bet. What we bet on the Jets was you told me I took their win total at under 2.5. Is what I said.
Yes.
And this is when they had 0 wins. Then that week they won.
No, I still think they get 3 wins.
After the trades, you think they're getting 3?
3 wins tops.
You thought they were getting 4.
I thought prior to the trades. Now that they've done that, I can see them beating the Browns this week. What else they got?
Wow, it's Browns minus 2.5 at the Jets. That is a stinker. That's the game that we got to bet on for lunch.
Well, who do you like?
I like the Browns in that game. I don't like the Jets, yeah. You like Justin Fields against that defensive line?
Dude.
I like the Browns, too.
I'm telling you, though, the Browns' offense is putrid.
Having to make an argument for the Browns and the Jets is really funny.
I know.
It's funny to try to make it,
Browns have a defense.
The Browns, I'm just going with defense.
That's it.
I don't trust Justin Fields at all.
And the fact they don't have Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams anymore, I can be talked to the Browns win this game.
Didn't take much, dude. Didn't take much.
Well, I mean, like,
the one thing.
Here's what it is. They have to calibrate for the first time without those guys, too. Like, I'm like, dude, the first week after the trade, guys are playing out of position or guys are playing in bigger roles than they had been because there's no Sauce. You've traded 2 guys.
But could it galvanize the team that much more?
Sure. The dead cat bounce win. I got you. After a team fires their coach, I'm with that. I don't think this is that, though.
No, because it sounds like a lot of guys just want it out. Like Breece Hall was openly campaigning to be traded out of New York.
It's wild.
It's bad.
Breece Hall wanted out, dude. That's so funny.
So that's how much time we should give to the Jets and Browns.
The Cardinals are at the Seahawks. Seahawks are laying 6.5
The other
points.
NFC West teams going up against each other. Seahawks should win this game because they're the better team. They have more firepower. They just got Rashid Shaheed. I would not be the least bit surprised, though, if Arizona, we saw the last time these two teams played, it was on a Thursday night, and Seattle was leading for most of that game. And then Arizona came back to tie it up.
And it's not Kyler.
It's not Kyler. It's Jacoby Brissett.
But
Jacoby's been better than Kyler this year.
Yeah. I think Seattle wins this game in Seattle. I don't like the Cardinals here. I would take the Cardinals to cover.
What's the spread?
6.5? I don't like the spread on that at all.
Yeah, you know what?
Would it surprise you if Seattle won by 3 or 4?
I would
24-20.
I would not be the least bit surprised if Seattle won 23-20. I wouldn't be surprised if the Arizona Cardinals won this game.
I would be a bit surprised if Arizona won. Division game, I guess, not as surprised, but on the road in Seattle, that's
dude.
A tough
Arizona, I don't know what the numbers are the last few years, but I think Arizona has won routinely
in Seattle.
In Seattle, yeah.
With Kyler.
With Kyler, yes.
I don't know. I think Seattle's too good. We were just hyping them as like maybe a top 3 team in the NFC. Dude, look who's here. Ryan Covey rolling up, dude, in San Jose. How about
nice.
this? Yeah, dude, I think they're a top 3 team in the NFC right now. Top 4 team, maybe. I like this. I like Seattle here. I don't like the spread on this game, but I like Seattle.
All right.
You want to bet on this one?
No, I don't want to bet on that one.
You want to pick a game you want to bet me on then, dude?
Well, I don't know. We're doing a lunch bet since Tim brought it up.
Lions at Commies. The Trump Bowl, dude. He's going to be there. Frankly, I love thought I came to see this one. I came to see Mariota. Commanders are taking on the Lions. Lions lane 8.5.
I'll bet you on this one.
I'm not betting this game with
Why
you.
not?
I don't want because we both like the Lions.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm not going to bet you the game where we both like the same stuff.
Okay, what about Chargers Steelers?
I like Chargers on that one.
I like Steelers on that one. All right, bet.
You want to bet lunch?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
All right, dude. Okay, you're taking Steelers. Are we laying the points or straight up?
Straight up.
Straight up? Okay, I'll take Chargers. You want
right.
Steelers? All right, good deal.
I'm just saying, man, with the Chargers beat up offensive line right now and that Steelers pass rush.
Go on.
No Joe Alt.
Yeah.
No Rashawn Slater.
Okay.
And you got to go up against T.J. Watt. Okay, yeah.
I'm taking Chargers.
What's for lunch?
What's your rationale?
Oh, I just like the Chargers more.
Yeah. All right. You can do Popeyes. Make that our Popeyes lunch.
Stop working your way in for a meal. You're not a part of this.
Hey, I'm hungry.
I stopped to eat. You ate a steak sandwich. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate show. When we come on back, going from F them picks to valuing picks. The Niners and the Rams on Sunday, 125. 10 a.m. pregame right here on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader. everybody. Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place for the future could allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, that number is 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
AC/DC at Levi Stadium next year,
call right now.
Let's get back to Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. It's Dirty Works 49ers Tailgate, only on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er Tailgate Show. 1:25 kickoff Sunday, Niners and the Rams from Levi Stadium. How you feeling? Still down on that game this week, huh?
This week?
Still down on the Niners.
Yeah, I would say so.
Not feeling good about it.
Well, don't you feel the same?
Yeah. No, I feel the same.
Okay.
It hasn't changed in the last hour. No.
Yeah, I figured.
Niners and Rams rivalry has been renewed since the Rams went to L.A. It's kind of nice to have that rivalry back. Would you agree? I mean, like the Seattle Niner rivalry was certainly a big one because of the stature of the two teams.
Yeah.
But I didn't really outside. I mean, they were an AFC team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but okay. Have you felt though?
I don't feel the same hate with Seattle as I ever did during the Legion of Boom era.
No, but
I also don't think I hate the Rams or people hate the Rams in the way they ever hated the Legion of Boom.
So wait, do you feel that the rivalry right now between the Rams and 49ers has ever been as close as the Seahawks and 49ers?
No,
that was. I mean, dude, the NFC Championship.
That was a battle for the division and the Super Bowl potentially every year.
And both quarterbacks kind of came in the same time with Russell Wilson, Colin Kaepernick,
right?
Richard Sherman, Colin Kaepernick, a pretty nice running back that throws.
Not bad for a running back.
Yeah, exactly. Like that had more animosity. This just feels like, it's cool to have NorCal versus SoCal, and you got two offensive geniuses going up against each other. And there's been dominance one side in the regular season with the 49ers. the one time the Rams had success was the most important time, was the NFC Championship game.
Sure.
And it feels like the rivalry continues off the field as well when you think of the guys they've tried to go after.
Well, specifically Matt Stafford, right? That's the one that comes to mind.
Well, not only Stafford, but yes, that offseason in 2021, every team was trying to go after Matthew Stafford.
So both teams have been aggressive in trading for players. They both tried to get Matt Stafford. Kyle Shanahan thought he was going to land him.
Yeah,
Sean McVay was like, "Get my ass to Cabo. I got to talk to Matt."
Well, dude, that was so crazy because I remember where I was. I was hanging out with my buddies. There was at somebody's birthday party, and it was late at night, and it was like before the Super Bowl. It might have been that week period between the Pro Bowl and the Super Bowl. And there's all these rumors about, the Rams really want Matthew Stafford. I'm like, there's no way they're getting him. And then sure enough, that night you see the tweet from Adam Schefter saying the Rams are trading 2 first-round picks.
Did they trade 2 first and Jared Goff?
Yes.
That's incredible.
Yes.
And what do those picks get used for by Detroit? Who are their players they grabbed
I
with
think
those?
Penei Sewell was one of them.
That's a good one.
And I couldn't tell you the other one.
Okay.
But, yeah, the fact that they landed Stafford, and I think Kyle Shanahan was in Cabo as well, and Andrew Whitworth and Sean McVay were working their magic on Matthew Stafford, and in the end, he wanted to go to play for the Rams. I think he could have decided, I want to go to the 49ers, but in the end, he wanted to go to L.A. And the same thing just a year later, where the Christian McCaffrey.
The Rams were trying to get McCaffrey,
the Rams were hot on McCaffrey. And I think they offered maybe the same amount of picks as John Lynch did. In the end, McCaffrey's like, no, I want to play with Kyle Shanahan. Obviously, the familiarity with my dad going back to the day with his father, Mike Shanahan. By the way, did you see Mike Shanahan at the Denver Broncos game last night?
Was he there?
He was there.
Was he being honored for something?
No, he was just there watching the game. I think he might still live in Denver, and he was just it looked like he was drinking a gin and tonic and just enjoying the game.
Nice. You can tell it was a gin and tonic from that far, huh?
It just kind of looked like glass.
Could have been a vodka tonic.
It probably was a vodka
soda. Could have been
soda.
tequila soda.
Yeah, either
Could have been any one of those.
Yeah.
Any one of those. I'm a pro myself. If you want to talk expertise,
there you go.
Give me your clear spirits with a soda and a lime. I'm good,
Yeah.
dude. But the Rams, more so, it's funny, we talk about the Niners being an aggressive trade team. The Rams have been as aggressive in their trading over the last few years. I mean, you can go all the way back to when McVay got there.
Yep.
I want to say they traded for Brandon Cooks.
Yep.
They traded for Ndamukong Suh at one point. They traded for Von Miller just a couple of years ago. They tried to get aggressive in acquiring some of these players. I want to say they acquired Dante Fowler one year.
They did.
At a trade deadline where the Niners might have been in the mix on one of those as well.
Before they got Stafford, they traded for, as you said, Brandon Cooks. They traded for Aqib Talib.
Aqib Talib, that's right.
Marcus Peters. And then a couple years after that, when they lost the Super Bowl, they went all in to get Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah.
So
that was when Ramsey, by the way, had not played because of a, quote, back injury.
Oh, dude, I remember it well.
Dude, he missed, what did he miss, 2 or 3 weeks in a row?
Dude, I was working at NFL Network at the time, and we were getting the B-roll footage of him driving up to the practice facility for the Jaguars, and he drove a Brinks truck to
He drove it to the facility.
He drove it to their practice field for training camp, and that was his way of being like, I want to get paid. Tom Coughlin, pay me.
He rented a Brinks truck, dude, and drove. That's
And
ballsy.
then out of nowhere, he got a back contusion and was out for the majority of time.
And then they traded him, and he played that week.
Yes.
And I was like,
against Julio Jones.
I was like, this dude used his sick days before he quit his job.
Yeah.
That's incredible. He used all of his sick days, and then he's like, no, I'm out.
And the Rams were going all in because the Super Bowl was at SoFi, so they acquired Jalen Ramsey. They went out and got Stafford. They made that big deal for Von Miller at the deadline. And then they lucked out with Odell Beckham Jr. being, unhappy with Cleveland and then got his way out of there and signed with the Rams. So the 49ers, not as aggressive, but definitely made big-time moves with McCaffrey and other players. So I think that you're seeing, I never thought that the Rams would have success after Aaron Donald retired or after this mentality of we need to draft players. Like Les Snead, when he got there, it was all about we're in L.A., we're in a big-time market. Let's go out and make big-time trades.
Yeah, they did that to make a mark as soon as he got there, which
Exactly.
I thought. I mean, it's a cool way to go about things, but it is funny how quickly they went from F these picks, which it shows you in the immediate if your team can be competitive, how much you can add talent-wise to that pool. Like we talked about the other day, building from within with your young talent, drafting, recruiting, and whatnot. You get to that point, then you can start spending future picks because you've set up your future, solidified your future to where you can say, I want Trent Williams, I want Christian McCaffrey, I can use these pieces to go get those players. Now, sometimes you get hamstrung by a DeForest Buckner contract where they decided we're not going to go with him, and it didn't align identically with who'd they keep?
Eric Armstead.
Eric Armstead instead of DeForest Buckner. They got a first-round pick in return, so they were able to get what they wanted in some of these these capacities. But this, I mean, that shows you when you've set yourself up with a solid core that you've drafted, how you can use those picks to go add big-time talent and help you make a run like they did. I think the Niners have done that too. They're just in the reset mode right now.
No, absolutely. And I think that, yeah, as I said, I never thought the Rams would be able to find draft picks. Like, when you think about it, during their success of going to L.A., it really was just their draft picks on Jared Goff and Todd Gurley. Everything else was trading for Brandon Cooks. Robert Woods was a free agent acquisition. Andrew Whitworth came from Cincinnati.
Yeah.
It was all based on let's find big-time players and put them on this team, and we'll be Super Bowl contenders in a short amount of time. With the 49ers, it was a good mix where they found guys like Nick Bosa and, name them, Fred Warner, and George Kittle, and they were able to draft guys and find depth on this team. And then they got it more aggressive. They wanted to be Super Bowl contenders. So I never thought that Les Snead could be this talent evaluator. I thought he was more of just a smooth talker, convincing big-time players to come for their team. And now you're seeing that with the Rams where they go in depth. They find gems in the third round, the fourth round. All these players now on defense. We've talked about the names.
Well, and since they won the Super Bowl, that's what they've done.
Yes.
They've gone away from the trading and mortgaging of the future and decided to focus on the draft picks. But I think they're going to get to another point where they need to where they're going to start mortgaging the future again. Or they're going to because they've set themselves up quicker, as we talked about, than I think they anticipated in terms of what their defense is right now. They're a top 5 defense in the NFL in terms of scoring against. They stop the run. They're good against the pass. They've got depth on the line and at linebacker. I mean, 4 picks: Jared Verse, Brandon Fisk, Kobe Turner, and Byron Young have completely retooled and rebuilt that defense. So I'm of the mindset that as soon as they figure out what their future is at quarterback, they'll probably be in that mode again to start buying players who are available talent-wise.
No, absolutely. That's why they have 2 first-round picks next season, and they want to – we'll see how aggressive they are for a quarterback because we'll get to draft time in the offseason.
Do you think Matt Stafford's there after this year?
He has 1 more year on his deal, and he's playing a lot better than he did last year.
Yeah,
I think so. But they want to find that guy. Like, I'm pretty sure, despite what's gone on this season in college football, I'm pretty sure Sean McVay and most people would be after Arch Manning. But I don't know if that's this upcoming draft.
Can't be this year.
Or no, because he's not going to declare. But it's going to be down the line where they find their quarterback. But yeah,
as Mike Silver says, McVay acts like he's comfortable with Jimmy. Would they go with Jimmy as a stopgap guy if they need to? I think that's where they are.
They probably would
with a
but
stopgap.
if they left it up to Stafford and said, how much longer do you want to play? He's like, well, I want to get paid, but I also want to play for this team. So I'm with you, Copes. As soon as they reset the quarterback position, they'll go back to being F them picks. But now that they have Stafford and they're paying him a lot of money, $40 million a year, they have now, hit on these draft picks. And I think the 49ers can do the same thing. I just think that it's easier for the Rams to do that because they have a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Matthew Stafford.
They've also already won one. That's
exactly.
Your point. It's like, do you buy that the Niners could go with the same plan and find the same level of success? I do, but it feels different because they didn't win one and then change their roadmap.
Yes.
Whereas the Rams won one and then decided we're going to go about building for the future differently than we built for this title. They also traded for a quarterback who was in his mid-30s.
Yeah, I mean, it's much easier to reset your team when you have a franchise quarterback. And not to say that Brock Purdy isn't that guy, but he hasn't accomplished as much as Matthew Stafford. Look at the Green Bay Packers. They've reset a few times. You just didn't know because Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback.
And he was winning MVPs.
Exactly. Same thing with the Patriots. They reset years and still won the damn Super Bowl because they have Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski.
The Chiefs have been doing it for a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They unloaded
It's disguised as us trying to compete because that's what they're like. That's what they're trying to do.
And when you have a quarterback at the level that they're at, they can carry a lot of that.
It's just different for the 49ers where – Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. We just don't know if he's a fantastic quarterback enough to get you to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl for you, I should say.
Do you think the Niners are going about it the same way? Are they valuing – I mean, obviously they've shown that they're using these picks to value the future. I wonder, though, after next season, and it also depends on how much and how big you hit in the draft. If they hit big in the draft next season as well, maybe then following year or next year you're in the mix in the trade market yet again.
Yeah.
Or avoids. They also, though, have places where it's like – they're going to need a left tackle, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, badly, they're going to need a left tackle.
That might be their priority.
George Kittle's only got a shelf life of a few more years, probably. This contract.
You could debate if it's pass rush or left tackle for next draft. But
probably both.
Yeah, I think that, in time, they want to be aggressive again once they feel like they are contenders again. They just have to build it up through the draft. And it's going to take some time. But you're seeing it right now. They're competitive. They're 6-3. But it's different where the Rams have already been there, done that. They've won the damn thing. The Buffalo Bills did the same thing a year ago where they have Josh Allen. They're just trying to build around him. I don't know if you could build around Brock Purdy, but when you have Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and hopefully a healthy Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, then that makes it easier.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. It's our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 10's matchup, the Niners and the LA Rams. 1:25 kickoff on Sunday from Levi Stadium. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. 10 a.m. pregame. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll catch up with San Jose's own Tim Ryan joins us. He'll be on the call on Sunday for the Niners and the Rams. Team Ryan, T-Rock joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former 49ers exec Carmen Policy, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to weigh in on the Niners and Rams rivalry ahead of their Week 10 matchup. Check out that podcast and more on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose at our 49er tailgate, getting ready for the Niners and the Rams' biggest game of the season. Every week is, but this one got some extra juice being against the Rams in a division game. Niners looking to move to 4-0 in division. Here to talk about it, it's Tim Ryan. He's sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Tim? How we doing, bro?
What up, T-Rock?
I am doing quite well, fellas. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man. We were just talking about the all USC broadcast booth that you and Jack Smith have going. 1-0 so far with Jack. Dude, how's that been, man? He had a great call last week, I thought, man.
I thought he did a hell of a job, no doubt about it. And I didn't say anything. You know, he's just a young buck. He's 22 years old. And at the end of the game, I think right at the end, I said, "Young Jack Smith, you are 1-0, my friend. You are undefeated." That's a pretty good number. So.
That's a good run.
You know, he has got way more formal training than me, so he was hitting all the, you know, the inflection, the voice was good. I was like, bro, you need to teach me a few things. I enjoyed my time with him. It was fun.
Well, dude, he taught me something about you. Dude, you still own the single season sack record at USC, bro?
I do. Yeah, believe it or not. Not bad for an overachiever that knew how to get to the rock, Copes. And I think I own the And I think I own the maybe tied, but I think I own the single game with 4.5 sacks against UCLA.
What a game, dude. What a week.
So speaking of sacks,
Yeah.
T-Rock, Bryce Huff is back this week for the 49ers, but I think the key to the game is really how can they get pressure on Matthew Stafford, and how do the 49ers manufacture pressure on Stafford without him going off like he has this season?
Well, it's pick your poison. Do you want a fast death or a slow death? Because he is really, really good. 21 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. Obviously, his field vision is elite. His arm talent is elite. He's got really good weapons that he's throwing to. I mean, Devontae Adams has 8 touchdowns already. It's just ridiculous, and everybody knows what Puka Nacua is, and they anticipate that he's playing, and you know, they're getting more into the heavy tight end packages. They're using Terrence Ferguson quite a bit, their second-round pick out of Oregon, who is a problem as a receiver. Xavier Smith is playing more with Tutu Atwell out. So Stafford will carve you up. There's no doubt, and he does it to everybody. This team has been 30-plus over the last couple of weeks. You got to be able to get pressure on him, and you know, I went back, and the thing is with Stafford, he's going to take what the defense gives him. So if you bust the coverage, he's going to see it, and he's going to make you pay. If you're going to keep it all in front of you, he's going to feed the quick game, and he's going to get the ball out. If you can cover the first read and play tight on, you know, some of the level 1, level 2 routes, he will hold it. He will take some shots waiting for those deep over routes to clear. So I don't think there's any doubt that the pressure has to be better. Gut pressure, I think, is the key. One thing about Stafford now in year 17 is he doesn't have the mobility and he's never been, you know, a run around, you know, extend. But he's, you know, he's 37 years old or whatever he is, so he is not moving in terms of his escapability like he used to. So I think gut pressure is key on him. Hopefully Keon White is ready to go. I like that matchup inside with him on Steve Avila or even Kevin Dotson, either one of their guards. Yes, Saleh will at times send pressure, but you got to support it on the back end with tight coverage. And that's where when I look at this game, and we'll see how much 13 they run, 1 tight end, one running back, 3 tight ends, only 1 wide receiver on the field. They had 36 snaps of that against New Orleans last week, which was crazy. And I'm not, you know, I know the 49ers will be ready for it, and they've got the ability in some of the packages to try to stop it, but you know, when you looked at Stafford in that Week 5 matchup, I think on first and second down, 8 of 10 plays were pass plays, especially when they got down early. He just let the arm talent go to work. So hopefully Keon is ready to go with the groin. Jordan Elliott getting some push in there. Kalia Davis. The thing is with the D linemen, Big Alfred getting nicked this week, Kalia getting nicked this week with an ankle, Keon with a groin. All of those guys were at the beginning of practice yesterday, so all limited. And they may have to, who knows what's going to happen between now and then. They may have to elevate Evan Anderson. They may have to elevate Seabass, Sebastian Valdez. I don't know, because they don't have enough bodies. So fired up that Bryce is back. Sam Okawanu played really good last week, but at the end of the day, the coverage has got to be tighter behind it. The zones have got to be tighter. Guys have got to play with better technique on the back end, better anticipation awareness based on the indicators that are out there and what the route concepts are going to be. And Stafford will take some shots now, as we know. And here's one thing that's different, and you guys know this. Last time it was Marquise Siegel and Jason Pinnock at safety. This time it'll be Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown. So the rush in the coverage, if there was ever a game where you got to tie it together, if you don't want to get absolutely gashed through the air, this is the game.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the UMA Guest Line, 1:25 kickoff on Sunday from Levi Stadium. What do you remember about the second half of the game in Week 5, where Chris Shula made some great adjustments, and Niners started hot, scored on their first 2 drives in that game, and then 3 field goals for them in the second half, and they had a tough time moving the ball. What did you see adjustment-wise from the Rams in the second half that sort of stifled the offense?
Well, they got their rush cranked up. They had some run blitzes dialed up. They were forcing some negative plays. They were tackling the run at the line of scrimmage. I do think that this is going to be a game, though, especially just talking about the offense and how explosive they are and putting points on the board. And it's going to be a handful now. You look at this defense, since the 49ers have played them. Now, I know it's been, in terms of their opponents, it was Baltimore, it was Jacksonville, it was New Orleans. But they've given up under 7 points a game in those 3 games. So nothing has changed. That front is nasty, and the way that Shula uses those guys in twisting and slanting and run through blitzes with Landman and some of the other guys, a lot of the sub packages where they'll have 6 defensive backs on the field with Jalen McCullough basically playing linebacker right in the middle. Got to get past that front and got to protect. To me, when I went back and watched the game, and I remember it from Week 5, is that pass rush. They did a hell of a job of keeping Mac Jones upright and relatively clean in the first half. Second half was a different story. Their rush started to get home. And obviously, Mac had to start eating bananas and getting rub downs from Tomo and cramping up and, butt pads hanging out, everything. I mean, it was somewhat of a disaster. But that, Mac was able to grind through it. The O-line was able to grind through it. This is going to be a 60-minute absolute brawl. I love the fact that Burford is out there. I think he brings more punch to the table, which is going to help. But you got to stay ahead of the sticks. You can't. I think Kyle said it this week, and they force a lot of negative plays, which means they force a lot of 3rd and longs. And they don't give up a lot of big plays. They have not given up one conversion in 8 games of 3rd and 12+. And, I mean, you think about that. That just tells you that their rush is going to get home if you're in the 3rd and long. And they're pretty good in terms of how they play their zone coverages, and they'll dial up some man, and they'll do a lot of different things. But I think the biggest key is being able to pound the run, play keep away, win the ground and pound game, win the clock game, and be able to move the sticks. But I think it all starts with running the football. No Kittle last time, no Jawan last time. It was Connor Colby out there at left guard. So I think the offense, and they've run the ball and run the hell out of it 2 of the last 3 games up front, and they have finished blocks and gotten after it. This is going to be one of those ice bag games where I think at the end of the day, you'll look up, and if the 49ers are going to win, they're going to have close to 40 smashers, 40 runs in this game.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Yeah, you mentioned Puka Nacua. He sounds like he's good to go for this game, battling a chest injury last week. But last time they played at Week 5, he had 10 catches for 85 yards, and that's a good day, but usually goes for more yardage. So is the key to defending him just letting him get his catches, but just for minimal yardage?
No, I mean, you got to tackle him. And I think, Upton's stout, and they went after Upton last week. That's one thing about Stafford now is he's gonna hunt and attack matchups. And you remember week 5, they were running that little insert, whether it was a run or a pass, and they caught Upton a few times in that. Stafford's going to attack young eyes. He's going to look off linebackers. He did it to D. Winters several times in the game. They're going to get into stack formations if they think we're in man with, because the defense has shown on tape with all that youth that there's been an inability at times to adjust. It hasn't been consistent. He's going to take over routes, deep over routes against the safeties and see if he can get across those guys and lay it out in front of them. So that's one thing that he really is good at, is attacking those matchups. So guys are going to have to be on point with the communication, with the adjustments. And, you'd love for them to throw it into the kill zone, and then guys will rally up and tackle. That was one big thing, I think, last week against the Giants with Tatum, with Upton, with the safeties, with Jair. I mean, you get the ball in the kill zone. They were taught well by Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner. They're going to come up and hit it. So 10 for 85, I think if it turns out that way at the end of this matchup, the 49ers defense will take it.
Is this a game, Tim, you think the Niners have to avoid a shootout? Like, is it a low possession type of game?
I think you want to avoid them having 65, 70 plays in this game. And that's just going to be with ball control and being able to run the football. If it turns into a shootout, again, I think the 49ers, I'd like the matchups against their back seven, and they're good players. But if they can get that front blocked, and the way Kyle, designs and draws up plays, they're willing, and the way Mac's playing and executing, it could very well be a 33-30 game, 31-27, something like that. I think they'd like to avoid it, but hell, you win any way you can, and if you got to score 30+, you got to score 30+.
As far as containing the middle of the field, we talked about last time they played Week 5 with Matthew Stafford, carving the defense up for 389 yards, and that was with Fred Warner. We don't know if Tatum Bethune's going to play in this game or D. Winters, so how worried are you about the middle of the field being protected by the 49ers?
Well, I mean, that's where you got to hit this defense, is in the middle of the field. The linebackers and the safeties in particular. And again, it's a lot of youth, as you guys know, and replacement players. They got to understand what Stafford's trying to do to them. And what he's trying to do to them is he's trying to look it off and find a matchup. For example, look off the will and find a matchup on the mic. Look off the mic and find a matchup on the nickel. And get one guy to stretch out of the zone to go cover a 5-yard route. The 49ers do it, and it's classic Kyle Shanahan, high-low offense in the middle of the field. There's a lot of correlation, obviously, between Kyle and McVay, as we all know, used to draw up plays for Kyle. So there's certainly the 49ers have seen a lot of it. They just got to try not to bite the cheese and understand what Stafford's doing to them. Let him throw the 5-yard route, rally up and tackle, but understand that he's trying to steer you that way so he can throw it right behind you in front of the safeties.
How did you think Spencer Burford played last week? He stepped back in at left guard and had a pretty good game. I know Trent struggled a little bit in this game, Week 5 against the Rams. It feels like the O-line has been a little bit better of late. What's your evaluation of how it's looked since Week 5?
Yeah, I think you're right on that. I mean, there was a couple of plays. I watched the tape over again today. Trent had a couple play. I mean, Verse is a good player. And he got Trent inside one time. I don't know if he was anticipating a fan, but Trent played pretty damn good. You go back and look at it and watching him in the ground and pound game and getting guys on their back. So he's been playing like Trent Williams to me, certainly over the last couple of weeks. McKivitz didn't have a great game against Houston. Thought he really played well last week. The one sack I didn't think was his fault. Mac needed to step up right before half and unload it to McCaffrey for a house call. That didn't happen. I thought Burford played well. Probably got credited for giving up one sack, but he was anticipating Hennessy sliding out with him, and the guy got him. The guy, it was a kind of a bull swim and got him, kind of walked back and swam him to the inside, and I think Spencer was anticipating help with a slide protection from Hennessy, the center. So I thought Big Berth played well, especially for a guy who hasn't played in quite a while in terms of a full game. So I like the fact that he's out there and ready to go again. I think it helps the 49ers. Remember, this guy started every game at right tackle on the Super Bowl team in the 23 season. Big Berth can play, and Big Berth can get physical in the phone booth. I think Brenda will be back at center. So, the offensive line passed the test last week against that front. They didn't really pass the test the week before at Houston on some of the big situations. They got to pass the test tomorrow, or Sunday rather, if they're going to come out and win the game.
Tim Ryan, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line, he'll be on the call on Sunday, 125 for the Niners and the Rams. And Tim, just based on my brief research here, you do in fact still hold the record for sacks in a game at USC, 4.5 sacks in a single game.
Oh, well, you had to fact check me? Come on, Coach.
Well, no, you said you didn't believe Coach.
Yeah.
You were like, no, I think I am. I was like, well, I'm going to confirm it for you, dude.
Yeah, confirm it. I also ran a 4.6 when I came out. Go ahead and look that one up. See what you find there.
Nobody's buying that, bro. I'm not buying that. No. Tim, have a great call on Sunday, man. We'll see you down at Levi's. Glad the boys are home.
Thanks, Tim.
All right, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
See you, Tim, the great Tim Ryan. Oh, dude, I believed him when he said it. I was like, I'm going to look it up.
No.
I saw a guy had 3.5 sacks in a game for USC back in 2007, and that was the most by any USC player in a game since Tim Ryan had 4.5 in 1989.
That's not the most impressive thing with Tim Ryan, though. I've heard that his combine, my dad tells the story, he was wearing short shorts. Apparently when he ran the 40, I've been looking for this. I can't find it. Apparently he had a little wardrobe malfunction. And something came out.
Stop. No.
According to Greg Pop.
According to Derek, he's been looking for
I'm trying to find this footage.
Derek's like, dude, I'm waiting to find that junk, dude. Trying to find that junk.
Don't use the work computers for that, okay?
Yeah, dude, don't look for it at work. Dirty Work rolls on. That's a different Tim Ryan.
Yeah, that's not Tim Ryan.
That's an Ohio Senator. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose, where we come down frequently, by the way, for our 49er tailgate. This is our third. Yeah, Pat H, you're talking to the mic there. This is our third event down here. And I think we're gonna bounce around the Bay for a few more events.
Sounds
as
good.
Football season goes on. In terms of what you were asking, Tim, about the middle of the field, I am really concerned about the middle of the field against the Rams. Even with it being Tatum, Bethune, and D winners, if it's not both of them or one of them, I've got major concerns.
Yeah, dude, I know that Tim's breaking it down of the ways that the 49ers can win this matchup defensively, but everything he's saying, I agree with him. That's what needs to go down, and he knows a lot more than I do, obviously. But it's just hard to believe when Matthew Stafford is, as a savvy vet and a great quarterback, what he could do to this defense, what he did last time, and everything that had to go right, everything that we've been talking about, the missed field goal for the Rams, the fumble on the goal line, holding them to 4th and 1 with a gang tackle of Fred Warner and Michael Williams. Tatum Bethune's played great. D. Winters has played great at times. All these young guys have played great at times. But you even heard from Tim right there. They went after Upton Stout. They're not intimidated by these rookies. These rookies have thrived on lesser teams. Sean McVay sees a weakness when those rookies play. So, they'll try their damnedest. I think that Robert Saleh will put them in the best position to win. I think Kyle Shanahan will as well. I just don't think that right now they have the personnel to contain this Rams offense.
Tim likes the matchup, though. He said he likes the matchup with the Niners against their back seven.
Yeah, as far as their secondary he's talking about?
Yeah. Niners, I don't totally feel the same, I guess, about that because of the receiving core that's out there. I mean, George Kittle's in this game, but again, I feel like he's bigger in the run game for them in this than he would have been in the past game, though Jake Tom just did have a big performance last time, 11 targets and 7 catches for his career high.
Yeah, I mean, George Kittle can definitely have a good performance. It'll help them in the run department. Same thing with McCaffrey through the air. I just think that the type of game that they want to play a ground and pound game where they, Kyle is not serious or doesn't think that they can run the ball 40 times like they did against the New York Giants and Falcons. This is a different type of defense. Are they vulnerable in the secondary? Yes, but I think that their front seven is so good where the pass rush, I don't know how good the offensive line will be against Jared Verst and Brandon Fisk and Kobe Turner and all these guys. So they're favorable matchups for the 49ers, but all in all, I think the bottom line is can the defense contain Matthew Stafford And, when you talk to Tim right there, it's like, well, pick your poison. How long is it going to last? Is it going to be where he dinks and dunks his way down the field, or is it just a long, deep shot to Davante Adams? And as I said yesterday, Davante and him were not on the same page. Like, you watch that Philadelphia Eagles game, he's missing him a lot. And then the time without Puka, they've connected a lot better. So they got Puka back. And, yes, like, you can hold Puka Nacua to 10 catches for 58 yards, but he's still moving down the field. Can you stop Tutu Atwell on a deep pass? I just think that this defense has played very well, but I hate saying this, I think they might get exposed a little bit against this Rams offense.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from Jack's Restaurant. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on 408 checks in and says, dude, Google's about to have a spike in Tim Ryan Combine. It says Tim Ryan Combine dong is what it says, dude. That's the text. 650 simply says the over-under is 49.5. Good knowledge.
Wow.
Good knowledge from the 650. 415 just says, it's your standard backs and buys, chests and tries. T-Rock on Dirty Work. That's
Damn right.
925 says, are the Rams going to be eyeing Mac Jones in the post-Stafford era?
That's what I thought, too. I thought that the day that Joe Flacco was traded from the Browns to the Bengals the day that they have to move on from Matthew Stafford. And they talk like they're comfortable with Jimmy. We'll see when that happens.
Everybody's comfortable when the guy's the backup.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's nice when he's the backup. With the
Rams.
Rams,
is Davante Adams going to be happy with that? And who knows if Davante Adams is down the line?
He already wasn't happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, Davante's only signed for a season and a half after this. But, I would not be the least bit surprised if they're not going to trade Mac Jones in the offseason and Mac Jones becomes a free agent. Sean McVay would pounce all over that.
A different 415 checks in and says Stanford, but Stafford one more year, then Mac Jones after that. A lot of people think that
wouldn't be the least bit surprised.
I wouldn't either, and it would be a similar offense for him to slot into, kind of like we saw Sam Darnold go from the Niners to the Vikings and now to Seattle and is finding success. We got more to come here from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you until 6 o'clock tonight when Larry Krueger takes over with a little Niners Nightly. And we'll talk to Krug in about 20 minutes or so at the bottom of the hour. We'll pick
if he doesn't have a high school game.
Well, he's been texting me all day. I feel like he's part of the filth, Larry Krueger.
Is he now?
He's big filth, yeah. So he's going to join us at 5:30. When we come on back, you know what's going to happen. We talked to him yesterday. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan joined us for his weekly conversation. And if we talk to him on Thursday, you're going to hear it again on Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Dirty Work rolls on. Kyle Shanahan next on the Replay Leader.
Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to
a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza,
call right now.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Omar Ruiz, host on NFL Network. He joined Papa and Silver today to give his thoughts on how the Niners measure up among the NFC elite. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app or thesportsleader.com.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
On the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. He is sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. By Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney. You need a heavy hitter to contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bazard. And sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. Kyle Shanahan, the Niners head coach, joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Coach? How you doing, man?
Hey, Coach. Good, guys. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. Good to have you on. Past the trade deadline, Derek and I were talking about how when we were kids, the trade deadline was just kind of a snooze, man. Like it came like week 6 or 7 or something like that. Nobody was ever moved, and now we're setting records every year. Do you like the activity now that comes with the trade deadline? Do you like what it's become?
I mean, I always love the opportunity to get players and get your team better. So I wish the trade deadline, there was no deadline. I wish you could do it throughout the whole year. I don't know what got the uptick so much. Maybe it's social media, all the talk about it so much more, the whole world waiting for it. So maybe that puts a lot more pressure on guys to try to make a splash. But it was interesting how much stuff went down at the last second, which actually made the deadline a little bit more of a exciting deadline than what you're used to.
Yeah, when you have a network called the NFL Network, they've got to fill time. So there's all sorts of stuff that is juiced up with what the trade deadline has become. Did it go for you guys about the way you expected? I know you talked about if you were going to acquire somebody else and Keon White brought in, you wanted somebody, and John has said this as well, that would be here beyond just this year and maybe even beyond next year. But did it kind of play out in the way you expected it to?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, because it's not like it just goes down at the last second. I mean, even those teams that made deals at the last second, those are things that have been going on for a month of guys discussing stuff and trying to hold strong. And then finally people sell the farm to get someone to move at the end, or someone's been acting like they won't move, so I want to give someone something cheaper than what you were expecting. So it goes both ways. But yeah, usually it surprised me how many trades went. I mean, a lot of guys gave us some big stuff, which doesn't always happen. But yeah, really for us, there was a couple things that we thought we had an outside chance at, I know John was working around the clock on, but none of them ended up falling through. But was really excited about what we got the week before.
So 2 weeks ago, you said going into the Atlanta Falcons game that you knew you had to run 40 times because that was going to be the way that you guys were going to have success in that game. So did you come into the game against the Giants knowing that you wanted to run the ball 40 times just like Atlanta, or did the game just turn out that way?
I mean, honestly, I always want to run it 40 times because usually when you run it 40 times, that you're winning. So it's that's usually what happens. We talked about it. I didn't make a big thing and make a big statement to the team or anything, but watching their pass rush and how it was, that was a goal of ours. We didn't want to make a living dropping back too much versus that pass rush. That was the strength of their team. So we thought if we had a lead and we could stick with it, we could wear them down a little bit. And the way our defense played, the way we got out to a start, the fast start, the way we did in the third quarter, and then eventually we felt like we were wearing them down. And that's when you end up, on your last 2 drives, I feel like we had 18 runs and 3 passes, and that's usually how it ends up going that way.
Talking to Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line. I heard somebody ask you earlier this week about that. Do you know what the most consecutive run plays is that you've ever called?
No, I don't. Do you guys?
No, I don't. I was wondering. I went back and I looked. I was wondering if the 2019 season, that NFC Championship against the Packers, I was like, I wonder if that's a game because you guys only threw it 8 times. I did find a stretch where you did run 13 consecutive times between the third and the fourth quarters. That's one of them.
Yeah, it's hard. Even when you're doing it well like that, even that last week, I feel like we had 7 in a row, 8 in a row. That whole last drive, I think we threw it the first 2 plays or the second to last drive, and then ran it 8 plays in a row till we scored. And once we get to 6, it's there, and I'm just like, all right, should I call play action? Should I call a keeper? Should we do a reverse off this? It's there. They're all selling out to the run. It's so set up, and then it's that we could end it right here with this. You know what? Don't get too cute. Just keep hammering it and just see what happens. And then Brian Robinson busts a 20-yarder for a touchdown. Yeah. So it's always so tempting because it only takes, you keep hammering and you're stick with it, go. And then it's yeah, but they're selling out. And just one time of selling out, it's gonna be 3rd and 8. and now you got a huge third down. So, instead of running it on one of these second and 8s, should I call something off of it? But I stuck with it, hoping it would work out that way, and the guys kind of took over and made it easy for all of us.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Uma guest line. I want to talk about your fourth down decision on the opening drive. So, with the way the game started last week versus Houston, did that play a factor in the decision for going for it on 4th and 1 on the opening drive? Because you're already down 7-0. You don't want to be in a hole again where you have to punt it back and you could be down 14-0. And the defense played well, but with all the injuries, do you have more of an aggressive mentality of we need to keep scoring?
It was definitely a gut feeling that I guarantee that gut feelings usually stem from your life experiences, and my life experience from the week before probably was lead, especially when they went down on the opening drive and scored that fast. I was like, we cannot go 3 and out and do what we did last week. But that wasn't the whole thing of it, because I originally was punting. I was 30 yards away from the play, so I wasn't lined up with it well. And the guy who originally spotted it on our side had it almost 2 yards away, and we weren't going to go for it on 4th and 2 on whatever we were, the 35-yard line like that. And that's why I sent the punt team on. And then right when they did that, the guy in our box said, wait, no, it's only half a yard. And then I couldn't change it fast enough, so that's why I had to call a timeout. Once I saw it was under a yard, then there was no hesitation, and I was glad we were able to do it. I was glad we got it close enough to do it, because that had definitely made a big change, because we ended up getting 7 on the drive.
So later at the end of the first half, you guys get the ball back, 38 seconds left before the sack. I guess a sack fumble is what it was ruled when Mac drops back. What's your line of thinking there, getting it in your own territory with 38 seconds? Is that an automatic go for you to try to get points when you're getting it back?
It's not an automatic. If I think about it now, it's been a week since it, but I feel like they had 3 timeouts then. So if you sit there and you just try to run it out 3 times, you're going to be punting. You're going to take maybe 11 seconds off the clock. And I also thought we had a chance to score there. Now the hard thing was we called an easy play, a play versus zone. And we have a check on it that if they have man, we got a chance for a home run. And we got the man look. And we were nervous of it because we knew the man look would be a big play, but we didn't know if we could hold up in protection for it. And so we got the man check, and it would have been an 80-yard touchdown to Christian. He had a wide and go on an inside linebacker, and it was there. But Matt got a little too deep in the pocket, and I think it was Burns got around that edge and was able to strip it. And right when you see something like that, I'm watching the sideline first. I'm like, all right, do I want to go with this? Oh, we got the look. Oh, this is going to be awesome. 80 yards, 7 points. And then I look back and I see that ball in the air, and it just makes you sick because you're like, oh my God, it goes from a home run to this is going to cost us the game. We just gave this ball right back to them. We have all the momentum. We're getting the ball in the third quarter, and now they got it. And now they're at the worst case scenario going to get a field goal. But fortunately, our defense got them 3 and out, and then they missed the field goal, and felt very fortunate about that going into the locker room.
Switching over to this week, how do you usually approach playing a division opponent for a second time in a season, especially when facing Sean and the Rams when you know each other pretty well?
You always look at the last matchup because you know teams are going to make a bunch of adjustments off the last matchup. You watch all the games in between. But I think when it comes to, especially with the Rams and us, there isn't much that changes each game. We've changed coordinators a bunch on both sides. But the whole history and the whole scheme on both sides hasn't changed too much. And we've both done about everything possible to each other. It actually ends up being one of the more simpler games, I think, for both sides. And that's why it just ends up being a battle every year. It's always fun to play those guys. It's always a huge challenge. But it's one that our guys really get into, and I know they do too, and can't wait to get to it on Sunday.
In terms of the health for this week, I know you mentioned the other day you were hopeful to get Brock more first-team reps. Last week it was all Mac, you'd said, and Brock was questionable and then obviously not active, and he was never close, I guess you said, for game time. But in terms of this week, has he been able to get any of the first-team reps in?
It's been similar to last week, maybe a little bit more. I think we're definitely being more aggressive with him as we go. This week more aggressive than that last week, and he's definitely getting better each week, heading in the right direction. Still haven't decided this week whether we'd rule him out or not. Probably do that tomorrow after practice, but Brock's definitely getting closer.
So you're confident that we will see him again this year?
Yes, I'm pretty confident you'll see him this year.
Talking to head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on the Uma guest line. So since you faced the Rams, they've only allowed a total of 13 points. Have you seen a difference in their defense when you watch tape since week 5, or is it the same defense to you?
Not really. That's how I felt about their team going into that game. I thought their defense was playing at such a high level going into that game. You know, it was a short week being a Thursday night game, but we knew it was going to be a huge challenge. And our guys came out, and I thought our guys played so well that game, especially with their backs against the wall with, you know, D-Rob getting his first start, KB getting his first start, Mac being out there. The first game, I believe, is the first game without Bosa, if I remember correctly. Yep. So a lot of stuff was going on, and our guys just played unbelievable in that game. But, no, we knew how good they were then. And so it doesn't surprise me at all what they've done these last 3 weeks.
And then offensively, Matthew Stafford had a great game last time you guys played, and since that time he's thrown 10 touchdown passes, no interceptions. Do you think he's playing some of the best football of his career right now? And how important is it to have Bryce Huff back this week to go after him?
It's so important to have Huff back. I mean, last time he played, how big he was in that Atlanta game, just how big he's been for us this year. So, and especially losing Michael too last week. So getting Huff's back is huge. And I'd like to say Stafford's playing at the top of his game right now, but I can't remember a time in my career that I haven't felt this way about Stafford.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know when you have the 10 touchdowns and 0 picks or whatever it's been in 3 weeks, and then everyone talks about it a lot more just nationwide.
Right.
But just, you know, we watch film on this guy a lot, and just not from the coaches to defense, from our quarterbacks to just everyone appreciates Matt. He plays at a high level and one of the best quarterbacks of our generation, and will definitely be a Hall of Famer. So, yeah, he's playing at the top of his game, but that's pretty much the standard.
Yeah. I was going to ask you where you are with Jake Brendel, or how he's fared through practice this week, and then also your evaluation of Matt Hennessy. I mean, I feel like he's the Mac Jones at center right now. He seems like he's played pretty well filling in for Brendel. Your evaluation of him, and has he allowed you to allow Brendel to get more healthy?
Well, yeah, Matt did a hell of a job coming in that Atlanta game and playing for us these last 2.5 weeks. It was huge having him there as Jake's backup, but Jake's had a real good week. He's going to end up, unless he has a setback or something, he'll be fine for Sunday. And Matt did a great job holding it down while Jake was gone, but I'm real excited to get Jake back.
Just last one for you, Coach. You, the Rams, the Seahawks all have 6 wins on the season. Seattle trades for Rashid Shaheed. Even the Cardinals look good on Monday night. This division was pretty competitive back in 2021 when the three of you guys went to the playoffs. But do you feel it's always been? Do you feel it's as competitive as ever right now, or does this division just always feel this way?
Yeah, I can't remember when I haven't felt like it's felt this way.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of good quarterbacks in the division. You got all the defenses are very good defenses schematically and personnel wise. Good organization, so I feel like it's been a battle for a while here. I can't remember the last time it hasn't been, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Cardinals find a way to get back in this towards the end of this year too.
Exactly.
Just before we let you go, Coach, what did you make of Mac saying he subbed himself out for Adrian Martinez to come in and take that knee last week? Derek and I were texting during the game like, "Oh boy, is Mac okay?" And then Mac said, "Oh no, I just want to get my guy out there." What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think it's awesome. I'm so excited once the game's over. I take my headset off and don't think I have to save victory on one. So I was checked out, hugging people, talking to people. So I would have felt guilty if I didn't think of it. So I'm glad Mac thought of it. I didn't realize that was his first snap, and it was awesome for him to do that for him.
Pretty cool. Big game on Sunday, 125 kick from Levi Stadium. Nice to have you guys back home and back in the Bay Area. Kyle, have a good game on Sunday, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
That was our conversation yesterday with 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. We do it every week with Kyle on Thursdays, only here on Dirty Work on the Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back where we are hosting our 49er tailgate party here live from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose. The 49ers and the Rams on Sunday at 1:25, a 10 a.m. pregame, only here on the Sports Leader. When we come on back, our guy Larry Krueger is going to join us. We'll pick Krug's brain about what he thinks is going to go down on Sunday. Krug will tell you straight up, I'm feeling kind of nervous about this one. We'll get Krug's thoughts on this one next. Dirty Work rolls on from Jax on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work from
Now, was
Jack's
that me or the caller?
Dirty work from Jack's Restaurant here. It's our 49er tailgate ahead of Week 10 Niners and the Rams. We'll have it all for you starting at 10 a.m. on Sunday on the Sports Leader with a 1:25 kickoff. Joining us, a man you will hear tonight with Niners Nightly at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, and on our pre- and post-game shows on Sunday for the Niners and the Rams, it's Larry Krueger. Krug joins us on the Yuma guest line. What up, Krug? How you doing, bro?
Oh, man, you guys are cracking me up driving up from the Niners. But I told Danny Dunn, I go, you're just mean-spirited, but I love it. I love it.
Hey, Krug, you know, man, like you put yourself out there, you call in. It takes a lot to be a caller. We love our callers. We love our listeners who will call in, especially and contribute and be part of the show. But if you do something that could live in the KNBR annals forever, it will. I mean, we all put ourselves out there every day with risk of getting cut and clipped and being part of history. That's one that might stick around, Krug.
Nobody handled callers at this radio station better than the great Gary Radnich. And all I would say is Gary would say, hey, Pete, y'all right? You going to be all right? You know?
or he'd drop a thank you. He would give you a thank you, too. Tim and I were joking about that one, dude. Garyisms were the best, man. Dude, I mean, that was one of the best. I mean, that was maybe my favorite show that's ever aired on The Sports Leader was you and Gary and Larry. Weekdays, what were you guys, 10 to 1? Is that what it was, Krug?
It was 9 to noon and then 10 to 1, yeah.
9 to noon. 9 to noon, then 10 to 1. Dude, the way Gary would handle callers and the way they loved how he would, like, berate them and talk down to them used to kill me, man.
Well, nothing was better than the day where we outed Gary for not picking up dog crap from his dog walks in St. Francis Woods. Yeah. And he's like, he's in the wooded area. I'm like, that's St. Francis Woods, Gary. That's not the wooded area.
There's no wooded area. And the callers were calling in and crushing Gary because he admitted he never cleaned up his dog crap when he took his dog for a walk. That's bad form. That's bad form,
some
dude.
good stuff there,
or the one when he claimed there was only he claimed that there were only a few different cheeses. And he's like, what, you know all the cheeses? That was one of the best lines he had. You know all the cheeses? Gary asking Krug to name cheeses.
Tommy and Lund played with the you know all the cheeses for about a month.
You know all the cheeses?
Danny, if you got that, dig that.
You know all the cheeses?
Dude, hit it again, Danny, one more time.
You know all the cheeses?
You know all the cheeses, dude.
You know all the cheeses?
Everyone, Gare. We're talking to Larry Krueger on the Yuma guest line. Krug, that's funny, man. Niners and the Rams, the biggest game of the season, man. Niners could move to 4-0. I've been saying to Derek all day, and I think he's on the same page as me. We're not feeling great about this one matchup-wise. I felt better about the short week game. Like I felt like that was maybe a bit of an equalizer. It's almost a completely different-looking Niner team than the last time they saw him. Just what's your 30,000-foot view, your general thought heading into this one?
Well, I kind of feel like last night, with Denver and the Raiders, when certain teams get together, kind of throw out the matchups. I mean, on paper, I thought Denver was going to destroy the Raiders, but you know what? I stayed away just because I just was like, you know what? The Raiders play the Denver tough sometimes, and it's like hard to explain. And I think the same thing could happen here. I mean, I don't know if you saw this stat, but like 7 or 8 games in the Shanahan-McVay head-to-head matchup have been decided by 3 points or less. So whether one team looks better or the other team looks better, these are head knockers, man. And I asked Kubiak today, I said that first game was a real head knocker. I mean, the Niners ran 33 times for 2.2 yards a carry. And he's like, you know what? I think it's going to be the same kind of game. The Niners are keenly aware that if they're going to beat the Rams, they need their offense and their defense to battle that Rams offense and to keep it off the field. So expect ball control, expect time of possession, a lot of runs, and I would say, don't look at the over. I think it's more of an underplay.
But Krug, as far as the pass rush, we saw Matthew Stafford just tear up this defense for 389 yards, and that was with Michael Williams and Fred Warner. So I know they're getting Bryce Huff back this week, but do you think that the Niners' pass rush can get to Matthew Stafford?
Robert Saul's going to have to get creative, Derek. I mean, Chris Kasterik is at practice just pleading with these guys, and they're going to do everything they can do. They're going to play games up front, but, I mean, they're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to send extra pressure. They're going to have to simulate pressure and then not send it. They're going to have to show Stafford a bunch of different looks. And more importantly, I think it's going to have to play out the way the first game played out. The Niners are going to have to play with a lead. If they fall behind, it's death against this Rams team. And you can't fall behind on the chains either. So the Rams defense is killer on 3rd and long. And I think this game is all about the last game. Can the Niners get that early lead? Niners get a 10-point lead or a 14-point lead early. I think they got a shot, but it's going to take a collective effort, as they say, complimentary football to get this one done.
Yeah. Talking to Larry Krueger on the UMA guest line. In terms of what the 49ers were able to do effectively in Week 5 against the Rams, it was all about the passing game. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had a big game in the passing game. You had 10 catches for Kendrick Bourne, and we haven't seen a performance like that from him since, really. I mean, he blew up that week. Juwan Jennings playing better. They also didn't have George Kittle. How do they find points in this game? Where does the offense come from?
Mac Jones has been really, really good at him in the middle of the field, and that's where this matchup's going to be really good because the Rams are 7th in the NFL, I think, at defending the middle of the field pass plays. But the Niners, that's where Mac Jones has been living. And the other thing is Mac Jones got rid of the ball last time. The Rams got 10 hits on Mac Jones. They only sacked him one time. The Niners have to avoid negative plays in this game. Sacks, turnovers, penalties. If they can just avoid the huge negative play, I think they got a shot. But it's, this can be a huge challenge for the 49ers because, the last game I felt like the Rams didn't really fire, and McVay blamed himself for that loss. And I expect McVay to have a killer game plan. But if the Niners can muck it up a little bit and make the Rams play their game, which is, more of a ground and pound type thing, it's anybody's ballgame. It's a division game. Between two teams that know each other incredibly well.
Talking to Larry Krueger on the UMA guest line. So Mac Jones gets another start. Brock Purdy not ruled out for this game. He's questionable. If he is the backup quarterback, Krug, do you think this is a good indication that he could get the start next week?
It's hard to say. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. I mean, I know they're saying he's getting closer, but my feeling is that they know it's a long year. They know he's not going to be able to get through the injury, that he's going to have to endure the injury, right? And then it's going to have to heal in the offseason. So my guess is if they are playing pretty good football, I think they're going to slow play this whole thing through the bye week. And I think they're going to bring Brock Purdy back after the bye week. I think that also is the move that makes the most sense. You let Jones play. He gets continuity and reps. The bye week comes, you go back to Purdy. You got 4 games of the regular season, and then 3 games of the playoffs. And if he can't, at any point if he goes down there, then you hand the reins back to Jones. But I think that I would take more of the long range view as opposed to go to Purdy next week and then maybe have to go back to Jones. And then I think they're going to slow play it a little bit. That'll be my guess.
Krug, do you, if the Niners win on Sunday, does it change how you feel about them or what they're capable of?
Absolutely. I mean, if the 49ers win this game, they're 4-0 in the division. The entire league is questionable, especially the NFC. Detroit just lost to Minnesota. Green Bay just lost to Carolina. I mean, the 49ers, I don't know how you guys feel, but I think the 49ers, could beat any of the other contenders in the NFC on the road in the playoffs. So it's a matter of it's the way you play the day you play. They're going to have to find some pass rush up front. Can they do it via blitzing and scheme? Can they find, can they get Robert Beal to explode? I mean, they're going to need something that's really, hard to envision at this point coming through defensively. But offensively, I think this team has the potential to really get it rolling. and score 30 points a game and maybe carry the team. And special teams, I think, with Eddie Pinheiro, the arrow's pointing up on special teams. So, I think there's some good things happening kind of beneath the surface, but rushing the passer is going to be a constant problem. And it's one of the real issues that, and why a lot of people were frustrated they didn't do more at the trade deadline. It's just because they badly need help in that area.
I mean, speaking of the trade deadline, Krug, what was your reaction? I know there was rumors about Jermaine Johnson and Bradley Chubb, and I mean, I get it. Like if John Lynch was being told by the Jets and Dolphins that they're asking for a second-round pick or a third-round pick, that's just way too much. But what was your reaction to them doing nothing at the trade deadline?
Well, I mean, I was hoping they could find a Michael Clemens for like a 7th-round pick or something like that. Because they badly just need a body. I mean, if Keon White goes down, they're in a lurch, So they just need bodies more than anything. But I don't, I wouldn't have traded a first for Trey Hendrickson, and I would not have traded a second for Jermaine Johnson. So I can't get mad at Lynch for not doing the same, right? I wanted to see them be active because they need help, but I understand that you can't overpay. And that's the kind of the situation they're in. I did look at the practice squads of the other teams in the league. There are, 6 or 7 interesting defensive ends that probably could be plucked off other teams' practice squads if they want to get aggressive. And who knows, maybe in the coming weeks they will.
Larry Krueger, the voice you hear, Niners Nightly tonight at 6 o'clock here on The Sports Leader from 6 till 7. And then, of course, he'll be with us on Sunday on pregame and postgame for the Niners and the Rams. Krug, as we were playing that Gary sound, people started rustling up old memories and things that Gary would say, dude. Do you remember when he said when he said Madison Bumgarner super weird? Do you remember that one? Do you have it, Danny?
Yes.
Madison Bumgarner.
Dude, I love the traffic bed is rolling under it too. Put it again, dude.
Madison Bumgarner.
The best are Mike, stick your bracket. Mike, stick that bracket up your ass. Mike.
Oh, dude.
Oh, when he used to attack Mike. Oh, Mike, you're such a robot. Mike.
One time he said to Mike, too, he goes, "Oh, Mike, I bet you're real proud. You're going to tell your son one day when he grows up that you came to work wearing another man's jersey?" And Mike goes, "I have a daughter, Gary. I've worked with you for
Mike, can
for
you
a
put
decade."
your bracket up your ass for a minute and produce the show?
Mike,
oh, dude, I love
your
that stuff,
bracket
man.
up your ass for a minute. I mean, that might be one of the best.
the show, dude. Larry Krueger, he's coming up at the top of the hour with
Vignette!
Vignette!
Well, in one show, he didn't like something I said, and he goes, "When did you become such a prick?" And I'm like, oh, "Come on, Gary."
Hey, Larry, when did you become such a prick?
That's incredible, dude. Hey, let me ask you this. How tall are you? He would ask callers that sometimes. Let me ask you this. How tall are you? All right. Yeah, Larry's coming up at 6 o'clock at the top of the hour. You'll hear him this weekend as well. What else you got, Larry?
Oh, my God. I mean, there's so many. I mean, I can't even tell you. Some of them are just, can't be repeated. But, yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good ones.
All right, Krug. We'll talk to you soon, man. We'll hear you at 6 o'clock at Niners Nightly. Later, Krug.
Sounds good. Later, guys.
All right, good deal. The great Larry Krueger, he's coming up at the top of the hour. Dude, anytime we can walk down memory lane with Gary, it's a positive.
There is an archive of Gary's. Probably at least 1,000 bites of him just saying silly crap like that.
We're probably going to spend more time on this next week, but apparently Greg Papa was wishing me ill this afternoon. Did you hear about this?
No.
Tacky revealed this. Apparently they were doing Ask Papa. They were playing Ask Papa, and Tacky asked Papa if he could guarantee the Dodgers never won another World Series, but in doing so, somebody at the station had to get kidney stones.
It's a hell of a thing to ask. Okay.
He picked me. Wow. He picked me to get the stones.
Well, he gave you an answer.
Yeah.
You can't hate the man for being honest.
Is there any surprise that it was not Derek? We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. Dirty Work on a Friday evening from Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, only here on The Sports Leader.
Oh, will you guys quit ruining? Nobody's switching off the frickin' station because you mentioned another guy's name. Jesus criminy!
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, talking pizza, talking Tony's Pizza in North Beach. It's a gold standard. Tony Gimignani is a world champion. Literally, everybody loves pizza on a Friday. You love pizza on the weekend. You love Tony's Pizza every day of the week. That's why you got to get out there. They've got something for everybody. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style, whatever style you're into, they got you covered. I'm big on the New Yorker. It's a big, bold, cheesy pie, but the Diavolo is probably my favorite. It's got that spicy kick to it. You can't sleep on any of the other menu items. The pastas are fantastic. The penne alla vodka pasta. We've also got Nona's famous wings. Had some wings last week, actually. Or there's the honey fried chicken sandwich. All next level stuff. But here's the best part. I'm talking Tony's in North Beach, but now you don't have to be in North Beach to get it. Tony's now has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly, or hit up Slice House all over the Bay, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. If you've never been, take my word for it. Make it happen. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry with a big appetite. You're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Oh, Mike, if you yell Pavelski, I'm going to come through the glass. Let him wait.
Live from Jack's Restaurant and Bar in San Jose. Dirty work wrapping things up here, getting ready to put the show to bed. Kruger's coming up at the top of the hour here at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. Classic stuff, man. Good job back on the board in Daly City by Danny. These lights are killing you right now, huh?
These lights are, blinding me. These headlights right now outside are just right in my grill.
Because we're sitting on the patio here and there's a parking lot and they're just blaring.
My eyes! My eyes! Jesus Christ.
It is awfully bright. Rosenbach's doing his best.
Skloot, help me out here. Good Lord.
Yeah, Thin Tim was trying to block it earlier.
It was literally like standing in front of the light so Derek could do the show.
Now you're blinding me. Good Lord.
Yeah, you're making it worse.
Yeah, stop it, guys.
Anyway, stop bothering me all that much. Anyway, we in talking to Larry there, that was a question we hadn't really talked a lot about today, which is where the points come from in this game.
Yeah.
We always talk about you got to run the ball effectively. Tim Ryan said, yeah, they're hoping to have 40 smashers. He meant run plays by the end of the game.